Book 14, Chapter 2, Inkstone. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 2, Inkstone. Mirror Moon Cliff. The empty space in the center of the Violet Castle had hundreds of violet-robed men assembled here, causing the 100-plus creatures who had just arrived in the infernal realm to feel fear and shock. Why are there so many experts here? All of them are gods at the least, and that person who seems to be the leader is very possibly a high god. BB rolled his eyes as he spoke to Linley mentally. Linley mentally spoke back, BB, don't worry about that. Keep waiting. It is daybreak, now. They should send us off. Linley knew for certain that these people were far too powerful. In addition, the uniforms of those violet-robed men all contained a certain aura which caused Linley to feel an inexplicable dread. Silence. A deep voice rang out, and the chattering violet-robed men immediately shut their mouths, no longer daring to speak. At the same time, the hundreds of violet-robed men stepped to one side together in an orderly fashion, causing the 6 other violet-robed men to stand out. These 6 should be the leaders. Linley had seen Atkins, Sadista, and Bluefire. He could sense that 6 people gave him a similar feeling. There were 4 men and 2 women in the 6. This time, the quality of these newcomers from the material planes isn't bad. There's even a pair of gods. One of the 6, a tall, slender woman with straight shoulders and short hair, glanced at Linley's group, then turned to the other 5 and laughed. This time, it should be my turn to send them off, right? Amelia, nobody is fighting with you over it. One of the 6, a slightly fatter man, laughed loudly as he spoke. Amelia laughed as well, then said loudly, Second Mirror Moon Squad, prepare to move out. Yes, Captain. A number of those people within the hundreds of violet-robed persons called out loudly. Amelia turned and glanced at the distant gate. A warrior dressed in golden clothes walked out from within the gate, quickly arriving in front of Amelia and coming down to one knee, saying with respect, Master. Prepare to head out. Amelia said. Yes, Master. The golden-clothed warrior rumbled. And then, this golden-clothed warrior flew into the air above the Violet Castle. A golden light shone, and the golden-clothed warrior transformed into an enormous golden dragon, at least 100 meters long. Under the blood-red glow of the sun, the golden dragon's scales shone with a dazzling light as it coiled itself above the Violet Castle. Whoosh! An entrance that was 10 meters long suddenly appeared on the flank of the golden dragon. Everyone, including Linley, was shocked. Linley looked carefully. Just now, that golden-clothed warrior was clearly just a saint. But now, he suddenly transformed into a golden dragon, and an entrance appeared on his flank. Linley was filled with questions. Take all of these newcomers from the material planes inside. Amelia said. Immediately, 49 violet-robed men walked out of the gathering towards Linley's group. Their leader, a bearded warrior, called out, all of you, obediently go inside. Otherwise, we'll have to use force. Right after these words were said, 10 people in the group of experts Linley was in flew directly towards the flank of the golden dragon, including Linley's group of 3. Upon flying into the flank of the golden dragon, Linley was shocked as well, so apparently, within the belly of this golden dragon, there was a setup like that of a manor. There weren't just chairs and tables, there were even decorations like man-made mountains, metallic flowers, and the like. It was incomparably marvelous. Wow! Many experts who entered couldn't help but sigh in shock. That seemingly simian creature also stared with wide eyes. Boss, this is a metallic creature. BB spoke mentally with Linley. Just like Grandpa Beirut's metallic castle. Metallic creatures are capable of changing into all sorts of forms. However, the size of the changes is limited. Grandpa's metallic castle is much more powerful than this one. Linley was secretly in awe of Lord Beirut. Only today did he realize that the metallic castle which Beirut himself lived in was this incredible. In terms of size, this golden dragon's body was less than a tenth of the size of the metallic castle. Don't just stand there like idiots, sit. Amelia shouted coldly. Immediately, the violet-robed people in the squad began to bark, you 2, sit over there. And you 3, over there. Hurry up. Mother fasterus cur, if you are too slow, I'll send you flying with a kick. Those violet-robed people had no concept of courtesy. Soon, Linley and the other 100-plus newcomers from the material planes were arranged into a seating pattern. Captain, where should we send this batch to? A skinny, violet-robed youth asked. Amelia glanced at him, then said calmly, this time, we'll send them to Nightblaze City. Immediately, this flying metallic creature began to move, reaching an astonishing speed as it flew in the direction of the ocean. Crackle! Very strangely, within the belly of the golden dragon, a golden light was flowing everywhere, resulting in the 2 sides of the golden dragon's belly becoming transparent. Linley and the other experts were able to see straight through the transparent sides of the and see what was outside. It was akin to the glass of the Yulon continent. How curious. Linley said to himself in appreciation. Having a metallic creature like this was quite comfortable. The nearby Bibi and Delia all stared through the translucent metal towards the outside. Ha! Linley was somewhat astonished. He said mentally to the nearby Bibi and Delia, this metal creature is traveling so fast. Linley and the others were able to see the speed of movement by looking outside. This was the infernal realm, not a material plane. The gravity here was 100 times that of the material plane. Even Linley, moving at full strength, wouldn't be able to fly this fast. It must be understood, this was just a saint-level metallic creature. Give these newcomers to the infernal realm a general understanding of the affairs of the infernal realm. Amelia said to a nearby skinny, violet-robed youngster. Yes, Captain. The skinny violet-robed youngster immediately stood up and looked at Linley and the others. You have all arrived in the infernal realm from the material realms. I will now give you a general understanding of the infernal realm. The infernal realm, as one of the 4 higher planes, naturally has as many experts as there are clouds in the skies. Now that you are in the infernal realm, you should find a tribe or a clan to join. In the infernal realm, there are primarily 5 large continents that are all but endless in size. These continents are the Redbud continent, the Carol, Kaluo continent, the Moja, Muya continent, the Bloodridge continent, and the Jadefloat continent. Hearing this, Linley, Bibi, and Delia all had a thought. Linley's target on this trip was the Indigo prefecture of the Bloodridge continent. 5 great continents. The Redbud continent in the north and the Carol continent of the west are already connected to the ends of the plains. In other words, the Redbud continent's northern edges is where the plain ends to the north, while the western side of the Carol continent is where the plain ends to the west. Aside from these 5 great continents, the rest is all ocean. The 5 continents are essentially connected into a circle. Inside the circle is the vast Starmist Sea, which is far greater than any single of the continents in size. The Starmist Sea is the inner sea, while that outer sea is the sea which exists outside this circle of continents and is primarily located to the south and the east of the continents. This outer sea is known as the Chaotic Sea, and it is enormous. The skinny violet-robed youth chuckled when he said this. But of course, this doesn't mean much to you. The size of every single continent is shockingly large, and many experts will spend their entire lives in a single continent. The continent we are currently in is the Redbud continent. Redbud continent? Linley's heart sunk. All of the continents of the infernal realm were astonishingly vast, unlike the simpler Yulon continent. Boss, what should we do? How are we going to get to the Bloodridge continent? Bibi couldn't help but reach out to him mentally. Our purpose in coming to the infernal realm, aside from going back to my ancestral clan, is primarily to adventure and explore this place. It's fine if we have a good adventure before heading off to the ancestral clan. Linley messaged back mentally. But although this was what Linley said and thought to himself, he still felt a hint of resignation. The skinny violet-clothed youth continued, in the infernal realm, there are 5 great continents and 2 oceans. These are each governed by the 7 mighty monarchs. They are known here as the 7 rulers of hell. The 7 rulers of hell? Linley's group of people all began to secretly pay attention to this astonishing title. From what he says, these 7 rulers are in charge of the 5 continents and the 2 seas. What sort of person would be able to be so incredible? Linley secretly wondered. The violet-robed youngster had a hint of veneration in his eyes. The mighty 7 rulers of hell are the 7 mighty sovereigns who train in the edicts of destruction. 7 sovereigns? Linley was secretly astonished. This was the highest level of existence. But of course, the almighty sovereigns disdain from interfering in worldly affairs. Generally speaking, most affairs are handled by each of the Lord Prefects. The area where you are headed is the Nightblaze Prefecture. Nightblaze Prefecture covers a circumference of over 1 billion kilometers, and is considered a middle-sized prefecture. As soon as he heard these words, Linley stared in astonishment. A circumference of 1 billion kilometers? His own homeland, the Yulon continent, was only 30,000 kilometers in size. The difference was too vast. Even if he flew non-stop in his Yulon continent, in 24 hours, he would only cover a few 100,000 kilometers. But in the infernal realm, where the gravitational pull was so much stronger, his speed would definitely be much lessened. Just flying through a single Nightblaze prefecture would most likely take a very, very long period of time. And what's more, how could one possibly have the chance to fly about so freely in the infernal realm? The road ahead is truly difficult. Linley said to himself. Boom! A rumble erupted from afar. Everyone stared curiously outside the translucent windows towards the outside. They saw from afar 2 groups of people fighting in midair. Lightning flashed, the wind howled, the earth shattered, over 100 deities were engaging in battle, and the sight truly was astonishing. F***ck off. A cold, angry sound erupted forth from Amelia's lips, transmitting through the metallic dragon and shaking the world. Those 100 wildly battling deities saw the golden dragon, and in particular the diagram on its head. It was a beautiful redbud flower. The redbud army. Quick, flee. These 100+ deities were frightened. Forgetting about their mutual enmities, they immediately fled in every direction. In but the blink of an eye, they had all dispersed and could no longer be seen. On the way over, Linley's group encountered multiple battles involving hundreds of experts, but no matter how powerful they were, upon seeing the golden dragon fly over, they were so frightened that they immediately scurried and fled. This golden dragon flew for a very long time, spending roughly at least a full year. Given the astonishing speed at which the golden dragon flew, and the fact that it had flown in a straight line, how vast a distance had they traveled? We are at the borders of Nightblaze Prefecture. Amelia stood up, stretching and smiling. Fortunately, Nightblaze Prefecture is fairly close to our Mirror Moon Cliff. Last time, when I went to the Snow Lake Prefecture in the north, it took me 10 full years to get there. The skinny, violet-clothed youth stood up as well and said, "The 9 of you who are deities, stand up." Linley and the rest of the 9 all immediately stood up. With a flip of his hand, the skinny violet-clothed produced a black rock that was the size of a fingernail. "1 for each of you. This inkstone is something nice. Keep it. Only those who are at the deity level when they arrive in hell will receive it." He gave each of the 9 a piece. Inkstone? Linley stared in astonishment at this inkstone in his hands. The inkstone was in a perfect square, roughly a centimeter on each side. It seemed to be a very unremarkable type of rock, but Linley could sense from within it a unique aura that made his heart tremble. Whoosh! A giant hole suddenly appeared in the flank of the golden dragon. 10 or so experts who had arrived from the material plane were immediately tossed out. Linley, Delia, and Bibi remained within the belly of the golden dragon. They were quite astonished. Laughing, the skinny violet-clothed youth said, "Don't be hasty. It'll be your turn soon, Dot." The golden dragon constantly flew, and after a while, 10 or so more were tossed out. By the 4th batch, it finally came to Linley's turn. Whoosh! Their seats beneath them vanished, and a powerful energy stream tossed Linley and the other 10 out. Linley, Delia, and Bibi quickly controlled their movements, then looked closely below. Good heavens, what is that? This was a mountain range, and within the mountain range, there were a large number of black dragons over 100 meters long. At a glance, there were definitely thousands of these black dragons who were stretched out into a web as far as Linley could see. At this time, someone flew over at high speed from amongst those black dragons. This was a silver-haired old man. Laughing, he said, "The 3 of you just arrived in the infernal realm, right? Welcome to my Black Dragon tribe. If you want to join our Black Dragon tribe, each of you, please pay a single inkstone. We will be responsible for protecting you. If you are unwilling, then go ahead and roam the infernal realm by yourself." Linley, Delia, and Bibi couldn't help but be amazed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 3, A Black Dragon Tribe. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 3, Black Dragon Tribe. Can you speak a bit more clearly? Linley was utterly confused. As soon as he had come out of the metallic creature, he had run into the silver-haired old man, who immediately asked him for his inkstone. Although he didn't yet have an idea as to what an inkstone was, he could sense the peculiar aura within it. It definitely wasn't an ordinary item. How could he so casually give it to others? The silver-haired old man's face was all smiles. "The 3 of you just arrived, so I'm afraid there are quite a few things you don't know yet." "Fine, then. I'll speak a bit more clearly, Dot." The silver-haired old man glanced around, then said, "This infernal realm is one of the 4 higher planes. As the plane created by the over-god of destruction, the infernal realm is filled with boundless cruelty and savagery. Massacres are commonly seen in the infernal realm." As he spoke, the old man's eyes dimly glowed red. Linley and the others were secretly startled. The silver-haired old man swept Linley's group with his gaze, then said with absolute certainty, "Although the 3 of you are deities, in the infernal realm, you are in unfamiliar territory. I dare say that if you rashly wander about the infernal realm, you definitely won't live for more than 3 days." Linley, Delia, and Bibi all were slightly shocked. "Old man, are you trying to trick us?" Bibi stared. Although Bibi stared at him, he did so in a very adorable way. The silver-haired old man didn't grow angry either. He said, although you have just recently arrived in the infernal realm on that metallic airship of the Redbud Army, the various lords of the Redbud Army should have told you a few things. Fortunately, you are at the deity level. If you were saints, even if you had inkstones, I couldn't care less about taking you in. Within Linley's mind, a scene suddenly appeared. When they were in that metallic creature, that skinny violet-robed youngster had said, the infernal realm, as one of the 4 higher planes, naturally has experts as common as the clouds. Since you are in the infernal realm, you had best find a tribe or a clan to join. At that time, Linley hadn't paid too much attention to these words. But now, he somewhat understood. Joining a tribe or a clan. Linley, the infernal realm is actually this dangerous? Delia looked towards Linley, who immediately sent back a consoling message via divine sense. No matter what, we are already here in the infernal realm. It's best to be cautious. Let me ask him about a few things first. Linley looked towards that silver-haired elder and laughed. My name is Linley. Might I ask who you are? Buffett, Bo-Fate. The silver-haired old man smiled. Linley nodded and laughed. Mr. Buffett, I would like to ask, what is this inkstone? We just arrived in the infernal realm, so we don't know anything at all about these things. Ha, the silver-haired elder laughed. That's understandable. This inkstone, to be precise, is the currency for the infernal realm. Currency? Linley, Bibi, and Delia were all surprised. Having lived in the Yulan continent, Linley and the other two understand what a currency meant. The currency of the infernal realm was actually this unusual inkstone. On what basis is this thing considered currency? Linley asked, not understanding. Something that could be used as currency should at least have a certain innate value. Buffett shook his head. I'm not too sure either as to what exactly is so special about the inkstones themselves. But I do know one thing. There is no place in the infernal realm where inkstones can be mined. Only the 7 rulers of hell are able to create them. Based on this alone, inkstones are qualified to be used as currency. Linley nodded slightly. So inkstones were actually created by the 7 rulers. Only, what special uses did inkstones have? Could it be that they were just made for people to look at? Linley still felt that inkstones had some sort of innate, unique value. What can this currency purchase? Linley asked. Buffett chuckled, this currency can buy quite a few things. For example, divine artifacts. Divine sparks. Divine gemstones. Many more things. Also, some unique items such as amethysts, large golems, and more. But of course, there are some even more miraculous things. In short, this currency is good for many things. Even legendary sovereign artifacts can be purchased using them. Only, the sum required is simply astronomical. Linley began to understand the value of these inkstones. Can you tell me what the price of a demigod spark is? Linley asked. A demigod spark is around 100 inkstones. A demigod artifact is generally only worth around 10 inkstones. Buffett said in a very experienced manner. In the infernal realm, there are deities everywhere, so a demigod spark isn't that valuable. However, god sparks are worth 10,000 inkstones, while high god sparks are worth 10 million inkstones. Buffett sighed. 10 million inkstones. If I had a high god spark, I would become an upper-class figure in the infernal realm. Linley, Bibi, and Delia glanced at each other. They all laughed. Boss, you actually thought that this inkstone was some sort of treasure. Bibi messaged him through divine sense. I just had the feeling that the inkstone itself seemed very unusual. I didn't expect that this inkstone actually isn't worth much at all. Linley's group naturally wouldn't care too much about this inkstone any longer. After all, Linley was carrying demigod artifacts, and even quite a few god artifacts. He even had those 2 high god artifacts which he hadn't used yet. He had a single high god spark as well. By now, Linley, Delia, and Bibi didn't have any further objections to joining the Black Dragon tribe. It was just a single inkstone each, right? If we join your tribe, what if we want to leave in the future? Linley asked. Leave? You can leave whenever you want, of course. Buffett laughed. However, only idiots would leave by themselves. Without the ability to protect yourself, roaming these lands, where danger is omnipresent, is as good as throwing one's life away. In the infernal realm, killing people to steal their valuables is extremely common. Even most gods don't dare to run about wildly. Linley's group glanced at each other. Fine. We accept. With a flip of his hand, Linley brought out his inkstone, while Bibi and Delia brought out theirs as well. Buffett reached out with his hand, but Linley suddenly pulled his arm back. No rush. I'll give it to you after we enter your Black Dragon tribe. Buffett was startled, and then he began to laugh loudly. You are afraid that I'm trying to cheat you? Fine, come with me then. Buffett immediately flew downwards, while Linley, Delia, and Bibi all followed him down. The infernal realm's gravity was nearly 100 times that of the Yulon continents. Linley could clearly sense that his flying speed was quite a bit lower than in the material plane as well. While flying downwards, Bibi asked curiously, Hey, old guy, just now you were talking about the Redbud army. Those Redbud soldiers who escorted us here, who are they? Why is it that on our way over, we encountered many experts battling each other, but as soon as they saw the Redbud soldiers, they immediately were terrified and fled? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you about this. Buffett sighed. The infernal realm has 5 great continents. The lord of our Redbud continent is a mighty sovereign of destruction, one of the 7 rulers of hell, whom we refer to as the Redbud ruler. Linley and the others knew this. The infernal realm had 5 great continents and 2 oceans, which were controlled by the 7 rulers. The 7 rulers were sovereigns who trained in the edicts of destruction. And this Redbud army is the army under the control of this mighty sovereign of destruction. This is the most powerful army in the entire Redbud continent, and they are completely devoted to the commands of the sovereign, Redbud ruler. The Redbud continent has no one who dares offend the Redbud army. Buffett's eyes were filled with eagerness. Linley and the others were shocked. So it was an army under the authority of a sovereign. No wonder none of the experts they encountered on the way over dared to antagonize the Redbud army. Perhaps a single small unit of the Redbud army isn't that frightening. But if you dare offend a single unit of the Redbud army, then most likely an entire regiment of the Redbud army will come for revenge. Even someone as powerful as our Lord Prefect of the Nightblaze Prefecture, who might be able to deal with a regiment, would most likely then face the entire Redbud army which would come for revenge. In the entire Redbud continent, there is virtually no one who dares offend the Redbud army. Buffett looked at Linley and the others. You have to remember this. In the Redbud continent of the infernal realm, no matter what, do not offend this Redbud army. Offending them is disastrous. They are so powerful, and no one dares offend them. Then why haven't you joined the Redbud army, Mr. Buffett? I saw that many members of the Redbud army were gods. Aren't you a god as well? Linley joked. Don't you think I want to? Buffett shook his head and sighed. The requirements for joining the Redbud army are very strict. First of all, you had to have become a deity on your own. Anyone who became a deity through fusing with a divine spark is immediately eliminated from consideration. This has caused more than 90% of the people in the infernal realm to have no hope of joining. And the second requirement is, you have to at least be a god, and have to go through a competition. Each time, they only recruit a very low number of people. Those capable of obtaining victory in the competition all have at least some sort of unique ability. Linley couldn't help but sigh in astonishment at the quality of this Redbud army. The weakest of them were gods, and gods who had become deities through their own power. In addition, they then were selected through a tournament. Over the countless years, the number of truly powerful experts who had been recruited into the Redbud army was unimaginably high. No wonder nobody in the Redbud continent dared to offend the Redbud army. Linley and the others landed on the ground. Roar! Roar! A series of roars rang out from the massive mountains in front of them. Countless enormous black dragons that were over 100 meters long lay coiled throughout the mountain ranges. If one took a careful look, one would discover that every single enormous black dragon had a human standing or sitting atop of them. This is our Black Dragon tribe. Buffett clearly was very proud. Come, follow me inside. As he spoke, Buffett strode forward. The mountain paths were winding, but Linley and the others were able to move forward easily. Hey! Bibi suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Boss, that seems to be adamantite. Linley turned. From not too far away, he did indeed see a small hill formed from adamantite. Such an enormous amount of adamantite caused Linley to feel astonished as well. Seeing Linley stare in astonishment at the distant adamantite, Buffett couldn't help but laugh. That is adamantite. This is a very common type of ore in the infernal realm. You'll see it everywhere. Look, over there, that blue ore? That's blue nightmare ore. In terms of toughness, it is comparable to adamantite, but in terms of elasticity, it is actually even a level superior. However, these things can be seen everywhere. In the infernal realm, divine artifacts are quite worthless. If you want a divine artifact, you can just have a demigod spend 10,000 years cultivating it, and then you'll have a demigod artifact. But this will only be worth 10 or so inkstones. Linley, Delia, and Bibi maintained their silence. Indeed. Only after cultivation and nourishing would a divine artifact's power increase. A newly forged divine artifact couldn't even be considered a demigod artifact, just an ungraded weapon. Buffett, you brought 3 more people. Ha, our tribe's population has increased yet again. From afar, a voice rang out. An enormous black dragon flew over, and someone flew down from the black dragon's back. He wore a blue turban atop his head, and he appeared quite robust. Buffett laughed. They just arrived in the infernal realm. Hey! Bibi blinked his eyes. It looks like everyone here is a deity. Why do you raise these black dragons? These are all just saints. The robust man who had flown down laughed. Don't underestimate them. This type of black dragon is a very unique race of black dragons. It is known as the Gerard, Geluda, black dragon race. The saliva of Gerard black dragons is quite valuable. If you raise a Gerard black dragon, after 10,000 years, you'll have earned thousands of inkstones. You fellows are quite lucky to be able to join our black dragon tribe. If you join the other tribes, you wouldn't be as well off as you are with us. Buffett said as well, indeed. If other deities wanted to join our tribe, we wouldn't even be willing to accept them. You were sent over by the Redbud army, however, so clearly you came from the material planes. You aren't a spy from the enemy tribes. Linley's group began to laugh helplessly. So the reason why the tribe accepted them was because the 3 of them were very innocent. Haha, we have new brothers, eh? Many of the dragon riders let out loud laughs. Since you've arrived at our black dragon tribe, in the future, we will all be brothers. Haha, Buffett, hurry up and pick a place for them to live. Linley glanced at those distant black dragon riders, and in his heart, he felt a surge of warmth. It seemed that the people of the black dragon tribe were all quite good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 4, Royal Wing City. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 4, Royal Wing City. Every single black dragon had a rider on its back, the vast majority of which were men. Men still make up the vast majority of those who reached the deity level. Linley said to himself. Actually, in both the Yulon continent's experts as well as in the Redbud army of the infernal realm, or currently here in the black dragon tribe, the male-to-female ratio showed a simple truth. Few women. Many men. Linley, don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and follow me. That Buffett flew deeper into the mountains, and Linley, Delia, and Bibi followed him. The meandering, winding mountains grew deeper and deeper. Everywhere in the mountains, residences could be seen now, all of which appeared so marvelous. To deities, building a residence was a very simple task. After flying for a while, Buffett led Linley's group to land halfway up a high mountain. The area here was very large, at least 100 meters across, more than enough for one to build a fairly large residence at. In the future, you can stay here. As for the residence, you don't need me to help you build it, right? Buffett laughed. Ha, Linley laughed as well, and then suddenly stomped on the ground. The floor of the mountain trembled, and a strange vibration spread out. One enormous boulder after another began to float into the air, and in accordance with a set rhythm, connected with each other. Light from the dimly glowing yellow earth elemental essences shot out in every direction. Buffett stared in great surprise at this scene. Soon, a 2-story building with a simple courtyard was finished. The stones of the infernal realm really are heavy. Linley let out a sigh. These stones were all similar to adamantite. In addition, the gravity here in the higher plane of the infernal realm was 100 times that of the Yulon continent, causing each boulder to weigh as much as a small mountain peak in the Yulon continent. So easily accomplished and so harmoniously done. Linley, can it be that you've already reached the level of mastery in the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth? Buffett said with great surprise. Not yet. Linley shook his head. Buffett said unhappily, Linley, don't try to hide it. To be able to lift something so heavy with such ease and use these boulders of the infernal realm to create a manner, especially when making those boulders move in such a fluid, harmonious way, although I don't train in the laws of the earth, I've seen quite a few people who train in the laws of the earth. Linley chuckled and didn't say anything further. Actually, Linley truly hadn't yet reached the level of mastery in the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth. Only, because he had fused it with the throbbing pulse of the world, when utilizing it, it contained the profound truths of the throbbing pulse of the world. Naturally, he made it look easy. You can live without fear here in my black dragon tribe. I won't disturb you any further. If you need anything, in the future, you can ask me or ask anyone else. Buffett said. Thank you, Mr. Buffett. Linley smiled. After Buffett left, Linley, Delia, and Bibi entered their own residence. It seems we'll have to make our own tables and chairs as well. Linley and the other two immediately began to take action. Linley controlled a boulder, making it fly over, and then used his palm to chop down using the principles of the dimensional decapitator. The boulder was immediately chopped into an extremely slick, smooth surface. A black dagger appeared in Bibi's hands as well. It was extremely fierce. In front of Bibi, a stone table quickly took form. As the three worked together, the stone table and 3 stone chairs quickly were completed. Phew! Fortunately, in the habit, I habitually store wine and some other things in my interspatial ring. Otherwise, in this place, we wouldn't have anything to drink. With a flip of his hand, Linley withdrew a flask of fine wine, and Bibi immediately called out in jubilation, "Boss, you brought this as well?" The Infernal Realm. A strange new place. Drinking the wine, Linley let out a sigh. As soon as they had entered the Infernal Realm, the vast majority of people they had encountered were all deities. The weakest member of that Redbud army was a god, that went without saying. But even here in the Black Dragon tribe, everyone was a deity. This was a world of deities. Boss. The distance between us and that blood-rich continent is way too far. What we going to do? Bibi was somewhat worried. That Buffett even said that if we run around wildly, we probably won't live for more than 3 days. Delia frowned as well. Let's not be hasty. Let's first find our footing here in the Infernal Realm. Linley nodded as well. The Infernal Realm isn't the Yulon continent. Experts are as common as the clouds. We can't just go wherever we want to go. Everything else aside, we don't even know the general, basic geography of the Infernal Realm. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door could be heard. I'll get the door. Bibi leapt over, then easily pulled open the extremely heavy stone door. Behind the stone door, there was a delicate-looking, golden-haired youngster, who laughed as he greeted them. Hey there. I'm Crotty, Kuwait. I live very close to you. My name is Linley. Please, come in. Linley rose and spoke. Linley could immediately tell that this Crotty was a demigod. My big brother and I live together to your north, also halfway up the mountain. I heard you just arrived in the Infernal Realm. Crotty was very warm and friendly. Please take a seat. This is some fine wine from my homeland. Have a taste. Linley said. Wine. Crotty's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat down at the seat which Bibi had been sitting on. He hurriedly drank a cup, half closing his eyes in satisfaction. This wine really is excellent. Although it can't compare to the fine wine sold in Royal Wing City, it's quite good to be able to drink any wine at all. Royal Wing City? Linley was somewhat puzzled. Suddenly understanding, Crotty said, Oh, right, you just arrived in the Infernal Realm. There's many things you don't know. In our Nightblaze Prefecture, there are a total of 10 cities that are scattered throughout Nightblaze Prefecture. The city closest to us is Royal Wing City, roughly 10 million kilometers away or so. Linley and the others were shocked. 10 million kilometers, and that was the nearest one? However, to enter Royal Wing City, you have to pay a fee of an inkstone. Crotty cursed softly. They really are greedy. Crotty let out a sigh. Only, if you actually want to buy some things, or sell off your dragon saliva, or a divine artifact, it's still better to do the trade within Royal Wing City. Trade can only be done in Royal Wing City? Delia didn't quite believe it. It makes sense for large transactions to be made within Royal Wing City. But what about smaller transactions? As Delia saw it, this was the sort of logic of the stores of the Yulon Plain. Cities had larger stores, while smaller towns also had some small shops. Generally speaking, smaller transactions can be carried out at the chief's place within the tribe. However, generally speaking, a demigod artifact can be sold for 7 inkstones in Royal Wing City, while the chief will only give you 5 inkstones for it. Crotty was somewhat unhappy about this. Linley and the others understood. After all, Royal Wing City was over 10 million kilometers away from here. Wait. I heard Buffett say that a divine artifact was worth around 10 inkstones. Bibi said, and Linley suddenly remembered as well. Crotty said disdainfully, when he said 10 inkstones, he was referring to the selling price in Royal Wing City, the retail price. When we sell them, we naturally are only able to get 7 inkstones. Crotty, I want to ask you, if I wanted to go to another continent, how should I go? Linley asked. Crotty stared. Another continent? Good heavens. Redbud continent is already enormous. In the entire Infernal Realm, there are a total of 108 prefectures. Our Redbud continent seems to have nearly 20 prefectures, each one of which covers an extremely vast area. Going to another continent is too hard. Linley had a thought. A continent only has nearly 20 prefectures. It seems each Lord Prefect has an extremely high status as well. In the Infernal Realm, the status of the Lord Prefects was second only to the 7 rulers. Phew, this wine really is nice. Crotty drank another cup of wine, then stood up. Laughing, he said, "You just arrived, so I won't disturb you any further. In the future, if there's anything you need, you can come look for me." "Right. Linley, that beauty next to you, be careful. The Infernal Realm has too few women. I expect that some people will come to try and pursue and woo that beauty you have there." Linley and Delia were both astonished. "Who dares? I'll off him with my knife." BB growled angrily. I'm just saying. Anyhow, I'll leave now." Crotty chuckled twice, then left. Linley and Delia glanced at each other, then began to laugh. Delia said softly, "Linley, in the future, if someone is pursuing your wife, what will you do?" "What will I do? I'll clobber any who comes." With a flip of his hand, Linley retrieved the adamantine heavy sword and gave it 2 twirls. Chasing after someone else's women really did happen quite frequently. With Linley's group and the Black Dragon tribe, there really were people who came to get into Delia's good graces. However, Delia herself shouted at them, while Linley in particular transformed into 3 clones and began to trample on them as BB would add a few flying kicks. Quickly, nobody in the Black Dragon tribe dared to have any further designs on Delia. They had already been in the Black Dragon tribe for 2 months. Linley and the other 2 had slowly grown accustomed to this place. 2 fighting over a single woman. The 2 men are both demigods. Neither of them know how to use spiritual attacks. All they can do is use material attacks. Linley raised his head up to stare in the air above the Black Dragon tribe. 2 muscular figures were engaging in a battle. Not just Linley and BB were watching. There were thousands of people present, watching this battle, nearly a quarter of the total population of the Black Dragon tribe. What's going on with those 2? Why do they have to fight? Can't they just ask what that girl named Caitlin wants? Delia was somewhat puzzled. At this time, a figure wearing a grass hat flew over at high speed. BB laughed repeatedly. "Boss, I already know the inside details on their battle." "Tell." Linley said with curiosity. "That golden-haired man is named Candida. Candida and that Caitlin come from the same material plane. Their relationship is quite good. But of course, they haven't reached the stage of sleeping on the same bed yet." BB rubbed his nose, raising his head as he spoke. "That black-haired man is Kimpton, Jean Pu Dun. He used to be a Gerard Black Dragon." Linley was somewhat surprised. "Did you just say that Kimpton was one of the Gerard Black Dragons they raised?" The Black Dragon tribe raised Gerard Black Dragons to earn Inkstone. Linley's group knew this. The Black Dragon tribe had a rule. If a Gerard Black Dragon was able to reach the deity level and transform into human form, then they could join the Black Dragon tribe. Because of this rule, the Gerard Black Dragons all had a hint of a hope for the future. "Right." BB nodded hurriedly. That Kimpton was originally a Gerard Black Dragon that had been raised here. After a long period of time, the Gerard Black Dragon actually reached the deity level. "That's Kimpton." Linley grew curious. Perhaps because of how long she had been raising him for, Caitlin treated Kimpton very well. When Kimpton transformed into human form, he actually began to pursue Caitlin. "This Black Dragon has fallen for Caitlin." BB began to snicker. Naturally, this makes Candida unhappy. How can he allow the woman he likes to be together with a Black Dragon, even if the Black Dragon is now in human form? Thus, the 2 began to fight. Only, they are just demigods, and they only have insights into very basic mysteries. Their attacks are essentially non-lethal, which is why their battle has gone on for so long. This isn't the first or second time this has happened. Linley couldn't help but feel speechless. But right at this moment, from afar, a black-robed shadow flew over in the air above the mountain ranges. The 2 battling demigods, upon seeing the newcomer, were immediately frightened and flew down at high speed. Upon seeing the medallion this black-robed man wore on his chest, a sharp-eyed onlooker was shocked as well and cried out in alarm, "A fiend!" The other onlookers of the Black Dragon tribe who had been watching the battle all raised their head, and their faces instantly changed from fear. They immediately scattered in every direction. "Fiend?" Linley raised his head in confusion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 5, Fiend Medallion. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 5, Fiend Medallion. The highest mountain peak in the mountain ranges where the Black Dragon tribe lived pierced towards the heavens like a sharp sword. Atop the mountain peak, there was an ancient black castle, which was completely made out of adamantite. According to legend, the owner of this black castle dearly loved adamantite. Whoosh! The black-robed figure who had been turned a fiend swept the terrified members of the Black Dragon tribe with his gaze, then flew directly into that black castle. The gates to the black castle swung open, and immediately, people came to respectfully take this fiend in. The many other members of the Black Dragon tribe, upon seeing this, couldn't help but begin chatting amongst themselves. The fiend actually went to visit the chief. He isn't going to go kill the chief, is he? Your original body was that of a six-eared donkey. Even as a deity, you are an idiot. Think about it. If the fiend truly came to kill the chief, would the chief send people to open the castle gates and respectfully escort the fiend inside? As I see it, the chief definitely has something important to carry out, which is why he invited a fiend to come. The members of the Black Dragon tribe continued to discuss this amongst each other. Halfway up the mountain, Linley sat atop a boulder, listening to these conversations. He couldn't help but frown. Raising his head high, he looked towards that black castle located atop the mountain peak. That black castle had dozens of enormous black dragons coiling around it. The master of Black Dragon Castle is the chief of the Black Dragon tribe, Sturton, Cte Dun, the most powerful figure of the Black Dragon tribe. Linley murmured to himself. Having spent 2 months in the Black Dragon tribe, Linley had learned a few things about it. The Black Dragon tribe, despite just being one of many unremarkable, small tribes in the infernal realm, had a very strict hierarchy. The lowest class included the demigods like Linley. They had no income, nor did they have any uniforms. The middle class included the gods who were in charge of rearing the Gerard Black Dragons. After all, the entire Black Dragon tribe only had so many black dragons, so only a small number of people could raise black dragons. Although more than half of the income from rearing these black dragons had to be given to the clan chief, rearing Gerard Black Dragons was still an extremely fast way of accumulating wealth. The upper class was made up of the tribe's army. The soldiers of the army were all gods, and were trained and drilled by Chief Sturton. If one became a member of the tribe's army, the chief would gift some money once every 10,000 years or so. Halfway up the mountain, at Linley's residence, only Linley, Delia, and Bibi were present. That fiend is so powerful. Bibi sighed in praise. The chief's power won't be low either. Linley said as though thinking about something. Delia glanced at Linley, then said, "Forget about the entire infernal realm, even in the Nightblaze prefecture of the Redbud continent, there are countless numbers of tribes that have taken over some of the mountains in this prefecture which has a circumference of over 1 billion kilometers." Whenever he thought about the terrifying size of the Nightblaze prefecture, he could imagine how many other Black Dragon tribe-sized powers were present. In the infernal realm, powers like the Black Dragon tribe were indeed like weak, unremarkable ants. There were far too many of them. However, even in the Black Dragon tribe, there were so many gods. Although I've never seen Lord Chief Sturton, I imagine that for him to be able to become the chief of the Black Dragon tribe and have more than half of the tribe's wealth delivered to him, he should be a high god. Linley suddenly understood. In the infernal realm, deities were nothing more than commoners. Probably 1 out of every 10 deities were gods, while only 1 out of every 10,000 deities were high gods. But although the chances were very low, when one thought about how enormous the infernal realm was, one would understand how many high gods there were as well. This is what it means to be in the infernal realm. The place where experts are as common as clouds. Linley's heart trembled. "Boss." Bibi gnawed on a straw, saying casually, "My grandpa said that in a place like the infernal realm, those who became deities through fusing with divine sparks can't possibly gain a high status. Only those who became deities on their own, and also have fused profound mysteries, have that chance. Only by being strong will one have a high status." Linley agreed with this in his heart. "Linley, I won't slow you down," the nearby Delia suddenly said. Linley turned to look at Delia. Naturally, he understood what Delia was thinking. Delia was that sort of very strong-willed woman. Linley couldn't help but laugh as he took Delia into his arms. "Delia, you? Slow me down? If you think about it, in our group here, I'm the only demigod. It's me slowing you down." Delia felt a warm feeling in her heart. How could she not know that in truth, Linley, who was in possession of a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, was the one amongst the 3 of them with the most variables in play? Once he truly went all out, if Linley were to encounter for instance those enemies that were most proficient in soul-based attacks, he would be able to counter them perfectly. "It's broad daylight, you guys. Get a room. Arg, I can't watch anymore." Seeing this, DB called out while covering his eyes. Little rascal. Delia couldn't help but laugh while scolding him. At this time, that silver-haired elder, Buffett, flew over from afar. Seeing Linley and the other two, he laughed loudly. Linley, you've been in our Black Dragon tribe for a while now. How do you feel? Not bad. Linley immediately rose to his feet with a smile. At least, we haven't encountered any dangers yet. Buffett said with a sigh, right. If you were outside, you would learn that there are simply too many bandit groups that ambush and slaughter travelers in the infernal realm. Generally speaking, gods and demigods don't dare to travel the infernal realm alone. Even gods don't dare? Dee stared. Buffett went to a nearby stone chair and sat down, then nodded. Right. Not even gods. The bandit groups of the infernal realm are generally formed by demigods and gods. Do you think an entire group of bandit gods and demigods wouldn't be able to deal with you, a single god? They have the advantage of numbers. Then, why don't high gods act as bandits? DB continued. Ha ha. Buffett laughed. High gods, even in the infernal realm, can be considered upper-class individuals. Why would they engage in something as dangerous as banditry? Whether through cultivating high god artifacts, by refining divine jewels, or by joining a large clan and becoming a strong supporter, they are easily able to live carefree lives. Linley nodded slightly. It was the same as the Yulan Plain, actually. True experts, such as those experts of the 9th rank, disdained banditry. However, in the Yulan continent, there were still some famous bandit groups which had a few powerful experts in them. But of course, the infernal realm has a few exceedingly powerful bandit groups. Only bandit groups like these will have high gods. However, even if they have high gods, they generally won't act against another high god. After all, how would they know how powerful that other high god is? There are great gaps in power between high gods as well. Buffett sighed. Linley agreed completely. For example, Sadista had been killed by Bluefire with one blow. Atkins, when facing Beirut, had both his high god bodies destroyed in just 2 blows. In our infernal realm, although there are many bandits who ambush and attack people, there are 3 powers that they don't dare to offend. The first is the Redbud Army. In a warm manner, Buffett continued to provide Linley's group with some things that were common knowledge, while Linley and the other two listened carefully. Linley's group was planning to head towards the Bloodridge continent, after all. Only, right now they were too weak. They had to endure for now. Redbud Army. Got it. Linley and the other two nodded. That was an army under the control of a sovereign, an extremely powerful army. Who would dare antagonize them? The second power is the prefectural army. Buffett sighed. Prefectural army? Linley and the other two were puzzled. What's a prefectural army, old man? DB asked, not understanding. Buffett said, the entire infernal realm has 108 prefectures, and our Redbud continent has nearly 20 as well. Every single prefecture has its own army. For example, our Nightblaze prefecture naturally has the Nightblaze army. These armies are known as prefectural armies. Within their own prefecture, everyone is glad if the army doesn't make trouble for them, who would dare go antagonize the army. Once the army has their sights on you, even if you are a high god, you'll be in for trouble. Linley understood now. The Redbud army and the prefectural army, I can both understand. They are both giant armies. Then what is that third force which you said bandits are unwilling to antagonize? Linley asked. Buffett's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Fiends. Fiends? Linley, Delia, and Beebe's hearts trembled. At the same time, they grew curious. Mr. Buffett, what are fiends? Delia asked. Linley was extremely curious as well. Just now, they had watched that black-robed man fly into the chief's adamantine castle. The people of the Black Dragon tribe, upon seeing that man, referred to him as a fiend. Fiend is a type of title. Buffett said with a sigh. They are the valiant warriors of the infernal realm, a group of experts that fear no danger. Anyone capable of becoming a fiend, even when roaming throughout the entire infernal realm, won't encounter many bandit groups willing to act against them. Linley's heart was stirred. He thought to himself, I'm going to the Bloodridge continent. The journey there will be an extremely long one. If I can become a fiend, then I will encounter many fewer difficulties on the way over. Beebe and Delia had the same thought as well. What sort of a title is fiend, old man? How does one become a fiend? DB asked. Buffett said, to become a fiend isn't too hard. You can go to any city, such as our closest Royal Wing city. At Royal Wing City, if you spend 10,000 inkstones, you can apply for a testing mission. Once you pass the testing mission, you will become a fiend. That is, you will become a 1-star fiend. 10,000 inkstones, just for a testing mission? Bibi couldn't help but stare. Linley felt that this was too extravagant as well. 10,000 inkstones weren't so easily earned. Just now, you said 1-star fiend? Buffett nodded. Fiends have ranks, going from 1-star fiends to the terrifying 7-star fiends. This has to do with the level of missions they can accept. Those who are capable of accomplishing 7-star missions are known as 7-star fiends. However, it is generally only possible for gods to accomplish even the simpler testing missions. Buffett said with a sigh. And that's just a possibility. The work which fiends engage in is dangerous. They are all valiant. Even robbers aren't willing to antagonize them. The most important thing is, you can't tell the star rank of a fiend by looking at them. From the surface, one can't tell the difference between a 1-star fiend and a 7-star fiend. Buffett said. From the surface? What do you mean? Buffett smiled as he pointed at the black castle atop the mountain peak. Didn't you notice? That fiend who came just now had a fiend medallion attached to the clothes over his chest. These are issued after a person completes the testing mission. Every single fiend has the same fiend emblem. Regardless of whether you are a 1-star fiend or a 7-star fiend, from the surface, you look the same. Only through using some very special methods can one judge a fiend's star rank. Bibi frowned. Oh? How powerful is that fiend? I'm not sure either. However, even the weakest fiends are gods. Generally speaking, above-average fiends are all of the high god level. Buffett said. Thus, bandits don't dare to antagonize fiends. After all, many fiends are high gods. If you encounter a 6-star fiend or a terrifying 7-star fiend, no matter how powerful your bandit group is, you will be finished. Linley's heart shook. The majority of fiends were high gods? The weakest were gods? It seemed that the quality of fiends wasn't lower than that of the Redbud army at all. Bibi's eyes were shining. You say more than half of fiends are high gods. How powerful are those powerful 7-star fiends? 7-star fiends are amongst the most powerful experts of the infernal realm. Buffett's eyes had a hint of veneration in them. Ordinary high gods are unable to fight back against them at all. Once you reach the rank of 7-star fiend, you will have your own unique title. For example, in our Redbud continent, based on what I know, we have produced figures like the Silver Moon Fiend and the Blood Violet Fiend, ultimate experts whose fame has spread throughout the entire infernal realm, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 6, Red-Eyed with Greed. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 6, Red-Eyed with Greed. That powerful? In his heart, Linley was astonished and trembling at the might of these 7-star fiends. Based on what he is saying, the power of these 7-star fiends should be amongst the most powerful of high gods. I wonder if Bluefire has the power of a 7-star fiend or not. Linley wondered to himself. I came to discuss something else. How'd we get sidetracked onto fiends? Buffett said hurriedly. Linley, the reason I came here today was because I want to ask the three of you something. Oh, Mr. Buffett, please ask away. Linley said. Ask the three of us? Bibi rubbed his jaw, staring at Buffett. Smiling, Buffett said, precisely speaking, it's the two of you. And he pointed at Bibi and Delia. Oh? Delia was somewhat puzzled as well. What is it, old man? Speak, hurry. Bibi urged. Buffett said, in our Black Dragon tribe, the vast majority of those at the rank of god will become a member of our guardian army. The two of you have already become gods. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining the Black Dragon tribe's army? If you join the army, every 10,000 years, the chief will gift you with your salary. This is a much better life than rearing those Gerard black dragons. If you rear those dragons, you always have to be by their side. It is quite tiring. This. Bibi hesitated, looking towards Linley. Delia laughed and spoke. Mr. Buffett, we just arrived at the Black Dragon tribe. There's many things we aren't familiar with yet, so we aren't in a rush to join the tribe's army either. You won't be able to make money as fast through doing other things as through the army. Buffett said hurriedly. I urge you to reconsider. Mr. Buffett, let's discuss this again in the future. Linley said. He had planned long ago that when the chance arose, they would go to the Bloodridge continent. How could they always stay here at the Black Dragon tribe? Receive a salary every 10,000 years? To other deities, 10,000 years truly wasn't a long period of time, but to Linley, there was no way he could wait that long. I just came to let you know. Buffett didn't mind. Mr. Buffett. Linley hurriedly asked, I would like to ask you, how often do people of the tribe go to Royal Wing City? Comparatively speaking, Royal Wing City had to have more powerful forces present. He might be able to find a way to travel to the Blood-Ridge continent there. Go to Royal Wing City? Buffett was startled. Oh, our tribe doesn't go there on any set schedules. We have to ride metallic creatures to get there. It can range from a short wait of a few years, or perhaps thousands of years between trips. Linley's heart couldn't help but lurch. Thousands of years? He had to wait that long? Buffett suddenly laughed and said, Oh, I just remembered, in half a year, it seems the tribe will make a trip to Royal Wing City. However, the members of the tribe have to pay 5 inkstones each if they want to ride on that metallic creature. Buffett warned Linley and the other two. He could tell that Linley's group truly wanted to head to that Royal Wing City. Actually, every single person who had just arrived in the Infernal Realm would be very interested in visiting the large cities in the Infernal Realm. Thank you, Mr. Buffett. Linley felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just half a year. After Buffett left, Linley's group began to drink and celebrate happily in their living room. In the Infernal Realm, wine was quite a luxury. Of course, Royal Wing City had some extremely excellent wine, but the price was astoundingly high. The price of some fine wine could compare to that of a god spark. Each of us have to pay 5 inkstones to ride on that metallic creature. BB cursed softly. How black-hearted. 3 of us. That means 15 inkstones. Delia looked at Linley. It seems we need to sell off some divine artifacts. Linley was currently in possession of high god artifacts, and demigod artifacts. Even more astonishingly, he had a high god spark. That high god spark alone would be enough to allow Linley become a rich man in the Infernal Realm. However, Linley's group knew that they couldn't reveal how much wealth they had. In the Black Dragon tribe, if others learned that they had high god sparks, most likely they wouldn't live to see the next day. How about this? I still have 4 demigod artifacts on me. I'll go to the chief's castle first and sell off those 4 demigod artifacts. Linley made his decision. Although I'll suffer a bit of a loss, there's no other option. Here in the tribe, a demigod artifact would only sell for 5 inkstones. But if he went to Royal Wing City, he would be able to sell it for 7 inkstones, while the shops of Royal Wing City, in turn, would sell it for 10 inkstones. Demigod artifacts were cheap, not worth much at all. Since he made up his mind, he did it right away. After drinking, Linley's group headed directly for that black castle atop the tall mountain peak. On the walls of this black castle, there were over 10 gods standing guard. They stared down at Linley's group but didn't say anything. The entire Black Dragon tribe only had 20,000 people. Everyone knew each other. Linley, you came? Someone came out from the side door to the castle. It was Buffett. Mr. Buffett, we came to sell a few demigod artifacts. Linley said. Buffett nodded in understanding. Oh, then come with me. As he spoke, Buffett led them forward into the castle through a side door. Within the castle, there was actually another small castle. The inner castle is the place where his lordship lives. The outer castle is where the warriors of the tribe live. Buffett explained. In the future, if you want to sell something, just head in directly from the side door and go to that shop. Generally speaking, members of the tribe can come into the outer city whenever they want. The guards won't stop you. Within the Black Castle, the warriors of the tribe could be seen everywhere. Indeed, all of them are high gods. BB sighed in praise. Linley swept those people with his gaze as well. He knew that these people were all warriors of the Black Dragon tribe. If other tribes were to invade, they would have to rely on these warriors to counterattack and defend. Go on in. Buffett pointed towards the shop in front of them. Linley and the other two entered the tribe's shop. Within the shop, there was just a single black-haired middle-aged man seated cross-legged on the floor. When Linley's group entered, the black-haired man opened his eyes, sweeping them with an icy gaze. He said calmly, "What is it?" Linley was startled. Was this the attitude a shopkeeper had towards his customers? They came to sell artifacts. Buffett walked in from outside as well. Oh. Take out the artifacts. The black-haired middle-aged man said. With a flip of his hand, Linley removed 4 demigod artifacts. These 4 demigod artifacts were useless to him anyhow. The black-haired middle-aged man glanced at them, then said calmly, "For demigod artifacts, all weapons, nothing special. 5 inkstones each, 20 inkstones total. With a flip of his hand, the black-haired man retrieved 2 long inkstone that were 10 centimeters long. Take the inkstones, leave the artifacts. Huh? Linley was somewhat surprised. There were actually long inkstones? However, in terms of size, it did indeed appear that a long inkstone was equivalent to 10 inkstones. Although he was surprised, Linley still placed the 4 divine artifacts down while accepting the 2 long inkstones which the man tossed over. After exchanging for the 20 inkstones, Linley's group continued living quietly within the Black Dragon tribe. Usually, they spent their time training quietly, peacefully awaiting the trip in half a year to Royal Wing City. The mountain ranges of the Black Dragon tribe had a circumference of 1,000 kilometers. Thousands of black dragons could be seen flying about at all times, heading in and out of the mountains. All of the members of the Black Dragon tribe lived quietly here. However, over 1,000 kilometers away from the mountains, a savage black tiger that was the size of a mountain, along with a similarly sized vicious golden wolf, was moving together towards the Black Dragon tribe. Those 2 astonishingly vast creatures also flew at a shockingly fast speed, creating terrifying sonic booms as they flew. Rumble. 1,000 kilometers was quickly traveled. Halfway up their mountain, in Linley's residence, Linley was seated in the meditative position, quietly training in the throbbing pulse of the world and the essence of the earth, working on fusing these profound mysteries. By now, both his original body as well as his divine earth clone were focusing on the laws of the earth, hoping to be able to reach the level of completely fusing these 2 profound elemental mysteries more quickly. Enemies attacking. Enemies attacking. An ear-piercing voice echoed throughout the Black Dragon tribe. Even Linley, in the middle of his training, was frightened into wakefulness. What's going on? Delia came out from her room, while Bibi flew in from outside, clearly very excited. Wow, boss, outside, 2 enormous aberrations came. Afterwards, I realized that behind those 2 monsters were a large number of deities, at least thousands of people. Enemies attacking? Linley frowned. They should be enemies of the tribe. Linley began to feel a bit worried. He didn't know anything about the attackers. What he feared was the enemies defeating the Black Dragon tribe, then engaging in a massacre. That would make things dangerous. This wasn't impossible, after all, divine sparks were a form of wealth. Perhaps the enemy would truly massacre the entire Black Dragon tribe. Let's go out and take a look. Linley immediately said. If the situation looks bad, we will immediately leave. Linley knew the limits of his own ability. Linley and the other 2 immediately flew out. After flying out of their residence, they discovered that the skies above the mountains were filled with people. Virtually all of the members of the Black Dragon tribe had flown out. Right now, the Black Dragon army had also appeared, facing off with the enemy forces. Linley and the other 2 flew over, joining the masses. Linley, you came. Linley's neighbor, Crotty, greeted them when he saw them flying over. This is the army of our Black Dragon tribe. They seem very formidable. Linley let out a breath of praise. Up ahead of them, there were over 1,000 warriors dressed in the same black battle outfit who were standing together. The murderous aura which 1,000 gods emitted simultaneously was enough to cause Linley's heart to shudder. Crotty said proudly, indeed. Look over there, that gold-haired person. That's my big brother. Rashtil, Lucier, I didn't expect that even you would join forces with that vicious wolf. I, Sturton, seem to recollect that I treated you quite well. In the center of the Black Dragon army, a powerful figure at least 2 meters tall roared out loudly. Can it be that you don't know what sort of person this vicious wolf is? If today, you abandon your course, I am willing to gift you 1,000,000 inkstones, what do you say? Linley raised an eyebrow. Chief Sturton. Linley immediately looked over. Sturton was exceedingly powerfully built, and he wore a black robe on his body. He stood in midair as though he were a mountain, utterly unshakable. Ha, what a joke. Plotman's, Kaladi character is better than yours, at least. In addition, 1,000,000 inkstones? If you were willing to give me half of your Gerard Black Dragons, that wouldn't be bad. In the opposing army, there was a person at least 3 meters tall whose face was covered with whiskers and a face that looked like a tiger's. The tiger-headed man didn't give the chief of the Black Dragon tribe, Sturton, any face at all. The other person, a skinny man dressed in a long golden robe, laughed evilly. Sturton, you've taken sole possession of those thousands of Gerard Black Dragons for so long. Don't you feel you are a bit too black-hearted? If you are willing to divide those thousands of Gerard Black Dragons into 3 parts, allowing the 3 of us to split them equally, then today, the people that I brought will immediately leave, along with Rashtil. What do you say? Humph. A cold snort rang out. Sturton swept them with a cold gaze. I acquired these Gerard dragons in the past when I risked my life for them. Why should I give them to you? Linley, in the midst of the other members of the Black Dragon tribe, felt his heart grow cold. It seems the enemy is composed of an alliance of 2 other tribes. This will be troublesome. Ha, the tiger-headed warrior, Rashjil, laughed loudly. Klotman, let's not waste any more words with this Sturton. Let's just kill him. We'll split those Gerard black dragons evenly. The skinny, golden-robed man laughed coldly as well. Big brother Rashjil, well spoken. Mother Fasterus Kerr. Sturton's face became ferocious. He immediately sent out his divine sense. First Regiment, launch a group spiritual attack. Nearly 800 members of the Black Dragon army suddenly, simultaneously brandished the weapons in their hands. Countless illusory images shot out from their weapons in a dense barrage. Kill! The 2 leaders of the enemy forces shouted as well, and 1,000 of the 3,000 members of the enemy forces also launched spiritual attacks in a very practiced manner. Large amounts of illusory images instantly clashed throughout the air in between the 2 armies, either dissipating after clashing into each other, or continuing to shoot towards the enemy forces. Good heavens! If tens of thousands of people used a combination soul attack at the same time, most likely even a high god would be doomed. Linley stared, slack-jawed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 7, A Bloody Battle. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 7, A Bloody Battle. At a distance of several kilometers, the forces of the Black Dragon tribe and the forces of the 2 combined enemy armies began to rain down attacks upon each other. A distance of several kilometers, given the speed of soul attacks, was instantly crossed. Linley and the other ordinary members of the Black Dragon tribe could clearly see that in mid-air, a large number of semi-translucent illusions pierced through the sky, attacking the opponents. Boom! A portion of the soul attacks collided in mid-air, but the majority of the soul attacks passed through to attack the opponents. The warriors of the 2 sides wanted to dodge and avoid these soul attacks. However, the soul attacks covered the entire sky, and so quite a few unlucky god-level warriors were still struck by those soul attacks. Upon being struck, even if they didn't die, their souls would still be affected. Boom! Boom! Corpses of the warriors of the 2 sides began to fall down from the skies. Semi, Sun Mi. Third brother. Those god-level warriors all began to feel grief and rage. This battle fought by armies that are completely composed of gods. Linley and the other members of the tribe were behind the army. Watching this scene, he felt extremely stunned. In an instant, dozens of gods perished. This sort of organized battle is truly terrifying. The nearby Bibi said quietly, if an army of hundreds of thousands of deities join forces in an attack, even a high god would be finished. Delia's face changed as well. How could they possibly see a battle like this in the Yulan continent? But in the infernal realm, this was nothing more than a battle between tribes. Linley couldn't help but think back to what he had experienced in the necropolis of the gods. That time, at the 11th floor of the necropolis of the gods, he had encountered a million abyssal blade demons. At that time, those millions of abyssal blade demons had dove down while brandishing their blades en masse, resulting in nearly a million energy blows raining down upon them. Linley's group had nearly been done for. Whoosh! Suddenly, several rays of soul attacks shot out towards Linley's group. Quick, dodge! Linley immediately shouted through his divine sense. Not just them. Many of the other members of the Black Dragon tribe dodged as well. Many soul attacks, after being deflected by the god-level warriors of one side, actually flew towards Linley's group. These were god-level soul attacks, while the majority of those below the army were demigods. Generally speaking, if they got hit they would most likely die. Let's not stay behind the army. Bibi's face was sour. It's too easy to get hit by the remnant attacks. Linley took a close glance at the unfolding battle between the tribes. The battle is growing more and more vicious. Physical attacks. Sturton howled angrily. He was utterly enraged that 2 tribes were joining forces against him. Under Sturton's command, the Black Dragon army's warriors all began to unleash their physical attacks. The battle was being raised to a new level. Whoosh! Rays of blue sword energy pierced through the sky. Wherever the sword energy passed, space itself began to ripple. The infernal realm was far more stable than the material planes. In the Yulan plane, Linley could easily cut open the walls of reality, but this was the infernal realm. It would be impressive if Linley was able to create even spatial ripples. Gruel! An enormous elemental beast appeared out of nowhere. One enormous beast after another appeared in midair, biting and tearing at each other. Boom! A thick blast of lightning slashed through the air, attacking the enemies. Rai-up! The warriors of the two sides wildly attacked each other in mid-air. When a god was struck by several material attacks at once, he would be disintegrated. In but a single exchange of blows, dozens of god sparks fell down from mid-air. The situation looks bad. Linley frowned. The Black Dragon army numbers less than 2,000, while the opponent's forces have 3,000. If they kept on fighting head-on like this, the Black Dragon tribe would be at a great disadvantage. Ah, Sturton, today, you will definitely die. The skinny, gold-robed man's shrill voice rang out, while the other, tiger-headed warrior also bellowed, "Brothers, kill them! Kill them all! Spare no one!" Sturton's face was savage. "All members of the Black Dragon tribe, annihilate the enemies!" Sturton roared furiously. Instantly, the nearly 20,000 members of the Black Dragon tribe that had been located behind the army all simultaneously drew their weapons and released their most powerful attacks. The entire sky was filled with illusory sword shadows, massive elemental beasts, and all sorts of shadows. Over 10,000 attacks instantly filled the skies, attacking the opponents. Kill them! The members of the Black Dragon tribe no longer held back. Linley, Delia, and Bibi couldn't help but feel astonished. "Linley, quick, help attack!" An explosive shout sounded out from nearby, causing Linley to be startled. Turning, Linley saw that Crotty, normally so friendly and so fragile-looking, now had a savage look on his face. Looking like an enraged lion, he shouted towards Linley's group, "We're at the final stages now. If the army is finished, we are also finished. Those people will exterminate us. Kill them all, kill them!" Bibi was the first to react. He immediately howled loudly, "Kill!" At the same time, that black dagger appeared in his hands and created rays of black light which shot towards the opponents. This black dagger was the dagger which Beirut had given him. Everyone had gone mad. They were struggling for survival. Kill! Linley and Delia withdrew their weapons as well. Not caring about picking out a specific enemy, they swung their weapons towards the direction of their enemies. Linley was wielding his adamantine heavy sword. Dozens of enormous earthen swords appeared and swung outwards. Although superficially, these enormous earthen swords looked like physical elemental attacks, in reality, they had been infused with the throbbing pulse of the world. "Charge over there and kill those Black Dragon tribesmen!" The enemy leader, that tiger-headed warrior, bellowed out. "Charge over and kill them!" Sturton howled as well. Previously, everyone had been exchanging long-range blows. By now, however, everyone had lost friends or family, and their eyes had become red with bloodlust. The two sides instantly traversed the distance between them, engaging in a slaughter in mid-air. Hundreds of full gods directly charged towards the group of demigods. There was a large difference between demigods and gods, especially now when hundreds of gods were charging over. What is Sturton doing? Linley was extremely unhappy. The Black Dragon tribe's warriors clearly are inferior to the opponents in strength, and yet he still ignores everything else in favor of battle. By now, he should strike out by himself and destroy the enemy commanders. This is the only option. When your forces were inferior to your opponent's forces, the fastest way to achieve victory was to kill the leaders of your opponents. However, Linley wasn't Sturton. Linley had no way of knowing what Sturton was thinking. Next to Linley, Crotty suddenly stared at a large, tall figure who was falling from mid-air. His eyes instantly turned red, and he let out a fierce cry, "Big brother!" His big brother had taken care of him when they were in the material planes, and had continued to do so up to this very day. But today, his big brother had died. Kill! Crotty lost himself in rage. His eyes completely red, he wanted to charge towards the enemies. "Crotty!" Linley shouted explosively at him through divine sense, and this sound caused him to wake up slightly. "Quick, retreat, go back. If you die here, there's no point to it at all," Linley said frantically. At this point, the armies were engaged in wide-scale warfare. Linley wasn't able to do anything right now. All he could do was try to protect their lives as best as possible. In addition, Linley's group was located towards the rear. The enemy's gods had yet to reach their position yet. Ha! A loud laugh rang out from nearby. Only a few dozen meters away from Linley, 6 demigods of the Black Dragon tribe suddenly exploded, and their 6 demigod sparks were seized by 3 hands. It was 3 enemy god warriors, who had instantly killed those 6 demigods. Clearly, they had now noticed Linley's group. There's gods here who were too cowardly to join the army? One of them, a savage-faced, bald man, shouted wildly. "Brothers, kill them all! Kill them all!" The enemy side had 3 god-level warriors. Like starving wolves, they charged towards Linley's group. The eyes of those god-level warriors were flashing with red light, a bloodthirsty look in them. "Delia, protect yourself!" Linley shouted with his divine sense. "You are looking for death!" Bibi shouted explosively. He was the first to charge the attackers. Humph! The sinister bald man charged towards Linley. Clearly, he had noticed that Linley was just a demigod. "Die, punk!" The spear in the bald man's hands, covered with yellow dots, pierced straight towards Linley. With a flip of his hand, Linley thrust out with his adamantine heavy sword. The yellow-mottled spear clashed with the adamantine heavy sword. During that instant, Linley's adamantine heavy sword suddenly swayed strangely, not blocking the attack of that spear, allowing it to pierce towards himself. "Ha!" The bald man stared, astonished. Clang! In Linley's left hand, blood violet suddenly appeared, and it blocked the tip of that mottled yellow spear. "Humph!" The bald man sneered. "Punk, you have no idea at all that my ultimate attack is a soul attack." An illusory spear shadow pierced straight into Linley's body, charging towards Linley's consciousness. However, as the bald man executed his ultimate attack, Linley's adamantine heavy sword landed on the bald man's body as well. So what if you are skilled at soul attacks? A demigod is far too weak to do anything. The bald man wasn't worried. But suddenly, his face changed dramatically as Linley's Voidwave sword easily pierced through his soul defense. The bald man couldn't help but stare in Linley at astonishment. "Ah, you," but instantly, his eyes turned dim. "The power of my Voidwave sword is already 3 times that of 20 or so years ago." Linley's gaze was cold and remorseless. When he had been at Mount Copper Gong, Linley had just begun to fuse the throbbing pulse of the world with the essence of the earth, resulting in its power increasing by several times. Now that 20 years had passed, the essence of the earth had already become more than halfway fused with the throbbing pulse of the world. At this level of being more than halfway fused, the Voidwave sword was now at a level of power that was 3 times that of the past. How could this bald man possibly block it? And as for the bald man's attack, anyone who specialized in soul attacks would be in for a world of trouble upon meeting Linley. "Delia, Linley hurriedly turned to look. He saw 8 Delias in midair, while the god who wanted to pursue and kill Delia was moving very slowly. Bibi suddenly charged right in front of him. "Die!" Bibi looked like a delicate, fragile youth, but right now, he was completely merciless. Crunch! The black dagger pierced through that god's head. "Ah!" Even up till now, that god stared at Delia, unwilling to accept this outcome. He had never imagined that Delia, a god, had actually gained insights into the most bizarre profound mystery of the elemental laws of the wind, the spatial wind. The 3 gods had died. At this time, Linley collected the divine artifact, divine spark, and interspatial ring of the bald man. Phew! The 8 Delias transformed back into one, then flew over, laughing towards Linley. "Linley, what do you think of my teamwork with Bibi?" Bibi said in surprised joy as well, "Boss, that technique of Delia's just now was very powerful." Those 2 gods were both affected by it, and their speed lowered dramatically, as though their hands and feet were tied. I seized the opportunity to kill both of them. It was simply too easy. Linley stared at Delia in astonishment. "Linley, didn't I tell you in the past? That year when we wed, I absorbed the demigod-level wind-style divine spark which had profound mysteries that were similar to the void extermination spell, right? This is known as the profound mysteries of the spatial wind. Delia explained. Linley nodded. I discovered that those 3 profound mysteries contained within that niche divine spark aren't as useful as that single profound mystery. Delia sighed. Linley let out a relieved breath as well. The elemental laws of wind did indeed have to do with space and dimensions. This profound mysteries of the spatial wind should be a very powerful type of profound mystery. Most likely, Lord Beirut had spent quite some effort in selecting this divine spark for her. Linley felt gratitude in his heart. Turning to look, he saw that the battle around them was extremely bloody, and many people in the tribe had died. Linley suddenly had a surge of emotion. This sort of battle between tribes was a microcosm of the infernal realm as a whole. Even life in a tribe was so dangerous, what about the entire infernal realm? We have to survive here in the infernal realm. Linley looked at Delia and Bibi as he murmured to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 8, Survival of the Fittest. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 8, Survival of the Fittest. Sturden stood there in midair. Although the battle around him was fierce, he was like a rock amidst the waves. Nobody was able to budge him at all. Sturton watched everything coldly. The warriors and members of the tribe died, but he didn't care at all. It is about time. Sturton muttered softly. Let's do it. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. 3 people suddenly charged out from within those black uniformed warriors of the Black Dragon army. These 3 black-robed figures moved almost at the same time that Sturton did, charging towards the 2 enemy leaders. The tiger-headed warrior and the skinny, gold-robed man both laughed. Sturton really did have something up his sleeve. Only, I didn't expect he'd actually have 3 of them. The gold-robed man, Klotman, said in a low voice. Fortunately, we made preparations as well. The tiger-headed man said coldly. The gold-robed Klotman narrowed his eyes, a freezing aura shooting forth from them. With a low growl, he said, "Kill." As his voice rang out, 2 grey-robed men suddenly charged out from within their troops. These 2 grey-robed men and the 2 leaders simultaneously charged towards their enemies. The 3 black-robed men and Sturton. The 2 grey-robed men, Klotman and Rashtil. 4 on 4. You invited fiends as well? Sturton said in a cold voice. You really are rich. You invited 3. Clayton let out a sneering laugh. The 2 sides immediately dispensed with words. 4 on each side. 8 in total. These 8 people were all high gods, and high gods who had become deities through their own power. Every single one of them had their own special abilities, and they began to wildly fight against each other. Boom! Space itself shook, and terrifying waves of energy blasted out in every direction. What? Many people stared over in astonishment. Fighting one-on-one, the 4 pairs of people fought wildly in mid-air, causing those terrifying spatial tremors to spread out in every direction constantly. One's body transformed into nothingness. Another's transformed into an enormous elemental beast. Still another transformed into the shape of a sword. A battle between high gods was exceedingly vicious. The 4 pairs of combatants fought against each other, and no one dared to draw near. Even those god-level warriors of the 2 sides which had been fighting all out against each other earlier now came to a halt as if by mutual agreement, and the fierceness of the battle dropped dramatically. Everyone really is pragmatic. Linley watched the scene unfold. Just now, the leaders of both sides had only been watching as those warriors fought against each other. But now that the leaders of the 2 sides were fighting, the warriors came to a halt as though by taciturn understanding. Delia laughed calmly. It's normal. Nobody wants to die. Right now, the leaders are fighting each other. Whichever side's leader survives will be the side which obtains victory. To these warriors, it doesn't make much of a difference as to who their leader is. Linley watched those 4 pairs of high gods battle it out in midair. He had to admit that the power of a high god vastly outstripped that of a god. At the very least, a high god has mastered every single profound mystery in an elemental law. Linley sighed to himself. Only, there's differences in the level of fusion. Weak high gods might not have fused any profound mysteries at all. Stronger high gods, by contrast, might have fused 2 profound mysteries, or 3 or more for the powerful ones. 2 died. Linley raised his head, watching the battle as he spoke softly. The 8 high gods that had been battling each other had already suffered 2 casualties. It was the golden-robed Klotman and a black-robed man. Just then, during the 4-on-4 battle, the golden-robed Klotman had been fighting against that black-robed man. Klotman, suffering a severe injury in turn, managed to kill the black-robed man. But just at that moment, Sturton suddenly transformed into 2 clones and attacked, killing the heavily wounded Klotman. Although Klotman also had a clone of his own, his clone was only a god. It was destroyed as well. Sturton. The tiger-headed warrior's face changed. I didn't expect that your wind-style clone has reached the high god level as well. Humph. Sturton sneered. First, Klotman. Next, you. To people like them, they usually wouldn't choose to utilize fusing divine sparks. They would only become deities through training. Is that so? A cold look flashed through the eyes of the tiger-headed man. Suddenly, a figure flew out of his own as well. This figure pounced towards his opponent, another black-robed man. This essentially meant that the tiger-headed warrior and that shadowy figure were joining forces against their opponent. A high god clone. The black-robed man was frightened into an immediate retreat. Sturton's face changed. Looking at the tiger-headed warrior, he said, Rashtil, you hit it really well. Not as well as you. The shadow solidified. It was the darkness-type clone of the tiger-headed warrior, Rashtil. Watching in the distance, Linley had to sigh in amazement. That seemingly rash and foolish tiger-headed warrior, Rashtil, isn't one whit less sinister than Sturton. Linley now understood that perhaps Sturton and Raschel had some secret, ulterior motives for allowing their subordinates to do battle against each other. Right at this moment. Lord Bertie, Bodhi, how much longer are you planning to wait? Sturton sent a message with his divine sense. Suddenly, in midair, a black light solidified, transforming into a silver-haired, silver-robed elder. This silver-robed elder was wielding a long black whip in his hands, and he charged leisurely towards the tiger-headed warrior and those two grey-robed men. Whoosh! The long whip danced out, causing space to distort. One of the grey-robed men let out a cold sneer. The spear in his hands lengthened, and wherever it passed, black flames appeared out of nowhere. The long whip and the long spear collided. Humph! The silver-robed elder sneered. Ah! The grey-robed man's entire body began to convulse. He let out a few agonized cries, and then he stopped moving, falling down from the skies. This scene terrified many of the onlookers. Everyone had witnessed the power of that grey-robed man. He definitely was a fairly powerful high god. But in front of that silver-robed elder, he had been defeated within a single exchange. It is Bertie of Castle Greensnake. The face of the tiger-headed warrior, Raschel, changed dramatically. He glanced disbelievingly at Sturton. Sturton, he didn't imagine that the chief of the Black Dragon tribe, Sturton, would actually ask for help from Castle Greensnake. Bertie? The other lucky survivor, the grey-robed man, was greatly shocked. Bertie's fame was fairly well known throughout the Nightblaze prefecture, and he was a fairly powerful expert. At the very least, he wasn't someone whom the likes of them could stand against. Flee! Without hesitating at all, the tiger-headed warrior and the grey-robed man transformed into multiple shadows, fleeing at high speed. If a powerful high god wished to flee, other high gods generally wouldn't be able to kill them. Humph! The silver-robed elder sneered, then glanced sideways at Sturton. Sturton immediately revealed a smile on his face. You handle affairs here. I'm going back now. Bertie said, and then he exploded, transforming into a large amount of black light which then disappeared. Sturton looked at the surrounding, astonished people. In a bright voice, he said, warriors of the Golden Wolf tribe and the Snow Tiger tribe, you now have the choice of joining our Black Dragon tribe. But of course, you can resist as well. If you choose resistance, Sturton let out a cold laugh. The warriors of the two tribes looked at each other. Now that Clotman was dead, the Golden Wolf tribe was finished. The Snow Tiger tribe's power had dropped greatly as well. Now of course, your family and friends can join our Black Dragon tribe as well. Sturton laughed brightly. Our Black Dragon tribe will definitely bring you more wealth and security than you previously had. If you agree to join our tribe, then sheath your weapons. Those god-level warriors looked at each other. Some of the gods of the Golden Wolf tribe sheathed their weapons. Their leader was dead. Naturally, they had to surrender. After all, without the protection of a tribe, their lives would be very difficult. After the first few people began to surrender, the others began to surrender and choose to join the Black Dragon tribe as well. To them, the identity of their leader didn't make much of a difference. He was the one that killed my big brother. Crotty growled softly as he stared at a distant person. Those surrendered warriors had some enmities now with many of the survivors of the Black Dragon tribe. Only Sturton's presence in the Black Dragon tribe was too intimidating, so no one dared to say anything. But one could imagine that in the future, the Black Dragon tribe would have quite a few internal struggles. Humph! Sturton glanced out of the corner of his eyes, seeing the hatred in some of the eyes of his tribesmen. He just let out a soft laugh. He didn't care about the deaths of a few tribesmen. This was the infernal realm. Survival of the fittest was the natural law of this place. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year passed. The battle of half a year ago had actually caused the population of the Black Dragon tribe to increase greatly. In particular, a majority of the Golden Wolf tribe's tribesmen had joined in. The Black Dragon tribe's population reached nearly 30,000. In particular, the number of god-level warriors had increased to nearly 3,000. Sturton had wanted to annihilate the Snow Tiger tribe, but afterwards, he discovered that the Snow Tiger tribe had already moved away from their original location. Clearly, the tiger-headed leader, Raschel, had predicted long ago that Sturton would come for revenge. Knowing he wouldn't be able to resist, he had immediately led his people elsewhere. At Linley's residence. Crotty, if you want revenge now, your only choice is to endure. Your current power is far inferior to your enemy's. Right now, he doesn't know that you are his enemy. You can calmly train. There will come the day when you will have a chance to take revenge. Linley advised. This entire time, Crotty had wanted to get revenge for his big brother. But his enemy was a god, after all. Crotty's power was far inferior to his opponent's. I know, Linley. Crotty's face was sunken, but he nodded. Boom! A vibration came from outside. Linley mused, it seems there's a battle outside again. The nearby Delia sighed as well and said, thousands of members of the Black Dragon tribe died half a year ago during that battle. Many of their family and friends are still alive. Of course they want revenge. Fortunately, that battle was so chaotic that the vast majority don't know who the killers of their loved ones were. Otherwise, the tribe would be in a state of chaos. Linley nodded in agreement. Who cares if it is in chaos or not? Bibi laughed coldly. As long as they don't cause trouble for us. If they do, we'll kill any who come. Crotty, if you don't mind, I can help you get revenge. Bibi said quite magnanimously. No need. Crotty's gaze was cold. There will come a day when I personally get revenge. Linley, Bibi, I won't disturb you any further. I'm going back now. After this experience, Crotty was no longer as cheerful as he had been in the past. Soon after Crotty's departure, someone else came. It was a familiar figure, Buffett. Linley, didn't you want to go to Royal Wing City? Tomorrow, our Black Dragon tribe will send a group of people on a metallic creature to head out. If you want to go, each of you needs to prepare 5 inkstones. Buffett reminded them with a laugh. Truly? Bibi was the first to stand up. Linley and Delia were greatly overjoyed as well. They had already waited quite a long while for this day. Mr. Buffett, thank you so much, truly. Linley felt great gratitude in his heart. He would finally be able to leave the Black Dragon tribe. Buffett let out a long sigh, then laughed. Linley, actually, when last time you refused to join the army, I knew that you didn't want to stay at the Black Dragon tribe. Actually, leaving is fine. Buffett instructed, but Linley, Royal Wing City isn't a place where just anyone can stay. You need to make some preparations. Right. I understand. Linley's mood was excellent right now. Early next dawn, Linley, Delia, and Bibi first went to bid farewell to some of the friends they had made in the Black Dragon tribe. Crotty, no matter what, don't be hasty. Linley instructed. Linley, the infernal realm is vast and boundless. Royal Wing City is one of the 10 cities of the Nightblaze Prefecture. The Black Dragon tribe is just a small place. That place is a large city. You have to work hard to stabilize your footing in Royal Wing City. That won't be an easy task. Crotty actually encouraged Linley rather than vice versa. Linley chuckled. Don't worry. A small affair like this can't possibly stop me. Bibi rubbed his nose, laughing delightedly. The metallic creature has come. Delia suddenly spoke. Raising his head, Linley saw that in the air above Sturton's black castle, a metallic creature was there, having transformed into a black dragon while hovering in mid-air. A number of people, spread throughout the Black Dragon tribe, began to fly towards it. Linley, Delia, and Bibi bid farewell to their friends, then flew towards the metallic creature as well. Farewell, Black Dragon tribe. Linley lowered his head, looking down at the slowly disappearing Black Dragon tribe and its mountains. This was the first place where Linley had settled down and upon arriving at the infernal realm. In the future, he would most likely never return to this place again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 9, Omnipresent Danger. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 9, Omnipresent Danger. The metallic creature that had transformed into an enormous black dragon coiled in the air midway up the mountain. All of the members of the Black Dragon who wished to head to Royal Wing City all flew over, while a young, muscular man stood at the flank of the metallic creature, opening the doorway. All of you, come. Everyone who wishes to go to Royal Wing City, 5 inkstones each. The young, muscular warrior called out loudly in a disdainful manner. Those who wanted to go Royal Wing City numbered over 100. Linley's group naturally was amongst them. 5 inkstones each. The 3 of them needed to pay 15 inkstones. Originally, when selling off those 4 demigod artifacts, they had acquired 20 inkstones. More than half was now being used up, just like that. It really is expensive. Bibi muttered in a low voice. Didn't you hear what Buffett said? Linley said softly. This metallic creature is reserved for the members of the tribe only, and only members of the tribe are qualified to pay 5 inkstones for passage in a group. The members of other tribes aren't even qualified to enter this metallic creature. As they spoke, it now came to Linley's turn. 3 of us. Linley indicated, then withdrew 2 of the long inkstones, each one equivalent to 10 inkstones. The muscular young man accepted them, then gave Linley 5 smaller inkstones. Impatiently, he said, hurry up. Next, Linley's group immediately entered the metallic creature's interior. The inside of the metallic creature was extremely large. It was separated into a forward cabin and a rear cabin. Those who paid 5 inkstones like Linley's group were all placed in the rear cabin, which had a large number of seats automatically created by the metallic creature itself. The seats were created in rows of 4 each. Linley's group of 3 naturally selected the same row. I want the window. BB immediately sat on the inside, which allowed him to see through the metallic creature's translucent sides towards the outside. Delia sat next to Linley on the outside. Finally, we're leaving the Black Dragon tribe. Linley and Delia exchanged a laugh, their hands coming together. As one tribesman after another entered, the spaces in the rear cabin began to fill up. A tousled, jade-haired youngster laughed as he greeted Linley, then sat down next to him. Hi there. My name is Debra, Dibola. The jade-haired youth said in a very friendly manner towards Linley, seated next to him. I am Linley. Linley nodded in a friendly manner. In the infernal realm, one's status was primarily determined by one's power. This Debra was only a demigod. Debra had the sense that the woman, Delia, and the youngster, Bibi, had auras that caused him to feel fear. He felt that Linley, however, should be a demigod. Linley, why are you headed to Royal Wing City? Debra asked curiously. Me? This is my first time in the infernal realm. I want to take a look in Royal Wing City. I've never gone there before. You? Linley asked with a calm laugh. Debra lowered his voice. I want to sell a divine artifact, but selling it in the tribe is too disadvantageous. Thus I decided to go sell it at Royal Wing City. This was my good fortune. Half a year ago, during that big battle, I was lucky enough to snatch up a god artifact. During that battle, many gods had fallen. At that time, Linley and the other 2 had killed 3 gods, then seized their divine artifacts, sparks, and interspatial rings. During battles, tribesmen who acquired any ordinary items didn't need to offer it to the chief, the items went to whoever acquired them. This was the rule of the tribe. Your luck really isn't bad. Linley laughed calmly and said a few words of praise. Rumble. The metallic creature moved, and a wild surge of energy was released as it instantly transformed into a blur, disappearing from the air above the mountain and departing from the Black Dragon tribe. It's begun. Linley murmured to himself. From here to Royal Wing City will take half a month or so. This half a month will be very boring. The jade-haired youth next to Linley, Debra, said in a somewhat resigned manner. Half a month? Linley had a thought. He remembered back to what Crotty had said. The city closest to the Black Dragon tribe, Royal Wing City, was over 10 million kilometers away from Black Dragon tribe. Since they would arrive in half a month, that meant that this metallic creature was capable of moving roughly 1 million kilometers a day. Pipe down. Suddenly, an icy shout rang out from up front. Linley and the others turned to look, and saw that at the corridor between the rear cabin and the front cabin, a golden-haired elder entered the rear cabin, followed by several gods. Lord Edmund, Aida Meng, has come as well. The jade-haired Debra said softly in surprise. Who is Edmund? Linley lowered his voice as well. Debra explained, Lord Edmund is the chief steward for Lord Chief Sturton. I didn't expect that Lord Edmund is going on this trip to Royal Wing City as well. For even Lord Edmund to be sent, it seems there is a major deal to be made this time in Royal Wing City. Debra's understanding of the Black Dragon tribe was far greater than Linley's. Linley looked in surprise towards the distant Edmund as well. Chief Steward? This Edmund should be a high god. Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley nodded to himself as well. Edmund's gaze was cold and clear as he looked at everyone in the rear cabin. In a calm voice, he barked, Is there anyone here who is going to Royal Wing City for the first time? If this is your first time, stand up. Immediately, 2 people in the rear cabin stood up. Linley, Delia, and Bibi glanced at each other, then stood up as well. Edmund swept them with his gaze, nodding calmly. 5 in total. And then, he walked towards Linley's group, which was closer. Walking next to them, he saw Debra and then chuckled, Debra, you are going as well, young fellow? Go ahead and tell them some of the necessary information they need to be aware of in Royal Wing City. If they cause a disaster, they will die, but more importantly, I don't want the 3 of them to cause any problems for the tribe. Yes, me lord. Don't worry. I will definitely tell them everything they need to be aware of. The jade-haired youth, Debra, said hurriedly. Edmund nodded calmly. If there are any problems, I'll come looking for you. The 3 of you, sit down. After speaking, Edmund walked towards the back, similarly ordering the people next to the other 2 newcomers to tell them what they needed to be aware of. After finishing speaking, Edmund led his people out of the rear cabin and returned to the front cabin. The front cabin was where the forces who directly served Chief Sturton stayed. What do I need to be aware of when heading to Royal Wing City? Lindley looked at Debra. Debra laughed and nodded. There are indeed a few things. First of all, when you enter any city in the Infernal Realm, you have to pay the city entrance fee. The entrance fee is 1 inkstone per person. So greedy. Lindley said to himself. Debra continued, after entering the city, it is best for you to follow with the tribespeople and not run about rashly. This is because after finishing up, everyone is going to immediately leave Royal Wing City on that very same day and return back to the tribe. Return on the same day? Lindley was somewhat surprised. But as Lindley saw it, this didn't matter much to him, as he didn't have any plans to return to the Black Dragon tribe at all. Right. Return on the same day. This is because Royal Wing City, actually, not just Royal Wing City, but every city in the Infernal Realm, has a night curfew. From midnight until 5 in the morning, nobody is permitted to be on the streets or alleyways of the city. If you are caught, if you are a citizen of Royal Wing City, it isn't as severe, after some punishment, you'll be released. But if you aren't a citizen of Royal Wing City, then, you will never be able to return to the Black Dragon tribe. Debra said solemnly. Lindley was startled. Are you saying that if you are caught at night, you are finished? Lindley stared at Debra in astonishment. Debra nodded solemnly. Thus, we usually return to the Black Dragon tribe that same day. We definitely won't stay the night at Royal Wing City. This is because staying a single time at some of the hotels in Royal Wing City will cost more than 100 inkstones. Who is willing to pay that sort of price? Over 100 inkstones? The nearby BB turned his head. Right. Debra nodded with certainty. Lindley's group was astonished. The cost of living in Royal Wing City was simply too terrifying. No wonder, Crotty had once said that it was very hard for a person to establish himself in Royal Wing City. Black Dragon, hurry up and come to a halt. When passing through our Mount Petter, Futier, you need to leave behind some valuables. A loud, clear voice rang out, shaking through the entire metallic creature. Both the passengers in the front and rear cabins were astonished. Everyone understood. Not good. They had encountered bandits. We just headed out a short while ago, and we already encountered bandits? Lindley was surprised. It must be understood that Royal Wing City was nearly half a month away from them. According to this sort of frequency, how many bandits would they encounter on the way? Lindley looked at Delia and Bibi, saying to himself, no wonder that Buffett had previously said that if the three of us roamed the Infernal Realm by ourselves, we wouldn't survive more than a day or two. There are simply too many bandit groups in the Infernal Realm. Lindley and the other two peered through the translucent glass and saw a large group of people hovering in midair, their leader dressed in a deep blue robe, his blue hair unbound, and with a single horn in his forehead. A single horn? Lindley understood that many other races had different aesthetic standards than humans. Even in human form, they would keep some traces of what they themselves considered most beautiful, such as a horn. This was most likely the case for this bandit leader. There were 70 or 80 people here. They had summoned an enormous elemental beast to block this metallic creature. The jade-haired youth Debra, by Lindley's side, laughed. Don't worry, Lindley. There won't be any problems. Humph. When did you take over Mount Petter? Can it be that you don't even recognize our Black Dragon tribe? The voice of the chief steward, Edmund, rang out. At the same time, Edmund and those two black-robed men flew out of the metallic creature as well. Lindley saw those two black-robed people through the translucent glass. He was immediately surprised. These are the two black-robed men who helped Lord Sturton in that battle half a year ago. At that time, there were a total of 3 black-robed men. One of them had died. These two were the ones who had survived. In the air above Mount Petter, the metallic lifeform had come to a halt. When the nearly 80 or so deities saw those 3 people come out, they were all terrified. They couldn't sense the power level of these 3 people. Clearly, all 3 of them were high gods. Those 2 black-robed men in particular even had a fiend medallion on their chest. Fiends! Those bandits were terrified. They had run into a brick wall. 3 high gods, 2 of which were fiends. More than enough to wipe them all out. Milords, my truest apologies. We made a mistake. The horned man said in terror. Humph, bastard. Disappear from my sight. Edmund shouted coldly. Yes, yes. The horned man was overjoyed. Not hesitating at all, he led his subordinates back downwards, instantly disappearing into the depths of Mount Petter below. This scene caused Linley to sigh to himself that these bandits truly were weak. However, that was only in comparison to high gods. If Linley and the other two had encountered these bandits, then it would be very problematic. After all, the enemy had an entire group of deities, including 34 gods. The metallic creature continued forward. The infernal realm really is dangerous. Linley sighed. Right. All we can do is follow the forces of the tribe. That's the only chance we have of entering Royal Wing City. Debra sighed as well. But Linley, the infernal realm does have some safe zones with no danger, where no one dares to fight. In those places, you can live a very safe life. Oh? Linley was greatly shocked. During this period of time in the infernal realm, all he had seen was vicious battles. The feeling the infernal realm had given him was that any place was ripe for battle and for plunder, with danger everywhere. But from Debra's words, it seemed there were some safe zones after all. Right. In the infernal realm, every single prefecture has around 10 cities. The cities are safe. Debra said solemnly. Linley, this is something I have to warn you about. You absolutely cannot fight or kill within the borders of Royal Wing City. If you are captured, then in the future, the repercussions will be even worse than if you are caught violating curfew. Not only will you be finished, our entire tribe will most likely face trouble. Not allowed to engage in battle? Linley actually felt relieved. Since that was the case, then nobody else would act against them in Royal Wing City either. It seemed. Royal Wing City truly was a safe haven. Sadly, the entire Nightblaze prefecture has a circumference of 1 billion kilometers, but each of the 10 cities only has a circumference of roughly 1,000 kilometers. They are too small. Living in Royal Wing City is far too expensive as well. Debra shook his head, letting out a sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 10, The Three Castles of Royal Wing City. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 10, The Three Castles of Royal Wing City. Hearing these two numbers, Linley ran some mental calculations. His heart couldn't help but tremble. A circumference of 1 billion kilometers meant that in size, it was over 1 trillion times the size of an area with a circumference of 1,000 kilometers. Even the 10 cities combined, in terms of size, were just 100 billionth of the total size of the Nightblaze prefecture. 100 billionth. This contrast was simply too shocking. Only the elites of the infernal realm should be able to establish themselves in Royal Wing City. Linley said to himself. The jade-haired youth, Debra, sighed. If in my lifetime, I am able to become a citizen of Royal Wing City, I would feel contentment. Unfortunately, it is too hard. Debra didn't have enough confidence in himself. To become a citizen of a city in the infernal realm was something that was worthy of being proud over. Linley had just entered the infernal realm. Although he could sense some things from the 1 in a trillion number, he hadn't lived here long enough, so his feelings weren't as strong. Upon departing the Black Dragon tribe, the number of bandit attacks they had encountered actually wasn't that high. This was because all of the bandit forces that had been established in this area for some time knew about the local tribes, and they knew what the metallic creature serving the Black Dragon tribe usually transformed into. Despite that, however, they still encountered some bandits who wanted to stop them. The chief steward, Edmund, and those two fiends couldn't be bothered to lower themselves to deal with those bandits. All they did was show their faces to frighten them. The 16th day after they departed from the Black Dragon tribe, the people in the rear cabin of the metallic creature grew excited. Through the translucent metal, they were able to see an enormous city formed from giant slabs of violet stones. The Violet City was a city which emanated an ancient, noble aura. Royal Wing City. One of the 10 great cities of the Nightblaze prefecture. This is Royal Wing City? BB's eyes were shining. Linley and Delia both excitedly looked at the enormous city as well, a city with circumference of 1,000 kilometers. This was something which did not exist in the Yulan continent. In particular, the stones which the cities of the infernal realm were made out of shared the same hardness as adamantine. We finally arrived. Linley murmured to himself. And then, the many people within the metallic creature flew out. The people of the Black Dragon tribe gathered together in midair, and the chief steward, Edmund, swept everyone with his gaze while saying loudly, "Everyone, remember, our tribe's metallic creature will return to the Black Dragon tribe after the blood sun lowers and the violet moon rises. As for our gathering spot, it will be right here. If there is anyone who is missing by the time we leave, we won't wait for you." Everyone understood this principle. All right. Everyone, prepare to pay the city entrance fee. Edmund spoke, then led the group flying towards the gates of Royal Wing City. Linley, Delia, and Bibi were seeing a city of the infernal realm for the first time. They felt it was very new and interesting. While following the tribesmen and flying over, they also stared at the ancient, majestic, violet stone city. So many people. Bibi exhaled in amazement as he stared around himself. There were too many people who wanted to enter the city. They came from every direction, and had formed a long queue outside the city. Nobody dared to rashly charge in at this place. Even the chief steward, Edmund, lined up in an ordinarily fashion, waiting to pay the entrance fee. Ha! Bibi suddenly stared in shock at the city gates. Those two black-robed men entered without paying the fee. Fiends! Linley discovered this as well. The two fiends who had traveled alongside them didn't line up to pay the entrance fee. They headed directly into Royal Wing City, and the guards at the gates of Royal Wing City didn't stop them either. Red Butt Army soldiers, the Prefecture Army soldiers, and fiends. These three types of people don't need to pay any fees when entering the city. The jade-haired youth, Debra, explained from behind Linley. They all have some special privileges. Thus, there are many people who want to join the Red Butt Army, become fiends, or become Prefecture Army soldiers. Unfortunately, the Red Butt Army, the fiends, and the Prefectural Army all have extremely strict entrance requirements. Soon, it was Linley's group's turn. Each of them paid an inkstone, and then Linley's group entered Royal Wing City. During that battle half a year ago, Linley had killed 3 gods, who each had nearly 1,000 inkstones within their interspatial ring, as well as some other items. However, there was something which Linley didn't recognize. It was an azurish stone. It was roughly the same in form as inkstone. However, the special aura it contained within it was far stronger than an inkstone's. Linley was guessing that this azure stone, which was the size as inkstone, should also be some sort of currency. Only, this was just a guess. Linley wasn't in a hurry to ask anyone else. After all, those 3 interspatial rings of those 3 gods, all combined, only had a few dozen of those azurish stones. Royal Wing City. Debra and Linley's group of 3 walked into Royal Wing City together. While walking on the wide streets, they stared at the surrounding, large structures. Those buildings all emanated a luxurious, ancient aura. Every single structure was built in a way that they could almost be described as sculptures. Although they aren't at the Grandmaster level, they aren't too far off either. Linley naturally was qualified to make this judgment. Given his increasingly deeper insights into the elemental laws, the straight chisel schools, Linley could be considered to have reached true mastery in sculpting. These sculptures are so strange. They are so pleasing to the eye. Bibi's eyes lit up. Of course. Linley sighed. I didn't expect that the sculpting of these giant structures would have been done in such a careful, detailed manner. These buildings must be extremely valuable. Debra snickered. Humph, valuable? Extremely, extremely expensive. A single inch of land in Royal Wing City is extremely expensive. The price of these structures is naturally even more astonishing. When building them, they invited a number of specialized deity-level experts to construct them. The price of every single structure, I can't imagine how many years it would take for me to have enough inkstones to buy one. Linley glanced at the look in the nearby Debra's eyes. Linley understood that the terrifying price of these structures had already exceeded the limits of Debra's imagination. He didn't even dare to think about that price. All he could do was say a few grumbling words. As they continued forward, Linley began to get an understanding of how bustling Royal Wing City was. Royal Wing City has existed for countless billions of years. Debra explained towards Linley. Although these buildings aren't damaged, I think you have probably sensed that ancient aura coming from them, as well as a few of the small cracks and signs of the passage of many years. Linley nodded slightly. Indeed, he could sense it. The number of years which Royal Wing City had existed for was definitely an astonishing figure. Perhaps only the mineral ores of the infernal realm can allow a city to last for so long. Linley said to himself. The ores that were used to build this city were originally meant to be used to forge weapons. Naturally, they could last nearly forever. However, divine artifacts, especially newly made ones, were very cheap in the infernal realm. There are clothing stores here as well? Delia's eyes lit up. She saw a beautiful, extravagant storefront that was completely made from cream-white stones. Linley turned to look as well. He saw that this store was completely carved out from a single giant milk-white stone. Given the toughness of the stones of the infernal realm, one could imagine how costly a building such as this must be. What beautiful clothes! Delia looked through the translucent glass and saw some clothes. She couldn't help but grow interested. Women always had a special fondness for clothes. Debra chuckled. The costs and expenditures here in Royal Wing City are quite terrifyingly high. Ordinary deities like us who live in tribes are completely unable to afford them. For example, those clothes over there. Debra pointed at a violet set of clothes that was on display. It is very possible that the materials used to make this set of clothes came from other continents, such as the Blood-Ridge continent. It might even have come from the Life Realm, or the Netherworld, or perhaps the Celestial Realm. Debra sighed. Linley, hearing this, stared, slack-jawed. A single set of clothes might have materials coming from other planes? Based on the value of the materials, ordinary clothes are at least 100 inkstones, while those made from slightly more valuable materials might cost 1,000 inkstones. If those materials came from other planes which are extremely rare and precious, a set of clothes could cost millions of inkstones. Delia was shocked as well. Linley's heart shuddered. How could this be described as clothes? A set of clothes was comparable in value to a high god spark. This indeed wasn't something which ordinary people were able to afford. But of course, these clothes will have some special effects as well. For example, in terms of defensiveness, they are definitely comparable to most divine artifacts. Debra then added with a laugh, but of course, I've only heard others speak of clothes that cost millions of inkstones. I've never personally seen any. Everyone who entered the city had roughly the same goals, buying and selling items. After all, could it be that the members of the poor tribes had come for the purpose of spending money on services here in Royal Wing City? They didn't have the capital. Continuing to move forward, Linley's group was introduced by Debra to all sorts of entertainment venues in the Infernal Realm. For example, wine. To make fine wine, one might invite some wine masters who had analyzed wine for hundreds of millions of years, who would use some special methods to create wine using some extremely valuable materials, some of which might only be acquired in dangerous locations. Actually, the saliva of the Black Dragon tribe's Gerard Black Dragons, after being refined, could produce some valuable materials which could be used to create delicacies. These delicacies and wines far exceeded their counterparts in the material planes in taste and flavor. Eating the finest cuisines of the Infernal Realm was a form of utter luxury. However, the price was similarly extravagant. Even ordinary food would cost up to 100 inkstones. It must be understood that a demigod spark would only be sold for 100 inkstones or so. So, there were plenty of entertainment venues, but the price in those venues scared off the vast majority of people. Linley's group followed the other tribe members, arriving in the most bustling, crowded area of Royal Wing City. Those 3 castles. Linley's eyes were filled with shock. From the left, in the distance, he could see an enormous castle that was completely formed from black sand. Deities possessed extremely good vision. It was clear that this castle was made from countless grains of black sand. The strangest thing was, the black sand was continually flowing about. But the castle itself didn't budge. On Linley's right, in the distance, there was an ancient castle made from violet rocks. At the top of the castle, there was a beautifully carved flower. This flower was a very familiar one. It was the insignia of the Redbud army. A redbud flower. And right in front of Linley, there was an ancient violet castle, more than 100 meters high. Only, the violet color of this castle was so deep, it was nearly black. This castle had an enormous carving, a carving of a face. The face seemed very blurry, but the single devilish red eye on the face was extremely eye-catching. That is Black Sand Castle. Debra pointed at the ancient castle formed from black sand. Any sort of trade can be carried out there, most of which is large-scale. However, that place is a very secretive place with many competing interests. Little people like us had best not go there. Debra then pointed towards the castle with the redbud. That place is a redbud castle. It is the most noble of trading places. They will accept our items at a price of 70% their selling price. When we sell things there, although we still lose a bit, it won't be very troublesome. And that castle? Linley pointed at the very devilish-looking castle that was straight in front of them. For some reason, that soul, devilish red eye and that blurry carved face made Linley's heart rate speed up, even though it was just a carving. That is the Fiend Castle. Debra said. If you want to be a fiend, you can go there, pay the fee, then participate in the exam. Fiends generally will go to Fiend Castle. Alright, Linley, let's go to Redbud Castle. It's best to sell our things there. Black Sand Castle is a very complicated place. Look. The chief steward, Edmund, is entering Redbud Castle. This was Linley's first trip to Royal Wing City. Naturally, he didn't want to go to Black Sand Castle. After all, even a high god like Edmund was going to the safer Redbud Castle. Let's go. Linley led Bibi and Delia to follow the others, heading towards Redbud Castle as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 11, The Third Floor. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 11, The Third Floor. In the Redbud Castle, there was a sea of people. The main gate of Redbud Castle was at least 100 meters wide, with the dense masses of people entering and leaving it. One could imagine how excellent business was doing in Redbud Castle. Linley's group of people saw Redbud Castle from afar. HRM, the Redbud Army? Linley noticed them right away. At the gates of Redbud Castle, there were over 10 soldiers dressed in violet uniforms, with a long violet cloak on the outside as well. The warriors all had those unique violet seals in the center of their forehead. It was the Redbud Army. The nearby Debra laughed. There are Redbud castles throughout the entire Redbud continent. The master of these castles is the mighty sovereign, the Redbud ruler. Naturally, they are guarded by the Redbud Army. Actually, the Redbud Army soldiers here are nothing more than a display of force. After all, within Royal Wing City, who would dare to cause trouble? Only someone tired of living. Hey, that chief steward named Edmund. Why are they going to the back? BB's eyes were quite sharp. He discovered that Edmund's group of people had headed towards the back of Redbud Castle, and didn't go to the main gates. Linley had noticed this as well. Actually, although many people entered the main gates of Redbud Castle, there were quite a few people who were entering Redbud Castle through the rear gates as well. The number was not any lower than those going through the main gates, in fact. Linley, Redbud Castle is divided into the main gate and the rear gate. Those who go in through the main gates are all going to Redbud Castle for shopping, while those who enter through the rear gates do so because they are going to sell their own items to Redbud Castle. The jade-haired youth, Debra, explained with a chuckle. Linley understood. So Redbud Castle didn't just sell items, it also purchased them. Let's hurry. Debra urged. Holding Delia by the hand, Linley headed forward with BB by his side, following the flow of people through to the rear of Redbud Castle. After walking for several kilometers, Linley's group finally reached the rear gates of Redbud Castle. Indeed. The rear gates were over 100 meters wide as well, and a dense mass of people passed through them. Delia laughed. Most of those who are coming to sell items belong to the tribes and clans located outside Royal Wing City. There really are quite a few people here. Redbud Castle buys at 70% while sells at 100%. They earn a profit of 30%. This Redbud Castle is a place which devours gold. There isn't a chance for others to engage in this business. Linley chuckled. Behind the Redbud Castle was an almighty sovereign. And then, Linley's group followed the other members of the Black Dragon tribe into Redbud Castle. Although there were nearly 200 people in the Black Dragon tribe's group, upon entering Redbud Castle, they only made up an extremely small number of the total guests. This place is huge. Linley exhaled in shock. Linley's group, upon entering the first floor of Redbud Castle, discovered that the main hall of this first floor was 1,000 or 2,000 meters wide. This sort of width was an extremely extravagant sum. More than 10,000 people could pass through it without feeling cramped. There are quite a few deities who have come to sell their items. BB was clearly quite excited. The main hall of the first floor is for those who have come to sell demigod sparks, demigod artifacts, and other items worth 100 inkstones or less. Debra said in a very practiced manner as he explained to Linley's group. For example, I've come to sell a god spark this time, so I will go to the second floor. In the main hall of the second floor, items like god sparks or god artifacts which are worth around or less than 10,000 inkstones or so can be sold. As for the third floor, that's the floor for selling high god artifacts, high god sparks, and other precious items that can be worth up to 1,000,000 inkstones, or even more. Linley's group followed the Black Dragon tribe's men up to the main hall of the second floor. But of course, more than half of the Black Dragon tribe's people stayed at the first floor's main hall. Clearly, these people had all come to sell fairly cheap items. Linley, look. There are many sales counters over there in the main hall, with many people seated there. Those people are the purchasers for Redbud Castle. Have a good look. I'll go sell some things first. Debra waved towards Linley's group, then headed directly to one of the sales counters in the main hall of the second floor. After Debra left, Linley and the other two exchanged glances. Let's go to the third floor, Linley said. Linley's group had quite a few treasures on them. 2 high god artifacts, and a high god spark. These were all exceedingly valuable items. The stairs going from the main hall of the first to second floor were all exceedingly large, but the stairs from the main hall of the second floor to the main hall of the third floor was much narrower. Even the gateway into the hall was a full size smaller, and the number of people was much lower as well. Obviously, the number of people who were selling precious items was much lower than those selling items in the first and second floors. Edmund. Lindley saw that up above, Edmund had led his three subordinates directly into the gateway to the third floor. At the gateway to the third floor, an employee wearing a long violet robe seemed to chat with Edmund about something, and then Edmund took out a divine spark. Why did Edmund take out the divine spark? Lindley was somewhat puzzled. And then, the violet-robed man let them through. Edmund led his three subordinates into the third floor. When Lindley's group reached the doorway to the third floor, the violet-robed man stretched his hand out, stopping Lindley's group from going through. Ha! Lindley's group looked curiously at the man. What have you come to sell? Let me take a look. The violet-robe said. Seeing the puzzled look on the faces of Lindley's group, he laughed calmly. Is this your first time? This third floor is different from the lower floors. Every person who enters has to present an item for inspection. Otherwise, no entry is permitted. Lindley now understood. Thinking back to what Edmund had just done, he now knew what that was all about. But right at that moment, two youngsters walked past Lindley, ignoring the violet-robed men as they headed directly into the third floor. Hey, how come they didn't have to show any items? BB said in confusion. The violet-robed man was fairly patient and good-tempered. With a calm laugh, he said, Didn't you notice? They all had fiend medallions on their chests. They are fiends. As fiends, we have faith in their reputation. When they come, they will definitely have brought quite a few valuable items. There's no need for them to be inspected. Lindley sighed to himself, fiends. They don't have to pay any fees when entering the city, and they don't have to be inspected when entering the third floor of Redbud Castle. Their status really is different. While thinking this to himself, Lindley retrieved the black dagger with a flip of his hands. This black dagger was the High God artifact which Atkins had left behind after his Divine Darkness clone had been slain. Go in. The violet-robed man nodded. They entered the third floor of Redbud Castle. This main hall was clearly a size smaller, but it was still hundreds of meters wide. Only, the people here were clearly much sparser in number. That's the place where they buy items. BB ran up ahead as the three of them headed towards a sales counter. But right at this moment, Lord Edmund, look. The chief steward of the Black Dragon tribe, Edmund, and his three subordinates had noticed Lindley's group. Lord Edmund, aren't they members of our tribe? Those three who were amongst the 5 who were making their first trips to Royal Wing City? They actually came to the third floor. Edmunds looked at the distant Lindley and the other two. There were only 5 people for whom this trip to Royal Wing City with the Black Dragon tribe truly was their first trip. Edmund had seen all of them. Naturally, he recognized and remembered Lindley's group. I didn't expect that these 3 had a fortune on them. Edmund's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed through them. It seems our tribe's internal supervisory abilities are insufficient. In the infernal realm, when one's wealth reached a certain level, there would be others who would desire it. If you wanted to peacefully enjoy your fortune of 1,000,000 inkstones which you would spend hundreds of millions of years accumulating, you might just find that some other experts would take it all from you. This wouldn't have been the first or second time for Edmund's group to have done such a thing. Don't worry, my lord. Since we already know now, the 3 of them won't be able to escape you. When we leave Royal Wing City, we can make our move then. The nearby god said insidiously. Edmund nodded. Everyone allowed to enter the third floor had items that were worth at least 1,000,000 inkstones. Even a high god such as Edmund would be desirous of such a fortune. At a row of sales counter on the side of the third floor's main hall, there were violet-robed employees seated at every counter. Lindley's group walked towards one of them, a silver-haired old man. HRM? The violet-robed, silver-haired old man raised his head and smiled calmly. What are you selling? Take it out. Lindley and the other 2 glanced at each other, and then with a flip of his hand, Lindley withdrew that black dagger and gave it to the silver-haired old man. This High God artifact. Although Lindley's group was still in possession of the Spear of Cortez and that High God spark, this was Lindley's group's first trip into Royal Wing City. There were many things they didn't know about yet. Lindley's group wasn't in a hurry either. After all, if they truly needed money desperately, they could come again. In addition, Redbud Castle wasn't the only place which purchased goods. There was also that Blacksand Castle. Only, there was a great deal of intrigue and competitive forces within Blacksand Castle. It was rather disorderly and chaotic. Without gaining a good understanding of the situation, Lindley wouldn't be in a hurry to go there. This dagger really is quite fine. The violet-robed elder nodded in praise. It is indeed a High God artifact, and its previous owner should have been a High God who trained in the laws of darkness who had used this dagger to kill quite a few experts. It has a very thick murderous aura. Not bad. We will buy this dagger for a price of 750,000 inkstones. Are you willing to sell? The violet-robed elder made his decision. Linley nodded. Fine. Based on his calculations, Linley had been planning to sell this item for a price of 700,000 inkstones, which would have been a fine price. Thus, this price of 750,000 inkstones made Linley quite satisfied. Linley understood that perhaps this dagger was an excellent high-god artifact and that perhaps he had been taken slight advantage of. But Linley didn't care too much about such a small sum. This is 100 azurites, equivalent to 100,000 inkstones. 200,000, 300,000, as he spoke, the violet-robed elder brought out large pieces of azure stones out. Linley immediately understood. As I thought. When Linley's group had killed those gods, they had acquired a few azure-colored stones. At that time, Linley had hypothesized that those azure stones were a form of currency, because their aura was identical to the aura of the inkstones. Only, the aura was far stronger. A single azurite was shaped in a square which was 1 centimeter long. The ones which this violet-robed elder brought out, however, were square slabs that were 10 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide. Indeed, this larger azurite slab was equivalent to 100 smaller azurite stones. In other words, it was worth 100,000 inkstones. 7 azurite slabs and 5 long azurite stones. 750,000. Collect them. The violet-robed elder handed them to Linley. Dare I ask, aside from using them to purchase items, do these inkstones and azurites have any other purpose? Linley still had the feeling that the unique aura of these azurites and inkstones should have some special purpose. The violet-robed elder's eyes lit up. Glancing sideways at Linley, he laughed calmly. It's useless for you to know this information, so there's no need for you to ask. Linley was curious, but since this person wasn't willing to tell, Linley didn't pursue this line of questioning. If you go through that gate in the main hall, you will arrive at the main hall on the other side. If you want to buy something, you can go to that main hall. The violet-robed elder said. Linley had guessed this long ago. This was because Redbud Castle's main gate was reserved for people buying things, while the rear gate was reserved for people selling things to the castle employees. It was one structure with 2 sides. Let's go take a look. Delia was very curious. I wonder what the infernal realm has. Bibi was excited as well. Linley laughed and nodded, then followed through the 3rd floor's corridor to the other main hall on the 3rd floor. From afar. HRM? They are going to the main hall on the other side? Edmund, noticing this, couldn't help but frown. He immediately instructed his subordinates, go wait at the main gates. And you go to the rear gates. Keep watch on those 3. Yes, milord. The 2 gods immediately left. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 12, Instant Refining. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 12, Instant Refining. After passing through the corridor, Linley's group arrived at the main hall on the other side of the 3rd floor of Redbud Castle, where a large number of wares were on display. On this hall, there were clearly far more people present, most in groups of 3 to 5 people who walked along each of the sales counters, carefully inspecting each item. Boss, look. Bibi pointed at the stairway. There's nobody at the stairway standing guard. Anyone who wants to come here can. It isn't like the other side, where those violet-robed men stand guard. Delia laughed. Bibi, they have their goods on display here. Naturally, they have to show them off to people. But as I see it, although there are many people here looking at the goods, there probably aren't many who are truly buying. There were signs with words hanging off the walls behind all of the sales counters throughout the 3rd floor. Linley was very surprised. Offensive artifacts, defensive artifacts, medicines, materials, training support items, divine sparks. Clearly, the many different sales counters here in the 3rd floor all had different products for sale. Linley, look. That one over there is selling houses. Delia pointed towards a corner of the main hall. I've always heard that establishing oneself in Royal Wing City is very expensive. Let's take a look and see how expensive the houses here are. Linley was curious. He led Bibi and Delia over. There were many deities over here, watching. Everyone, you are very lucky. In Royal Wing City, there are currently 3 houses left which have no owners. Everyone, seize your chance. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Within the sales counter, a violet-robed youth spoke calmly. The entire Royal Wing City only has 3 empty houses? Linley didn't dare believe it. A nearby onlooker glanced at Linley. My friend, the houses of Royal Wing City were all snatched up and purchased hundreds of millions of years ago. The houses that can be bought now are all houses where the owners have died, resulting in Redbud Castle then selling the houses off again. That's why we don't need to be in a rush to buy. You must understand that Royal Wing City has perhaps tens of millions of citizens. In a short period of time, perhaps others will die. Their houses would then be available for purchase, right? But alas, the prices are too expensive. I'll wait for a cheaper house first. Hearing these words, Linley now understood. The available houses in Royal Wing City were only made available for sale after their original owner died. Houses without owners would return to the ownership of Redbud Castle, who would then continue to sell them. That makes sense. Royal Wing City, despite banning fighting, has tens of millions of citizens who can't always be within the city. For example, some fiends, they have to go out to take missions. If they die, then the houses would return to Redbud City. Linley only felt puzzled about one thing. How did Redbud Castle know if a house's owner was deceased? Perhaps they have some techniques akin to binding by blood. Linley guessed to himself. While considering this question, Linley, Delia, and Bibi drew near the sales counter to look at the price of these three houses. Upon seeing the listed price, the three of them were terrified. What a man-eating price! Bibi breathed in shock. Even the cheapest house requires 60 million inkstones. Linley was shocked as well. Of the three houses, the most expensive one was nearly 300 million inkstones, while the second one was around 120 million inkstones. The cheapest one still cost 60 million inkstones. Indeed, it is too expensive. Why can't some more of the original owners of the cheaper houses die? A nearby deity also grumbled angrily. The cheapest houses in Royal Wing City can be bought for just 8 million inkstones. However, as soon as those cheap houses appear, they will immediately be snatched up. A nearby god sighed. How long will it take before I am able to afford a 60 million inkstone house? Linley nodded to himself. Not all houses were the same. Some were ridiculously expensive, but from the sound of it, the cheaper ones were only 8 million or so. It was a matter of luck. After all, everyone wanted those cheap houses. As soon as one appeared, it might be instantly taken. Becoming a citizen of Royal Wing City truly is difficult. Linley let out a sigh. He had thought that he was now fairly wealthy, but upon seeing the housing prices, he realized that the high god spark he had, which was worth 7 million inkstones, really was nothing at all. Linley's group of three left the sales counter. After all, they didn't actually want to buy houses. Linley was planning to travel to the distant Bloodridge continent. How could he settle down in this city? Offensive artifacts. Linley and the other two walked past the long row of counters on this side. Business here clearly was very brisk, and there were many onlookers as well. But Linley himself was greatly shocked. This is considered an offensive artifact? Linley didn't pay attention to ordinary weapons. But he had discovered a unique weapon, an arrow. Linley wouldn't be surprised at the sale of a godly bow, but a single ordinary arrow, this couldn't help but cause Linley to be startled. And the price is set at 50,000 inkstones. What? You have to buy them in units of 10? Linley couldn't help but shake his head. The violet-robed salesman, seeing Linley stare at the arrow on the counter while shaking his head, couldn't help but speak out. This is a Godslayer arrow. Generally speaking, if a full god is hit by this arrow, he will definitely die. Even a high god, upon being hit by 10 arrows, will most likely have his soul dissipate and his spirit shatter. How is that possible? Bibi stared. This arrow is just a material attack. How could it so easily kill someone? Material attack? The violet-robed salesman snickered. If it was just an ordinary arrow, how could it be sold here? This arrow has been dipped in a special soul poison developed by a high god of the Edicts of Death. This is specially meant for dealing with souls. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but be intrigued. Soul poison? When I was in the Yulan continent, when I encountered that Grand Warlock, didn't he have Yale use soul poison to kill me? Linley had drank that wine, then suffered the attack of the soul silk poison. Linley knew long ago that some of the experts who trained in the Edicts of Death were skilled in using soul poison to kill. That Grand Warlock was only a demigod. But now, from the sound of it, this poison was made by a high god of the Edicts of Death. Then the power of this poison definitely couldn't be underestimated. It most likely truly was capable of killing a god in a single strike, and 10 for a high god was about right as well. But although it is powerful, you still have to be able to hit your enemy with it. Linley understood this principle. Neither a god nor a high god would just stand there, letting you hit him at leisure. However, there were some people who were skilled in assassination. In addition, when 10,000 people in an army shot out with bows, anyone, no matter how fast, would most likely be finished. Linley, Delia, and Bibi continued to look at the various items. They discovered that there truly were far too many ways to spend money. Many of the items here had effects that were simply terrifying. They continued to walk forward. Medicines. Linley walked to a nearby counter. He was shocked. No matter how badly injured one's soul is, as long as one's soul hasn't completely been shattered and dissipated, it will heal instantly and the spiritual energy will also be completely recovered. This was created with great care by a high god who was a master of the edicts of life. Linley stared at the explanation placed atop the crystalline medicine jar. He couldn't help but be interested. When executing soul attacks, the greatest cost was to one's spiritual energy. But as soon as he saw the price, Linley felt his heart ache in pain. A single pill cost 1,000,000 inkstones. Let's go. Stop looking at these. Linley felt his heart clenching. Many items were good, but the prices were simply too terrifying. After seeing many items, Linley's group left the third floor's main hall. The prices here were simply too terrifying. Linley's group thus returned to the second floor. The second floor had many people and many items. It even had golden soul pearls. However, in the infernal realm, golden soul pearls couldn't be considered particularly valuable. Because in the infernal realm, although there were many deities, there were even more saints. Many races in the infernal realm would naturally reach the saint level in adulthood. With so many saints, quite a few of these saints had their souls used for refining souls into golden soul pearls. A single golden soul pearl, roughly the same size as the one I previously acquired. The price, 100,000 inkstones. Phew. Still pretty expensive. Linley said to himself. At this time, the violet-robed salesman behind the counter laughed and said, "This golden soul pearl can be used for strengthening the soul, and it is easily absorbable. It doesn't have to be refined. There's another type of gem here. That one over there. It is known as an amethyst. If you absorb all of the energy within it, in terms of the amount of benefit it provides to your soul, it is roughly on par with that of a golden soul pearl. The price, however, is only 10,000 inkstones." The violet-robed salesman said. Linley was somewhat startled. The nearby Bibi spoke out. "Oh? You said the amount of benefit is about the same for nourishing the soul. So why is the difference in price nearly 10 times? It's too much." The violet-robed salesman laughed. "That's because this refining and purifying this amethyst is extremely difficult. A person who isn't an expert in refining will most likely lose 80% of the power the amethyst holds while refining it, leaving only 20% remaining, and the speed is very slow as well. It takes a lot of time. Thus, the price is only 10,000 inkstones." Refining and purifying? Linley had a thought. Actually, deities of the edicts of death had to spend a great amount of spiritual energy in refining souls or in refining these amethysts. But Linley was different. He had the coiling dragon ring. I'll buy one and give it a try. Let's see if the coiling dragon ring is capable of refining an amethyst just like how it refines souls. Linley said to himself. Linley immediately spent 10,000 inkstones to buy an amethyst. The amethyst was semi-translucent, and it contained a blurry, violet fog within it. It seemed very beautiful. With a flip of his hand, Linley stored the amethyst into his coiling dragon ring. Crackle! In almost the blink of an eye, that amethyst was transformed into a pile of rubble, while at the same time, an enormous amount of golden fog began to swirl about within the coiling dragon ring. The refining had already completed. Linley's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean I can buy amethysts and refine them into golden soul pearls? This meant that he could buy an amethyst for 10,000 inkstones, and then sell them for 70,000 inkstones. This was a profit of 700% to 800%. He currently had roughly 1,000,000 inkstones. In but a few cycles, he would then have tens of millions of inkstones. Wait. The coiling dragon ring only refines it to a golden fog. How would I crystallize them into a golden pearl? Linley didn't have any idea as to how to cause the golden fog to crystallize. The golden fog was soul essence. Linley didn't have any means to compress it. There was no way his divine power could interact with this sort of soul essence. His spiritual energy could, but upon the spiritual energy drawing near, it would begin to absorb the golden fog and strengthen his soul. Unfortunately, although I have a good method of making money, I don't have any way of condensing the golden fog into a golden pearl. Linley sighed to himself. The refining, purifying, and condensing of soul essences belonged to a technique of the edicts of death. Linley also wanted to be able to fill the golden fog into a crystal ball. He trusted that the golden fog stored within a crystal ball could be sold to someone. At worst, the price would be a bit lower than for the golden soul pearl. He would still be able to make a killing. But this golden aura, although I control it through the coiling dragon ring and I can make it leave the ring, as soon as it does so, it will begin to dissipate. After it leaves the coiling dragon ring, I don't have any way of controlling it. Naturally, I won't be able to make it enter a crystal ball. Linley felt very discouraged. Linley was completely incapable of controlling this golden fog. He didn't understand the edicts of death. Thus, his spiritual energy naturally devoured the soul essences as soon as they touched. Perhaps others might understand the edicts of death, but they couldn't possibly control something like the coiling dragon ring. Forget it. It is already good to be able to strengthen my own soul. Linley didn't care too much. The purpose of him coming to the infernal realm was to grow and to break through. As for money, he just needed enough to use. These amethysts, give me 10 of them, Linley said. The more powerful the soul, the faster one would train, and the stronger one's spiritual attacks would be. Linley naturally wouldn't be too stingy. Amethysts? The violet-robed salesman was very puzzled. It was very hard to refine amethysts. One was enough. Why 10 more? But the violet-robed salesman didn't really care. Perhaps he's too poor. He'd rather spend time to slowly absorb amethysts rather than buy a golden soul pearl. But how could he have known that Linley had a sovereign artifact that was able to instantly refine amethysts and purify the soul essences within? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 13, Planning to Commit Violence? Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 13, Planning to Commit Violence? After Linley purchased 10 amethysts, he left the sales counter, heading towards a distant sales counter. This sales counter was very large, and it had all sorts of items on display. The viewers of the sales counter were quite numerous as well. Many were spending money to buy things. This place was where defensive artifacts were being sold. Linley, you want to buy a defensive artifact? Delia looked at Linley, puzzled. I don't need it. Linley laughed as he looked at Delia. Delia, your defensive armor is only demigod level. It is too weak. Let's buy a god level armor. Since they were preparing to join the fiend examination, they had to increase everyone's strength. Strength, aside from personal power, also included their divine artifacts. If they were to participate in the fiend examination, Linley was worried most about Delia. As for Bibi, when they had left the Yulon plain, Lord Beirut had given Bibi quite a few treasures. As for himself, he already had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, albeit slightly damaged. All right. Delia didn't refuse. She understood that when she grew stronger, Linley wouldn't be as worried about her, and she would be able to help him more. The prices of these defensive artifacts truly do exceed the prices of offensive artifacts. Linley chuckled, then sighed. God-level offensive artifacts were just roughly 1,000 inkstones, while God-level defensive artifacts were generally 5,000 or 6,000 inkstones. To Linley's team, this wasn't much at all. People continually entered and left the main gates of Redbud Castle, but there was one person who stayed right there by the sides of the steps, always watching the main gate. Those 3 really are slow. Isn't it just shopping? The god cursed softly. They've never come to Royal Wing City. They'll most likely wander about for a long time. They are enjoying themselves inside, while I'm slowly waiting here. Indeed, Linley's team was very curious. This Redbud City had many items that expanded Linley's horizons. Naturally, they had to have a good stroll and gain some experience. The god suddenly saw a human figure. He immediately headed over and said respectfully, Lord Edmund. Edmund nodded slightly, then said calmly, the 3 still haven't come out? Right. Not yet. The god nodded. Edmund frowned, then turned to look at the gate. They've already sold what they came to sell. I imagine they should be coming out from this front main gate. Edmund was in no hurry. He just waited quietly outside. It is Lord Edmund. The other members of the Black Dragon tribe, when departing Redbud Castle, saw Edmund standing there. Many of them assembled up behind Edmund. Here they are. Edmund's eyes lit up. That metallic lifeform really is expensive. Delia was sighing. Linley nodded as well. Ordinary metallic lifeforms cost millions already, but high-level, powerful ones cost tens of millions. Those large ones actually cost over 100 million inkstones. Bibi, your grandpa really is powerful. Linley sighed in praise as he looked towards the nearby Bibi. Naturally. Bibi puffed his chest out proudly. Lord Beirut's metallic castle was a high-level metallic lifeform. The price of such a creature in Redbud Castle was more than 100 million inkstones. As they spoke, the three of them walked out of the first main hall, following the tide of people outwards. Linley! Suddenly, someone called out at the gateway. Linley turned to look. It was Debra. Debra. Linley laughed as he spoke out. Oh, you sold your things? Linley said. He noticed that next to Debra was a large group of people, all of whom belonged to the Black Dragon tribe. Debra laughed. I was just selling a single god artifact. I heard you went to the 3rd floor. You really are amazing. Debra's words caused the nearby members of the Black Dragon tribe to stare jealously at Linley. In the infernal realm, making a fortune was simply too hard. Oh? Linley laughed calmly, carefully inspecting the looks on the faces of the Black Dragon tribe's members. Actually, when he went to the 3rd floor to sell items, Linley had already anticipated that he wouldn't be able to avoid the attention of all the members of the Black Dragon tribe. It was possible that he would be discovered, but so what if he was? After all, he didn't have any plans to return to the Black Dragon tribe. Alright, let's head out. Edmund, standing in front, spoke out as he led his subordinates away. Edmund didn't even look at Linley. The group walked a few dozen meters towards the direction of the pillars, moving in a direction that would bring them back out of Royal Wing City. But Linley's team took a curved route, heading towards a different direction. Linley, where are you going? Debra said with surprise. At the same time, Edmund and many others halted, turning to look. Oh, I'm not going back to the Black Dragon tribe. Linley laughed as he said. Not returning to the Black Dragon tribe? A gentle voice rang out. Edmund led his subordinates and walked over. Linley, seeing that it was Edmund who had come, couldn't help but sneer coldly in his heart. This old fellow. I'm not going to the Black Dragon tribe, so he, the chief steward of Sturton and a high god, immediately came over? Does he think I don't know what he is scheming? The distance from here to the front main gate of Redbud Castle was less than 100 meters. There were many people here. Linley's group, standing there, wasn't noticeable at all. Lord Edmund. Linley smiled as he spoke. Your name is Linley, right? Edmund laughed calmly. Your two friends are both gods. In our Black Dragon tribe, they can be considered elite members. It is truly a pity that you are planning to leave the Black Dragon tribe. Right. I actually have taken a liking to you. I recently lack for subordinates. Would you be willing to follow me? Linley remained very modest and courteous. Thank you, Lord Edmund, for your kindness. Only, it truly isn't necessary. Myself, my wife, and my brother here came to the Black Dragon tribe only because we had just arrived in the infernal realm. However, I still feel gratitude for the care the Black Dragon tribe has shown me in this period of time. Edmund couldn't help but be startled. But seeing the meek smile on Linley's face, he felt a stirring of anger in his heart. This guy. He knew that Linley was carrying a fortune on himself. Even he, Edmund, wouldn't find it so easy to accumulate such wealth. After all, he, Edmund, had fused with a divine spark to become a high god. This was why he had always followed Sturton. Sturton made most of the money, while he only made do with leftovers. We're leaving now. Linley said with a smile, then turned. Swoosh. Very suddenly, 6 gods appeared in front of Linley. You want to leave? One of the gods said coldly. Linley was startled, and then his gaze turned icy. F***CK, what, you want a fight? Bibi's voice suddenly raised in pitch and volume, spreading in every direction. Many of the nearby people who had been moving about turned to look in their direction. Bibi jumped up and shouted out, "Milords of the Redbud army, these people want to beat us, they want to fight." The distance from here to Redbud Castle's gates was less than 100 meters. At such a close distance, those bored Redbud army soldiers milling about at the gates to Redbud Castle naturally could hear Bibi's shout. Although they were sent here to maintain order, normally who would dare cause trouble here? Naturally, they were always very bored. Now, hearing someone call out for them, they actually grew excited. Hey, something's happening? A black-cloaked, muscular man called out hurriedly. I'll go take a look. Brothers, let's all go check it out. 10 or so Redbud army soldiers all walked over curiously. Seeing the Redbud army soldiers come over, Edmund's face instantly grew ugly to behold. He was a high god, true. But he had only become one through fusing with a divine spark. In the infernal realm, there were far too many people that were more powerful than him. The steward of a tribe could perhaps show off his power and authority in that tribe, but in Royal Wing City, he wasn't even worth a fart. What's going on? The 10+ Red Bud Army soldiers walked over, their leader shouting, "I heard someone say that someone wants to fight? This is Royal Wing City. Who dares to fight?" The shouts of the oncoming Red Bud Army soldiers caused the men of Edmund, who had been so wild and arrogant just moments ago, to instantly no longer dare to act brashly. "My lords of the Red Bud Army, these people belong to my tribe, while I am the leader of this expedition of my tribe to the city. I was just lecturing them. There's nothing else," Edmund explained, while the violet-robed warrior frowned and said, "Oh, all one tribe? Right. They belong to our Black Dragon tribe." Someone near Edmund hurriedly said, "Shit, when we joined the tribe, it was said that we can leave whenever we want. What right do you have to forcibly make us go back with you?" BB shouted. "Edmund." Linley looked straight at him. "I was respectful to you just now, and even addressed you as Lord Edmund. You should have known your place, though. This is Royal Wing City, not the Black Dragon tribe. I'm telling you right now, the three of us are formally withdrawing from your Black Dragon tribe." Edmund's face was exceedingly ugly right now. But with the Red Bud Army soldiers nearby, he didn't dare to be arrogant. "Oh, how interesting." A very handsome, silver-haired, violet-cloaked youth with a single horn laughed. "In the infernal realm, although slaughter and warfare is common, everyone has their own freedom. Your tribe can't force someone else to do something, right?" Edmund's group didn't dare to make a sound. BB bowed deeply towards the Red Bud Army soldiers, chortling, "Thank you, me lords. Otherwise, this old guy was preparing to use force." "Don't worry." The violet-robed, silver-haired youth laughed as he spoke. "This is Royal Wing City. Royal Wing City has Royal Wing City's rules. No matter if you are a demigod or a high god, you are not permitted to commit violence. Whoever dares to commit violence, we brothers have been quite bored." The Red Bud Army soldiers looked towards Edmund and the others. Cold sweat was beading on Edmund's forehead. How could a small tribe like theirs dare to offend the terrifying Red Bud Army? "Me lords of the Red Bud Army, that isn't the case. Just now, I simply was unwilling to part from them, so I said a few words to them. I wasn't planning to stop them. If they want to leave, I'll naturally accept that. Everyone knows this." "Nobody will stop them from leaving," Edmund said hurriedly. Hearing this, Linley had to admit, this Edmund really was thick-skinned and shameless. "Oh, so that's the case. Good. You can all leave, then," the silver-haired, violet-robed youth said with a calm laugh. Edmund and the others let out secret sighs of relief. After bowing, they left after glancing at Linley. "Threatening me?" Linley glanced sideways at Edmund as well. This was Royal Wing City. Linley had never been concerned about Edmund. That old guy. When I think of how terrified that old guy looked just now when the Red Bud Army came, I want to laugh. BB was clearly very self-delighted. Linley and Delia, seeing how BB was acting, couldn't help but begin to laugh as well. "Let's go find a residence first," Linley said. Delia frowned. "Linley, do you remember? Debra said that each stay in Royal Wing City cost hundreds of inkstones. Let's go take a look first." Linley felt very puzzled as well. If a single night was so expensive, then the situation really was a bit too terrifying. Linley's group first came to the waiting room of a seemingly luxurious hotel that was fairly close to Red Bud Castle. The hotel's waiting room had some decorations which forced even Linley to sigh in praise. The quality of the sculptures here weren't lower than his at all. "How are the living costs here calculated?" BB chattered. The violet-robed, long-haired, sharp-eared beauty laughed. "Here, each stay costs 800 inkstones." Linley, Delia, and BB were shocked upon hearing this. "As long as you stay here for a year or less, no matter how long you stay, the price for the stay is the same. If, however, you were to stay for a year and a day, you would need to pay 1,600 inkstones," the violet-robed, long-haired beauty said with a laugh. Linley's group let out sighs of relief. This place was different from the Yulon continent. Hotel fees weren't calculated by the day, they were calculated by the year. It made sense. When deities were training and meditating, they would spend months in seclusion each time. Despite that being the case, if the cost for a year is 800 inkstones, then 10,000 years would mean they would earn 8 million inkstones? And that's just for a single room. This hotel has many rooms in it. Linley was secretly shocked. The hotel business here really is profitable. The rooms in every hotel in Royal Wing City consisted of a standalone residence and courtyard. After all, deities preferred quiet when training. Do the three of you plan to take up residence? The violet-haired woman said, looking expectantly at Linley's group. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 14, Fiend Castle. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 14, Fiend Castle. Linley, although not a miser, wasn't a spendthrift either. Linley's group left the hotel, then wandered about Royal Wing City for quite some time, visiting over 10 hotels before choosing a quiet, elegantly designed hotel. The price of staying here for a year was 210 inkstones. After paying 210 inkstones, he received a black talisman. Linley's group entered their residence, pushing open the door to their courtyard. In front of them was an elegant residence, with a flower garden taking up a third of the space of their residence. In the rear was a simple, unadorned, two-story building. Linley and Delia looked at the building, and they couldn't help but feel satisfied. "Boss, this courtyard is pretty quiet." BB chortled. "Boss, I'm going to live upstairs." BB hopped directly onto the second floor. Moments later, BB flew back down, his lips pursed. "This hotel is so stingy. Aside from the bed and chairs, there's nothing inside, but this environment is already quite good." Linley nodded in satisfaction, and then withdrew 4 azurite slabs, handing 2 to Delia and 2 to BB. "BB, Delia, each of you take 200,000 inkstones. In the future, if you need to buy anything, make your own decisions." "Had ha." BB winked, accepting them. Delia nodded and accepted them as well. Linley raised his head, looking at the sky. It was currently the afternoon. The blood-red sun still hung high in the air. It is still early. It isn't even dark yet. Royal Wing City's curfew forbids others from being on the streets at midnight. Let's go out and have a look around. Linley's first thought was of the Fiend Castle. Let's head straight to the Fiend Castle and see what the Fiend test is all about. Fiend Castle? Delia and BB were both excited. Without wasting any time, the three of them immediately headed out towards the Fiend Castle. The ancient Fiend Castle was completely black, especially that enormous carved symbol of the Fiend Castle, that blurry face with that devilish red cyclopean eye. Anyone who saw it would never be able to forget it. The people who headed to Fiend Castle clearly weren't as many in number as those who went to Redbud Castle or Blacksand Castle. However, although the people heading to Fiend Castle were fairly low in number, when they strode on the streets, these people exuded a sort of confidence. The majority of them had fiend medallions on their chest. Clearly, they were all fiends. The elites of the infernal realm. Linley's group climbed up the stairs, striding into the main hall of the first floor of the Fiend Castle. "So quiet," BB said softly. The main hall on the first floor of the Fiend Castle was very wide. There were very few people here in the main hall, only a few hundred or so. The few hundred people were spaced out in the wide hall, giving a very sparse feeling. Linley's group immediately saw the Fiend application counter. That counter had a jade-haired beauty seated behind it. On the shelf behind her, there were many bottles of wine. Yuna, 1 cup of ole, wine, the red bottle. A bald, black-armored man placed a piece of azurite on the table. "Hey, can't you see I'm busy?" "Wait a second." The jade-haired beauty ignored him, continuing to chat with the black-haired youth in front of her. "Angie, what do I have to say in order to convince you? Last time, over 1,000 people participated in the Fiend trials, and only 53 succeeded. There were 28 others who managed to survive, although they didn't pass the trials. The others, more than 900 people, all died. You've participated in 2 trials, and you were lucky enough to survive twice despite failing. You were lucky twice, but are you going to be so lucky a third time?" The jade-haired woman urged frantically. Linley's group walked over as well. The black-haired youth said in a low voice, "Yuna, although I know I was lucky the last 2 times, I don't want to give up. I almost succeeded the last 2 times. This time, I will definitely succeed. Can't you just train for a while longer, increase your strength, then try again?" Yuna let out a sigh. "I'm responsible for the Fiend applications. I don't know how many people like you I've seen, who want to become fiends. The chance of death in the Fiend trials is however very high. Generally speaking, only a few dozen in 1,000 will succeed, while the total number survivors never number more than 100. Angie, go back and train some more. When your power rises to a new level, come again. At that time, I will definitely agree to your registration." Yuna urged. "Raise my power?" The black-haired youth shook his head. I'm already a god. I have gained insights into 3 different profound mysteries of the laws. But I know, if I continue to train, the amount of time it would take me to gain insight into a 4th mystery will be unthinkably long. And so what if I do gain insights? My power won't improve greatly. Only when I become a high god will it improve. But that is too far away. Can it be that I will be forced to fuse with a divine spark? I am not willing. What's more, I don't have enough money to buy a high god spark. The black-haired youth looked at the jade-haired woman. Yuna, don't stop me. Ha ha. Suddenly, the nearby bald, black-armored man started to laugh loudly, his laughter immediately echoing throughout the quiet main hall. Many fiends looked towards him, who turned his head to look at his friends. Brothers, come and take a look. This little fellow managed to stay alive in 2 fiend trials in a row. He truly is lucky. But now, he is going to take the trials for a 3rd time. Haha, dot. Oh, he survived twice in a row? Quite a few people came over, all of whom had fiend medallions on their chest. Lucky enough to survive twice, and he wants to try again? Is he tired of living? These fiends all laughed calmly as they walked over. The black-haired man lowered his head, frowning. His entire body quivered slightly. This was an insult. Yuna. The bald, black-armored warrior laughed loudly. This little fellow wants to die, so let him. Why urge him otherwise? Let him attend the trials and die. Shut your mouth, Crompton, Kalangpi you done. Yuna stared at him while barking. The bald, black-armored warrior was startled, and then enraged. Yuna, how dare you speak to me in such a way? What? Can't I? Yuna's chin lifted up slightly, and she stared coldly at the bald black-armored warrior. Crompton, I insist on talking to you in such a way. What about it? Mother Fasterus Kerr. Crompton, enraged, slapped the table, staring at Yuna with a pair of utterly reddened eyes. Yuna was frightened, but then she summoned her courage and said strongly, Crompton, what do you think you are doing? This is the Fiend Castle. Yuna knew that Crompton was a fairly powerful fiend who was at a high god level of power. Crompton. Instantly, some other fiends walked over and rebuked him, stop making trouble. These fiends whom Crompton had called over were all Crompton's friends. Humph! Crompton snorted coldly, but he also knew that in Royal Wing City, he couldn't commit acts of violence. All he could do was vent. Yuna, Crompton is just hot-tempered. Right, let's get a bottle of Olay. Hurry! A nearby man with long red hair handed the piece of azurite on the counter to Yuna, who accepted the chance to back down from this confrontation. Accepting the azurite, she withdrew a bottle of wine and handed it to them. At this time, the black-haired youth, Angie, said softly, Yuna, sorry. Yuna looked at him, shaking her head and smiling. I know my training speed. The black-haired youth looked at Yuna. It took me 100,000 years to master these 3 types of profound mysteries. In the next 100,000 years, there is no way my power will increase significantly. My remaining money is only enough to permit me to stay in Royal Wing City for a few more decades only. I don't have any more time. Yuna glanced at him. Fine. In the end, Yuna acquiesced. Might I ask, what are the requirements to apply to be a fiend? A voice rang out. Linley and the other 2 walked to the counter. Yuna glanced at him, and then immediately held her head in her hands. Good heavens! First we have this god who failed twice but was lucky enough to survive, yet still wants to take the trials again. That was already crazy enough. Don't tell me that we now have a demigod who wants to participate the fiend trials. Hey, my boss asked you a question. Bibi stared at her. Yuna looked at Bibi. She couldn't help but feel puzzled, saying in surprise, he is your boss? Yuna could tell that Bibi was a god, while Linley was only a demigod. What, something wrong with that? Bibi asked her in response. Yuna couldn't help but feel stunned. The nearby Delia laughed and continued, Miss Yuna, can you tell us what requirements there are for the fiend trials? Yuna said, the fiend trials application doesn't have any other requirements, as long as you pay 10,000 inkstones, you can participate in the trials. Once you pass, you will be a 1-star fiend. However, although there aren't any hard and fast rules for participating in the fiend trials, sir, I recommend you come participate after reaching the god level. The demigod level, it is too dangerous. Looking at Linley, Yuna could only laugh awkwardly. Yuna spoke the truth. Linley understood this, because he had heard their earlier conversation. 1,000 people participated in the trials, but only 53 had succeeded, while less than 100 had survived in total. This death rate was terrifying. In addition, those who participated should all have been at the god level. One could imagine how terrifyingly dangerous it was. Crompton had gone to another corner of the main hall with his friends to drink wine. He was currently still extremely angry. Mother Fasterus King filthy whore. Crompton's heart was filled with rage, and he would occasionally glare at Una. Ha! Crompton suddenly paused. Brothers, look, that brown-haired youth is just a demigod, right? The others were startled as well, all taking a closer look. Hey, it really is a demigod. Those people were all astonished. You aren't planning to apply for the Fiend trials now, are you? Una looked at Linley's group. No rush. In a while, I'll return. Linley said with a calm laugh. Linley now knew how dangerous the Fiend trials were. Even if it was just for Delia and Bibi's sakes, he couldn't put himself in danger. In addition, he was more than halfway through gaining insights into the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth. Even if he only slowly completed the fusion process, it would only take a few dozen years. No rush. As Linley's group was preparing to leave, suddenly, a voice rang out. In a while? Ha, this sound was extremely ear-piercing. Linley turned and saw that the leader of a group walking over was that Crompton. Crompton snickered, a contemptuous look in his eyes as he looked at Linley. Ha, you, a demigod, want to take the Fiend trials? Crompton's voice was extremely loud. The hundreds of people in the main hall all turned to look, and quite a few walked over. A demigod is taking the Fiend trials? Have I heard wrongly? Some people were puzzled as to what was going on. I've heard of demigods wanting to take the Fiend trials, but that was something from I don't know how many years ago. I've never personally witnessed it. A red-haired man, carrying a cup of wine, walked over. These people all turned to look at Linley. Is it him? The one who was taking the Fiend trials? They could tell that the only person present at the demigod level was Linley. Right, it's this little fellow. Crompton immediately laughed. Linley's face became exceedingly ugly to behold. Delia and Bibi were also enraged. Not just this little brown-haired kid. This black-haired kid. He failed twice in a row in the Fiend trials, but he was incredibly lucky and managed to survive. Now, he wants to try again. Crompton laughed. There are an extraordinary number of fools here today. Do they think that with their power, they can become fiends? What do they take fiends for? What a joke, . The black-haired man was so angry, he clenched his hands into fists as he stared at Crompton. Linley's face was sunken as well. F***ck your mother, you bastard. Bibi bellowed, but Linley immediately grabbed Bibi. Bibi, don't be rash. Don't get angry with trash like this. It isn't worth it. Linley said. Linley knew that he couldn't let Bibi commit any acts of violence. If he committed any acts of violence in Royal Wing City, he would be finished. The face of Crompton, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly froze. He turned to look at Linley. Hey, Crompton, did you hear that? That demigod called you trash. Some people nearby fanned the flames. What did you say? Crompton's face was sinister. You want me to say it again? Linley had a look on his face, as though he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. I really didn't expect that there were people in this world who wanted to be cursed out. Fine then, I'll say it again. I said that you, Linley's face grew cold as he stared at Crompton. Are trash. Let's go. Linley pulled Bibi and Delia by the hands, completely ignoring Crompton as he began heading for the outside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 15, Royal Wing Fiend. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 15, Royal Wing Fiend. Stop right there. An explosive shout. But Linley's group completely ignored him, continuing to move forward. There are overbearing jerks everywhere. It's best not to get involved with this sort of person. Delia used her divine sense to speak to Linley. I understand. Linley didn't want to keep getting involved with this Crompton either. He wanted to leave the Fiend Castle immediately. He wanted to leave, but the man wouldn't let him. Swish. Crompton's figure suddenly appeared in front of Linley, blocking Linley's path. Linley, Delia, and Bibi all had unpleasant looks on their faces, especially Bibi. If it hadn't been for the fact that Linley had used their spiritual link to yell at him, Bibi would have exploded already. Crompton, they just called you trash. How come you aren't doing anything about it? The people nearby delighted in causing some chaos. While some spoke and laughed on one side, others mocked and satirized on the other, causing Crompton's face to become even uglier. These guys. Behind the counter, Yuna felt a hint of worry. The nearby fiends were either toying with their wineglasses or snickering to each other. They were all watching this like it was great sport. Crompton, within their circle of friends, actually had a rather low status. This was because Crompton had become a high god through fusing with a divine spark. Although he was a high god, as he had fused with a divine spark, he hadn't fused any of the profound mysteries, and so was the weakest type of high god possible. After all these years, he remained a mere 3-star fiend. Generally speaking, high gods were capable of becoming 4-star fiends. He was a 3-star fiend, and this alone made him a target of mockery. Crompton was weak in power. Naturally he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of his friends. Thus, his long-suppressed anger would naturally occasionally be let loose and vented on some people weaker than him. Mocking the weak was something Crompton often did. "You called me trash." Crompton stared at Linley, his eyes faintly red. His breathing was harsh and ragged, as though he was an explosively angry bull. His own friends mocking him was one thing, but just because he said a few words, this demigod actually trash-talked him back. Of course Crompton was furious. "You, a demigod, a despicable little fellow, dare to insult me." Crompton was so furious, he wanted to attack, but as he thought of the prohibitions of Royal Wing City, he remembered how terrifying those penalties were. If he were to attack, the repercussions would be beyond his ability to tolerate. Enough. Suddenly, the long silver-haired fiend who had been seated in the distance said calmly, "Crompton, forget it. You acted incorrectly as well. Stop obsessing over this matter." "Me, incorrectly?" Crompton stared, pointing at Linley, then at the black-haired youth. "Look at the two of them. One is just a demigod, while the other, he failed the fiend trials twice, but was lucky enough to survive. This sort of spineless wimp still wants to try to take the fiend trial. You tell me, why can't I say a few things about them?" The black-haired youth, Angie, had been suppressing his anger this entire time. He had thought that Crompton would just say a word or two then stop. Who would have imagined that Crompton would continue non-stop, and even pointed at him while calling him a spineless wimp? "This is Royal Wing City. What have I to fear?" The black-haired youth ground his teeth. "Spineless wimp?" The black-haired youth raised his head, staring at Crompton. "You called me a spineless wimp? If you aren't a spineless wimp, who is?" Crompton didn't give a damn about Angie, his eyes filled with disdain. The black-haired youth, Angie, growled in a voice that was somewhat shaking, "You call me a spineless wimp? Then I would like to ask you, if you failed the fiend trials twice and nearly died twice, would you have the courage to participate in a third fiend trial? Would you dare?" Crompton was stunned. Would he dare? He wouldn't dare. That isn't courage, that's idiocy. Crompton was very unhappy with the way this black-haired youth was looking at him. And this fellow, this idiot. He's a demigod, but he wants to take part in the fiend trials. Crompton turned to look at Linley again. "Bibi, Delia, let's go." Linley frowned, but he didn't want to continue wasting time with this sort of person. He knew that right now, Crompton had a belly full of anger, yet couldn't attack. All he could do was vent through his words. "My friends, just watch. I am willing to bet that if this guy takes part in the fiend trials, he will definitely die." Crompton continued to talk, while the friends next to him snorted, "Why bet? If a demigod takes part in the fiend trials, of course he will die. Everyone knows this. Boss, one day, I will make that damn baldy pay." Bibi said mentally. "Don't pay him any mind." Linley said calmly. Suddenly, Linley stared in shock towards the outside of the fiend castle. From the distant horizon, he saw several blurs flash through the sky towards the gates of the fiend castle, at a speed that was so fast that people would be astonished to even hear of it. The most important thing was, they dared to fly. Flying in Royal Wing City? How is it that they dare to do this? Linley was stunned. After having been in Royal Wing City for some time, they had seen many people in Royal Wing City and many high gods as well. However, no one dared to fly. Everyone walked on the ground. They might use some techniques to allow themselves to walk faster, but everyone still walked on the ground. The four figures who flew down to the gates of the castle entered the main hall of the fiend castle, one person walking in front, three people coming from behind. The leader had slightly curly, long golden hair. He wore a long, golden cloak. The strange thing was, his eyebrows were white, while his pupils were golden. White eyebrows, golden pupils. Just by standing there, he gave off a sort of fierce aura. After striding into the main hall of the fiend castle, the golden-haired middle-aged man swept everyone with his gaze. Everyone who his gaze fell across felt their souls shudder. An absolute expert. Crompton was facing Linley and Angie, so he naturally didn't notice the newcomer. He was still self-delightedly chattering, not just this brown-haired boy, that Angie as well. If they participate in the Fiend trials, they will definitely die. Many people in the Fiend Castle, however, had noticed the newcomers. Immediately, 10 of them, Yuna included, immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Lord Governor." Lord Governor? Hearing this, Linley and the other two were shocked as well. The laughing Crompton, hearing these words, was greatly shocked. He immediately turned. Seeing that white-eyebrowed, golden-pupiled man, he had no idea who this person was. But he had heard others call out Lord Governor. My respects to the Lord Governor. Everyone who had understood immediately bowed. My respects to the Lord Governor. Only now did Crompton understand as well, and he hurriedly bowed. At the same time, the eyes of these fiends were shining. They snuck glances out of the corner of their eyes at this middle-aged man with white eyebrows and golden pupils. Was this person the legendary governor of Royal Wing City? The pride of the entire Royal Wing City, the 7-star fiend, Lord Royal Wing? Fiends were divided into 7 levels. The highest level 7-star fiends were, without question, amongst the most powerful experts in all of the infernal realm. Every single 7-star fiend had their own unique moniker. This one was the Royal Wing Fiend, his moniker was Royal Wing. The fame of the fiend known as Royal Wing had long ago spread across the entire infernal realm. Perhaps he wasn't as famous as the likes of Blood Violet and Silvermoon, who had become famous through slaughter, but in terms of power, as 7-star fiends, there wasn't a big difference between them. 7-star fiend. Angie looked excitedly at this person in front of him. He dreamed of one day also becoming an exalted 7-star fiend. How terrifying. Definitely not any weaker than Bluefire. When Linley saw Royal Wing, in his heart, for some reason, he had a feeling that he never had before, that a person could, just with a glance, cause his soul to shudder. Such power was utterly breathtaking. The white-eyebrowed, golden-pupiled Royal Wing glanced sideways at Crompton. You said just now that others who participate in the Fiend trials would definitely die? Crompton's entire body was trembling. None of the surrounding fiends dared to make a sound. Crompton, terrified, hurriedly said, "Lord Governor, I was just saying that this brown-haired kid and that black-haired kid at the counter, if they participate, they will definitely die." As he said this, Crompton didn't have any conviction in his voice. Oh? Why do you say that? Royal Wing seemed to be intrigued. This brown-haired kid is just a demigod. If a demigod takes part in the Fiend trials, he will definitely die. Crompton had no idea that 7-star fiends were so terrifying. Royal Wing's gaze alone was causing his heart to quaver. They were both high gods, but the difference between them was enormous. Oh, a demigod is going to participate in the Fiend trials? Royal Wing nodded slightly. And the other one? The black-haired kid has already tried twice in a row to take the Fiend trials, but failed both times. He was lucky enough to preserve his life, but he wants to participate in the Fiend trials again, Crompton said, then no longer dared to make a sound. But Royal Wing only gave the black-haired kid, Angie, an approving glance. And then, he turned his gaze to Crompton. "What is your name?" "Crompton." Crompton stuttered. "You are a high god, but you became one through fusing with a divine spark." Royal Wing laughed calmly. "Yes." Crompton hurriedly nodded. Royal Wing continued, "If my senses are correct, you should only be a 3-star fiend. From the surface, the medallions of all fiends, be they 1-star or 7-star, were identical and generally couldn't be distinguished from one another. One could only tell the difference through using certain special appraisal methods. Royal Wing could tell at a single glance. This was indeed astonishing. Yes, I'm a 3-star fiend." Crompton nodded. A high god who was only a 3-star fiend. Low-ranked. Royal Wing said calmly. Crompton felt incredibly ashamed. It was indeed very embarrassing for a high god to be a 3-star fiend. How could he not be ashamed, with Lord Royal Wing pointing it out? This black-haired kid has failed twice, but still doesn't give up. Although he's a bit rash, his spirit and vigor is quite admirable. If you were able to learn to have that sort of mindset, you would have reached the 4-star level long ago. Royal Wing said calmly. Crompton could only make a sound of acknowledgement. Even if Lord Royal Wing was to curse him out, all he would be able to do was accept it. Royal Wing then turned and walked towards Linley. Laughing calmly, he said, "You plan to participate in the Fiend trials?" Linley hadn't expected that this Royal Wing could come speak to him. The man was a 7-star fiend, the governor of Royal Wing City. "I just came to take a look today. I plan to participate in the Fiend trials a few decades from now." Linley replied respectfully. A few decades? Royal Wing laughed calmly, then said, young fellow, it isn't a shameful thing for a demigod to want to participate in the fiend trials. In the past, when I was a demigod, I participated in the fiend trials myself. Many of the nearby fiends immediately perked up and began to listen carefully. They had never heard that Lord Royal Wing had done such a thing. However, Royal Wing City had been built countless years ago. One could imagine how long Royal Wing had been training for. Surprised, Linley raised his head to glance towards Royal Wing. But of course, I failed. Fortunately, I was able to stay alive, and then after I reached the god level, I tried the fiend trials again. Royal Wing said with a calm laugh. Young fellow, it's best if you wait to reach the god level first before taking part in the fiend trials. The fiend trials are at the difficulty of a 1-star mission. Generally speaking, even full gods have to expend a tremendous amount of effort to complete such missions. A demigod, the chances of completing such a mission is too low, too low. Linley felt gratitude in his heart for this Lord Royal Wing who stood in front of him. At least he was giving him advice. Lord Royal Wing, despite possessing a noble, lofty status, was smiling and gently remonstrating with him. How could Linley not feel grateful? Royal Wing then took a long look at Linley, before turning and leading his 3 subordinates towards the stairs. After Lord Royal Wing left, the entire main hall of the Fiend Castle exploded into a hubbub of noise. All of the fiends were incredibly excited. That was Lord Royal Wing, the expert I worship. Many fiends were extremely excited as they discussed Lord Royal Wing. They no longer discussed Linley and Angie. After all, Linley and Angie were small matters to begin with. At the top of the Fiend Castle. Today was truly intriguing. That brown-haired kid actually had a hint of the aura of the 4 Divine Beast clans about him. Royal Wing sighed. The 4 Divine Beast clans? Milord, don't they come from the Indigo Prefecture of the Bloodridge continent? How is it that they have appeared in our place? One of Royal Wing's 3 subordinates said. Royal Wing laughed calmly. The 4 Divine Beast clans are a very widespread clan. Their descendants are extremely numerous. It isn't a big deal for one of their members to appear here. Royal Wing only felt somewhat intrigued. After all, a mere descendant of the 4 Divine Beast clans wasn't worthy of his actual concern. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 16, The Full God Level. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 16, The Full God Level. Linley's group of 3 left the Fiend Castle, returning to their own residence. Humph. BB threw his grass hat onto the table, furiously saying, I really have to hold my temper here in the infernal realm. That foul Baldy doesn't dare to offend powerful people, so he comes to mock us instead. If we were outside the city, even if it cost me my life, I'd take him on. Delia pursed her lips with a laugh. Take him on? BB, that Baldy is a high god. Will you be able to take him on? So what if he's a high god? BB raised his head, but then he lowered his head again. Oh, a high god. Seeing BB act this way, Linley and Delia both began to laugh. Grandpa, ugh. He has high god sparks, but he forbade me from using them. He wants me to break through on my own. Otherwise, I would have become a high god long ago. BB looked towards Linley. Enough about this. Boss, when we will take the fiend trials? A few decades in the future? Linley nodded. I'm not confident right now in my ability to pass the fiend trials. No rush. In a few decades, I will definitely be able to reach the god level in the laws of the earth. By then, our chances of success will be significant. Linley couldn't help but think of his elemental laws of the wind. Linley had never dared to slack off in his training of the elemental laws of the wind. However, up till now, Linley still had only a partial understanding of the fast and slow profound mysteries. I've mastered the throbbing pulse of the world long ago, and the essence of the earth is one of the simplest profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. Naturally, the speed of fusing them is rather fast. But the profound truths of velocity requires me to simultaneously gain insights into these 2 different profound mysteries while fusing them. The speed is much slower. Linley sighed to himself. If he himself was able to reach the god level in both the laws of the wind and the laws of the earth, his power would naturally increase greatly. Just a few decades. No rush. BB chortled. There's no danger in Royal Wing City anyhow, and it is so huge. I have plenty of places to stroll about now. Oh, right. Boss. In the Black Dragon tribe, I often heard people praise the delicacies of Royal Wing City. Shall we go for a taste tomorrow? With regards to delicacies, Linley was somewhat eager as well. The delicacies of the infernal realm were made using extremely precious ingredients and by genuine maestros. The quality naturally was high. Fine. We'll go for a taste tomorrow. An occasional splurge was necessary. Royal Wing City. At the doorway to a restaurant. This place is pretty good. Linley's group looked at the exterior decorations of this restaurant. Satisfied, they pushed the door open and went in. When Linley's group entered, immediately the waiters of the hotel came in. BB glanced at the waiter, then used his divine sense to speak to Linley. "Boss, this waiter is a god." In his heart, Linley felt this was ridiculous. A god, waiting on him? But in Royal Wing City, gods were indeed commonly seen. It wasn't too absurd for a waiter to be a god. "Our 3 guests, please follow me." The waiter had a smile on his face as he led Linley's group forward. Drip, drip. The restaurant had a miniature artificial mountain and spring waters. The spring water gurgled forward, its flows separating the restaurant into multiple areas. Linley's group was taken to one part of the restaurant, where they sat down. With a flip of his hand, the waiter retrieved a menu containing a list of delicacies. Smiling, he put it on the table. "After you have ordered your dishes, please just call for me." After speaking, the waiter retreated to another corner. "I've never seen the prices of dishes in the infernal realm before." BB excitedly flipped open the menu. Linley was somewhat curious as well. "Wow, it really is expensive." BB continuously flipped through the pages of the menu. "Boss, the cheapest dish I've found still costs 20 inkstones." As he spoke, BB stared with wide eyes, still reading the menu. The introductions to each dish are quite detailed. It clearly explains the uniqueness of every single dish. "Oh, this dish actually costs 700 inkstones. So expensive at dot." After reading it all, BB handed it over to Linley and Delia, a mocking smile on his face. Linley and Delia began to read the menu together and the dishes within. "Hey, Linley, look. This dish is made from the liver of a hellfire phoenix. It costs 30 inkstones. The price isn't too extravagant." Delia pointed at a dish. Linley flipped through the menu as well, and he couldn't help but sigh. As long as you have money, you can eat any sort of saint-level magical beast or even deity-level magical beasts, even those from other planes. Linley, seeing the detailed descriptions of each dish, couldn't help but sigh. "Delia, you and BB pick. I'll eat whatever." They ended up ordering 6 dishes. "BB, you only picked the expensive ones." Linley began to laugh. The 6 dishes came to a total price of 215 inkstones. It must be understood that in the infernal realm, a demigod artifact was worth less than 10 inkstones, while a demigod spark was less than 100 inkstones. But these 6 dishes alone cost a total of 215 inkstones. Fortunately, the total net worth of the 3 of them was in excess of several million, so they naturally wouldn't care too much about this sum. These 2 dishes will definitely take a bit longer, especially this one. The slow roasting alone will take 6 hours. The waiter smiled as he explained. "Understood." Linley nodded. When ordering food, there were explanations beneath each of the dishes. After all, Linley's group wasn't in a rush. They could sit there and wait an entire day if necessary. "Boss, life for people with money in the infernal realm is pretty good." BB sighed. "When we were back in our homeland, how could we possibly eat food like this?" BB currently felt that he was in a state of bliss. He loved to eat. Linley looked outside the window. The metallic window of the restaurant was translucent. One could see everything going on outside. "These cities are the only safe zones in the entire infernal realm," Linley said to himself. "In Royal Wing City, we can relax and sit here quietly while enjoying fine food. But if we were outside the city, every moment would be dangerous, and perhaps we might lose our lives." The enormous Nightblaze prefecture stretched to a circumference of 1 billion kilometers. But there were only 10 cities. One could tell from this that in the infernal zone, almost all the experts lived a life of near constant danger. Only an extremely small number were able to live lives of comfort. Even if you want to live a comfortable life, you still need an enormous sum of money to accomplish it. Linley understood that while Royal Wing City was very comfortable, the amount of money they were spending was astonishing as well. The dishes came, and Linley's group began to enjoy these wondrous delicacies. As BB ate, his eyes began to grow lidded in enjoyment. Delia and Linley also had the feeling that eating these delicacies was indeed a sort of absolute enjoyment. Phew! Bibi said with a sour look on his face, "Boss, after eating this food, in the future, I won't be able to swallow the food of our homeland. Man, this is simply too delicious. This is absolutely one of the best ways one can enjoy oneself." Bibi continued to eat as he spoke, while praising the food non-stop. Linley couldn't help but laugh. "Linley." Delia nudged Linley gently. "Huh?" Puzzled, Linley looked over. Delia said softly, "Linley, look outside the window." Linley immediately looked outside the window. He saw many people clustered outside on the streets, amongst which included some who were looking into the restaurant with a hint of envy in their eyes. This is very normal. There are many people there who just entered Royal Wing City. Linley said softly. "Delia, this is much like how, when we first arrived at Royal Wing City and saw these places for the first time, we also looked everywhere with curiosity and anticipation, right? The Infernal Realm was a very brutal place. If you had money, you could enjoy all sorts of delicacies. But in the Infernal Realm, most people were struggling to survive. But of course, the worst off were the saints. Many saints had come from material planes to the Infernal Realm, but only after they arrived did they discover that they were the lowest rungs in this place. Their lives could be taken from them at any moment. What they wanted was to acquire a demigod spark. But a demigod spark wasn't even as costly as the table of food in front of Linley. "Big brother, congratulations on becoming a fiend. Today, the two of us have to have a good celebration." From behind Linley, a voice rang out. Upon hearing the word fiend, Linley's couldn't help but listen carefully. This time it was really dangerous. "Fortunately, I'm skilled in the elemental laws of the wind." The thick, deep voice rang out. "Only, several of my dear friends failed. Alas, before this, we were saying that we would all succeed and all celebrate together." As the man spoke, his voice lowered. Upon hearing this, the mood at Linley's table dropped as well. The fiend trials were very brutal. "Delia, in the next few decades, you need to focus on training in the elemental laws of the wind. When the time comes, if anything dangerous appears, at least you'll have a better chance of staying alive." Linley was worried about Delia. Once he became a god, the weakest of the three would be Delia. "Right." Delia nodded gently. As for Bibi's power, Linley actually felt rather confident in his heart. Fortunately, Delia has learned the profound mysteries involving the doppelgangers. Neef, who had tried to assassinate Linley, utilized the doppelganger technique. Time flowed on. Linley, Delia, and Bibi lived a quiet life in Royal Wing City. In the blink of an eye, 32 years passed. Linley's training had reached the final step long ago, and he was about to break through and reach mastery at any moment. Within the inner courtyard, Bibi was wearing his straw hat, a sour look on his face as he mumbled, "Boss said he reached a bottleneck 2 years ago, and he's been in closed-door training ever since, not coming out. It has been 2 years, didn't he say that the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth is the simplest profound mystery of the laws of the earth? But he hasn't broken through after spending 2 years. It actually wasn't too hard to gain insights into the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth. But what Linley was doing was simultaneously gaining insights into the essence of the earth while fusing it with another profound mystery. Boss being in training is one thing, but Delia is by his side training as well. I'm bored to death." Bibi once again let out a long sigh. With a flip of his hand, Bibi retrieved a god spark, then tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it. As for Grandpa Beirut, ugh. He gave me a whole sack full of divine sparks and told me to eat them all. But digesting these divine sparks is so slow. Bibi let out another sigh. So many divine sparks. How many years will it take me to eat them all? Right, once boss is out of money, I'll sell some of them off, Bibi mumbled to himself. But suddenly, rumble. A surge of unique energy ripples appeared, as the natural laws descended upon the room where Linley was living in. This happened very commonly in the Infernal Realm, so nobody paid any attention. But this was a huge source of joy for Bibi. Boss finally broke through? Bibi rejoiced as he charged towards Linley's room. Creak. Bibi pushed the door open. Delia, within the room, saw Bibi and immediately used her eyes to tell Bibi not to make any sound. Bibi hurriedly nodded. Holding his breath, he raised his head to look at Linley, who was enfolded by the unique natural laws and hovering in midair already. Linley's eyes were shut. Suddenly, Linley's earth-type demigod spark seemed to have become immaterial. It came out from Linley's forehead, then floated about Linley's head. A large amount of earth elemental essence swirled around that divine spark. Under the control of the natural laws, Linley's divine spark slowly began to transform. Transform from a demigod spark to a god spark. The earth elemental essences disappeared, and that divine spark which emanated in earthen light clearly had a much more powerful aura now. Rumble. The earthen yellow divine spark slowly revolved, then re-entered Linley's body. Moments later. The natural laws have vanished. Why hasn't the boss opened his eyes yet? What's he doing? BB was somewhat unable to wait any longer. He couldn't help but speak. Delia just stared at him, then said through her divine sense, "BB, don't make any sound." Linley, hearing BB's words, opened his eyes and laughed as he looked at BB. "I just reached the god level, so I wanted to sense what about myself has changed, that's all." At this moment, Linley had already completely fused the throbbing pulse of the world and the essence of the earth, entering the full god level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 17, Profound Mysteries Fused, Power Greatly Strengthened. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 17, Profound Mysteries Fused, Power Greatly Strengthened. When breaking through from the demigod level to the god level, the descent of the natural laws which surrounded my soul lasted only a short while, but the transformation of my soul was comparable in effect to me absorbing those 11 amethysts. Linley was absolutely amazed. Over the past 32 years, those 11 amethysts that he had purchased had been completely absorbed long ago. Linley's spirit was now incomparably more powerful than it had been in the past. After becoming a god and having his soul transformed yet again, the effect was actually superior to absorbing soul essences. "Delia, have you finished absorbing those 2 golden soul pearls?" Linley looked at Delia. Linley had Delia go buy 2 golden soul pearls to strengthen her soul as well. That way, she would find it easier to resist the soul attacks of others. That time, Delia hadn't just purchased 2 golden soul pearls, she had also purchased an amethyst. "I've completely absorbed the golden soul pearls, but absorbing that amethyst truly is slow." Delia sighed. "No wonder there are so many who are willing to buy golden soul pearls but so few who buy amethysts." "Boss, when are we going to the fiend trials?" BB urged frantically. BB had been waiting for this day for a long time. "When?" Linley looked at the sky, then laughed. "No rush. It isn't even noon yet. Let's go have a meal at a restaurant to celebrate. After eating, we can go to the fiend castle." "Restaurant?" BB's eyes lit up. After Linley's group finished and left the restaurant, it was already near nightfall. However, the fiend castle was open at night as well. Linley's group immediately went to the fiend castle. Upon reaching the fiend castle, they saw that there were actually quite a few people here at the fiend castle. They strode into the first floor's main hall of the fiend castle. A familiar face. Linley immediately saw Yuna behind the counter, and the 3 of them walked over. "Miss Yuna, I want to participate in the fiend trials," Linley said. Yuna lifted her head up to look at them, and then her eyes suddenly widened as she started to laugh. "It is you 3? Linley had left a very deep impression in Yuna. After all, on that day, even the Lord Governor, Lord Royal Wing, had made an appearance. Yuna naturally remembered that day very clearly. "Oh, you reached the god level." Yuna glanced at Linley in surprise. "Were you already at the verge of a breakthrough the last time you came?" Yuna laughed. She wasn't too surprised. As she saw it, last time Linley should have been stuck at the bottleneck for demigods. From the demigod level to the god level, a breakthrough could be very fast or very slow. Linley only chuckled. "Help the 3 of us register for the fiend trials, please." Yuna looked at Linley's group then nodded. "Fine. You know the rules. 10,000 inkstones per person. 30,000 for 3. Yuna laughed as she stretched her hand out, and with a flip of his hand, Linley retrieved 3 of those long azurites. Accepting the 3 long azurites, Yuna withdrew 3 medallions with a devilish cyclopean eye design, handing them to Linley's group. "What are these?" BB looked curiously at the image as he asked. "This is the proof that you are qualified to participate in the fiend trials." Yuna laughed. "Right, tell me where you are living. I'll record it down." "Miss Yuna, you haven't even told us what the mission is. Why do you want our address?" Linley didn't understand. Yuna shook her head. "The mission for a fiend trial will only be explained clearly when you actually participate in it. Right now, nobody knows. Even the exact time of the fiend trial is uncertain. This is because, generally speaking, only when the numbers are filled up will a fiend trial begin." "Fill up the numbers?" Linley began to understand. Only when the number of participants reached a certain number would a fiend trial begin. They couldn't be certain of who would come to register, so naturally, there was no way to ascertain the exact time the trials would start. Still have to wait? We won't wait another few decades, will we? Bibi said hurriedly. Of course not. Actually, just 2 days ago, a group of people went to take the fiend trials. Only, the results were as cruel as ever. Less than 100 succeeded. Too many died. Yuna let out a sigh. Oh. Don't be in a hurry. Roughly in about a month or so, the numbers will be filled up. 1 month? Linley's group was in no rush. After the numbers are filled up for the fiend trials and the mission has been selected, the employees of the fiend castle will notify you at your residence. Thus, you need to leave behind your address. Yuna laughed. Linley's group understood. They immediately recorded their address. Hey, beautiful Miss Yuna. Bibi chortled. I'd like to ask, last time, that fellow named Angie, who failed twice in a row but still wanted to participate in a third fiend trial. Did he succeed or fail in the last fiend trial? Bibi's question caused Linley and Delia to look at Yuna as well. Angie? Yuna began to laugh. His luck really is not bad at all. He succeeded on the third fiend trial. After succeeding, he accepted a long-distance escort mission out of Royal Wing City. Most likely, he has long since left the boundaries of Nightblaze Prefecture. But of course, it's also possible that he might have encountered danger during the escort mission and perished. Who knows? Linley's group rejoiced for Angie. No matter what, in the end, that stubborn fellow had finally succeeded. Linley's group thus began to wait calmly. In the end, they waited more than 20 days. Royal Wing City. That quiet little courtyard where Linley's group was staying. The blood-red sun shone down upon the courtyard. Linley was seated meditatively at the floor of the courtyard, a layer of earth and light roiling about on his body. Boss's defensive power has far outstripped that of a god-level defensive artifact, and it's continuing to grow stronger. Bibi sat there on the chair, clutching a bottle of fruit wine in his hands, continuously drinking. This type of fruit wine is the fairly cheap sort in the infernal realm. A single inkstone can buy 10 bottles. While drinking it is far better than those fruit wines which are acclaimed so highly in the Yulan continent. Bibi wasn't like Linley. Linley spent most of his time and effort in training, while Bibi spent most of his time eating and playing about, only occasionally training. The roiling earthen yellow light on Linley's body stopped flowing about, transforming into an earthen yellow outfit. Earth-style magic included the Sacred Earthguard armor spell. The Sacred Earthguard armor, upon reaching the deity level, could form armor on the level of adamantine, just by using powerful spiritual energy as well as divine power. But this sort of Sacred Earthguard armor was the simplest, most primitive sort. Linley, after mastering the essence of the earth, was capable of forming an elemental armor over his body. The power of this elemental armor was far greater than that of adamantine armor. This elemental armor's defensive power was comparable to ordinary god-level defensive artifacts. But due to his mastery of the throbbing pulse of the world, Linley also had the Pulse Guard defense, which was slightly more defensively formidable than even the elemental armor. Fortunately, Linley had managed to fuse the essence of the earth and the throbbing pulse of the world together. Thus, after constant training and improvement, Linley had finally succeeded in being able to combine the constantly flowing, throbbing Pulse Guard defense with the static, immobile earth elemental armor. The earthen set of clothes which Linley was wearing was in reality his Pulse Guard armor. If one magnified it 100-fold, one would discover this. The extremely thin, minute strands of earthen yellow divine power were crisscrossed into a rippling lattice, moving in accordance to a particular rhythm to form a perfect whole. The countless rippling lattices of divine power in the end formed this set of clothes which Linley was wearing. This Pulse Guard armor was the combination of his Pulse Guard defense and his elemental armor. In terms of defensive power, it was nearly 10 times greater than that of most god-level defensive artifacts. This is the power of fusing profound mysteries. Linley felt a surge of delight. If I hadn't fused them, even though I have mastered both the throbbing pulse of the world and the essence of the earth, the defensive power would be much lower. Linley finally began to understand why there could be such an enormous gap in power between high gods. I have only fused 2 types of profound mysteries, but the power has multiplied tenfold. If I fused 3? 4? Linley sighed unceasingly. No wonder that Crompton, who became a deity through fusing with a divine spark, was so terrified in front of the Lord Governor. Indeed. After fusing the profound mysteries of a law, the power expanded exponentially. I mastered the throbbing pulse of the world, then developed the Voidwave Sword. But now, with 2 profound mysteries completely fused, the power of my Voidwave Sword has also increased tenfold. Not just that, if I primarily use my spiritual energy, then the attack is a spiritual attack. But if I use my divine power as the basis of the attack, then it will be a material attack. The essence of the earth was normally used for material attacks. The throbbing pulse of the world was normally used for spiritual attacks. With the two profound mysteries fused, the Voidwave sword didn't just grow more powerful in spiritual attacks, even the material attack components through his essence of the earth had increased greatly. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound could be heard. I'll go open the door. Bibi leapt to the doorway. Linley and Delia both walked over to the door as well. There was a black-haired youth outside. The three of you are participating in the Fiend trials, right? Have you come to alert us? Bibi said in delight. The black-haired youth nodded and laughed. Right. The three of you, let me see your Fiend emblems. Don't worry, this is the only way I have to ascertain your identities. Linley and the other two each withdrew their Fiend emblems with a flip of their hands. Right. Tomorrow morning at dawn, go to the gates of Royal Wing City and take part in the Fiend trials. You will find members of our Fiend Castle waiting for you there. The black-haired youth laughed as he spoke. Tomorrow at dawn? Linley's group was filled with anticipation. What's the Fiend trial going to be? Delia asked. The black-haired youth shook his head. I don't know. However, they will only tell you the details regarding your Fiend trial missions when you go to the meeting point. When the time comes and you go to the city gates, the people of the Fiend Castle probably won't recognize you. You only have to show off your Fiend emblems. The black-haired youth said, then he left. Linley's group exchanged glances. Wow. Boss, we're about to become fiends. Bibi was very excited. Fiend trials? Linley had already made up his mind. No matter what, protecting Delia and Bibi was what was important. Perhaps Bibi actually doesn't need my protection. Linley glanced at Bibi. The next dawn, Linley's group headed to the city gates very early. When Linley's group arrived at the city gates, they discovered a large metallic lifeform hovering outside, which had the Fiend insignia atop it. It seems there's quite a few people. Linley looked through the translucent windows of the metallic lifeform and was able to see quite a few figures within. Linley's group immediately flew over towards the metallic lifeform, where a silver-haired elder was standing at the entrance. He looked towards Linley's group. Are you here for the Fiend trials? Linley nodded. Please show your Fiend emblems. The silver-haired elder didn't have any hint of a smile on his face. Seeing the Fiend emblems in the hands of Linley and the other two, the silver-haired elder nodded slightly. Go in. Inside the metallic creature, there was a long corridor which was divided into two directions. There were people in the corridor. Upon seeing Linley's group, they called out, Fiend trial participants, enter the rear cabin. They entered the rear cabin. So many people. Linley couldn't help but be shocked. Boss, there are at least several hundred people here. Bibi said in amazement. Delia sighed as well, and not everyone is here yet. Linley, let's sit towards the sides. As they spoke, Linley's group found seats and sat down. In the rear cabin, each row had 21 seats, with each row divided up by 4 walkways. Bibi looked through the translucent window towards the outside. Right now, it seems there are quite a few people still coming. Hey, boss, look, there are people coming who are wearing Fiend medallions. And quite a few of them. Why are a group of fiends coming? Linley looked as well. But when he did, Linley's face changed. He saw a familiar face. Bibi was shocked as well. Boss, that foul Baldy is here as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 18, Moon Lake. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 18, Moon Lake. Linley, that bald guy named Crompton is here as well. Delia also noticed that familiar figure. Linley could clearly see Crompton and the other fiends enter the metallic creature. Only, the fiends went into the front cabin of the metallic lifeform. All the participants in the Fiend trials are in the rear cabin, while the fiends are in the front cabin. Linley was slightly relieved, but despite that, he still felt concern. Why are these fiends getting involved? Linley didn't care about fiends getting involved. What he cared about was that the fiends traveling along with them included Crompton. Linley had to admit that he disliked this Crompton. And Crompton, in turn, definitely would take advantage of any opportunity he had to kill Linley to vent his anger. If Crompton really were to go all out to kill us, the three of us do have a slight chance. Crompton only became a high god through fusing with a divine spark. He was the weakest type of high god. Those who fused with divine sparks wouldn't have their souls be ensconced by the natural laws, nor be nourished and strengthened. Their souls would thus be somewhat weaker. And Linley, while only a god, had fused two profound mysteries, the throbbing pulse of the world and the essence of the earth. His soul attack was 10 times stronger than that of a normal god. Linley's soul attack was more than enough to threaten Crompton's life. However, Linley wasn't completely confident either. After all, the opponent was a high god, meaning he had mastered all of the profound mysteries of an elemental law. Even if he hadn't fused any of them, he couldn't be underestimated. In dealing with Crompton, if Bibi and I were to go all out, we still have a chance. But Crompton isn't alone. He has friends. Linley frowned. This was what caused Linley the most worry. We aren't in a city right now. We're outside the city. There are no prohibitions against combat. Once Crompton notices us, he might come for revenge. Linley thought back and forth, but he still couldn't come to a decision on what to do. Mother Fasterus Kerr, there are so many fiends. Why do I have to be so unlucky as to have that baldy be on this mission? Linley couldn't help but mentally curse. But although he was angry, he had to face reality. No matter what, all I can do right now is to hope that the baldy won't notice us. Linley quietly hoped. This wasn't impossible. After all, Linley's group was in the rear cabin, while Crompton was in the front cabin. As long as they didn't run into each other, there wouldn't be any problems. Linley. Delia looked at him, her eyes also holding a hint of worry. Don't worry. Linley said softly. Bibi looked at Linley as well. Although Bibi liked to cause trouble, he wasn't a fool. He knew that with the baldy mixed into this group, things had just potentially become disastrous. Bibi immediately said mentally, Boss, if we really run into trouble, I'll deal with the baldy. Although I won't be able to beat him, I am confident that I'll be able to tie him up for a time while staying alive. Linley glanced at Bibi with some surprise. Bibi had only reached the god level a few decades ago, but he was confident in being able to tie up a high god for a time? Even though this one had fused with a divine spark. Truly? Linley's eyes held a hint of laughter in them. Humph. Bibi raised his head proudly, then said using his divine sense, Boss, I'm the second god-eater rat to ever exist in the countless planes of the universe. Don't underestimate me. Bibi was capable of easily eating divine sparks. How could he not have some special abilities? The metallic creature began to move. Whoosh! The enormous black shadow slashed through the air, disappearing from above Royal Wing City and becoming a faint speck in the distant horizons. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was completely gone. Within the metallic lifeform, the people all looked towards the outside. What's going on? Up till now, we still don't know what the mission is. Bibi muttered. Don't be impatient. Linley laughed calmly. A woman seated next to Linley with short silver hair spoke out. The Fiend trial mission has a set location. It must be very far away from Royal Wing City. Most likely, this journey will be a very long one. The people of Fiend Castle naturally aren't in a hurry to tell us about the Fiend trial just yet. Linley nodded to himself. My name is Linley. Linley laughed as he greeted the silver-haired woman. This silver-haired woman was wearing a silver outfit as well. She looked very clean and sharp. She glanced at him, a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. My name is Regina, Ruegina. Mr. Linley, those two next to you are traveling with you, right? Regina knew very well that during a Fiend trial, several people joining forces together would have a much higher chance of success. If she were to encounter danger amidst the trials, if someone helped her out slightly, that might change her fate. So she wanted to get on good terms with Linley's group. Right. Linley laughed and nodded. The nearby Bibi's eyes lit up, and he turned to look in this direction. Miss Regina, your eyes are so enchanting. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Bibi. Regina looked at Bibi, and his lively, playful eyes instantly captivated her. Bibi. Your eyes are even more bewitching. Bibi's smile immediately became even brighter. Miss Regina, do you know why those fiends are traveling along with us? Linley gave voice to his confusion. This is a fiend trial. Those people are already fiends, but they are coming along as well. Regina shook her head. I'm not sure about this either. Linley could only once more bury his suspicions deep in his heart. The metallic lifeform flew for an entire day. At nightfall, the staff of the Fiend Castle finally came to the rear cabin. The Fiend Castle staff members are here, Regina said. Linley's group immediately sat up straight. They raised their heads, staring towards the three figures standing at the very front of the cabin. These three were staff members sent over by the Fiend Castle, with the leader being that silver-haired old man. Everyone. The silver-haired old man had a smile on his face. He said in a clear voice, there are, in total, 1,000 people taking part in this Fiend trial. I imagine everyone knows this already. The Fiend trial is extremely dangerous, and the death rate is extremely high. But everyone has come despite that, so in terms of courage, at least, you are all worthy of becoming fiends. The silver-haired old man's face grew solemn. But courage alone is insufficient. You also need power. This Fiend trial will take place in a place located roughly 30 million miles away from Royal Wing City. This place is known as the Moon Lake. Given the flying speed of the metallic lifeform, I expect it will take roughly a month before we reach our destination. The silver-haired elder said. At this moment, the rear cabin of the metallic lifeform was completely silent. 1,000 Fiend trial participants were all listening closely. There is something important which has to be made clear. The Fiend trial mission isn't something which is designed or set up by the Fiend Castle. The silver-haired elder's voice echoed in the rear cabin. Everyone who knows anything about fiends should know that fiends can accept missions at the Fiend Castle. Missions are divided into different levels. As for your trial, it was selected from the many available missions, a 1-star mission which is suitable for you. The silver-haired elder said solemnly, as long as you can complete this mission, you will thus become a 1-star fiend. As for the details of the mission, Lauren, Laolin, you tell them. The silver-haired elder stood off to one side while Lauren, a bewitchingly beautiful woman dressed in a long black cloak, stepped forward. Lauren's voice was clear and bright. The location of the mission is Moon Lake. Above Moon Lake, there is an ancient castle. The master of this ancient castle is extremely, terrifyingly powerful. He has 1 steward, 18 black-robed guards, and hundreds of gold-robed guards. Your mission is to kill one of the gold-robed guards. Remember, after killing the gold-robed guards, take their interspatial ring, that moon ring, and bring it back to the Fiend Castle. Only the possession of this moon ring will be accepted as proof that you completed the mission. But of course, you can take out and make use of the wealth and items contained within the moon rings. Lauren laughed as she spoke. That's all. I'm done speaking. Immediately, a hubbub arose in the rear cabin, as everyone began to discuss this. Quiet. The silver-haired elder's voice rang out. Everyone's voices lowered. If you have any questions, speak. The silver-haired elder said. Immediately, a powerfully built blue-robed man who was 3 meters tall stood up. In a sonorous voice, he said, "My lord, you say that the proof of completing this mission is the moon ring. Can it be that every gold-robed guard has one? According to our intelligence reports, all of them should have one. Even if their interspatial rings aren't actually moon rings, the moon rings should be stored within their interspatial rings." The silver-robed elder laughed calmly. But of course, we can't rule out special circumstances. Therefore, if you kill a gold-robed guard but can't find a moon ring, that's bad luck for you. Without a moon ring, you won't be acknowledged by the Fiend Castle. The silver-haired elder pursed his lips. However, it should be very rare for a gold-robed guard to not have a moon ring. The man sat back down. The silver-haired woman by Linley's side, Regina, stood up. "My lord. You said that the lord of that castle is very powerful, and that he has a steward and black-robed guards. You only want us to kill the gold-robed guards. Would the black-robed guards and the lord of the castle really just let us do as we please?" Linley had a sudden thought. Not just Linley. Many of the other people who had come on this fiend trial with them had also guessed what the answer was. On this trip to Moon Lake, others are going as well. There are also some 3- and 4-star fiends, and even a 5-star fiend squad. The silver-robed elder laughed calmly. Most likely, when you get off the metallic creature, the group of fiends will arrive as well. As I thought. Linley was very certain about this response. The silver-haired elder continued, their mission is to deal with the black-robed guards, the steward, and the lord of the castle. From what the Fiend Castle staff member had explained, Linley and the others could guess that the gold-robed guards should be at the god level of power, while the black-robed guards, the steward, and the lord of the castle were all high gods. They spent 32 days in that metallic creature. Finally, they arrived at the destination. After you disembark, all you have to do is head south a few kilometers. Moon Lake is there. The silver-haired elder said loudly in the rear cabin, "This place isn't Royal Wing City. Life and death battles can happen at any moment. Everyone needs to be careful. We will quietly wait here for your return. If you successfully return with a moon ring, you can return to the metallic life form." Everyone maintained their silence. They all felt tremendous pressure. 1,000 people had come to take part in the Fiend trials. But how many of them would survive to return? The number of people who had come to take part in the Fiend trials was testament to how dangerous Fiend trials were. Since the Fiend Castle had specially picked out this mission to test them, the difficulty level definitely wouldn't be low. Everyone in the front cabins has disembarked. Now all of you need to disembark. The silver-haired elder said calmly. Let me give you one parting advice: you don't need to just be on guard against the dwellers of Moon Lake. You also need to be on guard against the other Fiend trial participants. There are always many who don't die during the mission, but are killed by other Fiend trial participants. I've seen this far too many times. Linley's heart shook slightly. Indeed. If someone else didn't have a moon ring but you did, the other person might ambush you so as to kill you and seize your moon ring. This was very common. After all, this wasn't Royal Wing City. Let's go. Linley, Delia, and Bibi followed the flow of people outside, the densely packed group slowly disembarking the metallic lifeform. At this moment, the metallic lifeform was on a broad, empty land. There were 23 fiends gathered there. Amongst them, the bald Crompton was standing in front of his friends, glancing about casually. But then, his gaze suddenly turned. HRM? Crompton stared at the entrance to the metallic creature. And then, Crompton's face immediately had a hint of a smile appear on it. I didn't expect that the three of them would also be assigned to this Fiend trial. What a coincidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 19, The Pink Mist. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 19, The Pink Mist. Linley didn't want to come face to face with Crompton, but no matter what, the three of them would have to exit the metallic creature. This was unavoidable. As soon as Linley's group exited through the opening, Crompton accidentally saw them. Linley cautiously looked at Crompton out of the corner of his eyes as well. At this moment, Linley was at the opening, while Crompton was currently standing amidst a tall patch of wild grass, but at that moment, their gazes crossed and locked. Not good. Linley's face instantly changed. Linley's face was now ugly to behold, but Crompton's face had a hint of a smile on it. I won't get involved with that baldy for now. If he insists on making trouble, all I can do is go all out. Linley didn't have any other choice for now either. All he could do was enter the group with the rest of the Fiend trial participants. All of them flew down from the metallic lifeform, landing on the patch of land with exuberant plant growth. Hey, bro, look. Crompton nudged someone nearby, and then gestured with his eyes towards the front. It's that punk who made me lose face at Royal Wing City. Hey, it really is the three of them. The fiends next to Crompton also looked towards Linley, clearly surprised. One of them began to laugh. Crompton, your luck is quite good. It seems you'll have a chance to get revenge. Crompton let out a sinister laugh. I originally thought I wouldn't have a chance, but who would have imagined that he would be delivered right to me? Crompton naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity. Soon, the 1,000 participants of the Fiend trials had all finished disembarking. Linley's team was in the middle of this group. Linley? That Regina greeted Linley's group, but they only casually acknowledged her, not paying any extra attention. Regina frowned. She couldn't help but feel puzzled, but how could she know that the three were currently worrying about Crompton? Boss, that Crompton is walking over. Bibi suddenly said. Linley looked over as well. Crompton was sneering coldly while walking over. Retreat! Linley and the other two immediately moved backwards. Seeing this, Crompton immediately snickered. You want to flee? Crompton's speed suddenly increased. No longer trying to disguise it, he charged straight towards Linley's group, his face ferocious. When you were a demigod, you dared to curse at me. The rage in Crompton's heart, which had been suppressed for 30+ years, was now exploding forth. If it hadn't been for the fact that they were within Royal Wing City, he would have acted long ago. Delia, you immediately retreat off to a distance while using your spatial wind to restrict him and slow his movements. Linley said through his divine sense. Bibi, the two of us will prepare to fight. Linley's gaze turned cold. Since Crompton was coming for trouble, then it was time for them to go all out. Kill that foul baldy. Bibi's eyes had a vicious look flash through them as well. Humph, Crompton sneered coldly, and then suddenly moved to pursue, while of Linley's group, Delia retreated at high speed, but Linley and Bibi did not, instead slowing down as though waiting for Crompton to come over. What are you doing? A cold shout shook in Crompton's mind. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Crompton. Although Crompton's mind had been clouded by his fury, when he saw this person, he was immediately frightened into his senses. He immediately said respectfully, "Lord Loisius, Lucius I. Ha?" Linley's group came together once more, watching with confusion. A fiend had suddenly appeared in front of Crompton, blocking him. In front of this fiend, Crompton appeared to be extremely frightened. Who is he? Linley looked at the fiend in confusion. This fiend had long, brownish-black hair which was unbound casually, but his gaze was cold and fierce. "Crompton, you want to kill those three?" Loisius looked coldly at Crompton. Crompton wanted to speak, but he didn't know how he should explain. Loisius, a 5-star fiend. On this trip to Moon Lake, the leader of the fiends was this Loisius as well as his 2 partners. 5-star fiends, all 3 of them. This was an extremely powerful force amongst the fiends. I don't care what you think you were doing," Loisius said coldly. "However, the battle has yet to begin. If because you killed these 3 gods, you created energy ripples that attracted the notice of the master of Moon Lake Castle, causing them to flee without engaging in battle, our mission would be a failure. If that happens, don't blame me for acting merciless." Yes, I understand." Crompton's heart shuddered. In his heart, he thought regretfully, how could I have forgotten? The energy ripples caused by battling deities were very apparent, especially if a high god was to fight against 3 gods, such a battle would definitely create energy ripples, and Moon Lake was only a few kilometers away from here. Once the battle began, the master of Moon Lake would definitely take notice. If the master of the castle fled, then this mission of Loisius and the other fiends would have failed. Loisius gave him a hard look, then left. Crompton immediately gave Linley's group a hard look as well. He said to himself, "Count yourselves lucky. However, when the battle begins, I will definitely kill the 3 of you to vent my anger. Right now, I'll just let you live a bit longer." After having been rebuked by Loisius, the anger which Crompton felt naturally was transferred towards Linley's group. "Everyone, we know that you are here to take part in the fiend trials." A voice rang out in the minds of all 1,000 test takers, Linley included. "We are different from you, our mission is to kill the master of Moon Lake Castle. Thus, I hope you won't be impatient. Wait for us to kill the master of Moon Lake Castle before making your moves." Linley and everyone else felt shocked. A divine sense which encapsulates everyone? It at least covers hundreds of meters. In the infernal realm, using divine sense to speak was very difficult. When Linley had been in the necropolis of the gods, as soon as he moved through the interdimensional gateway and into the necropolis of the gods, he had realized that his spiritual energy's maximum area had shrunk to just a few dozen meters, while in the Yulon continent, it had been over 1,000 kilometers. In the infernal realm, one of the higher planes, the restriction was even greater. When Linley had first arrived in the infernal realm, he was only a demigod. Although his soul was fairly powerful, his divine sense was still only able to encapsulate 10 meters. After absorbing 11 amethysts and breaking through to the god level, Linley's divine sense was still only 100 meters. A high god's divine sense should be able to cover 1,000 kilometers. This was Linley's hypothesis. That Loisius continued to speak using divine sense. "Right now, we are heading to Moon Lake. The 1,000 of you, follow us." And then, with Loisius and the other 3-star fiends taking the lead, the 20+ fiends simultaneously flew into the air, heading towards Moon Lake. Immediately, the 1,000-man army of fiend trial participants flew into the air as well, with Linley's group naturally amongst them. They all flew towards Moon Lake. Crompton alone isn't that frightening. But I'm worried about those friends of his, Linley said to himself. At Moon Lake, I expect those friends of his won't help him when the battle is going on, but Linley felt certain about this. Based on their behavior in the Fiend Castle, and how those friends had fanned the flames and egged him on, most likely none of them truly considered Crompton a close, lifelong friend. Moon Lake was extremely wide and vast, nearly 10 kilometers wide. A gentle wind blew, creating slight ripples and waves across the surface of Moon Lake. In the center of Moon Lake, there was an ancient castle. This castle was multiple kilometers wide as well, and could be considered a fairly large one. 20+ fiends and 1,000 gods were standing in the middle of Moon Lake. Loisius and his 2 comrades, one of which was a violet-haired, black-robed man, the other one being a blue-haired, muscular man, moved at virtually the same moment. Flying into the air, they flew at high speed towards Moon Lake Castle, and right behind them were the fiends. Let's go! Linley and the rest of the 1,000 didn't hesitate, immediately flying into the air as well. Swish, dot. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the air above Moon Lake Castle. It was Loisius and the other 2. They live up to being 5-star fiends. Their speed is so fast. Crompton and the other fiends sighed in amazement in their hearts. Loisius hovered there in mid-air, staring down at the castle. I don't want to fight inside the castle. Third bro, split this castle in half. Yes, big brother. The blue-haired muscular youth flipped his hand over, and a long black saber appeared in it. The blade of this long saber was extremely broad, at least 30 centimeters. The entire thing radiated a bloody, murderous aura. Clearly, it had drank the blood of quite a few experts. Wielding this long black saber, the blue-haired muscular youth's body suddenly moved, and he struck out with the weapon. Bam! An enormous black saber shadow chopped straight down towards the castle. Wherever the saber shadow passed, space itself split apart, creating massive earthquake-like ripples which emanated downwards in the air below the saber shadow. The part of the waters of Moon Lake which were affected by the ripples began to crackle, and then the water in that area completely vanished. And then, the water elsewhere in Moon Lake rushed in to fill the gap. Boom! The enormous blade shadow chopped against the castle. The walls of the castle actually began to shine with all sorts of complicated magical runes that were black in color, flashing with enormous divine power. The magical runes continually to flash, weakening the strength of the attack. The attack, despite powerful, had been forcibly blocked head-on by the castle. The faces of Loisius and the other two changed. Who is the master of this castle? Did he himself set up this enormous defensive magic formation, or did he ask someone else to help him with it? Loisius felt a hint of worry. His third brother's material attack was the strongest of the three. Loisius knew exactly how powerful that saber chop was. To be able to block that saber, the magic formation of this castle was something which only a true master of magic formations was capable of setting up. If he was able to invite a master to set it up, the lord of this castle was undoubtedly extremely wealthy. If he himself set it up, then the insides of this castle definitely wouldn't be ordinary. There would be countless dangers within. No wonder it is a 6-star assignment. Loisius frowned. The fiends behind them, as well as the 1,000 gods, all stared in confusion. This castle seems to be extraordinary. Bibi said with pursed lips. It is similar to the magic formation which previously protected the Radiant Temple. They are both magic formations, but this one is millions of times more powerful. Linley also sensed that this assignment wouldn't be as easily accomplished as they might hope. It seems it's true that only a small number out of 1,000 are likely to survive. Right at this moment, a pink mist suddenly began to emanate from the castle. This pink mist expanded very quickly, covering virtually the entire surface of the water of Moon Lake, with all of the fiends and the 1,000 gods within it. Ha! Linley frowned. This pink mist was very thick. Linley could only barely see within a few dozen meters of himself. Crunch! The sound of a weapon piercing into someone's body. Bastard, die, die. From afar, energy ripples from combat suddenly appeared, causing Linley's group to be shocked. Linley wanted to use his divine sense to take a look. After all, Linley's divine sense was able to spread to an area of nearly 100 meters. But just as Linley spread out his divine sense a little bit, he suddenly sensed a hint of a murderous intent grow in his heart, and his soul was affected as well. Only, that blue light within Linley's sea of consciousness lit up. Not right. Linley instantly grew clear-minded again. Everyone, don't use your divine sense, and don't breathe that mist into your body. The loud voice of Loisius rang out. This pink mist is a type of poison mist created by a high god master who trains in the edicts of death. It is designed specifically to drown out the murderous feelings in one's soul. No matter what, your spiritual energy and your soul cannot come into contact with that pink mist. What was divine sense? Divine sense was nothing more than spiritual energy which was spread out of the body. Once a person's spiritual energy came into contact with that pink mist, it would be impacted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 20, Cannon Fodder. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 20, Cannon Fodder. In the air above Moon Lake. That pink mist was everywhere. Within the thick mist, everyone including Linley, without being told, released their god realms, causing the pink mist to stay away from them. The god realm of a deity wasn't that large, but with over 1,000 experts utilizing it at the same time. Instantly, there wasn't a hint of that fog left in the air above the castle. We haven't even entered the castle yet, but people have started to die. Linley said to himself. Just then, when that pink fog had first come out, quite a few people had their souls contaminated by that poison fog. Those people who had been more murderous to begin with had instantly exploded into madness. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 gods had died. This fog truly is powerful. BB sighed in praise. Fortunately, I didn't release my divine sense just now. But Delia said, just now, when I heard the sounds of combat, I sent out my divine sense to see what was going on. But of course, once I heard the warning, I immediately withdrew it. Linley couldn't help but to turn and look at Delia. Delia, are you alright? Linley was frightened. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Delia laughed. Just now, I just felt a bit grouchy. I felt only just a tiny hint of killing intent, well within my ability to control. Delia explained. Linley suddenly frowned and he looked to the side. There were two gods nearby him chatting. Aksu, this time we're in trouble. This is a poison fog developed by a high god master of the Edicts of Death. Something like this is extremely precious, but the Lord of Moonlake Castle used it in such a casual manner. And that magic formation just now, this all indicates that the master of this castle is extremely wealthy. Right. This sort of poison fog that stirs up an urge to kill isn't that powerful. When I was in Blacksand Castle at Royal Wing City, I once saw someone selling a poison which upon contact with one's soul, could cause the soul to spontaneously combust and then collapse. But of course, that price was sky high. The 1,000 gods who were trial participants all began to discuss this amongst themselves while hovering in mid-air, waiting for the 20+ fiends to come to a decision. If the fiends didn't go to deal with the master of the castle and those black-robed guards, they wouldn't dare go charging in. Everyone, Linley included, understood that what the lord of the castle had put on display just now was most likely just a tiny little trick for him. He hadn't shown any of his true killing strokes. How would gods like Linley dare to charge in and throw their lives away? At the bottom of Moon Lake Castle, within a wide main hall, the steward, dressed in a violet uniform, was standing to one side, while a black-haired elder whose eyebrows drooped all the way down to his chest was sampling some wine. Casually, the elder said, Belham, Biluomu, have you completed your investigations regarding what is going on outside? Milord, the leaders are a group of fiends. The violet-robed steward frowned. Milord, the situation seems to be bad. I'm afraid that some people intentionally send out a mission for the fiend castle to attack us. An attack of fiends would be troublesome for anyone. The same was true for the master of this castle. The black-haired elder's eyebrows furrowed. He was silent for a moment. Forget them. Any who enter the castle shall be killed. The black-haired elder said in a low voice. All of the gold-robed guards are under your control. Deploy Tersons and the others as well. Someone is intentionally acting against me? After dealing with this affair, I will definitely have to investigate this. Yes, milord. The violet-robed steward bowed. In the air above Moonlake Castle, the group of people continued to hover, while their leader, Loisius, was vexed. Loisius knew very well that with enough money and power, one could definitely go to Blacksand Castle to buy some forbidden items and turn this entire castle into a death trap. Even he didn't dare to charge in rashly. No other options. Loisius' face sank as he looked at the surrounding fiends. The surrounding fiends exchanged glances. It wasn't as though they had never encountered this sort of situation before. They all knew what they should do right now. Let those fiend trial participants be their cannon fodder. Let them lead the charge into the castle. Swoosh. Swoosh. The 20+ fiends simultaneously floated over to the air above the large group of gods including Linley, while a voice rang out. This poison fog is everywhere, while the castle itself is unbreakable. All we can do now is go into the castle. Right now, the 1,000 of you will divide into 10 squads and enter the castle through the windows and corridors. We fiends will also divide into 10 squads, following behind you. You will deal with ordinary gold-robed guards. If you encounter any black-robed guards, we fiends will act. When this voice rang out, the nearly 1,000 gods who were participating in this trial all had changed looks on their faces. Bastards! They are making us into cannon fodder. Linley cursed inwardly. Everyone immediately understood. However, they didn't dare to refuse, because they all knew how astonishingly powerful a strong high god could be. Perhaps, against the likes of Crompton, who only became a high god through fusing with a divine spark, a group of gods would be able to kill when joining forces. But a 5-star fiend like Loisius was different. Someone capable of becoming a 5-star fiend was someone who had definitely fused profound mysteries. A 5-star fiend wouldn't find it too hard to kill all 1,000 of them. And there were 3 of those 5-star fiends. And a whole pile of 4-star fiends as well. There was no way for them to resist at all. All of you, form a squad. Fiends immediately began to divide them up. However, the gods didn't respond. Hurry up. Or can it be that you want to die right now? A cold voice rang out. The gods looked at each other, finally complying. They had no other options. There's no way we gods can join forces to kill them all. Linley glanced sideways at Moon Lake Castle. The corridors inside the castle aren't too wide. Only 2 or 3 people will be able to walk side by side at most. With 100 people in each squad, there's no way we can simultaneously suddenly attack the high gods behind. There was no chance of resistance. All of the gods could only choose to obey. After all, the fiends weren't trying to kill them, just have them go in first. They still had a chance at life. Hey, let's take charge of that squad. Crompton hurriedly called out. The ordinary 2-star fiends and 3-star fiends were all responsible for staying behind the 100-man squads. Ha, Crompton, geez. People immediately began to laugh. They all knew that because of Linley's group, Crompton decided to choose the responsibility of overseeing that squad. This was the squad Linley was in. The main gates to the castle were tightly shut. There was no way to break through it forcibly at all. The 100-man squads could thus only slip in through the windows. Linley's team was mixed into one of the squads, and they too slipped into the room, then began to search for an enemy in the corridor behind them. This pink mist has filled the entire castle. There's no way to see what's going on up ahead at all. If we aren't careful, we might be ambushed. Linley held Delia's hand as he and Bibi carefully followed the rest of the squad in moving forwards. Linley didn't dare to stay too close to the rear. Crompton and the others were in the rear. There was no fog in front of Linley, because all of the gods were using their god realm, which was more than enough to make it so that there was no pink fog around them. However, in front of them, outside the area of the god realm, there was the boundless pink mist. Everyone was careful and advanced slowly. Boss, how do you think that pink fog thing was developed? Bibi chatted with Linley through divine sense. As there was no poison mist near them, they naturally were able to chat using divine sense. It is able to directly affect the soul. I heard others say that there are even more terrifying poison mists that can cause the soul to spontaneously combust and collapse. Who knows? In the Yulon continent, I did suffer that attack from the Grand Warlock. Right, in Redbud Castle, didn't you see those Godslayer arrows? The Godslayer arrows had been dipped in poison, which is why they were so powerful. Linley messaged back through divine sense. And I hear that many of the most terrifying poisons are only available in Blacksand Castle. Bibi pursed his lips. I wonder what's inside this castle. Linley. I keep on having a very bad feeling. Delia said through her divine sense. Be careful. Don't get in over your head. In the infernal realm, there are many attacks which we have never encountered before. Have you ever encountered a poison mist like that, which can cause someone's soul to be filled with murderous urges? Be careful. Seeing the concerned look in Delia's face, Linley couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth. Hurry up. You are moving too slow. Crompton's angry bellow rang out from behind. Although Linley's group of gods were unhappy, nobody dared to say anything. The castle had multiple layers. Linley's group searched everywhere in the corridors on the first floor without being able to find a single person. However, when they headed down the stairway leading down into the second floor was clearly much larger than the first one, and its layout was much more complicated as well. How bizarre. All the gods felt a sense of pressure. No matter where they went, that pink mist ahead of them continued to block them. This caused Linley's squad to feel that the world in front of them was utterly strange and mysterious. Their nerves were continuously taut, which was quite taxing. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of a gust of wind. Slash! 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 Before Linley had a chance to react, an arrow suddenly appeared through an opening between the people in front of him, shooting towards him. The speed was simply too fast, and Linley wasn't able to dodge at all. Bang! The arrow struck onto Linley's earthen robe. This robe was the pulse-guard armor created after the fusion of 2 types of profound mysteries. The arrow wasn't able to shoot through Linley's earthen robe. However, in front of Linley, more than 20 people immediately collapsed to the floor, their bodies riddled with arrows. They had no more life in them. Because of their death, the unending pink fog around them quickly swirled forward. They all died? Linley was momentarily stunned. Linley previously had nearly 30 people in front, but now more than half had died. Actually, those arrows had been shot out very densely from the end of the hallway. Virtually all of the gods who had been struck were killed, with only 1 or 2 that didn't die. One was Linley, while the other, despite having been struck, had been able to take the hit. Clearly, his soul defense was excellent. Phew! Many of the luckily surviving gods up ahead immediately used their interspatial rings to collect the corpses. It must be known that those corpses all had divine sparks and interspatial rings on them. Those interspatial rings had large amounts of money within them. Boss, your reaction time was too slow. Linley, having been momentarily astonished, didn't react until all the corpses had been collected. Bibi, on the other hand, had collected too. Linley, are you alright? Delia hurriedly looked at Linley. How could the boss have any problems? Bibi snickered. The boss's soul protection and his exterior layer of protection are both very powerful. Actually, Bibi had been very concerned about Linley as well, but because he and Linley were spiritually linked, if something had happened to Linley, Bibi would have known. Retreat, retreat. The gods up ahead immediately called out. From behind, Crompton bellowed, keep moving forward. What are you afraid of? Keep moving forward. The gods up ahead couldn't help but feel enraged, and they cursed in their hearts, you aren't the one being killed. Of course you have nothing to fear. However, the people who had the courage to participate in the fiend trials naturally weren't cowards. They wouldn't quit just because of this, but they all became even more cautious. Delia, stay behind me. Linley said. After having suffered that sudden arrow attack, Linley was now in the vanguard of the squad. There were only a few people ahead of him. With those people having just faced that dangerous event, their movement naturally became even slower. Crompton, however, was leisurely walking behind them. He was sneering coldly in his heart, I didn't expect you not to die this time. But next time, it will be your turn. Crompton was quite eager to see Linley die. Captain, that squad is continuing to advance. Within the gloomy darkness, 10 gold-robed warriors were silently, stealthily walking while hunched over, each of them wearing a moon-shaped interspatial ring on their fingers. Poof. A group of them died, but the rest are continuing forward. They truly are daring. At the next choke point, we'll give them another round and kill a few dozen more of them. Killing people like this sure is easy. In normal circumstances, how can we so easily and blithely use Godslayer arrows like this? These toys are quite expensive. The gold-robed guards quickly reached the next choke point. Linley's squad, however, continued to advance carefully. They didn't know that soon, yet another group of them would perish. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 21, Chaos. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 21, Chaos. The corridor up ahead was filled with that thick pink fog, completely hiding what was ahead of them. Crackle. The earthen robe covering Linley was only covering most of his body. Right now, however, Linley's hands were also covered with an earth-yellow membrane. His neck and even his face were all covered with a layer of this earth-yellow membrane as well. This was all part of his pulse-guard armor. The only place that was revealed was his eyes. Not just Linley. After having suffered that ambush of arrows, all of the gods in Linley's squad understood that when those dense arrows were shot out, they covered the entire area. In addition, they moved so quickly that there was no time to react at all. Therefore, the only option was to protect the entire body. Head, arms, legs, neck, the entire body had to be protected. Although the squad had over 80 people, everyone crept forward silently through the corridor, not making any sound at all. The only sound which could occasionally be heard was Crompton's irritating bark of, forward, faster. But his barks only echoed in the corridor, making the entire castle seem all the more deathly quiet. Ah! Many miserable cries rang out together, while at the same time, from afar, the sound of angry shouts and cursing could be heard. Linley's squad couldn't help but pause in their advance. Yet another squad has suffered an ambush. All of them understood. So this was the true purpose of the master of the castle releasing this poison fog. Linley now understood. Because the pink fog was everywhere, Linley and the others didn't dare to use their divine sense to search. After all, if the pink mist so much as slightly contaminated a soul, it would be affected. Even if they didn't go crazy, their performance in battle would decrease. Linley's group didn't dare to use their divine sense, and the enemies didn't either. However, the enemies were very familiar with this castle's layout, and it was possible they were lying in wait within certain hidden areas. This caused Linley's side to be at an absolute disadvantage. Those of you up front, hurry up! A loud rebuking shout from a fiend in the rear. What's going on with all of you guys? So frightened that your legs have gone soft? The group of people at the front of the squad were extremely furious. The front of the squad was the most dangerous place, and they were supposed to hurry up? Wasn't this forcing them to their deaths? But they didn't dare to disobey these fiends. After all, the fiends on this mission were all high gods. Time for a turn. The squad arrived at a turn in the corridor, and they all followed it towards a different corridor. Hidden in the darkness, 10 gold-robed guards were holding their bows at the ready. About time. They've already rounded the turn. The captain of the gold-robed guards said softly. Everyone, prepare to attack. Got it, Captain. The eyes of the gold-robed guards were all shining. They held their bows at the ready, 5 arrows in their hands. They would shoot out 5 arrows each time. To these gold-robed guards, although their accuracy would be impacted, however, they were firing blindly to begin with, because the corridors were straight. All they had to do, therefore, was fire in straight lines. You lot really are wasteful. The captain was only using a single arrow. Whoever gets hit by your arrow, Captain, will definitely die. The captain laughed calmly. Actually, the intelligence reports of the Fiend Castle weren't completely accurate. Indeed, Moonlake Castle did have the black-robed guards and the gold-robed guards, 2 different levels of guards, and all of the black-robed guards were fairly powerful high gods, true. But the gold-robed guards, they weren't all gods. To be more specific, the vast majority of them were gods, while a very small number of them were high gods. They didn't become black-robed guards because they had been sent to be the team captains of the gold-robed guards. The gold-robed guards, in turn, only had 2 levels, the ordinary guard members, and the team captains. Generally speaking, the team captains would listen to the orders of the black-robed guards. 10 black-robed guards were responsible for managing all of the gold-robed guards. The captain of the team of gold-robed guards which was lying in ambush for Linley's squad was a high god. However, he was one who had become a deity through fusing with a divine spark. After I open up the screening wall, listen for my signal, then immediately fire. Swish. Very suddenly, in the darkness, a stone wall suddenly opened as fast as lightning, revealing the 10 gold-robed guards behind. But because of the pink fog's concealment, Linley's squad had no idea that at the end of their corridor, there were 10 gold-robed guards. The gold-robed guards stared coldly at the pink mist in front of them. Fire! The captain ordered with his divine sense to all of them simultaneously. Because he was the one who had opened the stone wall, he was the last one to fire. Swish! 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 Instantly, like a rainstorm, 46 arrows covered every part of the corridor. In the instant after they finished firing, the stone wall immediately closed shut once more. From the outside, nobody would be able to tell that this stone wall was movable. Linley's squad was currently making their way forward carefully. Linley was staring forward carefully, but suddenly, Linley's pupils shrank and his face changed. The dense rain of arrows instantly tore through the air, mercilessly shooting down upon Linley and the others in front, or through the cracks to the people in the rear. These arrows were simply too fast, and by the time Linley and the others saw the arrows, there was only a distance of a few dozen meters. A few dozen meters distance simply wasn't enough for Linley and the others to react and dodge in time. Delia! In that short moment, Linley was only able to make a single movement. He stretched out his arms, striving to stand in front of Delia and use his body to completely block her from the arrows. Swish! Swish! Although Linley wasn't the very first person in front, 2 arrows landed on his body. The arrow struck Linley like a thunderbolt, but the earthen robe on Linley's body was made of countless ripples of divine power, instantly and completely counteracting the penetrative power of the arrows. Bibi was struck by an arrow as well. Clang! A metallic ringing sound could be heard, and the arrowhead actually exploded and shattered as the arrow fell to the floor. Too weak. Bibi laughed delighted. We're all fine. Linley immediately could tell that Delia and Bibi were both safe. He couldn't help but feel relieved. But then, Linley's face suddenly changed. In his line of sight, he suddenly saw from afar a terrifying arrow. There's one more arrow coming. This was the arrow which had been fired last. But this was also the most terrifying arrow, the arrow of a high god. The Godslayer arrow glimmered with a sinister black light as it pierced through space, causing space to ripple. It gave Linley no chance to react at all as it collided directly with Linley's chest. Bang! The penetrative power of this arrow was simply too great. Although those countless ripples of divine force wildly attempted to reduce its penetrative power, in the end, the arrow just barely broke through. Ah! Linley fell to one knee on the ground, powerless. Bibi, who had been in the process of collecting corpses nearby, suddenly turned, his face changed. Boss! Delia, who had just been letting out a sigh of relief, was shocked as well. Humph, he finally died? At the back of the squad, the bald Crompton had been watching Linley this entire time. When he saw Linley fall to one knee, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. I didn't kill you. Someone else killed you. Ha ha! He was extremely delighted. The arrow itself wasn't terrifying. What was truly terrifying was the poison which the arrowhead had been dipped in. A grey energy stream instantly attacked Linley's brain, viciously piercing towards Linley's soul. Bang! It struck violently against the translucent membrane. The translucent scaled membrane was a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Aside from the breach in it, the other parts of it were as good as when it was undamaged. More than half of the energy of that grey energy stream dissipated upon colliding with it. The remaining grey energy, as though it had a mind of its own which knew that the translucent membrane was hard to deal with, suddenly completely split apart, transforming into grey specks of light which covered the entire translucent membrane. Naturally, that included the breach. And that breach was sealed by Linley using his spiritual energy into a bandage. What is this? Linley was shocked. He had the feeling that the grey dots had a mind. Swish! Instantly, all of the grey dots, as though having discovered that the bandage was weak, immediately began to wildly attack the bandage. The remaining part of the energy all flowed towards the breach, entering Linley's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the many grey dots divided into three. These three weaker surges of grey energy attacked Linley's divine spark, his wind-style divine clone, and his original body. It is actually attacking all of my souls at once. Linley was greatly shocked. But although he was shocked, Linley still controlled the spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness, creating a pulse guard defense. A large amount of spiritual energy ripples clashed with the grey dots of light. Moments later, all of the grey dots had been extinguished, while half of Linley's spiritual energy had been used up as well. That really was dangerous. Only now did Linley let out a sigh of relief. Boss. Linley! Linley! Delia and Bibi were both by his side, calling out to him softly. Although it took a fairly long time to describe the soul poison entering his body, it actually only happened over the course of 1 or 2 seconds, after which Linley opened his eyes. I'm fine. Linley revealed a hint of a smile towards them. Only now did Delia and Bibi let out sighs of relief. Linley, however, was feeling rather somber. That poison really is frightening. No wonder the staff member at Redbud Castle had said that this Godslayer arrow is capable of killing almost any god. Too bizarre, too frightening. As Linley saw it, this Godslayer arrow's poison had a will of its own. Although it didn't have the capacity to actually think, it had the ability to avoid strong points and seek out weak points. However, to this poison, the soul has a powerful draw to it. Linley knew this because if the poison was capable of thought, it would have focused its efforts on destroying a single soul. But the poison didn't. Instead, it attacked Linley's 3 souls at the same time. He didn't die? Crompton, at the back of the squad, saw Linley stand up again. He couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, and then his face turned savage. Poof. He survived yet again. I want to see how many more times he will survive. Even if you manage to survive the soul attack of the Godslayer arrow, I imagine you must have used up almost all of your spiritual power. Hurry up! Crompton bellowed yet again. This time, 10 or so people had died in the squad. After having been ambushed twice, only 60 gods were left. Linley's group of 3 were now at the very front of the squad. Boss, we can't let this continue. Bibi began to worry. I know. Linley understood this as well. Who knew what other tricks the enemies were planning? If they were continuously in this sort of situation where they could only play defense, sooner or later, when their defense was no longer able to handle it, they would be finished. We're at the 3rd floor. Linley's group slowly began to make their way down the stairs. Everyone, be careful. A god called out. The 3rd floor is definitely going to be even more dangerous than the 2nd floor. In a large, empty room on the 3rd floor of the castle, 10 gold-robed guards entered from above through a secret passageway. Our master really has gone wild this time. He has even brought out the death god golems. The gold-robed guards were very excited. But we only have 20 of these death god golems in total. Our squad is very lucky to have even one of them. The gold-robed captain laughed calmly. Eric Airue, you can be the one to control the death god golem we have been given. I don't need it. The gold-robed captain was a high god, after all. Although the death god golem was powerful, it was only on par with him. The 3rd floor was extremely large, and the layout of the castle was so chaotic that as one walked, one might even forget which road they were traveling on. They could only choose to walk around randomly. We can't let this continue. Linley walked slowly, but up ahead was that perpetual pink mist. Nobody knew what would appear from up ahead. Suddenly, halt! An explosive shout rang out. Brothers, flee! Chaotic sounds suddenly could be heard from everywhere in the castle, and the 60-plus people in Linley's squad all were stunned. A look of delight appeared on Linley's face. Linley immediately spread out his divine sense to cover the 40 or 50 people towards the front. Brothers, if this continues, we're all going to die. Let's all flee together and move separately. That way, we won't be caught and killed in one fell swoop by the people of the castle. Brothers, flee! Linley suddenly called out in a loud voice. In virtually the same moment, all of the gods, as though having been trained together, simultaneously scurried towards the nearby rooms, or deeper into the mist, or into the nearby passageways. In the blink of an eye, more than 60 gods had all run off. Crompton's group of 3 fiends were stupefied. Who should we chase? Crompton turned to look at the 2 fiends next to him. Chase my ass. A fiend cursed softly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 22, Death God Golem. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 22, Death God Golem. 60-plus people had fled. Only 3 fiends were overseeing them. How many could they catch? One of them, a gold-haired fiend, said with his divine sense, "Right now, let's forget about trying to use those fiend trial participants to block for us. Come, let's go find the black-robed guards." These 2 fiends immediately began to move forward quickly. Crompton, while in his heart unwilling to let the matter rest, still followed them. Linley, you better hope that I don't meet you in the future. Next time definitely won't be like this time. Crompton regretted not having killed Linley earlier. Actually, it wasn't that Crompton had been merciful, it was that he simply couldn't kill Linley. At that time, the 1,000 fiend trial participants had all been divided into groups of 10. If Crompton were to try and kill Linley, the other fiends probably wouldn't have agreed. After all, if at a time like that, he was to suddenly kill Linley for no reason, most likely that would cause the rest of the 1,000 fiend trial participants to flee and scatter. Within the Moon Lake Castle, the scene was one of utter chaos. Chaos, everywhere. The members of the 10 squads were wildly fleeing, and hundreds of them were dispersing throughout the 3rd floor. Some of the gold-robed guards who had been hidden in some of the rooms discovered, to their shock, people charging within. Although they were hidden quite well, with hundreds of people running around chaotically, naturally some would bump into each other. The battle suddenly began. Bang! Bang! Energy explosions, angry roars, and the sounds of battle constantly emanated from every part of the castle. Within a hidden room, Linley, Delia, and Bibi were here. It sure is noisy outside. Bibi's face was covered in smiles, and he turned to look at Linley. Boss, if we hide here and all of the gold-robed guards get killed, doesn't that mean we won't be able to get moon rings? Linley said with a frown, there's quite a few of those gold-robed guards, and the strength of this castle is most likely more powerful than our side had predicted. Linley still remembered that arrow just now. His pulse-guard armor was developed through the fusion of 2 profound mysteries, and was more than 10 times stronger in defense than an ordinary god's. Despite such defensive strength, it was still pierced through. Linley was certain that the person who shot out that arrow was very likely a high god. In the castle, the most powerful black-robed guards won't start ambushing people right away. It was definitely done by the gold-robed guards. Linley understood this logic. Petty actions like ambushes would definitely be done by those of lower status. Linley couldn't help but sigh, Delia, Bibi, beware the gold-robed guards. The gold-robed guards aren't all gods as we thought. Linley then immediately conveyed his thoughts to Delia and Bibi. They had to be careful. If they were overconfident in dealing with those gold-robed guards, they would most likely be finished. Killing god-level gold-robed guards and high god-level gold-robed guards will result in getting the same thing, a moon ring. Bibi pursed his lips as he spoke. I hope our luck is good. Although Linley's group was conversing, they were using their god realm to prevent sound from leaving their room to the outside. Boom! The walls suddenly shook massively. There's a battle outside. Linley, Delia, and Bibi all immediately stood up. Moving as fast as lightning, they moved to the side of the wall. If someone charged in through the door, Linley's group would be able to immediately attack them. Bang! Yet another collision. Although the wooden door was sturdy, it was smashed open, and a human figure fell down powerlessly from outside, smashing against the ground. Linley's team didn't move. That's a corpse. Linley's team was instantly able to tell. The corpse's head had already been utterly smashed apart, and a divine spark was rolling on the ground. Linley, Delia, and Bibi all held their breaths. Whoosh! A human figure suddenly charged in. Kill! Linley's team moved. Delia immediately executed her profound mysteries of dimensional space, and that figure was instantly slowed down, his speed dropping. Meanwhile, the adamantine heavy sword in Linley's hand mercilessly smashed straight down on the figure. His most powerful attack. Void Wave Sword. F***ck often die. BB laughed loudly as he gave the head a kick. Bang! The figure smashed into the nearby wall, then landed heavily to the floor. A layer of magical patterns on the wall flashed slightly, but the wall itself wasn't damaged in the slightest. The entire castle was supported by a magical formation. However, not all walls had it. Generally speaking, only the primary supporting walls were the prisons, while the other walls and doors didn't have any protection. Ha! Linley's team's faces changed. Not dead? The figure actually stood up. Only, his head had become distorted by BB's tough kick. The flesh on his face had exploded, revealing the metallic skull within. The metallic skull's eyes were made of 2 rubies, and it stared bizarrely at Linley's team, emitting a mechanical chuckle. 3 gods? Not bad. Divine power began to flow on the surface of the metallic skull, and it immediately healed. That isn't human, and it doesn't have a soul. Linley was greatly shocked. His Void Wave sword hadn't found a spirit to attack. Linley had the feeling as though this person in front of him was wearing the skin of a human, but on the inside was some sort of metallic monster that had no soul at all. What is it? Linley, Delia, and BB were all puzzled. Even if it was a metallic lifeform, it should have a soul. Any and all types of lifeforms had the soul as their base. But the creature in front of them had no soul at all. It definitely wasn't living. But this creature not only was conscious, it was even capable of speech. Some sort of strange clone? This was Linley's guess. Boss, that freak's body is very hard. I delivered a full-strength kick just now, but I didn't cause his head to explode. How bizarre. BB didn't understand it either. He knew exactly how powerful his own strength was. In terms of pure strength, not even Linley was a match for him. This was one of the abilities which God-Eater rats had after they digested divine sparks. Since you have encountered me, all 3 of you will die. This freak with the glowing red eyes stared at Linley's team, then suddenly moved. Boom! BB charged to the front, fighting with the freak head-on. Bang! 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 BB and that freak's method of battle was very bizarre. It was as though they were 2 barbarians, using their fists and feet to viciously attack the opponent. Over the course of this wild battle, the freak's entire outer layer of skin exploded out and blood flowed, revealing the metallic internal body. This metallic body was extremely hard. How is that possible? The freak was astonished. Mother Fasterus Kerr, I want to see whose body is tougher, mine or yours. BB shouted angrily. BB was extremely confident in his body's defensive power. In his heart, he said to himself, after digesting so many divine sparks, if I still can't compete against a freak like this, I really would have lost all face for us God-Eater rats. Boss, this definitely isn't the real body. The real body should be outside. BB said through divine sense. Swish. Linley immediately flew out. Indeed, in the corridor outside, there was a gold-robed guard who had a look of shock on his face. He wasn't shocked at Linley coming out, he was shocked by BB. There's actually someone whose body is this tough. He dares to fight against a Death God Golem head-on. He couldn't believe it. A Death God Golem. In truth, this was a human-shaped weapon. Precisely speaking, it was a type of divine artifact. A special divine artifact. The 20 Death God Golems in the possession of Moonlake Castle were all high-level ones, human-shaped divine artifacts of the High God level. The energy source for these Death God Golems was the divine jewel within its body. The person controlling a Death God Golem had to first bind it with blood, which would allow him to then control the Death God Golem to attack others. Although the Death God Golem's body was incomparably tough, it did have a flaw: it was incapable of spiritual attacks, because it had no spirit. I don't care who you are. The gold-robed guard let out a cold laugh. A warblade suddenly appeared in the hands of the Death God Golem that was battling BB. That warblade was stained with poison, the same poison used in Godslayer arrows. Generally speaking, once this sort of poison entered a person's body, it would immediately begin attacking the opponent's soul. Thus, it could only be used once. The second time, the warblade would no longer have any poison on it. The gold-robed guardsman didn't want to waste it, but right now, he had no choice but to use it. Using a blade? BB stared. Then I won't waste any more time with you either. A dagger appeared in BB's hand as well. This was the black dagger which Beirut had given him. For now, let us move away from the battle between Bibi and the Death God Golem. On the outside, Linley and the gold-robed guard were beginning to battle. When the gold-robed guard fought with Linley, he instantly split into two, now having two divine clones outside. Divine clones? Linley couldn't help but feel surprised. But despite that, Linley still mercilessly chopped over with his adamantine heavy sword. Clang! Weapons collided. The Voidwave sword's attack passed out from the adamantine heavy sword, shooting straight towards one of the divine clones of the gold-robed guard. The other divine clone wanted to use this chance to stab towards Linley, but at this time, its speed suddenly slowed. Bonds of wind? The gold-robed guard instantly understood. Not far away, behind Linley, Delia was wielding the spear of Cortez and sent it thrusting forward with a powerful stab. A ray of light flew out, and in virtually an instant, it pierced through the gold-robed guard's chest, passing straight through it. The gold-robed guard's divine clone couldn't help but shudder. Not good. The gold-robed guard's face changed as he looked towards Linley in shock. Just now, the divine clone of his which had been hit by the Voidwave sword had already died. He was completely capable of sensing how terrifying Linley's Voidwave sword was. Such an astonishing soul attack is definitely the product of fused profound mysteries. Fused profound mysteries. And a soul attack. Flee. The gold-robed guard instantly came to this decision as he began to scurry towards the outside. You want to run? Linley's speed instantly began to raise. Ah! The gold-robed man discovered, to his agony, that his current speed was only half his normal speed. This was because his entire body was being pressured. That detestable woman. He knew that the pressure his body was under was the doing of Delia. He also understood. There was no way for him to defeat Linley. Faced with Linley's attack, the gold-robed guard counterattacked in grief and fury. Boom! When faced with death, he naturally brought out his most powerful attack. But under the assault of the Voidwave sword, the gold-robed guard slumped over. With a flip of the hand, Linley stored the two corpses of this gold-robed guard into his interspatial ring. Delia, thanks. Linley walked over. What a pity that I don't know how to use soul attacks, Delia laughed. Since they had decided to take part in the Fiend trials, naturally they had to increase their power as much as they could. Thus, although they had sold off one of their high god artifacts, Linley had given the other one, the Spear of Cortez, to Delia, having her fuse it and learn how to use it. The fast profound mystery matched well with the spear, while Delia also applied the dimensional space technique. When Delia's spear thrust forth, it definitely possessed great power. Why did it stop? From inside the room, Bibi's unhappy voice could be heard. Linley and Delia exchanged a glance, both laughing. The Death God Golem was slumped in a corner, completely unmoving. Bibi saw Linley and Delia walk in, and he hurriedly said, "Boss, that metallic monster isn't moving anymore. Did you kill the main body?" Bibi was able to guess that perhaps this was caused by the death of the original body. Right. Linley nodded. What is this? Delia looked puzzledly at the Death God Golem. Linley's group had never seen a Death God Golem before. Death God Golems were an extremely valuable sort of human-shaped weapon. It was much more valuable than an ordinary High God artifact. A single Death God Golem's price was far beyond even a High God spark. Thus the entire Moon Lake Castle only had 20 of them. First, collect this thing. Linley said. After we leave, I'll investigate and see what this metallic thing is. Linley didn't understand that actually, all they had to do to use the Death God Golem was to bind it with blood. With a flip of his hands, Bibi stored the metallic creature into his interspatial ring. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 23, Moonring. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 23, Moonring. The sound of battling rang out unabated throughout Moon Lake Castle, and the battle was extremely fierce. Within the room. Right now, we only have a single moon ring. We still are missing two. Delia looked towards Linley and Bibi as she spoke. Bibi frowned. It's just two. Let's go. We'll go and kill two more of the gold-robed guards, that's all. Don't be hasty. Linley retrieved the moon ring, first binding it with blood, and then removing the contents of the moon ring. This gold-robed guard really is quite rich. His total net worth is over 1 million inkstones. Right. There's a few amethysts as well. What a coincidence. Before this, when Linley had been struck by the Godslayer arrow's soul poison, and then executed his Voidwave sword, he had used up quite a bit of spiritual energy. Linley immediately stored one of the amethysts into his coiling dragon ring, completely refining it, and then allowed his spiritual energy to begin to absorb the soul essences. Linley's sea of consciousness thus had its spiritual energy completely recover as a large amount of soul essences began to be absorbed. The boss is the smartest. He first took out the treasures inside. Bibi spoke, and the nearby Delia laughed as well. During this fiend trial, they only needed to give up the moon ring. As for the wealth inside of it, one was permitted to take it for one's own use. Let's go out. Everyone, be careful. Linley instructed. Linley was the first to walk into the corridor. Just as Linley walked out the door. Ha! Linley's face suddenly changed dramatically. Right outside the door, a spear suddenly pierced towards Linley like a lightning-fast viper. Linley was caught completely off guard and wasn't able to react at all. Bang! Linley was sent flying by that spear thrust, but in midair, Linley somersaulted lightning-fast, landing on the ground. Linley looked at the person who had ambushed him. It was a gold-robed guard who was wielding a silver spear, a look of utter shock on the guard's face. What powerful defense! The guard hadn't expected that Linley would be able to take this spear thrust of his head on, without even his clothes being damaged. Bibi and Delia immediately came out, both shocked as well. 3 gods? The face of the gold-robed guard changed dramatically. Flee. He knew well the limits of his own power. Perhaps 1 against 2, he had a chance, but 1 against 3, he would be finished. He had no idea that actually, his comrade had already been killed by Linley. In a flash, the gold-robed guard moved over 100 meters, fleeing at a speed so fast that not even Delia had a chance to catch him. Shkree! Bibi emitted that ear-piercing sound. Suddenly, from behind Bibi appeared that illusion of a god-eater rat. This time, the illusion was only 5 or 6 meters tall, the same as the height of the corridor. Ah! The gold-robed guard suddenly discovered that he was unable to move. How is this possible? The gold-robed guard's eyes were filled with terror. Bibi opened his mouth wide. A strange energy surrounded the gold-robed guard, who stared back disbelievingly and in terror towards Bibi. He could sense his soul shudder and his divine spark shake. No, he had never heard of someone being capable of devouring another person's divine spark in battle. 2 divine sparks flew out from the gold-robed guard's head, landing into Bibi's mouth. Gulp. Bibi swallowed the 2 divine sparks, then snorted. You dare to sneak attack us? You were looking for death. As he spoke, Bibi's body flashed forward as he stored the corpse into his interspatial ring. The interspatial ring of the gold-robed guard was a moon ring as well. Boss, we now have another moon ring. Bibi snickered as he looked at Linley. Bibi, don't be in a hurry to use your god-eater ability. Linley said. There are countless dangers in this castle. We need to be prepared for all possibilities. Linley knew that executing the god-eater ability actually consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. It's fine. I don't know how to use soul attacks, or how to create a soul defense. It doesn't make a big difference if I use up a bit of spiritual energy. Bibi said openly, and Linley couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Linley's group wandered about on the 3rd level of Moon Lake Castle for a long while without discovering a single person. From the 4th level beneath them, however, the faint sounds of slaughter could be heard. The 3rd level has really been cleaned out. Bibi cursed softly. All I see on the floor is bloodstains, chunks of flesh, divine artifacts, and divine sparks. I haven't seen a single moon ring. Can't they leave a few behind? Why take everything away? Linley and Delia, hearing Bibi say this, couldn't help but laugh. Linley, it seems there's nothing else to get on the 3rd floor. Shall we advance to the 4th? Delia looked at Linley. All right. Linley didn't have any other ideas. He had just acquired 2 moon rings. He was still missing one. In the dark stone staircase, Linley's group moved down carefully, 1 step at a time, on guard against ambushes at all times. The 4th floor was naturally quite large. Linley's team selected a primary corridor, carefully advancing forward through it. Bang! Harg. In a room in front of them, the sound of a battle could be heard, and from the sound of it, it seemed very chaotic. Most likely, quite a few people were battling each other. Linley's group exchanged glances, then silently crept closer. Whoosh! 3 figures suddenly charged out of the room. The 3 of them were very cautious. When they saw it was Linley's team, they didn't attack. One of them said, "Oh, it's 3 of you. Best of luck." As they spoke, the 3 didn't waste any more time speaking, immediately departed. They came with us. Linley's team was certain about this. There were a total of just 1,000 people in the Fiend trials. As deities, their memories were naturally excellent. When they had exited the metallic lifeform, with but a single glance, everyone had memorized every other person's appearance. Boom! A corpse flew out of the room, fiercely smashing against the wall, then falling to the floor. That's a fiend trial participant. Linley's team immediately recognized him. Then, there are definitely gold-robed guards inside. Not hesitating at all, the three of them immediately flew in. However, before Linley's team even had a chance to draw near, a golden-haired youth charged out, collecting the corpse on the ground. Humph, the gold-haired youth clearly was very delighted. But he immediately saw Linley's team. He is also a fiend trial participant. Linley's team was very surprised, but then they had the same thought. Can it be that for the sake of a moon ring, he went after his own side? Linley couldn't help but think back to what the silver-haired old man of the fiend castle had said. The old man had told them to be careful and to avoid dying in the hands of their own people, rather than that of Moonlake castles. That really is the case. Linley's team's hearts grew cold. The gold-haired youth glanced at Linley, then without wasting any time, immediately scurried towards a different direction. It seems we need to be careful. Linley's team continued to move forward. After that event, they didn't dare to be overconfident when encountering other members of the fiend trials. Perhaps others would desire their moon rings and attempt to kill them. Ha! Linley's team reached a narrow corridor and discovered 4 people there, all familiar figures. It was 4 men who had been seated behind them and the metallic creature. Hey, Linley, it's you guys? The leader, a muscular bald man, laughed. Fetz, Fei DSI, it's you guys. A smile appeared on Linley's face as well. Only, Linley's team wasn't completely relaxed either. After all, Linley's team had just seen people on the same side kill each other. In truth, they weren't really on the same side. They were just all fiend trial participants. They didn't have much of a relationship with each other. Fetz and the other 3 walked over smiling, with the leader, Fetz, saying, "Well? How have you done? How many moon rings have you acquired?" When the subject of moon rings came up, Linley immediately grew guarded while sending a message with divine sense to BB and Delia, "Be careful. These 4 fellows were on fairly good terms with us on the way over, true, but it's possible that they have designs on us." "Got it, boss. I hope they do, actually." BB messaged back. Linley nodded to himself. "Oh, how many can we possibly have gotten? If we had enough, we would have left the castle long ago and returned to the metallic lifeform." Linley laughed calmly as he spoke. Fetz and the other 3 all had a thought. Linley's words clearly suggested, although Linley didn't have enough moon rings, he should have at least acquired 1 or 2 moon rings. Right. We don't have enough either. Best of luck. The 4 of us are heading off now. Fetz laughed as he spoke. Linley nodded in a friendly manner. Although Fetz and the other 3 said they were leaving, they walked in Linley's direction. Although from the looks of it, they just intended to walk past Linley and his team, who had been on guard this entire time, were storing energy, preparing to unleash their most powerful attacks at any moment. Whoosh! Fetz and the other 3 suddenly attacked. Logically speaking, a sneak attack at such a short distance shouldn't have given Linley's side time to react. Unfortunately, Linley's team was already prepared. As though a natural reaction, at almost the same time the attack was launched. BB suddenly let out an extremely excited, wild laugh. Humph! Linley's adamant heavy sword struck out like lightning. 2 had joined forces against Linley, while another was dealing with BB and the last one with Delia. Clearly, Fetz's group knew that Linley's group was led by Linley, and thus Linley should be the most powerful one. That's why this was how they divided themselves up this way. 4 on 3. Bang! A lightning-fast exchange of blows, but 2 people on Fetz's side directly fell down. One was killed by Linley's Voidwave sword, while the other was stabbed through the head by BB's dagger. Linley's entire body was covered with that earthen yellow membrane. The enemy's blade smashed down on Linley's head, but Linley's pulse-guard armor allowed him to take no damage at all. However, the Voidwave sword fell upon Fetz, causing him to collapse and die, then and there. As for the person who wanted to kill Delia, he was entangled by Delia's spatial wind while Delia herself dodged, causing him to be completely unable to draw close to her while instead being struck by Delia's Spear of Cortez. Fortunately, he was able to dodge fast, and thus although stabbed in the chest, he escaped with his life. Flee! The 2 lucky survivors, seeing that the situation was grim, immediately fled. At the same time, a divine clone suddenly appeared out of Fetz's corpse on the ground. That divine clone naturally collected the interspatial ring while at the same time fleeing at high speed. Swish! Linley's blood violet suddenly appeared and delivered a backhanded blow. Dimensional Decapitator. The fusion of the fast and slow aspects. In the past, Linley perhaps had only gained 10% of the total insights into these two aspects, but after having spent over 20 years in the Yulan continent and 30 plus years in the Infernal Realm, he had nearly mastered half of these two aspects. The power was more than 4 or 5 times greater now. Killing a demigod with one sword strike was incomparably simple. Fett's body was neatly cleaved in half. Poof. His clone was a mere demigod. Linley laughed calmly. This Fett's most likely wanted his divine clones to all be deities through their own power rather than fusing with divine sparks. Delia glanced sideways at the corpse on the floor. Linley stretched his hand out, collecting the other corpse of Fett's into his interspatial ring as well. Bibi, Delia, let's go inside the room and see if there's any moon rings. Linley laughed as he spoke, and then the three of them took into a room that seemed to be a storage room. As Linley saw it, since Fett's was the leader of the group, he should have moon rings in his own interspatial ring if they had them. However, without actually checking, there was no way to be sure. The three entered the room, but were surprised when they did. Ha! Linley's group discovered that one of the walls had been moved aside, revealing a tunnel within. The tunnel headed towards a downward slope, most likely having some sort of connection to the 5th floor. A secret passage? Linley's team exchanged glances. Let's not rush in. Linley said. If Fett's interspatial ring has a moon ring, there's no need for us to risk ourselves. But right at that moment. Swoosh! A human figure blew in like a gust of wind through the tunnel. Linley's group was greatly shocked, while Bibi cried out in surprise, Regina, it's you? Regina saw Linley's team and was instantly overjoyed. Save me! As she spoke, she immediately flew towards Linley's group as she let out a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, 2 more people flew out from the dark tunnel. Upon seeing Regina have helpers, and 3 of them, they were so frightened, they immediately flew back into the darkness. Linley, kill them! They have a death god golem. Regina said hurriedly. What's a death god golem? Bibi looked at Regina in confusion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 24, Black-Robed Guards. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 24, Black-Robed Guards. At this moment, combat continued throughout the Moonlake Castle. It was extremely chaotic. Within the secret room in the 4th floor, Linley's group was with Regina. Regina, seeing that Linley wasn't going to pursue those 2 person and instead asked her questions, couldn't help but feel helpless and frustrated. You guys, you wasted a rare opportunity. As Regina saw it, as soon as Linley's team heard the words Death God Golem, they should have immediately chased after him. Who would have imagined that Linley's team wouldn't move at all? That moment of hesitation meant that the 2 had definitely run far away by now. Miss Regina, you said a Death God Golem? What exactly is that? Linley asked. Regina stared at the 3 in astonishment and puzzlement. After a long while, she responded, Linley, do you truly not know, or are you just pretending? I'm beginning to think that you are intentionally making a fool out of me. Death God Golems were very famous in the Infernal Realm. Anyone who had been here for a fairly long period of time would generally know about it. We told you to speak, so speak. Bibi pursed his lips. Regina glanced at Linley's team, then muttered quietly, I really don't know if you guys truly don't know or are just pretending. Fine, I'll tell. Death God Golems are a type of unique human-shaped weapon. You can consider it a human-shaped divine artifact. Death God Golems are the same as divine artifacts. They are constructed from metal, and they have divine power, only, their divine power is provided by a divine jewel. Regina continued to explain. Death God Golems are incapable of soul attacks, but because they are weapons, they aren't afraid of soul attacks either. In addition, their entire bodies are extremely hard. They are generally very hard to deal with. Linley, Delia, and Bibi exchanged glances. So that's a Death God Golem. Bibi let out a sigh. Linley and Delia both laughed. They finally understood that the metallic creature which had battled Bibi was a Death God Golem. Death God Golems truly were very hard to deal with. Generally speaking, even high gods who encountered Death God Golems would find them to be a headache. There was only one way to deal with a Death God Golem: kill the person controlling it. After its master was killed, the Death God Golem would naturally become a masterless item. If not for Bibi, the Death God Golem really would have been hard to deal with. No wonder the Death God Golem wasn't damaged much despite taking those huge hits. Linley sighed to himself, then looked at Bibi. Only, when the Death God Golem ran into Bibi, there was nothing it could do either. Bibi was an absolute freak. However, there were only 2 God-Eater rats in the entire universe. Based on my observations, that Death God Golem should have been a high-level one. Regina sighed. A high-level Death God Golem is far more valuable than a High God artifact. Even a High God Spark is far inferior to it. How expensive is it? Bibi's eyes were gleaming. Regina glanced at Bibi, then at Linley and Delia. Unhappily, she sighed, a single Death God Golem is far more complicated to assemble than a divine artifact, and the price is ridiculously high as well. Generally speaking, you would need 100 million inkstones. 100 million? Linley, Delia, and Bibi felt a surge of joy. It seemed that their greatest treasure was not that High God Spark, it was that Death God Golem. That's why I wanted you to kill those 2 people. If the 4 of us joined forces, we definitely would have succeeded. That was a Death God Golem. Regina still felt extremely upset. Those 2 bastards got it. I really am unhappy. Linley's team only laughed. Boom! Suddenly, a massive earthquake emanated from the direction of the tunnel. Linley frowned. That earthquake should have come from fairly deep in the tunnel. It probably came from the 5th floor. Come, let's take a look. Bibi was extremely excited. Regina was also excited. Let's go take a look. Without hesitating, they headed straight into the darkness of the tunnel. The tunnel clearly was very narrow, and at most 2 people could squeeze in side by side. It was much narrower than the normal walkways of the castle. Linley's group of 4 immediately passed over 100 meters. Right here. Linley's team came to a halt. Bang! The terrifying earthquake came from high up the walls of the tunnel, and there were quite a few cracks on the walls as well. Clearly, the tunnel walls here were not protected by the magical formation. Bibi was kneeling there, peering through the cracks. Boss, hurry over. Bibi sent with his divine sense, and Linley's team immediately drew near. What was on the other side of the cracks? The tiny seams were enough for Linley to see the situation on the other side of the hidden passageway. It's that Baldy, Crompton? Linley was greatly shocked. In a wide, dark hall, there were 3 figures that were fighting as fast as lightning. Boom! Crompton was hit by a vicious kick and sent smashing into the wall, then slumped to the ground. Ugh! Crompton stared viciously at the distant black-robed guard. This black-robed guard really isn't easy to deal with. Crompton, you idiot, just stand far away and use your gravitational field to slow him down. Remember, don't affect me. The fiend who was battling the black-robed guard shouted angrily through divine sense. Crompton knew that he was weak. I got it. After acknowledging, Crompton immediately stood up on the ground. The black-robed figure that was battling the fiend suddenly trembled. The black-robed figure felt that a strange power was affecting him, as though making his body 10,000 times heavier in an instant. This is geomagnetism. The black-robed figure instantly understood. The profound mysteries of the gravitational field was also known as the profound mysteries of geomagnetism. It was also one of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. Bang! The black-robed guard's body suddenly shuddered, transforming into a blurry illusion. Sometimes the fiend's sword would pierce through the blurry body, but be unable to harm the black-robed guard at all. That black warblade in the black-robed guard's hands, on the other hand, fluttered about with no fixed rhythm. The fiend instantly transformed into lightning, then instantly reformed, his attacks terrifyingly powerful. Bang! Bang! The blows of these 2 experts created massive earthquake-like vibrations with each exchange. The fiend and the black-robed guard were going all out against each other. How can this black-robed guard be so tough? Killing a black-robed guard isn't a 4-star mission at all. This should be a 5-star mission. Crompton cursed softly, while at the same time, he worked hard to control the geomagnetic force to affect the black-robed guard. This black-robed guard was indeed very strong. In reality, Crompton's side had been fighting him 3 against 1. 3 fiends against 1 black-robed guard. The 3 fiends were the 3 fiends that had been in charge of supervising Linley's squad. Only, this black-robed guard had 2 High God clones. One of his clones as well as one of the fiends on Crompton's side had fallen, leaving the black-robed guard with only 1 body, while the fiends only had Crompton and Aopure, the High God who was currently battling. The fact was that Crompton's power was very weak. Bang! Alpala's sword flashed like lightning, stabbing into the blurry shadow. A miserable, agonized cry. Bang! The shadow suddenly broke apart, with the broken part of the darkness reforming into a solid object, a large chunk of a leg. And then the shadow began to shudder before reforming into a complete figure. The black-robed guard was currently furious, he was cursing to himself, fiends? All you can do is gang up on others. Aupali was laughing coldly as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, once more entering battle against the black-robed guard. Big brother, come over, quickly. The black-robed guard suddenly let out an explosive roar. Following the roar, the faces of both Crompton and Aupali, who was in mid-combat, both changed. Have to end this battle fast. Aupali didn't want to go all out, but he no longer had a chance. Bellowing with rage, his body began to distort as he transformed into a ray of bluish-black lightning which mercilessly struck towards the black-robed guard. Die! Aupali's bellow could be heard echoing in the room. The black-robed guard's face changed dramatically, but at the same time, he viciously swung out with his saber, which transformed into an illusory black shadow as it swept out towards that bolt of lightning. Bang! A terrifying energy ripple that caused even the cracks on the walls to expand. The two of them hunched over, then fell to the floor. Aupali was already dead, while the black-robed guard, despite having exhausted all of his spiritual energy, hadn't died yet. You want to kill me, but your soul defense was far weaker than mine? The black-robed man chuckled. Whoosh! A human figure suddenly appeared in front of the black-robed guard. The black-robed guard's face changed. Lifting his head up, he saw the savage-faced Crompton, who was wielding a long saber. Die! Crompton, ignoring all else, chopped down towards the black-robed guard with his saber. The long saber pierced through the air, seemingly instantly arriving in front of the black-robed guard's eyes. Ah! Bound by the gravitational field and heavily wounded, the black-robed guard howled angrily. Ignoring all else, he brandished his blade again, once more using his soul attack. Clang! The sabers collided, and their souls attacked each other. In terms of profoundness of soul attacks, the black-robed guard was indeed more formidable than Crompton, but his spiritual energy had been almost exhausted by now. Crompton, however, hadn't had his power affected much. A head-on collision like this meant that they were essentially on par. Bang! The black-robed guard borrowed the force of the collision to fly back and retreat. However, in the instant when Crompton had struck out with his long saber, with a flip of his wrist, he had suddenly shot out a dagger from his hand as well. Slash! The dagger buried itself into the black-robed guard's body. The black-robed guard fell from mid-air, landing at the corner of the wall. His eyes were filled with resentment, absolute resentment. You aren't willing to accept this? Crompton snickered. Crompton knew that he was weak, which is why he had spent money to buy expensive soul poisons, which he had stained his dagger with. This flying dagger was Crompton's greatest weapon, and it also contained the strength-profound mystery of the laws of the earth. As the black-robed guard was already heavily injured, upon being hit, he immediately died. Aupali, you always showed off in front of me. You always ordered me around and looked down on me. Crompton's face was savage, and he stared coldly at the two fiend corpses in front of him. Right now, he was extremely wild. But today, I, Crompton, am the survivor, right? Ha, and I acquired this black moon ring as well. I'll immediately become a 4-star fiend. With a wave of his hand, Crompton collected the two fiend corpses, and then looked towards the black-robed guard's corpse. But the ground was empty. The corpse was missing. How is this possible? Crompton stared, his eyes turning round. Two fiends had died, while he, Crompton, had risked his life as well before finally killing that black-robed guard. But now the body of that black-robed guard was missing? Hurry up and go! Linley and the other three flew at high speed out of the secret corridor, back to the 4th floor. Crompton is going to feel awesome about that, BB was extremely delighted. The black-robed guard's corpse was next to the wall, just a meter or so away from the cracks in the wall. Linley's team naturally immediately moved closer to the cracks in the wall, then immediately stored the corpse into an interspatial ring. Generally speaking, anything at close range could be stored into an interspatial ring. Crompton's gaze immediately fell onto the wall and the cracks in it that had been caused by the battle. Inside. Crompton instantly understood. Bastard! Crompton immediately bellowed. He charged straight towards the wall, using a full-strength vicious attack with the profound mysteries of strength. The already cracked walls, with a boom, shattered apart, revealing a giant hole. Behind the hole was the secret tunnel. Moonring, my moonring! Crompton's heart was filled with resentment. With a moonring, he would have completed the mission, which meant that he not only would get an enormous reward, he would also become a 4-star fiend. Where'd they run off to? Crompton stood in the middle of the hole, staring into the two ends of the secret tunnel, not able to make up his mind for the moment. But right at this moment. Swish! Swish! Two figures suddenly appeared in the room. It was two black-robed guards. You killed Fifth Bro? The two black-robed guards stared at Crompton. Crompton turned his head and was instantly terrified. A single one of these guards was already very difficult to deal with, now two of them came? Flee! Crompton no longer cared about anything else, choosing to charge straight up. And this direction was the same direction which Linley's group had fled towards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 25, Nowhere to Run. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 25, Nowhere to Run. The black-robed guards of Moon Lake Castle were all elite high gods who had been carefully selected. Crompton's team of 3 fiends, facing that single black-robed guard, had only won a narrow victory. But of course, the main reason was that Crompton himself was too weak, while the other 2 fiends were only average for high gods. I just killed one, and now 2 more appear? If they catch me, I'll definitely die. Crompton was terrified senseless, and he wildly fled out from the corridor. What's going on? Crompton's face changed. The tunnel up ahead had been sealed. How is this possible? How could this tunnel have been sealed? It should have an exit. How could Crompton have imagined that when Linley's group of 4 fled, to prevent him from pursuing and attacking, they had moved the wall over and shut it? Crompton was currently fleeing at high speed. How would he have any time to investigate if this wall had a secret mechanism or not? He had no time. There were 2 black-robed guards in hot pursuit behind him. If he hesitated, he would be finished. He only had one option: break through the wall. Frantic, Crompton ignored everything else and rammed his fist viciously against the wall at the end of the tunnel, a punch which held nothing back. Boom! The wall immediately split asunder, and Crompton charged out from the shattered wall, rushing into the room. However, Crompton's speed still slowed down slightly, while from behind, the 2 black-robed guards who were more powerful than him to begin with caught up to him in that moment. You want to flee? A furious bellow. A black shadow rushed out from the shattered wall, then delivered from midair a vicious saber blow that seemed to have the power to split the heavens and rend the earth apart. Under this wild blow, space itself distorted and began to shake as ripples in space spread out towards each side like ripples in water. Crompton's face changed dramatically. No! Crompton's face was savage, and he bellowed as he struggled in the face of death. Clang! Crompton used his own warblade to block upwards above his head, blocking that wild chopping saber of the opponent, preventing it from pressing downwards any further. However, that black-robed guard saber carried a strange vibrating power, which passed straight through the warblade to Crompton's head. With a rumble, Crompton's head instantly began to vibrate countless times as it turned into powder. No! That fierce cry of Crompton's still reverberated in the room. From head to waist, his entire body had been shaken to smithereens. The black shadow solidified. It was a callous, short silver-haired man who was wielding a warblade. Behind him, another black-robed guard said softly, "Big brother, just now, we only saw one of Fifth Bro's divine clones." But that bald man was still alive. Fifth Bro should be dead. The 2 black-robed guards felt great pain in their hearts. The callous man growled, "Most likely the vast majority of we 10 brothers have perished. One-on-one, those fiends aren't necessarily our match. But they outnumber us." Indeed. More than 20 fiends had come, while there were only 10 black-robed guards. 2 or 3 of the weaker fiends were able to overcome a single black-robed guard, while there were powerful fiends present as well. Even aside from those 3 5-star fiends, there were quite a few 4-star fiends as well, who were comparable in power to the black-robed guards. Suddenly, the sounds of a violent battle rang out from the 4th floor. "Let's head over." The 2 black-robed guards didn't hesitate at all, instantly hurrying towards that area. On the 4th floor of Moon Lake Castle, within a main hall that was 100 meters large that had many long tables within it. These tables were capable of seating hundreds of people. Most likely, it was the location meant for the gold-robed guards to gather together and celebrate and eat. Within a side room next to the main hall, Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Regina were all here. Hearing that fierce cry, Didi raised an eyebrow. Excitedly, he said, "Boss, that sound seems to be the stinking baldies." Linley had the same thought, and a hint of a smile crept onto his face. Right. The direction the voice came from should be from the secret tunnel. Crompton probably saw that the corpse went missing and wanted to pursue us, but then encountered others in the tunnel. Linley knew that if Crompton didn't die, in the future he would definitely make trouble for Linley's team. Linley had been preparing to have a big battle with Crompton. But now, it seemed, someone helped him deal with the matter. Delia laughed as she looked at Regina and asked, "Regina, do you have any moon rings yet?" "Not yet. If I did, I would have left this castle long ago. Why would I be here risking myself?" But it seems all the gold-robed guards have been killed. We weren't able to find any at all in the end. Regina shook her head helplessly as she spoke. Linley understood this as well. Although at first, they killed some of the Fiend trial participants, in the end, our numbers were still greater than the numbers of the gold-robed guards. Regina sighed. More importantly, most likely quite a few Fiends killed some gold-robed guards as well. Linley agreed with this. Although Fiends were in pursuit of the black-robed guards, when they encountered the gold-robed guards, they naturally wouldn't just let them leave either. Boom! A massive earthquake spread out, causing even Linley's room to shake and vibrate. Right over there. Linley was shocked. There were battles going on everywhere in Moonlake Castle, so Linley wouldn't have paid any attention to distant battles. However, this battle was happening in the main hall nearby. Linley's team couldn't help but just slightly open a crack in the room, peering into the hall. 3 black-robed guards and 11 fiends? Linley's group was shocked at what they had seen. The 3 black-robed guards had fled to this place, while the fiends had pursued them. The black-robed guards are outnumbered badly. They'll definitely lose. DB judged. Although Linley's group was chatting amongst themselves, because they had utilized their god realms, they had blocked off sound from leaving their area into the main hall. Linley sighed with some surprise. The black-robed guards, especially that one with short silver hair, is so powerful. He trains in the elemental laws of the wind? Linley's immediately attention focused on that black-robed guard. Just now, when the 2 black-robed guards had killed Crompton, they heard the sounds of battle and had immediately hurried over. They discovered a black-robed guard besieged by 3 fiends. The 2 black-robed guards naturally helped out, but as soon as they did, other fiends hurried over as well. There were simply far too many fiends. In the end, it ended up being 11 against 3. In the wide main hall, the 11 fiends battled against the 3 black-robed guards. Ryu Umble. A low, unpleasant sound suddenly rang out, like a hammer striking against the souls of everyone present. It was the leader of the black-robed guards, the short silver-haired man. Wielding a warblade, he released the profound truths of the elemental laws of the wind. The 10 black-robed guards were ranked in order of strength. As the big brother of the 10 black-robed guards, his power was comparable to that of the stewards. His warblade danced as that rumbling sound persisted. What is that bizarre sound? When the fiends heard it, they couldn't help but feel irritated and distracted. They didn't want to listen to it and so blocked off all foreign sounds, and yet that bizarre sound still entered their brains, causing them to be irritated and distracted time and time again. Die! A black warblade danced out. The silver-haired man stared coldly as he chopped down with his black warblade against a fiend. The chop was blocked. Rumble, that vibration directly entered the fiend's head, which immediately transformed into fine powder as a divine spark fell out. Everyone, be careful. He's already completely fused the profound mysteries of music and the profound mysteries of sound waves. Amongst the fiends, there were some with great experience and who were immediately able to make this judgment. Only when the profound mysteries of music and the profound mysteries of sound waves were completely fused into the profound truths of sound would there be such a terrifying attack. With a single attack, not only had he affected his opponent's souls, he was able to launch combined soul material attack. The elemental laws of the wind had 9 types of profound mysteries. Any 2 profound mysteries when combined would have particular strengths. Only, the fusion of the profound mysteries of music and the profound mysteries of sound waves was the most famous one. Its power was extremely terrifying. Is that? Linley, also analyzing the profound mysteries of music and the profound mysteries of sound waves, seemed to have realized something from the attack of the leader of the black-robed guards. Pure sound waves can reach such a level? Linley was greatly astonished. And that sound. Why is it that the sound had the same effect of shaking the soul as those infrasound waves? Linley was starting to be puzzled. He couldn't understand it all. At present, Linley had only gained a basic level of understanding regarding the profound mysteries of music and the profound mysteries of sound waves. He hadn't reached mastery in either, much less fused them completely. It seems this leader of the black-robed guards has already mastered the profound truths of sound. Linley hypothesized. Even a high god was shaken to pieces. How can sound waves be so powerful? Linley's heart was filled with confusion. All sorts of hypotheses regarding the profound mysteries of music and sound waves began to appear in his mind, then be applied to the attack by that black-robed guard. Linley felt as though he was coming to understand something. Wait, that's wrong. That's not how the profound mysteries of sound waves work. So not only is it capable of internal vibrations, it's also capable of material attacks. The attack of this black-robed guard had caused Linley to instantly understand something. Only, this something was the first step on the journey to fusing the profound mysteries of music and the profound mysteries of sound waves. Delia, Bibi, and Regina were all flabbergasted. Linley actually sat down into the meditative position. What is he doing? Regina was somewhat shocked. Bibi's expression was bizarre. In a low voice, he said, Boss probably had another insight. A sudden insight? Delia was somewhat shocked as well. Although the black-robed guard was very powerful, the 11 fiends had experts in their ranks as well. Over the course of that wild battle, 2 of the 3 black-robed guards died, leaving only that black-robed guard leader and 7 fiends. 7 fiends surrounded him. All dead, second bro, third bro, they are all dead, all dead. The black-robed guard leader was going crazy. The black-robed guard leader actually raised his head up and began to bellow wildly. A spatial ripple that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly emanated out from the body of the black-robed guard leader, instantly encompassing the 7 fiends. As the ultimate desperation attack of the black-robed guard leader, this roar also contained the most powerful attack of the profound truths of sound. With this roar, of the 7 fiends, 2 of them actually became completely stunned and their heads spun. For a moment, they were in a dazed state. Swish! Swish! At the same moment, 3 arrows shot out from the hands of that black-robed guard leader, piercing towards one of the dazed fiends. Slash! The fiend didn't react at all, and the 3 arrows pierced straight into his body. Bang! Another fiend collapsed. What a pity! I only had 3 arrows. Otherwise, I could have killed another fiend. The black-robed guard leader said quietly in his heart. Even when a high god was in a dazed state, a single godslayer arrow's soul poison wasn't enough to kill one of them. Thus, he used all 3 of his arrows against a single person. The other dazed fiend thus managed to escape a calamity. Kill! The 5 more powerful fiends who hadn't been too deeply impacted by that roar launched simultaneous attacks on that black-robed guard leader. Boom! The black-robed guard leader's body exploded. The main hall was covered in corpses. Only now did the 6 remaining fiends let out a breath. He trained in the elemental laws of the wind. He was extremely fast, fluctuated unpredictably, and the 2 profound mysteries he had fused were that of sound waves and music. One of the fiends shook his head and sighed. We really are catastrophically unlucky to have encountered this fellow. I don't know if even 10 of us fiends have survived this mission. Linley, still in a state of meditation and insight, didn't know that the black-robed guard leader had already died. Linley, drifting amidst the myriad wonders of the laws, had his heart completely one with nature and with the world. Only. Boss, wake up, quick! Bibi sent a spiritual message, calling Linley to wakefulness. Bibi, what is it? Linley looked at astonishment towards Bibi. The most exciting battle, and the most dangerous battle. We might be hit by the collateral shockwaves at any moment. Bibi said softly. Not just Bibi, the nearby Delia and Regina were all staring towards the outside in astonishment. Linley peered through the crack in the door as well, and saw that outside, a long black dragon covered with black spikes was coiling in the main hall. Loisius and another 5-star fiend was standing there in mid-air, their gazes locked onto the black dragons. The other 6 fiends were standing in the corners of the room. You won't be able to run. Loisius growled. Speak. How much is your bounty for this mission? I will give you 10 times the amount. As long as the 2 of you are willing to leave immediately. The black dragon let out a low growl. I didn't expect that the master of this castle was a divine beast. Loisius laughed coldly. However, give us 10 times the reward? Humph, when we kill you, all of the wealth of your interspatial ring will be ours. And what's more, Loisius' face seemed to have suddenly become covered with a layer of ice. You killed my second sister. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 26, You Can't Kill Me. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 26, You Can't Kill Me. The battle at Moon Lake Castle had already reached the final stages. The master of the castle had already transformed into his original form, an enormous black dragon that was hundreds of meters long, and with ferocious sharp spikes growing from the back. Despite having transformed back into his original form, the master of the castle wasn't confident in battling these fiends. Within the secret room on the side of the wide main hall, Linley's group of 4 was secretly watching through the crack in the door. Actually, it wasn't that the fiends didn't realize Linley was there, only, they could sense that Linley and Co.'s auras were all of the god level, and so the fiends couldn't be bothered to pay them any heed. That Loisius says the black dragon is the master of the castle? Linley appeared quite puzzled. The nearby Delia explained. Linley, just then, when you suddenly began to meditate and gain insights, we didn't dare disturb you. At that time, the master of the castle was pursued and attacked here in the main hall. Seeing that there were 6 other fiends here, the master of the castle lost his confidence as well. Linley nodded slightly. Huh? Linley suddenly had a thought. Moonlake Castle is already in such dire straits. Even if those gold-robed guards are still alive, most likely all of them have fled the castle. Linley understood that regardless of whether or not any of the gold-robed guards had survived, most likely they wouldn't encounter any more gold-robed guards. After all, those hundreds of gold-robed guards weren't idiots either. Even the master of the castle had fallen to such dire straits. Even if they were alive, why wouldn't they flee? Bibi, take a look. Linley tossed an interspatial ring to Bibi. See if there are any moon rings inside. Right. Bibi hurriedly bound it with blood. Meanwhile, Linley took a look inside the other interspatial ring. At first, when Linley's group had been ambushed by those other 4 fiend trial participants, those 4 people had failed in their ambush and 2 of them instead had been killed by Linley's group. Naturally, they acquired the 2 interspatial rings from those 2. We only have 2 moon rings right now. We need 1 more. Linley was somewhat worried. Delia looked at Linley and Bibi. Boss, although this interspatial ring has some inkstones and azurites, it doesn't have a moon ring. Bibi said helplessly. Delia and Bibi both looked at Linley, wanting to see whether or not the interspatial ring Linley was holding had a moon ring within it. There it is. It really has a moon ring inside. Linley's investigation resulted in a look of delight appearing on his face. The previous owner of this interspatial ring was the leader of the group, Fetz. It made sense that after they acquired a moon ring, he would have stored it into his own interspatial ring. Ha, we have a full set of moon rings now. Bibi was extremely excited. But Regina just stared at Linley. Linley, just 1 ring? Just 1 ring. Linley smiled apologetically. He understood that Regina deeply desired a moon ring as well. However, the 3 of them only had 3 moon rings, they didn't have any extras to give Regina. They wanted to help but were unable to. Regina was very disappointed, but she still squeezed out a smile. It's fine. When we go out later, I'll see if there's any other chances. Suddenly, an explosive shout rang out from the main hall. Don't go too far. I can gift you with enormous wealth, and I can even give you this entire castle. In fact, I can even come up with a way to let you all become 6-star fiends. The point of completing this mission is to become 6-star fiends, right? The enormous dragon bellowed. The hundreds of meters long black dragon coiled about in the air of the main hall, while Loisius and the other fiend just stood there in midair. The difference in size between the 2 sides was enormous. However, right now, the enormous black dragon was begging the other side. Let us become 6-star fiends? The only way of becoming a higher level fiend is to complete a mission. There's no other ways at all. Loisius stared at the light blue scimitar in his hands, then said slowly, stop struggling. Prepare to die. Big brother, let me do it. The other, blue-haired warrior said hurriedly. Let me avenge our second sister. No. Loisius glanced sideways at the enormous black dragon. Although he has utilized 2 spirit attacks and his spiritual energy is most likely almost used up, we can't take any risk. I'll do it. Loisius had already begun to gather his power. He was completely confident. I am Wernison, you are an Ison. The enormous black dragon bellowed. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Wernison? Loisius snickered. Who's Wernison? If you are going to brag before dying, pick a more frightening name. For example, you could say that you are the Blood Violet Fiend. Or even that you are an almighty sovereign, who gives a damn who you are? Die. As he spoke, Loisius chopped out with that scimitar. It moved very gently. Space didn't move at all, and there wasn't even any wind. It was as though this scimitar didn't even exist. The enormous black dragon bellowed. You can't kill me. It was extremely enraged. As the scimitar chopped down gently, the enormous black dragon went mad. Risking its own life, it once more executed its divine ability. The enormous black dragon emitted that low, growling roar. Whoosh! Space trembled. Crackle! Loisius' scimitar chopped down, and a blue shadow slashed through the air, landing on the enormous black draconic head. The strange thing was, the scales and flesh of the enormous black dragon split neatly in half as the scimitar cut straight through the head and struck onto a divine spark. You will regret this. The enormous black dragon's dying roar echoed in the main hall. Boom! The enormous black draconic corpse slammed into the ground. Loisius' face was ashen as he withdrew his scimitar. Glancing sideways at the massive corpse, he snickered, "Humph, his divine ability really is formidable." "But you said I'll regret it?" "In the entire Nightblaze prefecture, there's only a few people that I'm afraid of, and I know all of them." "How will you, a dead man, make me regret it?" "Big brother." The blue-haired, muscular man looked towards Loisius in concern. "Are you all right?" His second sister had suffered that divine ability of the master of the castle and had thus perished. Loisius had previously battled with the master of the castle on the 5th level and had taken on the innate ability once before. Now, he had been hit with it again. "I'm fine." Loisius glanced at his brother and squeezed out a smile. "Third bro, let's head back." Sadly, second sis died. The muscular blue-haired was in great pain as well. "When we came, second sis said that after completing this mission, we will all be 6-star fiends, at which point, we should find a location where we could build a castle that would belong to we 3 siblings, and we would quietly train there. But now, we won't have the chance." The blue-haired man said softly. Loisius let out a low sigh as well. "Let's go." They didn't spare a single glance at the other 6 fiends, flying away. The other 6 fiends had been trembling in shock as they watched the battle. When experts went all out like this, the battle would be over after 1 or 2 clashes. The power of this Loisius truly is frightening. That scimitar, not even a high god-level divine beast could take it. A fiend sighed. Perhaps in ordinary material planes, divine beasts were extremely rare. But in the infernal realm, the place where countless experts gathered, there were still quite a few divine beasts. The reason why divine beasts were powerful was because of their divine ability. No matter which type of divine beast they were, upon reaching the age of maturity, they would be demigods. Seemingly, there wasn't any difference. However, there were huge differences between different types of divine beasts. The difference lay in their divine ability. Some divine beasts had natural abilities that allowed them to launch certain types of spiritual attacks, while others had special material attacks. For example, the heaven-devouring beast and the boss serpent both had a type of devour ability. But if the opponent was able to resist the strength of the devour ability, they would be fine. But BB was different. His God-Eater ability, the natural ability to devour divine sparks, was definitely an extremely, freakishly powerful type of ability. The more freakishly powerful a divine ability was, the rarer the type of divine beast would be in number. Loisius trains in the laws of life. The 4 edicts are all very hard to deal with. Loisius truly is frightening. The 6 fiends all sighed and said a few words, and then they left the main hall. However, before leaving, one of the fiends collected the enormous corpse. The corpse of a high god-level divine beast is worth money as well. Can't let it go to waste. The fiend laughed as he collected the enormous corpse and put it into his interspatial ring. After the 6 fiends left, Linley's group of 4 finally exited the room. Puff. BB was somewhat unhappy. "I wanted to collect that body. I didn't expect that fiend took it away." Certain body parts of divine beasts were extremely good components for making certain culinary delicacies. The corpse of a high god-level divine beast was very rare as well. The parts of such an enormous corpse could be sold off for hundreds of thousands of inkstones, or nearly 1,000,000. This was a small fortune. You were thinking about that? Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Let's go. Back to the metallic life form. Their rewards on this trip had been quite massive. The most valuable asset they had acquired was actually the Death God Golem, as well as the corpse of the Black-Robed Guard. The Black-Robed Guard himself had a divine spark in his corpse, and the interspatial ring he had contained massive wealth as well. Can you make a trip with me into the castle to take a look? Regina forced the words out. Linley's team couldn't help but be startled. I just want to take a look and see if there are any gold-robed guards left. Regina felt rather embarrassed as well. After all, this was as good as asking Linley's team to head back into danger. Although, logically speaking, Linley's team, alongside Regina, shouldn't have any problems in dealing with a gold-robed guard. But who knew how many gold-robed guards they would run into, if they did run into any? Delia and BB looked at Linley, waiting for Linley's decision. Linley paused for a moment, then looked at Regina and said, "Regina, we can't possibly run all over the castle with you. How about this? We're still going to leave the castle, but we can take a bit more of a roundabout route to see if we can run into any gold-robed guards. If we do, we'll help out, but if we don't, then there's nothing for it." "Thank you," Regina said hurriedly. She knew that her request was a bit excessive. For Linley to be willing to agree to do this much was already very good of him. Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Regina all headed out towards the upper layers of Moon Lake Castle. They returned to the third, second, and first floors, then left Moon Lake Castle through the windows. Regina truly hoped they would encounter some gold-robed guards. However, currently Moon Lake Castle truly didn't have a single gold-robed guard left. In the air above the clear and crystalline reflections of Moon Lake, the poisonous red fog had long since dissipated and disappeared. Right now, there were 5 Fiend trial participants seated cross-legged in the air above Moon Lake. Someone is coming out. The 5 saw Linley's team fly out and immediately went forward to greet them. Hey, what are you guys doing? Linley frowned and said calmly. Linley had already been ambushed within Moon Lake Castle. Naturally, he wouldn't be overconfident. One of the 5 spoke. I want to know, do the 4 of you have any spare moon rings? We can buy them off of you. I still want one for myself. Regina snorted. The 5, upon hearing this, were somewhat disappointed. They could tell that Linley's team simply didn't have enough moon rings. The 5 of you, no need to wait here outside. There shouldn't be anyone else left in the castle. Linley said. When they came out, they had searched everywhere in the 4th through 1st floors, giving all of the major locations a glance. If someone was there, they would have discovered them long ago. Linley's team was already one of the last ones to come out. After speaking, Linley's group of 4 flew directly towards the metallic lifeform. Soon, Linley's group reached the metallic lifeform, hovering there in midair. Through the translucent metal of the creature, they were able to dimly make out the sparse number of human figures within. So few people. Linley sighed to himself, then entered the metallic creature. Within the corridor inside the metallic creature, the silver-haired elder saw Linley's group and laughed. Congratulations for surviving and returning. You made it back alive? Congratulations. As soon as Linley had entered the rear cabins of the metallic creature, he swept the area with his gaze. This rear cabin of the metallic creature had many seats, more than enough to seat 1,000. However, there were far too many empty seats, with filled seats so rare. 1,000 came. Not even 100 are left alive. Glancing at the nearby Delia and Bibi, Linley felt a surge of rejoicing in his heart as well. At least his wife and his brother had survived. That silver-haired elder was right. This is indeed worth celebrating. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 27, Highest Bidder Takes It. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 27, Highest Bidder Takes It. Infernal Realm. Nightblaze Prefecture. A mountain range without any life whatsoever. The stones of the mountain were charred black, and there was some decayed wild grass as well. Within this mountain range, there was a lake that was dozens of kilometers in circumference. The lake water was rancid, and it emanated a deathly aura as well. Some white skeletons were floating on the top of the lake. This mountain range was a forbidden area. Even fiends didn't dare to go near this place. Drip, drip, the deathly lake water began to bubble. Boom! Suddenly, the massive surface of the lake suddenly was pulled apart, and the lake waters naturally pulled open, revealing a corridor that was dozens of meters wide which led straight into the depths. Nearly 100 figures appeared from the depths of the lake. Aside from the leader, who wore a gray robe, the others all wore black robes. Nearly 100 people stood there in the air above the lake. The gray-robed leader had pitch black hair, but the most eye-catching part of him was still his 2 eyebrows, which drooped all the way down to his chest. If Loisius had been here and seen this gray-robed man, he definitely would have been shocked. Because this gray-robed man looked exactly the same as the master of Moon Lake Castle. Bastard! The muscles around the gray-robed man's eyes were twitching. He was currently at the edges of an absolute explosion of rage. The gray-robed man growled, "It seems that I, Warnison, have been hidden from the world for too long. Those people have forgotten my name. They actually destroyed my divine clone. I told them that I would make them regret it." The gray-robed man's heart was filled with boundless rage. He had 2 mighty divine clones. He had first developed his divine clone of death, while his original body was that of a divine clone of darkness. In terms of power, his accomplishments in the edicts of death had far surpassed his accomplishments in the laws of darkness. Despite that, given the power of his divine darkness clone as well as the many guards he had, he shouldn't have had any problems. But who would have imagined that? One of his bodies had been destroyed. Kill them all. The gray-robed man's heart was filled with murderous thoughts. He only had 2 bodies to begin with. Both of them represented a life. Losing a divine clone, of course he would be furious. "Master, where shall we go?" A black-robed man behind him said respectfully. My Moon Lake Castle is close to Royal Wing City. Based on the Fiend Castle's rules for choosing Fiend trial assignments, they would definitely select nearer locations. The gray-robed man said in a low voice. Those fiends have most likely boarded the metallic lifeform and begun to head back to Royal Wing City, but we will first go to Royal Wing City. The gray-robed man said coldly. Yes, Master, Lord. The nearly 100 black-robed men behind him simultaneously called out, with the only difference being in their manner of address. No matter what, they'll have to return to Royal Wing City. We'll stop them outside Royal Wing City. The gray-robed man immediately looked at one black-robed man, whose body suddenly vanished. At the same time, a sinuous metallic creature appeared in mid-air. The gray-robed man and the nearly 100 black-robed men entered the metallic lifeform. Whoosh! The metallic lifeform split through the air, making haste towards Royal Wing City. In terms of speed, this metallic lifeform's speed was far faster than the one which Linley's group was on. Not too far away from Moon Lake, the metallic lifeform Linley was in was currently hovering in mid-air. The silver-haired elder flew back to the metallic creature and immediately instructed, "There's nobody else inside. Head out." Immediately, the metallic lifeform transformed into a blur, disappearing into the distant horizons. Within the metallic lifeform, the silver-haired elder entered the front cabins, saying in a sonorous voice while looking at everyone, "Everyone, stand up for now and gather at the center of the walkway." Stand up? Although puzzled, Linley and the others all stood up. The nearly 100 survivors in the rear cabins all gathered at the center of the walkway. Suddenly, the metallic creature shrank in size by a large margin, both in length and in width. The seating arrangements changed so that only 100 appeared. When they had arrived, they had 50 rows of 20 seats each. Now, they had 20 rows of 5 seats each. The body was much smaller. There's very few people here right now. No need for the metallic lifeform to be so large. The silver-haired elder said calmly. After speaking, he left the rear cabin and returned to the front cabin. Currently, there were only 100 seats, causing the people in the rear cabins to be fairly close to each other now. Heading back. Linley looked out from the translucent metallic window of the metallic creature, feeling relaxed. Boss, when we return to Royal Wing City and turn in the moon rings at the Fiend Castle, we will become fiends. DB chortled as he looked at Linley and spoke. By then, we'll be able to wear fiend medallions. At least when we enter the city, we won't have to stand in line to pay the fees any longer. Pay the city entrance fees? Linley and Delia were speechless when they heard this. To them, what was a single inkstone these days? Who here has moon rings? If anyone has moon rings, I'm willing to pay a price to buy them. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the rear cabin. This voice instantly caused everyone in the rear cabin to look over. The speaker was a soft, sinister-looking, handsome man. Pay a price to buy them? Linley was shocked. As bold and audacious as this? The staff members of the Fiend Castle are in the front cabin. BB frowned. He is speaking so loudly. If that silver-haired old man hears it, won't that will be terrible? Regina's eyes were shining. She was looking at the people nearby. Upon hearing BB's words, she lowered her voice and explained, "BB, the only thing that matters in the Fiend trials is whether or not you have the required item. They don't care how you acquired it. Whether it was by theft or by purchasing, as long as you can turn in a moon ring, that'll be enough." Hearing this, Linley's group now understand. The reason the Fiend Castle does this is to encourage internecine strife. Linley mused to himself. Only, this was what the infernal realm was like to begin with. Slaughter and battle was the main purpose of this place. If you want to buy it, I do have an extra moon ring. Suddenly, in the rear cabin, a voice rang out. This voice caused Regina and some others to immediately grow excited, and they hurriedly looked over. The person who had an extra moon ring was an extremely muscular bearded man who was just 1.2 or 1.3 meters tall. Dwarf? Linley raised an eyebrow. What price? A woman with long golden hair asked. My asking price isn't too high. 1,000,000 inkstones. If you want it, pay up. The muscular dwarf said directly. 1,000,000? Some people immediately exhaled in shock. To a high god, perhaps 1,000,000 inkstones wasn't much. But to a god, 1,000,000 inkstones was an extravagant sum. Even for the likes of Linley's group, when they had sold off that high god artifact, they had only received 750,000 inkstones. But how would an ordinary god acquire a high god artifact? Only after one battle and plundering after another would one be able to amass a fortune in excess of 1,000,000 inkstones. Too expensive. Regina frowned. She didn't have enough wealth to purchase it. I'll take it. Immediately, that soft-looking, handsome man spoke out. Although nearly 100 had survived, there were still 20 or 30 who hadn't acquired moon rings. The others, upon hearing someone was offering to buy it, immediately grew frantic. I'll pay 1.1 million inkstones. Some people hurriedly called out. I offered to pay first. The handsome man said frantically. The muscular dwarf said, I already said the price. 1 million inkstones exactly. Here you go. Give me 1 million inkstones. The muscular dwarf was very straightforward. He immediately carried out the transaction with the handsome man. The others couldn't help but feel disappointed. Regina let out a sigh. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to pay, she simply didn't have the money. Who else has moon rings? Someone called out loudly from the rear cabins. At this moment, a white-robed middle-aged man laughed calmly. I'll set the same price as that short gentleman. 1 million inkstones. Whoever wants a moon ring, give me 1 million inkstones and I will give you a moon ring. There's more? Regina couldn't help but to look over, but she didn't have enough money. Swish. Instantly, several figures immediately charged over. Here you go. A jade-haired woman immediately shoved an azurite cube that was 10 centimeters on each side in the hand of that white-robed middle-aged man. Sell it to me. Some others were calling out. We'll give you 1 million inkstones also. I already gave him 1 million inkstones. This moon ring is mine. The jade-haired woman said hurriedly, while at the same time, she stared at the white-robed man. She was worried that the white-robed man was lying. However, she believed that he probably wasn't. The white-robed man smiled as he accepted the 1 million inkstones, and with a flip of his hand, handed a moon ring over to the jade-haired woman. All yours. The jade-haired woman was overjoyed. Accepting the moon ring, she returned to her own seat. The others were very disappointed. The white-robed man only smiled. Don't fight. As long as you have enough money, I'll be able to sell enough moon rings. With a flip of his hand, the white-robed man produced 5 more moon rings in his palm. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Where did this guy get so many moon rings? Everyone in the rear cabin stared at the white-robed man. Immediately, some people handed over 1 million inkstones, and all of them received a moon ring. The white-robed man continued smiling. If anyone else wants a moon ring, please come over. I have more. As he smiled towards the onlookers, the entire rear cabin immediately fell silent. Only those with enough money could buy it. Although over 20 people had failed to acquire moon rings, only 6 of them had more than 1 million inkstones. The others didn't have enough money to buy them. Regina suddenly stood up. Laughing, she said, Sir, please lower the price for the moon ring just a little bit. 1 million inkstones is simply too much. The moon rings are only useful to us. To others, it is nothing but an interspatial ring. Interspatial rings were worthless. Not even worth a single inkstone. Right. Instantly, many people also begun to clamor. Why don't you lower the price, like maybe 500,000 inkstones? What do you say? I think there will still be quite a few who will buy from you. Right. 500,000 inkstones. Regina also said. Regina's own assets were only around 800,000 inkstones. You can't do that. The people who had just bought moon rings found it unfair. We paid 1 million inkstones to buy it. The white-robed man laughed calmly. I already said, 1 million. If you don't have enough inkstones, I'd rather not sell than lower the price. After finishing his words, the white-robed man fell silent. Regina's face couldn't help but change. Regina, how much do you have on you? Delia suddenly spoke out. Regina couldn't help but look at Linley's group. Actually, just then, Linley's group had been secretly chatting through using their divine sense. On this trip, Linley's group had made some enormous gains. The Death God Golem alone was worth 100 million inkstones. The black-robed guard's wealth in his interspatial ring was an astonishing figure as well. I still lack 200,000. Regina said with a hint of eagerness. Didi chortled, then with a flip of his hand, retrieved 2 azurites. Right, here you go. Seeing this, Regina couldn't help but feel excited. Thank you. She immediately accepted it, then ran over to the white-robed man. Outside Royal Wing City, the gray-robed man was seated in the meditative position in a patch of grass, with dozens of experts next to him. Master, a metallic creature of the Fiend Castle is flying over. It is coming from the direction of Moon Lake Castle. A voice rang out in the mind of the gray-robed man, who immediately opened his eyes. He growled, Come with me. Immediately, he led the dozens of figures flying into the sky. A few dozen kilometers outside of Royal Wing City. The metallic creature which Linley was seated in was flying at high speed towards Royal Wing City. Linley's group was very happy. After all, they were able to see the distant Royal Wing City grow closer from outside the translucent window. We're finally arriving. Linley's group was all smiles. Suddenly. Boom! The entire metallic lifeform shuddered violently, and then with a bang. Sound, the entire metallic creature exploded into countless shards of metal. The fiends within the metallic lifeform, caught completely off guard, immediately controlled their bodies to float in midair. Linley's group was hovering in midair as well, but as they stared at their surroundings, their faces turned white. In the area around Linley's entire group, there were nearly 100 black-robed men standing in midair. These black-robed men had completely surrounded everyone in Linley's group, without anyone being able to flee. Every single black-robed man emanated an absolutely astonishing aura. High gods. All high gods. The faces of everyone present changed, Linley included. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 28, Wild Revenge. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 28, Wild Revenge. The 10 fiends who had been lucky enough to survive as well as the nearly 100 fiend trial participants were all in a state of shock. They were surrounded by a large group of high gods who were staring at them as if they were corpses. The hearts of everyone present shook. Why is this happening? Linley didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. They were just about to arrive at Royal Wing City and become fiends, but at the final, critical juncture, they were waylaid by a group of high gods. What are you doing? The strongest of the experts in Linley's group, Loisius, stared at the surrounding people, frowning as he spoke. Although Loisius wasn't confident in his ability to battle against so many high gods, he was confident in his ability to escape. What are we doing? One of them, a black-robed man, snickered. Suddenly, a number of black-robed figures voluntarily moved aside, creating a corridor in the air. A gray-robed figure flew out. Master, Lord. The black-robed men all bowed respectfully. But the gray-robed man just stared at Loisius, his eyes filled with a boundless, baleful look, as though he wanted to eat Loisius alive. You are. Loisius and the others all stared in shock at the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man's appearance looked absolutely identical to that of the master of the castle. At this moment, Loisius and the other fiends who had seen the appearance of that master of the castle were all stunned. They all thought of a possibility. Can he be? The master of the castle who had been killed was just a divine clone. The gray-robed man's face was cold and grim, and a hint of a cruel smile played at the corner of his lips. His gaze swept past Loisius and the others, but in the end landed upon Loisius once more. His other divine clone was destroyed by this Loisius. The one who he hated the most was this Loisius as well. Who are you? A shout roared out, and the silver-haired elder flew to the front, staring angrily at the gray-robed man. This was the metallic creature of our fiend castle. You dare to destroy it? And it seems you want to attack? You are being rather too arrogant. Fiend castle? The gray-robed man lifted an eyebrow, turning to look at him. What of it? I don't believe that the true experts at the headquarters of your fiend castle will come looking for me, just because I killed your group. In addition, the relationship between the powerful 7-star fiends and those of you in the fiend castle is nothing more than a working relationship. They won't obey your orders. The silver-haired elder was stunned. You ask me who I am? The gray-robed man's jaw shifted slightly as he looked disdainfully at the silver-haired elder. Then I'll tell you. My name is Wernison. Have you heard my name before? Wernison? The silver-haired elder frowned slightly. Wernison. Loisius and the others all had the same thought. Indeed, this gray-robed man was the master of the castle. Or, precisely speaking, the other divine clone. Him. Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Regina were all shocked and suddenly understood. When the black dragon had been killed at the castle, he had shouted loudly that he was Wernison. No wonder he came for revenge. Linley was secretly in dread now. No wonder, before that castle lord was killed, he said that the one who killed him would regret it. Before dying, the castle lord had said his name, but it seems as though everyone has forgotten who he is. Linley could tell. Perhaps Wernison's name was once very famous, but nobody present knew it. Ugh, Wernison let out a low sigh. It seems I truly have been hidden away for too long. Even the staff members of the Fiend Castle have forgotten me. Warnison himself just stood there in midair, but while chatting, he naturally exuded a sort of strength which caused everyone, Loisius included, to feel terrified. Everyone understood, this was an exceedingly powerful expert. As Warnison was sighing, Loisius and his third brother were chatting with divine sense. Boom! Suddenly, a sonic boom appeared and two shadows suddenly flew towards the north. Warnison was standing south of them. Loisius and his brother didn't dare flee in that direction, so they chose to flee towards the north. Humph! Warnison let out a cold sneer. The 20-plus black-robed men who were standing to the north sent out palm strikes with their right hands almost simultaneously. Their united blows suddenly filled the air in front of those 20-plus black-robed men with a black energy, immediately forming an enormous black web which swept towards Loisius and his brother. The spreading of this giant web caused Loisius and his brother to immediately retreat in terror. So, at this moment, Warnison moved as well, suddenly appearing by Loisius' side. Loisius, with a savage laugh, chopped over with a backhanded stroke from his light blue scimitar, but Warnison just flicked a single finger, tapping the scimitar. Clang! A clear metallic sound rang out. Loisius actually lost his grip on his light blue scimitar. The scimitar fell downwards, while Loisius himself held his head in agony, emitting an agonized scream. Big bro! The muscular blue-haired man called frantically, but Loisius didn't seem to hear him. He continued to spasm there in midair, while at the same time holding his head and screaming in absolute agony. Big bro, what is it? What's going on? The muscular blue-haired man was absolutely besides himself. Stop! Warnison said calmly. Loisius' agonized screams suddenly halted, and he returned to his senses. He stared in terror at Warnison. You have a spirit leech? Spirit leech? Hearing this title, the faces of the muscular man and the other fiends turned absolutely white. The term spirit leech was something which experienced people would occasionally hear of. Even in Blacksand Castle, the spirit leech, a forbidden item, was rarely available for purchase. Even if it was available, the price would be absolutely staggering. Warnison chuckled. Right. I spent a good amount of effort to create this spirit leech. You made it? Quite a few people present were stunned. There were perhaps many high gods who had trained in the edicts of death. However, those capable of creating a spirit leech were extremely rare. In the entire infernal realm, there were 108 Asuras, but it would be hard to say if there were 108 people capable of creating a spirit leech. Did you think I would let you die so easily? Warnison snickered. You should feel proud that I'm wasting a spirit leech on you. Proud? Loisius' entire body was shaking. When he thought about the terrifying effects of the spirit leech and about the pain he had just been in, beads of sweat began to appear on Loisius' head. Bang! Gritting his teeth, Loisius attempted to smash his own head in and commit suicide. But before his hand touched his forehead, Loisius once more began to scream in agony. Holding his head, his entire body spasmed, a savage look on his face. Moments later, Loisius stopped screaming, his face ashen as though he were an invalid. He stared in terror at Warnison. I told you. Warnison, right now, was like a sovereign, standing far above them and holding their lives and deaths in his hands. He stared down at Loisius. I would make you regret it. Everyone's hearts shuddered in terror. He was able to create a spirit leech. This meant that this Warnison had already reached an astonishing level of attainment in the edicts of death. Ha ha! Warnison suddenly began to laugh like a madman, the laughter causing everyone, including Linley's group, to feel terrified. Warnison's gaze swept across the other fiends. Everyone involved in this matter will die. Those fiends as well as the nearly 100 surviving fiend trial participants as well as the staff members of the fiend castle were all terrified. Boss. BB said with his divine sense. Watch to see how things develop. At the last moment, we'll have to flee. Linley didn't know what should be done either. Even someone as mighty as Loisius wasn't able to resist Warnison at all. Although Linley had never heard of a spirit leech, from the discussion between the two as well as the expressions on Loisius' face, he could tell that this spirit leech was definitely no ordinary item. Warnison, you can't. The silver-haired elder said hurriedly. Royal Wing City is right there, you can't. Royal Wing City is over there? I'm not killing anyone within Royal Wing City. What have I to fear? Warnison chuckled, then swept his icy gaze across Linley's group. So what if I kill a few little people like you? Linley was currently thinking at high speed. No. We have to live. Linley glanced at the nearby Delia and BB. No other choices. We'll have to flee. When nearly 100 of us flee, we can't all be caught. Moreover, we are very close to Royal Wing City. We might be able to make it into the city. Linley continued to calculate their chances. I can't die. I don't want to die. The other fiends and fiend trial participants didn't want to die either. They were all thinking frantically. Brothers, let's all flee. Suddenly, a divine sense rang out in the minds of every person present. Linley, Delia, and Bibi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but decide to move westwards. Hurry! Linley sent with his divine sense. In that moment, more than half of the 100 surrounded people began to flee in separate directions. Boom! In the area around them, all of the black-robed men simultaneously swept out with their right palms. Just like last time, a dense layer of black energy came out from every black-robed figure. If one took a close look, the black-robed figures had complicated magical runes on their bodies or robes. All the black-robed men were joining forces. Every single direction was completely locked down. A heaven-encompassing net. Linley and the others had nowhere to flee. Those who had moved the fastest and had run into the black web seemed to have been struck by a surge of powerful energy which knocked them back. Linley and the others once more returned to their original position. Flee? Wernison looked disdainfully at them. If I were to let a group of little fellows like you flee, then I, Wernison, wouldn't have face to stay in the infernal realm any longer. Wernison glanced disdainfully at the silver-haired elder, then said, however, I can give you a chance. A chance not to die. Linley and the others couldn't help but to look at Wernison. It is very simple. Wernison pointed at Linley's side. In your group, one high god can live, and one god can live. Wernison's smile was so bright. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Linley's group was completely stunned, but then, right away, all of them looked warily at each other. Linley, what should we do? Delia said with her divine sense. Linley maintained his silence, his eyes filled with worry. What should they do? What could he do? Slash. Suddenly, someone attacked. Instantly, the thread tying them together on the same side was broken. Don't piss me off. Linley roared towards the others, brandishing with his adamantine heavy sword. Wernison bellowed, his long eyebrows dancing in the air, I won't kill the final survivors. Kill. Wernison's eyes were filled with wild savagery. Right now, Wernison was venting his anger. His divine clone was destroyed. Thus, he would make sure that everyone involved would be doomed. Not die? Wernison said to himself. First, give you some hope. After the final 2 survivors come out, I will make you suffer the most agonizing torment. I won't kill you. However, I am capable of tormenting you until you commit suicide. Whenever Wernison thought of the 2 people who would be survivors, and yet would face such a terrifying outcome, he couldn't help but feel excited and eager. I told you. I will make you all regret it. Wernison said sinisterly to himself. Since he was going to take revenge, how would Wernison let any of them flee? Wernison suddenly narrowed his eyes. He saw that all of a sudden that Loisius fell downwards at high speed, this sudden drop causing the surrounding black-robed figures to be unable to block him. Fleeing? Wernison immediately chased afterwards. Loisius, in midair, once more let out an agonized cry, but only one of his divine clones was screaming. The other divine clone of Loisius actually continued to fly downwards at high speed. However, Wernison appeared in front of it. You want to run? Wernison looked at him disdainfully. Did you think that I didn't know you had a divine clone? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 29, Penitent Flames. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 29, Penitent Flames. Seeing Wernison suddenly appear in front of him, Loisius' heart shook. I'm finished. Loisius couldn't help but feel some despair. The spirit leech planted in his soul was only in his most powerful divine life clone. Loisius had another divine clone. But now, that clone wasn't able to flee either. If you don't want to die right now, then go back. Wernison barked. Loisius knew that by retreating, he would probably die as well, but he still chose to return to the encirclement. Crunch! A dagger pierced straight into the head of a god. And then, with a flip of his hand, Bibi collected the corpse as he flew back towards Linley. Linley, Bibi, and Delia were all in one location. If others didn't attack them, they wouldn't attack others either. But once any person attacked them, Linley's team would immediately kill the enemy. Regina was by Linley's side as well. Only, at this sort of critical, life-and-death juncture, Linley's team didn't dare to fully trust Regina either. Blood splattered everywhere as the slaughter continued. Linley! Delia looked towards Linley, who squeezed out a smile. Given the situation, and the fact that Werneson had already said that only a single god would be permitted to remain living, there would definitely be casualties in Linley's group of 3. Who would die? I would rather die than let Delia or Bibi die. At this moment, Linley's heart was in great pain. Even if I die, I'll die by your side. Delia looked at Linley, a hint of a smile actually on her face. I am already very satisfied to be able to be together with you. What nonsense are you spewing? Linley shouted angrily with his divine sense. But Linley's heart was tied up in knots. Although Delia wasn't very talented in terms of training, all these years, she had quietly supported Linley. Her quiet attentiveness and support had imperceptibly transformed their love for each other, engraving it into each other's souls. In neither life nor death would they be parted. You won't die. Linley looked at Delia, while at the same time paying careful attention to the surrounding area. That white-robed man who had sold quite a few moon rings was staring at Linley's team. Just then, Linley's team had already discovered that the white-robed man was indeed very strong. 10 gods had already died by his hand. I urge you not to come offend us. Wielding the adamantine heavy sword in his hand, Linley sent his divine sense. The white-robed man hesitated as he looked at Bibi. In the end, he didn't choose to attack. Linley and Bibi had killed quite a few people just then as well. Linley used soul attacks, while Bibi used material attacks. They were amongst the most powerful gods of this group as well. Halt! A cold shout thundered forth from the direction of Royal Wing City. Everyone who heard this angry shout felt their head grow dizzy. They lost all perception, and only a while later did they recover. By the time Linley's team had recovered, they saw that 3 figures had appeared in mid-air. Beneath the light of the blood sun, the shadow of the leader of those figures seemed all the more majestic and dazzling. He wore a long golden robe, had white eyebrows, and golden pupils. White eyebrows, golden pupils. Governor Royal Wing, 7-star fiend. Linley's heart exulted wildly. Linley, Bibi, and Delia's faces instantly revealed a look of utter joy. Not just them, even the silver-haired elder who was drenched in blood from the battle but had yet to die, upon realizing who had come, let out an excited call, Lord Governor. Lord Governor? Quite a few of the fiend trial participants stared at the newcomer in excitement. As a 7-star fiend, Royal Wing definitely was one of the most powerful forces of the infernal realm. Oh, Stuart, Stuart. The grey-robed man, Werneson, glanced at Governor Royal Wing. Stuart, can it be that you want to interfere in this matter? But Linley's group was shocked. They knew that Royal Wing was nothing more than the nickname which the Governor Royal Wing had gained upon becoming a 7-star fiend. As for Lord Royal Wing's real name, not many knew. The white eyebrows of Governor Royal Wing rose, and he stared at Werneson with a sharp gaze. Werneson, this is a squad from the Fiend Castle, and they are very close to Royal Wing City. Don't go too far. Governor Royal Wing's words contained a hint of anger as well. Stuart, my divine clone was killed. You tell me, am I justified or not in getting revenge? Werneson stared at Governor Royal Wing. Governor Royal Wing frowned. Your divine clone was destroyed? How could the likes of them have done that? Governor Royal Wing knew exactly how powerful Werneson was. Werneson hesitated momentarily, then said sourly, I was staying in my lair, focusing on analyzing the edicts of death, but my divine darkness clone was staying in Moonlake Castle. After all, Werneson wanted to enjoy life as well. He couldn't always spend his time in training. Who would have imagined that such a large number of people would suddenly attack my Moonlake Castle? Werneson was furious. Governor Royal Wing now understood. This was very simple. Many experts would choose to divide their divine clones up in multiple locations. That way, if one divine clone fell into grave danger, at least another would survive. How can I possibly not avenge such a huge enmity? Werneson said. To these ultimate experts, their life was of course incomparably valuable. A divine clone's destruction was equivalent to losing one of their lives. Who wouldn't be utterly enraged? Werneson had planned long ago to kill all of these fiends and spare not a one. Governor Royal Wing was worried as well. He then looked at Werneson and said slowly, Werneson, I understand how you feel. But, you are acting right outside of Royal Wing City. You should at least give me, Stuart, a little face. Werneson frowned slightly. Both Governor Royal Wing and Werneson had become famous as ultimate experts eons ago in a long bygone era. They had long ago, in that era, become 7-star fiends. Stuart, can it be that you want to fight me? Wernison said in a low voice, frowning. Right now, the 30-plus survivors who were surrounded were watching nervously. Linley and the others knew, right now, their lives were in the hands of these two ultimate experts. Whether they lived or died would depend on the results of Governor Royalwing's discussions with Wernison. I don't want to fight with you, but you can't go too far either, Governor Royalwing said. Wernison understood Royalwing's temper quite well. Fine. These little god-level fellows, I won't kill them. But those 4 high gods that are still surviving, I must kill them, Wernison said with certainty. The destruction of my divine clones involved those fiends. Governor Royalwing glanced over. Lord Governor, the silver-haired elder said hurriedly, and the other 3 high gods looked towards Governor Royalwing with supplicating gazes. Governor Royalwing spoke out. Of the 4 surviving high gods, that one over there is a staff member of the Fiend Castle. Governor Royalwing pointed at the silver-haired elder. He can't possibly have anything to do with your death. Wernison glanced sideways at the silver-haired elder, then nodded and said, fine. I can spare him, Lord Governor. The other 3 high gods, Loisius included, called out repeatedly. But Governor Royalwing didn't pay them any mind at all. Governor Royalwing looked at Wernison, sending a divine message. It is best if you take care of this quickly. You've caused so much commotion, and we're taking so much time. Wernison immediately understood. Governor Royalwing wanted face as well. Fine. Wernison smiled. Lord Governor. Loisius, the muscular blue-haired man, and a gold-haired fiend immediately called out in high voices. You killed one of my divine clones. Humph. Wernison's eyes suddenly turned white, and a translucent ripple spread out, immediately shooting towards the muscular blue-haired man, the gold-haired fiend, and one of Loisius' divine clones, invading their bodies. Ah! Desolate screams were ripped forth from the 3. At the same time, a translucent flame swirled above the heads of the 3, and then the 3 fell down from the skies, dead. Penitent flames? Governor Royalwing's eyes lit up. This Wernison has become much more powerful than he had previously been. So powerful. Seeing this, the nearly 30 lucky survivors were all shocked. High god fiends had been killed without any ability to fight back by this Wernison, and just then, that formless attack that had created translucent flames was something they had never even heard of. Right now, the only surviving fiend was Loisius. This was the divine clone of Loisius which had suffered the spirit leech. His other divine clone had been killed. Penitent flames? Loisius stared in terror towards Wernison. The legendary penitent flames? Loisius now fully understood how great the difference was between him and Wernison. Why haven't you gone to challenge an Azura yet? Loisius said. Linley had a thought. Challenge an Azura? Linley knew that the Infernal Realm had, in total, 108 prefectures, and also 108 Azuras. The Lord Prefect of every single prefecture was an Azura. In the Infernal Realm, Azura was a title given only to the mightiest of experts, and there was only one way to obtain it. Challenging for it. But not just anyone had the right to challenge an Azura. The challenger had to first become a 7-star fiend. Upon becoming a mighty 7-star fiend, one had the right to challenge an Azura. If the challenge was successful, the previous Azura would lose the title of Azura, and the challenger would receive the title of Azura. Thus, there would forever be only 108 Azuras in the Infernal Realm. Challenge an Azura? Wernison glanced at him sideways. First of all, I'm not too interested in that. Secondly, do you think that just because I am able to use the penitent flames that I will be able to defeat an Azura? Wernison snickered. If we were still in the era of when I first arrived in the Infernal Realm, perhaps. But countless years have passed. After so many challenges, every single Azura of our era is extremely hard to deal with. Wernison glanced towards Governor Royalwing as well. Governor Royalwing nodded slightly, as though he shared the same thoughts. They were both 7-star fiends, and they had reached the level of 7-star fiends countless years ago. But they didn't dare to go challenge the Azuras. Because if their challenge was to fail, then generally speaking, the result would be death. Little fellows, count your blessings. Wernison glanced at the nearly 30 surviving gods. Wernison didn't have too much of an urge to kill Linley and these others, because he too knew that the death of his divine clone didn't have much to do with these gods. Since Governor Royalwing had come in person, he had to give Governor Royalwing some face. Everyone, leave now. Governor Royalwing spoke out. Immediately, under the leadership of the silver-haired elder, the nearly 30 lucky god-level survivors immediately flew towards the direction of Royalwing City. Moments later. In midair, the only figures left were Wernison's subordinates, Loisius, and the three people on Governor Royalwing's side. Humph, what are you looking at? You want to go back to Royalwing City as well? Ha, in your dreams. Wernison looked at Loisius, who ignored him silently. But then, Loisius suddenly began to spasm, shrieking in agony while clutching his head. Governor Royalwing's eyebrows lifted up. It is a spirit leech. Wernison said unconcernedly. Governor Royalwing was slightly startled, and he let out a surprised breath. Wernison, you were able to make a spirit leech? Although it isn't very effective against experts on our level, this thing is astonishingly valuable. Spirit leeches weren't of great use against the likes of Governor Royalwing. However, in the entirety of the Infernal Realm, how many people were capable of being on their level? If you want one, you can come to my place to buy one. The price that I'll give you will be 10% lower than the price at Blacksand Castle. Wernison said. Governor Royalwing couldn't help but grin. Stuart, I'll be leaving now. Wernison informed him. Governor Royalwing nodded slightly. Wernison then stared once more at that Loisius. Kid, I told you. You will regret it, very, very much. And then, he led Loisius and his forces into the metallic lifeform and left at high speed. That young fellow has fallen into Wernison's clutches. He's in for a tragedy. Governor Royalwing let out a sigh. 7 laws, 4 edicts. Amongst these, the most sinister and one most capable of tormenting others was the edicts of death. And in turn, experts on the level of Wernison were capable of truly terrifying tricks. We finally made it back to Royalwing City alive. Linley, Delia, and Bibi stood on the streets of Royalwing City, momentarily not sure whether they should laugh or to cry. This sort of fluctuation between life and death truly made one's heart tremble. Linley, this time, I truly was scared to death. Delia revealed a smile at this moment. Bibi pursed his lips. That old man Wernison really went too far. But, alas, it seems he's really powerful. Grandpa Beirut isn't here either. If he was here, everything would be fine. Linley took Delia by the hand. Let's go. We'll go to the Fiend Castle. Turning in the moon rings would make Linley and the others 1-star fiends. Immediately, Linley, Bibi, and Delia headed straight towards the Fiend Castle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 30, Inventory Checking. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 30, Inventory Checking. In the main hall of the first floor of the Fiend Castle, quite a few people were gathered, amongst which were Linley's team. Miss Yuna. Bibi stood in front of the counter, laughing as he greeted that female employee, Yuna. Yuna looked towards Bibi with some surprise and pleasure, as well as towards Linley and Delia who were behind him. Linley, I was just sighing about how few people survived in your group. I didn't expect that the 3 of you all survived and made it back. Congratulations, truly. We were fairly lucky. Whenever Linley thought about what had happened outside of Royalwing City, he still felt a sense of fear. When he had been facing Wernison, Linley discovered that he didn't have any ability to resist at all. Their difference in power was simply too great. Miss Yuna, we've been here for a long time now. When will we have the chance to turn in the proof that we accomplished the trials? Bibi said rather frantically. Linley's group had been waiting quite some time here on the first floor. Yuna laughed as she said, Don't be impatient. You are already fiends now. It isn't as simple as just giving you a fiend medallion. There's a process for this. A while later. The people who succeeded in the fiend trials in Moonlake Castle, up to the 2nd floor. Suddenly, a muscular man with short golden hair came down the stairway from the 2nd floor of the Fiend Castle. Hurry on up. Yuna said with a laugh. Miss Yuna, we'll head up now, then. Bibi chortled. Immediately, Linley's group of 20+ people all stepped onto the stairway leading towards the 2nd level of the Fiend Castle. The main hall of this 2nd level was much smaller than the main hall of the 1st floor, and there were many rooms here as well. Linley's group was led by that muscular man with short golden hair to a black room. Within the black room, there were 3 people seated. All of you, step forward one at a time and turn in the moon rings, as well as the fiend seal. One of them, a black-robed middle-aged man, said clearly. Immediately, one after another stepped forward to turn in the moon rings and begin the process of becoming fiends. But very clearly, the procedures were quite complicated. Fortunately, the black-robed man was fairly fast, and he was able to process each person in just a few minutes. Next, the black-robed man said. It was Linley's turn. Linley immediately handed his moon ring as well as the fiend's seal over. Name. The black-robed man said. Linley. Linley said. And then, Linley felt his entire body tremble. So the black-robed man had actually summoned his god realm, using it to hold Linley down while shutting out the outsiders. I have to get an imprint of your soul's aura. The black-robed man withdrew a green, fingernail-sized bead with a flip of his hand, then put the green bead next to Linley. At a visible rate, the green bead quickly began to transform to a gray color. Moments later, the entire bead had turned gray. Soul aura? What is this? Linley asked curiously. The black-robed elder glanced at him, then said calmly, this is known as a soul-reflecting stone, but it is capable of absorbing an imprint of a soul's aura. All experts have different soul auras. As long as we have this soul-reflecting stone with your soul aura, we will be able to verify your identity. Linley couldn't help but feel astonished. So there was an item such as this in the world. However, it made sense. When he was in the Yulan continent, some alchemists were capable of creating items that astonished Linley. In the infernal realm, it only made sense that many complicated items existed. This is your fiend medallion, while this is your secondary fiend medallion. Bind them both with blood. The black-robed man instructed. Seeing the fiend medallion, Linley's eyes couldn't help but light up. This was the proof that he was now a fiend. Secondary fiend medallion? Linley was somewhat surprised. This so-called secondary fiend medallion was actually a blue medallion, but this blue medallion was something which Linley had never seen fiends wear before. The black-robed man laughed calmly, the secondary fiend medallion is kept at our fiend castle. Once your secondary fiend medallion becomes an object with no owner, we will know that you are dead. Linley now understood. This was only a toy used to judge if someone was still alive or not. He immediately bound them with blood, then retrieved the fiend medallion, pinning it to his chest in accordance with requirements. Linley directly fused this fiend medallion with his pulseguard armor. After all, his clothes were nothing more than a variant of his pulseguard armor. Outside the fiend castle. Linley, in the future, will you remain at Royal Wing City? Regina said to Linley. I owe you 200,000 inkstones. In a while, I'll pay you back. Regina didn't like owing others money. No need. We'll be leaving Royal Wing City soon. Linley said directly. Leaving? Where are you going? Regina said hurriedly. Far away. Linley, Delia, and Bibi exchanged glances, then Bibi chortled towards Regina. Regina, the three of us want to roam the Redbud continent, and then float across the Starmist Sea and roam this boundless infernal realm. You tell me, will we be going far away? Regina was utterly shocked. Even many high gods in the infernal realm had never visited other continents. After all, each of the 5 continents of the infernal realm were extremely large, more than enough for them to carve out their own little world. Without a special reason, generally speaking, people wouldn't risk heading to other continents. Regina didn't know how she was supposed to repay the 200,000 inkstones. No rush. When we meet again, you can pay us back. Bibi laughed as he spoke. All right. Thank you for your help this time, truly. Regina looked at the fiend medallion on her chest. She couldn't help feel all the more grateful. She had become a fiend, this was something she had dreamed about for many years. Linley, Delia, and Bibi made their farewells to Regina, and then went to a restaurant to first enjoy a celebratory victory feast, then returned to their residence. The room fees which Linley's group had paid had been calculated by the year. Within the courtyard of Linley's residence, the three were seated around a stone table. Right now, we need to have a good reckoning of our exact amount of wealth. Bibi said excitedly. With a wave of his hand, 7 interspatial rings fell to the table, emitting a clear, crisp sound as they did. These 7 interspatial rings, under the light of the blood-red sun, gleamed with reflected light. I have some also. Delia laughed as 2 more interspatial rings fell onto the stone table. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but laugh. On this trip to Moon Lake Castle, at first, under the commands of the fiends, Linley's group had served as cannon fodder and suffered 2 attacks from Godslayer arrows. Bibi had thus collected 4 god corpses, while Delia had collected 2. Afterwards, they had engaged in multiple battles. And not long ago, outside Royal Wing City, after receiving the declaration from Wernison, everyone had begun battling each other. The nearly 100 remaining gods had battled to the death, with only roughly 30 remaining. Linley's group alone had killed more than 10. Naturally, they had collected these corpses as well. Boss, you have the most. Bibi said. With a flip of his Linley's hand, 11 interspatial rings fell to the stone table. Of these 11 interspatial rings, 3 of them had been acquired inside Moon Lake Castle, while the other 8 had been acquired in the chaotic battle. But the most valuable of the 11 rings was the Black Moon Ring. This Black Moon Ring's wealth is most likely greater than the others combined. Linley sighed. This was the moon ring of the deceased black-robed guard. The black-robed guards were all high gods. In addition, they were fairly elite ones. Naturally, their wealth would be significant as well. We've already investigated the wealth within this Black Moon Ring. The amount of inkstones and azurites alone are worth 90 million. There are also some golden soul pearls and other usable items which have a total value of over 100 million inkstones. Bibi said excitedly. Right now, let's investigate the other interspatial rings. They had investigated the ring of the black-robed guard early on. But the other rings, aside from just 2 or 3 of them, had yet to be investigated. Let's begin to count our inventory. Linley and Delia were a bit eager as well. On the table, there was a pile of interspatial rings. Linley's group divided them into 3 piles and began to bind them with blood, investigating the contents within. They withdrew large amounts of inkstones as well as some other consumables. Good man. Phew, which god was the original owner of this interspatial ring? He has so much money. Bibi called out in surprise. Linley and Delia immediately raised their heads to look over. How much? Linley said eagerly. Boss, this god's wealth is over 10 million. Bibi immediately said. And his interspatial ring has quite a few god sparks inside. Although the gods who took part in the fiend trials were generally all fairly powerful gods, most of them had at most a few 100,000 inkstones. Only a few had more than 1 million. As for those who had more than 10 million, they were extremely rare. Linley himself had investigated 4 interspatial rings, but the most wealth he had discovered was just 200,000 inkstones. Bibi, stop counting. Keep taking inventory for the next interspatial ring. Linley laughed. Right at this moment, Delia let out a cry of surprise. What is it? Linley and Bibi both looked over. Delia's face was all smiles. Linley, guess how much the items in this interspatial ring are worth, altogether? Bibi immediately guessed, 10 million? Delia smiled and shook her head. Is 10 million too low or too high? Linley hurriedly asked. Of course it is too low. It isn't just 10 million. Delia said. Linley couldn't help but be shocked. How much is there inside? Delia smiled. The inkstones and azurites in here, all combined, are worth 800,000. 800,000? Bibi stared. And you said it was more than 10 million? Delia laughed. I'm not done. Although the inkstones and azurites are only worth that much, however, this interspatial ring has. Delia laughed and flipped her hand, revealing 2 black gems, divine sparks, they could sense the aura from these divine sparks. High god sparks, and 2 of them? Linley breathed in amazement. Delia laughed and nodded. Right. One is wind type, while the other is darkness type. Linley couldn't help but be overjoyed, but then he was astonished. 2 high god sparks. How did a god get them? Delia couldn't help but tease him. Linley, forget about him, don't we ourselves have a high god spark? And we've just arrived in the infernal realm recently, but we've already acquired the high god spark of that black-robed guard. So why can't others acquire them? Makes sense. Linley had to accept it. What he could do, others could also do. Only, this was a huge benefit to Linley's team. A while later, Linley and the other 2 finally completed a rough inventory estimate of all of the interspatial rings. But of course, they didn't carefully look at some of the other toys. Linley's group only did a general accounting of the more easily calculated inkstones, azurites, divine sparks, and other items. We roughly have a total worth of 120 million inkstones. But of course, that doesn't include the 4 high god sparks we have. Linley said. The 4 high god sparks were the one from the Yulan continent, the black-robed guards, and the 2 from the interspatial ring. Delia. Linley looked at Delia. I originally wanted to go buy a wind-type high god spark for you, but I didn't expect that we would acquire one for ourselves. You had best hurry up and fuse this one. Linley directly gave the wind-type high god spark to Delia. Since Delia had embarked on a path of fusing with divine sparks, Linley would naturally let her reach the high god level as soon as possible. As for Linley and Bibi, they relied on gaining insights, which wasn't something that could be achieved in a day. All right. Delia nodded slightly. The nearby Bibi flipped through some things he hadn't paid close attention to earlier. After all, when taking inventory, they didn't carefully go through everything. For example, Linley and the other two hadn't closely reviewed any of the books. "Boss, take a look and see what this is." Bibi suddenly was rather surprised and pleased. Puzzled, Linley turned to look. He saw Bibi holding a thick book in his hands, and on the cover of the book was the words, "A brief summary of the profound mysteries of the 7 elemental laws." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 31, Escort Mission. Book 14, Fiend, Chapter 31, Escort Mission. Seeing the words on the cover, Linley couldn't help but feel startled. A brief summary of the profound mysteries of the 7 elemental laws. Linley's greatest problem right now was that he didn't know anything at all about many of the profound mysteries of the elemental laws. Although it was said that others weren't capable of teaching him regarding the profound mysteries, and that he had to gain insights on his own, if he at least had some general guidance, his training path wouldn't advance in a wrong direction. "Bibi, let me look at that," Linley said hurriedly and eagerly. "I knew boss would want this." Bibi laughed, then tossed over the book. Delia had fused with a divine spark, and so she didn't need to gain insights into any profound mysteries. Naturally, she didn't need to read this book either. As for Bibi, given his lazy nature, he didn't have the mental energy or discipline. As soon as Bibi saw the book, though, he understood that his boss would definitely love it. Holding the book, Linley immediately began to flip through and read the compilation on the elemental laws of the earth. The laws of the earth had in total 6 profound mysteries. These were the essence of the earth, strength, world walking, vitality, gravitational space, and the throbbing pulse of the world. This book had some basic introductions regarding each of the 6 profound mysteries, as well as the powers they held. It even contained some information about simple ways of using them. The throbbing pulse of the world should be used like this? Linley read on, shaking his head. The person who wrote this book clearly only knew just a tiny bit regarding the throbbing pulse of the world. As someone who had trained in the throbbing pulse of the world, Linley naturally could tell that the person who wrote this book either knew just very little, or was just trying to cover up how little he knew. The so-called usage methods were extremely simple and very weak ways of using the laws. Linley completely ignored this sort of information regarding how to apply the laws. Linley cared more about the descriptions of the other profound mysteries of the laws. "So that's the case." Linley, seeing the description of the strength profound mystery, sighed in agreement. "Originally, I thought that the laws of the earth included a massive type profound mystery, but it seems that's just one aspect of the strength profound mystery. The profound mysteries of strength was the highest level physical attack type profound mystery of the laws of the earth, and it was very complicated." While reading the book, Linley didn't notice the passing of time. So that was the world walking ability. Linley sighed in praise. Back in the past, the O'Brien Empire's monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, had already just touched upon the edges of the profound mysteries of world walking. In the past, with a single step, Hadesun had been able to travel dozens of meters. Linley had been shocked greatly at the time. Actually, this was the simplest usage of world walking. It couldn't even be described as having reached a basic level of mastery. World walking allowed a person to completely fuse himself into the boundless earth elemental essence of the world. It wasn't that Hadesun had teleported, rather, he had merged himself into the earth elemental essence, and then moved through it to another location before reappearing. Back then, Hadesun had been too weak, and the amount of time he could remain merged with the earth elemental essence of the world was very short. For a true expert, when the world walking ability was used, one could completely disappear and remain merged with the earth elemental essence of the world for a long time. After finishing reading regarding the 6 types of profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, Linley began to flip through the compilation on the elemental laws of the wind. The elemental laws of the wind had the most types of profound mysteries, 9 in total. They were the essence of the wind, doppelganger, sound waves, music, wind walking, spatial wind, dimensional, fast, and slow, 9 profound mysteries. Although there were 9, when different experts used them, they would produce effects of different power. In addition, all profound mysteries of the elemental laws were fusible. Any 2 of them could fuse. Any 3 of them could fuse, and different fusions would create different types of marvelous, powerful attacks. So that's what the spatial wind is all about. Linley's eyes shone as he read. Dimensional. This is the most powerful physical attack type profound mystery of the laws of the wind. Seeing the description of the dimensional profound mysteries, he couldn't help but feel stunned. A long time later. Huh? Linley glanced at his surroundings, puzzled. How come it's dark now? Boss. It's night. Bibi and Delia both began to laugh. You've been reading for half a day. Linley raised his head, and saw that in the sky, there was indeed a sliver of a knife-thin violet moon. Ha, Lindley couldn't help but begin to laugh as well. This book really is good. Although reading it hasn't helped me gain any insights at all into the elemental laws, at least it's given me a general idea. Lindley understood that in the end, insights depended on oneself. I can't read it, I can't keep reading it. Lindley said with a sigh. I haven't even completed mastering the profound mysteries of the laws that I have currently gained insights into. I can't be hasty. Actually, the profound mysteries of the laws weren't so simple. Reading this was one thing, but if one truly wanted to attempt to gain insights in accordance with it, perhaps one would even be able to make any headway at all. For example, it might say that the World Walker ability required one to become completely merged into the earth elemental essences of the world, but how would you do that? There was no way to use words to describe such a thing. This was a form of insight that one might have into the laws. The next morning, Lindley's team headed to Redbud Castle. Before heading to the Indigo Prefecture, we at least have to gain some basic information regarding the geography of the infernal realm. Only then will we be able to work out a pathway. Lindley currently only knew that the infernal realm had 5 enormous, virtually endless continents, as well as the Starmist Sea and the Chaotic Sea. To get to the Indigo Prefecture of the Bloodridge continent, Lindley only knew that they had to first leave the Redbud continent, then pass through the vast Starmist Sea before finally reaching the shores of the Bloodridge continent. Within the main hall on the first floor of Redbud Castle, Lindley's group hadn't noticed any book-selling counters last time. They first went to ask some of the customer service representatives, from whom they learned that actually, Redbud Castle had items for sale in more places than just the counters. There were some standalone rooms as well. The books were placed in a standalone room at the sides of the main hall. Lindley's team went into the room. There were very few people who were here looking at books. So many books. BB sighed in amazement as he looked at the books. Search carefully. Let's find information regarding the geography of the entire infernal realm, Lindley said. The three began to carefully search. There were quite a few books that described the geography of the infernal realm. Some focused on describing the Nightblaze Prefecture, while others described the massive Redbud continent. But as for describing the entire infernal realm, Lindley found only a single book, which was just a simple atlas-type book. What Lindley needed wasn't just a map, it was something which would describe the threats and the risky areas of the infernal realm. After all, the three of them weren't all that powerful yet. If they were to fall into a dangerous area, it would be disastrous. It was best to learn of these things beforehand. Lindley, BB, come over and take a look, Delia called. Lindley and BB immediately walked over. Currently, Delia was holding a dark red book that was 5 or 6 centimeters thick. On the cover of the book were 4 words, Infernal Realm, General Summary. BB pursed his lips. A thin book like that? This book that I have, which only describes the Nightblaze Prefecture, is as thick. How vast was the infernal realm? To describe it in detail, even 10 books wouldn't be enough, much less one. A book of this thickness isn't bad. Most likely, it won't just be a simple map collection. Lindley laughed as he accepted the book. Flipping through it, it was indeed much the same as Lindley had imagined. This is pretty much it. Although the book doesn't have many descriptions, at least it has a general introduction to general geography and environment of the 5 continents, 2 seas, and 108 prefectures of the infernal realm. It even describes each of the 10 or so cities in each prefecture, as well as some dangerous areas and information about them. The infernal realm was simply too vast. If it took 2 or 3 pages to discuss a prefecture, then the 108 prefectures combined would require nearly 300 pages. In addition, the pages of this book were quite long. It was an unusual book, even if it was burned or drenched, it wouldn't be damaged. After all, this wasn't that sort of frail material which existed in the material realm. However, every single page was only slightly thicker than the pages in the material realms. And so, a fairly simple introduction to the infernal realm required a book that was 5 or 6 centimeters thick. If it was the type which went into great detail, it would require several hundred books of the same thickness. How much is this? Lindley glanced at the nearby, violet-robed attendant. The attendant walked over and glanced at it, then laughed and said, 100 inkstones. Lindley immediately handed over 100 inkstones. To Lindley's team, currently in possession of over 100 million inkstones, this was nothing. Only, Lindley's team also understood that their net worth actually wasn't that much. After all, a single death god golem was worth 100 million. Some higher-level metallic lifeforms were also worth more than 100 million, and it was normal for some of the nicer houses within the city to cost billions. 100 million. Well, at least for an ordinary life, it was enough. Hey, why haven't I found any books regarding descriptions of the profound mysteries of the laws? Linley asked the attendant. Those books are a bit more expensive. They are held within the second hall. Each of them cost several thousand inkstones, and the better ones cost more than 10,000. The attendant said. And these types of basic, elementary books that only have common knowledge within are fairly cheap. They left Redbud Castle. Linley's team selected a nearby restaurant. This time, Linley's team selected dishes worth roughly 1,000 inkstones. This could be considered a slight extravagance. While they were in the restaurant, Linley continued to flip through the geography book. Linley, have you made up your mind regarding our path? Delia asked. Linley closed the book, then nodded slightly. Bloodridge Continent. This is the easternmost continent of the entire Infernal Realm. Right now, we are in the Redbud Continent, which is in the north. To reach the Bloodridge Continent, we must first head to a port city in the Rainbow Prefecture. Of the 10 cities of the Rainbow Prefecture, Blue Maple City is nearest to the Starmist Seas. We should head to Blue Maple City first. According to what the books describe, there are quite a few groups that will go from Blue Maple City to the Bloodridge Continent. Linley said. Only, the distance from our Royal Wing City of the Nightblaze Prefecture to the Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture is roughly 4 billion kilometers. It was common for prefectures to have a circumference of 1 billion kilometers. For the distance from Royal Wing City of the Nightblaze Prefecture to the ports of Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture was within his expectations. 4 billion kilometers. Dee stared. That's way too far. It will take forever to get to Blue Maple City, and it will probably be very dangerous. Linley laughed. What are you worried about? We don't have to go alone. After eating, let's head to the Fiend Castle. We'll take on an escort mission from Royal Wing City to Blue Maple City. Wouldn't we then easily reach Blue Maple City? Generally speaking, escort missions would have quite a few fiends. If Linley's team joined one, their journey would naturally be much safer. Even if they encountered any dangers, with an entire group of fiends present, the situation would be much easier to deal with. Take on a mission? I haven't ever taken on a formal mission before. Dee was somewhat excited. Sirs, the goldscale silkfin fish you ordered is ready. A waiter carried over a platter that was gleaming with a golden light. This beautiful, gaudy delicacy was placed upon the table. Linley laughed. Dee, stop thinking about the mission. First eat, then talk. You ordered this fish, and it cost 300 inkstones. Let's taste it. How is it, Dot? After eating, Linley's group headed to the Fiend Castle. The receptionist at the main hall of the first floor, their old friend Yuna, knew why they had come. Laughing, she pointed at Linley. Mission acceptances are on the next floor up. 1-star fiends to 3-star fiends take missions at the second floor, while 4-star fiends to 6-star fiends take on missions on the third floor. The second floor of the Fiend Castle. The location for 1-star fiends to accept missions. A row of rooms. Linley's group walked into one of them. Speak. What sort of mission do you want? A youth who was seated in the meditative stance on the ground said calmly. Escort mission, from Royal Wing City to Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture. Linley said. Ideally, a 2-star mission. Linley's group all consisted of 1-star fiends. They could at most take on 2-star missions. Upon completing a 2-star mission, they would naturally become 2-star fiends. The youth nodded slightly. After closing his eyes for a moment, he then waved his hand. A scroll appeared in his hands, which he flipped open and began to read. Escort missions from Royal Wing City to Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture. There's 10 in total, 3 of which are 2-star. Take a look. As he spoke, he handed the scroll to Linley. After taking a quick look, Linley came to a decision. The 2-star mission that begins in 20 days. The reason why Linley selected this one was because there were many people who had already signed up to participate in this escort mission, including the recruiting of 100 2-star fiends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 1, The Fiends Assemble. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 1, The Fiends Assemble. 2-star mission. Escort from Royal Wing City of the Nightblaze Prefecture to Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture, a trip of nearly 4 billion kilometers. Compensation, 200,000 inkstones. Although the distance was that of 4 billion kilometers, generally speaking, when riding on a metallic lifeform, a few decades was enough. An escort mission of a few decades which would result in a reward of 200,000 inkstones was quite a high compensation for a 1-star fiend or a 2-star fiend. You choose this one? The youth raised his head in surprise, glancing at Linley's team. The look on the youth's face caused Linley to feel suspicious. What? Is there a reason I shouldn't? Oh. Give me your fiend medallion for a moment. The youth didn't say anything extra. Linley's team immediately handed their fiend medallions over. With a flip of his hand, the youth brought out gemstone which radiated with violet light. He placed this gemstone next to the 3 fiend medallions. Under the violet light, strange characters suddenly appeared in the air above the 3 fiend medallions. Linley's team was rather surprised. What's this? A line of numbers? BB asked. An extremely long number was currently hovering above the fiend medallion. The youth said very casually. That's the serial number for your fiend medallion. Every single fiend has a different serial number, and we can verify your identity through it. The medallion also has your star rank as a fiend. As he spoke, he recorded down the serial numbers of the 3 fiend medallions. And then, he handed the 3 medallions back to Linley's team. All right. What the 3 of you need to do is go to the city gates 20 days from now at dawn. At that time, staff members of the Fiend Castle as well as the escorted guests will be waiting for you there. They will verify your fiend medallions, and thus they naturally will be able to verify your identity. But does it cost anything to accept missions? Linley asked. Linley had heard that most Fiend Castle missions required a fee to be paid first before acceptance. The youth laughed. That depends on the mission. Taking on escort missions doesn't require a fee to be paid. Linley's group left the Fiend Castle, returning to their own residence. So we have 20 more days. In 20 days, we'll leave this place. BB tossed his grass hat to the stone table, then sighed. We've lived here for 30 years now. I'll miss it. Linley couldn't help but let out a long breath. They had come to the infernal realm so long ago now. They had finally become fiends. In 20 days, they would finally begin their journey en route to the Indigo Prefecture. Linley. Delia's face had a hint of a smile on it. Taras, Dylan, and the others arrived here in the infernal realm long before we did. Where do you think they might be? This time, when we leave Royal Wing City, will we meet them on the way? Taras, Dylan? Linley couldn't help but think back to the things which had happened in the past. All of them are together. Taras and Dylan, in particular, aren't just gods, they are divine beasts. They should be able to have the ability to somewhat protect themselves. Linley looked towards the distant horizons. Only, this infernal realm is too vast. I don't know where they were transported to. The infernal realm had 5 great continents, as well as the Starless Sea and the Chaotic Sea. From the material plane, one could be transported anywhere and appear within any of those 7 areas. Any 2 places had an extremely vast distance from each other. If they weren't sent to the same continent, meeting would really be difficult. BB hurriedly shook his head and said, right. It isn't so bad for Taras and the others in the infernal realm, but Olivier came alone. Him, a demigod all by himself, most likely will have a bit of a tougher time than we did when we first came. Without having come to the infernal realm, who would have known that it was like this? Linley laughed calmly. However, it makes sense. Countless experts from material planes have been transported here over countless years, and the infernal realm itself has many races. It is only natural for there to be so many experts here. Linley's group felt very relaxed. After all, they now had a wealth of over 100 million inkstones and had become fiends. In the infernal realm, they would have no problems establishing themselves somewhere. Linley's group naturally also had more confidence with regards to heading to the Indigo Prefecture. Within the 20 remaining days, Linley's group quietly trained. Delia naturally focused on absorbing that high god spark. However, absorbing a high god spark would require dozens of years. In the blink of an eye. The 20 days had passed. This dawn, the cold, foggy dawn air still hovered about Royal Wing City. In midair, the violet moon could still be seen. But of course, it was already past the curfew time period. Linley's group got up early and headed towards the gates of Royal Wing City. Royal Wing City. BB sighed emotionally while walking. In the future, I probably won't have a chance to come to Royal Wing City again. Don't overthink things. Linley, seeing the emotional look on BB's face, wanted to laugh. Oh. The gates are up ahead. We're here. BB's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked over. Where's the metallic life form? Why can't I see it? BB looked carefully in the air above the outside of the city, but couldn't see any trace of a metallic castle. Linley felt a hint of puzzlement as well. Logically speaking, there should be a metallic life form outside. Let's head outside then discuss it. Linley said. As they stepped past the gates, a white-robed silver-haired youth, upon seeing the fiend medallions on their chests, immediately walked over and asked in a low voice, "Are you here for the escort mission to Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture?" "Right." Linley's group nodded. The silver-haired youth laughed and nodded. "Then please first go to the second floor of the restaurant next to the gates. The fiends who are participating in this escort mission are all going there." "Next to the gates?" Linley turned to look. "The restaurant at the south, or the one at the north?" "The one in the south. At the door, you'll see someone like me, dressed in white. When you go, he will receive you," the silver-haired youth said. Linley's team was puzzled. The escort was supposed to gather together and head out at dawn, so why were they going to a restaurant? However, the restaurant was within Royal Wing City, and violence was forbidden within Royal Wing City. Linley's group didn't have to be afraid of taken advantage of or bullied. Naturally, they casually returned to Royal Wing City again. At the same time, other fiends who had accepted this mission were also guided to follow Linley and the others into the restaurant. "The three of you, please wait a moment." The white-robed, blue-haired youth smiled at the entrance to the restaurant. He had seen his colleague outside the gates and instruct these three to come over, so he knew the three were also here for the mission. Behind Linley's group were two more fiends. Linley glanced at them and made his judgment. "All gods. The five of you, please come with me." The white-robed blue-haired youth immediately guided Linley's group of five to the second floor of the restaurant. Right now, the halls of the restaurant on the second floor were bustling. There were 40 or 50 people gathered here now. At the stairway to the second floor, there was a black-robed man standing there. A fiend castle staffer? Linley could immediately tell, because this person held within his hand a gemstone that was shining with a violet light. "The five of you, please permit me to make an inspection." The man smiled. He immediately used the gemstone which emitted that violet light, placing it close to the chests of Linley and the others. That violet light, upon shining down on the fiend medallion, immediately caused the fiend medallion to display a serial number and star rank. The black-robed man was holding a book in his hands. At the top of it, he wrote down the serial number of the fiends who were taking part in this mission. Only after completing each verification was the black-robed man certain of every person's status. "The five of you, welcome." The black-robed man smiled and nodded. Only now did he permit Linley's group of five to enter the center of the second floor. A silver-haired old man who on his forehead had three long black horns arranged in a circular manner came walking over. With a smile, he said, "Welcome, the three of you. Our expedition will occur not at dawn today, but at sundown. Please enjoy a repast here first. We will pay for all your expenditures here." Sundown? Although Linley's team was puzzled, they didn't mind. 1 or 2 days, to deities, was nothing. Linley, Delia, and Bibi found a corner for themselves in the dining halls of the second floor, then sat down at the table and casually ordered some dishes. "Linley, I keep on having the feeling that this escort mission seems to be a bit unusual," Delia said softly. Linley nodded slightly. "Right. Look. Although the vast majority of the fiends here are gods, there's even around 10 high gods. High god fiends are generally 4-star fiends, or even more powerful. For them to have invited so many fiends, the price isn't going to be low. The missions given out by the Fiend Castle didn't have a randomly assigned remuneration, it was in accordance with a baseline which the Fiend Castle had come to. To invite a 1-star fiend or a 2-star fiend, the price wouldn't be too bad. But for 4-star fiends or 5-star fiends, the price would be astonishing. "Lord Learmonth, Learmangus I. Lord Learmonth, you came as well." Suddenly, several voices rang out in the center of the restaurant. Linley's group couldn't help but turn to look as well. A skinny, callous-looking youth with blue hair was walking up. Immediately, quite a few fiends stood up to welcome him, especially the high gods, more than half of whom stood to greet him. The callous youth named Learmonth entered, then swept the restaurant with his gaze, which finally fell upon 3 handsome siblings that looked very much alike. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. "Edwards, Aida, you 3 brothers have taken on this mission as well? It seems I'll have it easy, then." The 3 laughed and stood up. "Mr. Learmonth, since you've taken on this mission as well, then this road will most likely have no more dangers for us," one of the 3 exceedingly handsome brothers said. Right now, the silver-haired elder with the 3 black horns began to chortle as he walked over. "Mr. Learmonth, Edwards and company, on this trip, will be troubling you." In the eyes of the silver-haired elder, there was no need to pay any attention to the other fiends. Anyone who knew Learmonth or the Edwards brothers wouldn't be angered by this. Learmonth was a mighty 6-star fiend. The Edwards brothers were all 5-star fiends. Generally speaking, the most powerful fiends, the 7-star fiends, would be scattered everywhere in reclusion. Asking them to take on missions was very difficult. However, generally speaking, 6-star fiends were already extremely powerful. When one of them joined a mission, there would virtually be no problems on a mission. Who is this Lord Learmonth? Not too far away from Linley, someone began discussing in a low voice. It seemed that it wasn't just Linley who was puzzled. Lord Learmonth is a 6-star fiend, one of the ranked experts of our Royal Wing City. Linley's team couldn't help but feel startled. Last time, when they were heading to Moon Lake Castle, the strongest figure had been Loisius and the other two. Loisius was only a 5-star fiend, but he was still able to kill the master of the Moon Lake Castle without giving him a chance to fight back at all. 5-star fiends were already so powerful, what, then, of 6-star fiends? In addition, a 6-star fiend attending an escort mission? This caused Linley to feel astonished as well. The large group continued to eat delicacies until sundown. During this period of time, Linley's group learned that there were nearly 20 high god-level fiends who had accepted this mission, and nearly 100 god-level fiends. So many fiends, and the leader was a 6-star fiend. To have a 6-star fiend take part in an escort mission of 4 billion kilometers, the remuneration would be astonishing. Tens of times or hundreds of times greater than that for a god-level fiend. This escort mission is definitely not ordinary. Linley was rather nervous. At sundown. Outside Royal Wing City. Linley's group, under the guidance of the silver-haired elder, quietly entered a metallic lifeform en masse. Almost as soon as they entered the metallic lifeform, without even having a chance to decide where to sit, the metallic lifeform began to move. With a swish, the metallic lifeform disappeared into the horizons, leaving Royal Wing City and heading towards Blue Maple City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 2, Extremely Heavy Casualties. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 2, Extremely Heavy Casualties. The metallic lifeform headed forward at high speed. However, the people within it couldn't sense any turbulence at all. Right now, Linley's group was all within the main hall of the metallic lifeform. The layout is pretty good. Linley looked around and sighed in approval. The metallic lifeform had transformed to a fairly large size. There was a main hall in the center, while behind the main hall there were rooms lining each side. The silver-haired elder with 3 black horns laughed and said, "Everyone, this is the main hall. The wine here is complimentary, and we've also invited some culinary experts. If you want to eat anything, you can instruct those two and they will have the chefs cook for you." As he spoke, the silver-haired elder pointed towards 2 white-robed youths nearby. The fiends present all smiled. These employers really were very considerate. Behind the main hall are the living areas. There are a total of 130 rooms. You can choose whichever one you like, 1 room per person. If people want to stay together and have their rooms fuse, just give the instructions to my metallic lifeform directly. The silver-haired elder smiled. For example, you can say this: Camden, Kongdang, merge these 2 rooms. Camden is the name of my metallic lifeform. The fiends all nodded in satisfaction. Metallic lifeforms had intelligence. Naturally, they could change their insides easily. Camden, merge these 2 rooms together. Linley said. Immediately, the 2 rooms in front of Linley suddenly changed. The 2 doors transformed into a single door, while the wall between the rooms disappeared as well, forming a single large room. The bed in the room instantly changed to a larger size as well. "Bibi, you can stay in the nearby room." Linley turned and instructed. Linley suddenly found to his surprise that at this moment, Bibi was staring unblinkingly into the distance. Linley followed Bibi's gaze. Oh! A youth dressed in a black warrior's outfit and an adorable young girl with braids was in that direction. Bibi was staring at that girl. "Bibi, what is it?" Linley was somewhat surprised. Delia's face had a hint of laughter on it. "Linley, could it be that Bibi has fallen for that girl?" Linley's eyes rose upon hearing this. He took a close look at the adorable young lady. Her eyes were fairly large, and had a hint of a sly, playful look in them. The girl had noticed Bibi looking at her as well. She couldn't help but stare back for a moment, and then give a little cute sniff. "Humph." And then she turned and said, "Big brother, that guy wearing a straw hat is so annoying." The youngster turned over, smiling towards Bibi, Delia, and Linley. And then, they entered their own room. "Bibi." Linley called out. She went in her room already. "Why are you still standing there like an idiot?" Bibi stood blankly in that spot for a long moment, then suddenly turned to look at Linley. Boss, that girl is way too cute. This loud shout called quite a few distant fiends to turn and look. Linley and Delia were shocked for a good long moment by BB's shout. Let's go into the room then discuss it. Linley immediately grabbed BB by the collar of his clothes and pulled him directly into the room. BB was so excited that his eyes were shining. Boss, I've discovered something. Speak, what have you discovered? Linley and Delia both laughed while looking at BB. I'm absolutely certain. BB balled his fists. There really is such a thing as love at first sight. Linley and Delia stared, stupefied. When I saw her, wow, I felt my entire body grow warm. My mind went completely blank, like I suffered a soul attack. I only woke up a long while later, and when I woke up, I understood. BB was incomparably excited. My purpose for being here in the infernal realm is chasing her and getting her. BB balled his fists, his eyes filled with resoluteness. Linley and Delia couldn't help but begin to laugh. What are you laughing at? BB snorted. Boss, think about it. How could there be such a coincidence that after so long in the infernal realm, I would meet her as soon as I took on an escort mission? This is destiny. BB arranged his straw hat and even slightly straightened his hair, saying in a bright voice, I have decided that before we reach Blue Maple City, I will successfully chase that girl. Boss, you just wait and see. And then, BB immediately walked out. This BB, Linley didn't have any idea as to what to say. Delia laughed. Linley, don't worry. Just let him do as he pleases. What do I have to worry about? Linley sighed. BB has grown up with me. After all these years, he's finally taken a liking to a girl. That's a good thing. Only, frankly, BB was certain that he liked her after a single glance? Linley still found it inconceivable. Is ordinary logic applicable to BB? Delia said. Actually, Linley was quite happy. Who BB liked was his own business. He himself couldn't interfere, of course. Life in the metallic creature was very quiet. Although they ran into a few common bandit groups on the way, with so many fiends standing there, the bandits immediately were terrified into scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 6 years passed. During these 6 years, Delia primarily focused on fusing with her high god spark, while Linley was training. As for BB, he chased that girl. And as a matter of fact, BB only needed 3 days before he and the girl were together. Both of them were sly, lively spirits, and when they were together, they were exceedingly happy. That big brother of the girl, seeing them like that, didn't oppose it. After 6 years, BB and that Nis girl were already a couple. Everyone throughout the metallic creature knew that there was a pair of jokesters aboard. In a room within the metallic creature, 3 Linleys were seated meditatively on the ground, dressed in an earthen robe, a light green robe, and a sky blue robe. Linley's divine earth clone was pondering gravitational space. Although Linley was capable of using the supergravity field technique, he was still feeling around at the edges of the gravitational space mystery. Linley's fastest improvement speed was seen in his divine wind clone. Fast, slow, sound waves, music. Linley's level of understanding in these 4 profound mysteries was rising at a stable rate. In particular, the fast and slow aspects. According to Linley's calculations, given his current speed, in a few decades, his complete fusion of these 2 profound mysteries might be completed. As for Linley's original body, it was focusing on gaining insights into the elemental laws of fire. With regards to elemental affinity, Linley had a high level of affinity for earth and wind. His affinity for fire came afterwards. As for the other elements, his affinity was exceedingly weak. To date, Linley had 2 divine clones. Naturally, Linley wouldn't give up a chance to increase his strength yet again, and so his main body began to train in the elemental laws of fire. I still haven't been able to grasp the basics of the profound mysteries of gravitational space. But I have for the elemental laws of fire. Linley laughed at himself. But of course, I've only grasped the basics for the simplest essence of fire profound mystery. For all laws, be it the elemental laws of fire or the elemental laws of the earth, the simplest profound mystery was that of the essence of fire, the essence of the earth, etc. Also, when training in the essence of the earth or essence of fire, there are some commonalities. Linley thus found it much easier to grasp the basics of the profound mysteries of the essence of fire. Linley, you woke up. Delia opened her eyes as well. How is your training proceeding? Linley rose to his feet. Not bad. I'm halfway through mastering the profound mysteries of the laws. Delia said. The elemental laws of the wind in total had 9 types of profound mysteries. Prior to fusing with this high god spark, Delia had already known 4 of the 9 profound mysteries. After spending 6 more years, Delia had gained insights into yet another one. Let's go. Let's go eat something and drink something. Linley and Delia walked out, shoulder to shoulder. Their little journey to the dining hall was very peaceful. Most of the fiends were training in their own rooms. Right now, there were only a few fiends in the main hall, but of course, there would definitely be 2 people there. BB and Nis. Linley, Delia, what a coincidence. You came as well. Someone walked over from by Linley's side. It was Nis' older brother. Salomon, Saloamang, it is rather coincidental. Linley laughed. Come, let's go have a drink. Salomon, as Nis' older brother, was a high god level expert. However, Linley guessed that this Salomon was a very ordinary high god. This was because the most powerful people on this mission were the 3 5-star fiends and the 6-star fiend. Linley's group headed straight towards BB and Nis, who were currently joking and teasing each other. Ninny, tell me, why are you girls so beautiful and yet so foolish? BB sat there on the chair, staring at the nearby Nis. Nis considered for a moment, then immediately said, Oh, I know. Adorable Ninny, please speak. BB looked at Nis. Nis wrinkled her little nose, then said, Women are beautiful so as to let you men fall in love with us. As for why women are foolish, it's to make me fall in love with you. BB stared. You are foolish, thus you fell in love with me? If I wasn't foolish, why would I fall in love with you? Nis had an innocent, puzzled look on her face. Oh. Irritated, BB slapped his head. Why was it that he could never overcome Nis in these debates? The nearby Linley and the other 2, hearing this exchange, couldn't help but begin to laugh. BB turned his head, looking at Linley in surprise. Boss. Heh, you keep chatting. We'll sit over here. Linley laughed as he spoke. All of the tables here were fairly small, circular tables. They could sit 3 people. Even 4 people would find it to be rather crowded. Linley, Delia, and Salomon sat down in a corner of the hall. Linley, BB really is rather adorable. Salomon laughed. And then, he paused for a long moment, as though considering something. Suddenly, he stretched out his god realm, covering Linley and Delia within the reach of his god realm. Ha! Linley and Delia looked at Salomon, puzzled. Salomon laughed, Delia, Linley, there's something I want to tell you. However, I can't let others hear this. Thus, I am completely shutting out the sound. Linley and Delia looked towards Salomon in astonishment. What was there to be so secretive about? There are very few people who know this rumor. However, over these 6 years, my little sister and your little brother, BB, have become quite close to each other. And so, I'm going to tell you this rumor. Salomon's face grew very solemn. Rumor? Linley and Delia were both puzzled. Salomon said slowly, Do you know where this escort mission started off from? Started off from? Linley frowned. Wasn't it in Royal Wing City? No, Salomon shook his head. Based on what I have heard, the escort mission started off in the distant Peakstone Prefecture. Peakstone Prefecture? Linley was greatly shocked. Peakstone Prefecture was a prefecture in the west part of the Redbud continent, while Nightblaze Prefecture was in the center of the Redbud continent. As for the Rainbow Prefecture, it was in the east part of the Redbud continent. Right. Salomon said solemnly. According to rumor, on the way over, the escort suffered an enemy attack on the way over, and virtually all the fiends died. Only a few were left. Therefore, the employer hired another group of fiends in our Royal Wing City. Linley and Delia were both shocked. You knew this, but you still came? Linley immediately discovered a problem in this. First of all, it is only a rumor. Salomon immediately laughed bitterly as he spoke. And second of all, I only heard this rumor half a year ago. Linley immediately came to the conclusion, everyone had headed out 6 years ago. Since Salomon had heard it only half a year ago, then it seemed he had heard this from others in the metallic life form. This is just a rumor. Linley said. Salomon shook his head, lowering his voice. Don't disbelieve it. Think about it. Why would they have us gather in the restaurant and be afraid to let us openly and publicly gather at the main gates? We waited until nightfall, then quickly and stealthily slipped into the metallic life form. Before we even had a chance to get our footing, the metallic life form immediately began to move. Hearing this, Linley began to think that it made sense. Therefore, it's best to be cautious. Salomon said softly. If we really run into any danger, those enemies won't be too vicious to us. We can immediately scatter and flee. saving our lives matters the most. The failure of the mission just means that we won't get compensation. Linley and Delia both nodded slightly. And then, Salomon released his god realm. The two began to casually chat and drink. Suddenly, a divine sense swept across the entire metallic creature. Linley and Delia didn't notice it at all. Only, Salomon's face changed dramatically, and he let out a low growl. A divine sense scan? Divine sense scan? Linley was shocked as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 3, Probe. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 3, Probe. Linley, Salomon, and the others instantly disappeared from the round table, reappearing at the translucent window. They all looked out through the translucent window. In midair, there were hundreds of figures standing there, with the leader being a tall, slender figure with hair that was graying but a face which was exceedingly handsome. He seemed like a young man, and he had a sword on his back. Carrying a sword on his back? Linley was puzzled. In the infernal realm, very few experts would carry their weapons on their bodies. Most of them would keep them stored in their interspatial rings. So many high gods. The handsome youth's face suddenly changed slightly as well. As the leader of an extremely famous bandit group within a circumference of 1,000,000 kilometers, he knew exactly which caravans could be robbed and which ones could not. Lord, shall we attack? A god behind him said quietly. The handsome youth didn't hesitate at all, immediately turning. Attack? Your brain has problems. Everyone, retreat. Instantly, the hundreds of bandits all fled downwards at high speed. As for the metallic lifeform, without being affected at all, it continued to make its way forward. Within the metallic creature, Linley's group returned to their original seats, and that Salomon laughed calmly. Looks like I was a bit too nervous. Those bandits are far more cowardly than I had imagined. Those people immediately fled before our people even went outside. Linley laughed as well. Just then, he really had been quite startled. When Salomon had said there was a divine sense probe, but he himself hadn't discovered it, naturally that meant that the prober was a high god. To Linley, a high god was someone he had to be cautious about. Mr. Salomon. Delia laughed. Don't worry too much. No matter how powerful the bandits are, our metallic lifeform has Mr. Learmonth, right? With him, it's not necessary for us to worry. Delia wasn't too worried. Salomon nodded in agreement. Delia, you can't say that. Linley said. Oh? Delia looked at Linley. Linley warned, bandits groups are virtually all made up of gods. Generally speaking, bandit groups that have a high god are top-of-the-line groups. If a bandit group is so powerful as to have multiple high gods, then the number of gods in that group will also be exceedingly large. Salomon and Delia both nodded. They all saw how that bandit group just now had a single high god, but hundreds of others. If they really attack, true, we don't need to fear the experts amongst them, as Learmonth and the others will deal with them. But with enemy forces being so numerous, we might be faced with the combined attacks of a large group of gods. Linley said resignedly. After all, we only have 100 or so gods. Delia just came to this realization. If they truly ran into a chaotic group battle, then how many people could Learmonth kill by himself at the same time? And even if he was able to save Linley and the others, perhaps he wouldn't even care to. They were neither family nor friends, why save them? It seems it is still best for us to be careful. Delia said. Boss, what are you all talking about? Bibi and Nis walked over together. When Linley looked at Bibi and Nis, he couldn't help but start to laugh. Bibi, I've discovered that you and Nis actually look rather similar. What? Bibi looked confused, and then a look of sudden understanding appeared on his face. Oh, I get it. Boss, have you discovered that you and Delia also look rather similar? Linley was startled. He couldn't help but share a glance with Delia. Husband and wife would naturally have a bit of the same aura. This is known as spouses look alike. Thus, Nis and I look rather similar. Bibi's eyes fluttered as he looked at Nis. Nis, am I right? Nis snorted, but her eyes had a hint of delight in them as well. Linley and Salomon exchanged a glance, then laughed. Bibi and Nis, it seemed the two of them really did have a possibility of being together. The metallic lifeform's journey was very peaceful. Linley's group spent most of their time in training. Although Royal Wing City and their destination, Blue Maple City, were 4 billion kilometers apart, that was if they traveled in a straight line. Linley's group did not, however, travel in a straight line. they had to avoid some dangerous areas. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years passed. In Linley and Delia's room. Phew. Linley opened his eyes. Delia seemed to have sensed something, and she opened her eyes as well. Linley, why did you stop training? Delia, I've reached a bottleneck in my training of the profound truths of velocity in the elemental laws of the wind. Linley said with a strange expression. Bottleneck? How is that possible? Delia was greatly startled. Generally speaking, only after reaching the very end would a bottleneck appear when one was training in a profound mystery of the laws. During the early and middle stages, one might be slow but one wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks. Linley, last time, didn't you say that it would take you another 20 or 30 years to completely fuse them? Delia asked. Delia, for years ago, I guessed that I would need another 20 years before reaching a bottleneck, and then a few more years to break through the bottleneck to achieve mastery. Linley shook his head and laughed. But I was wrong. The profound mysteries of the laws aren't what I took them to be. I thought that the further I went along, the harder it would be. I didn't train in the fast and slow aspects separately. I compare and contrast them against each other and train them together. At first, it was true that I needed more and more time, but as I trained to the later stages and continued to compare, contrast, and hypothesize, my breakthrough speed actually increased. The fast and slow aspects are akin to two roads which first start off in opposite directions, and so the further you walk along them, the more distant each road will become. However, when reaching a certain distance, the two will begin to draw close to each other. As you compare and contrast them, the two roads will draw nearer and nearer, and now, I've already reached the end stages of fusing them together. Linley shook his head. Only, I'd become stuck in this training bottleneck. Delia began to understand it generally. As a god of the wind style, Delia also had trained in the fast and slow profound mysteries. However, Delia was not able to make them fuse, nor did she understand how the fast and slow profound mysteries, seemingly opposites, could be fused together. Come, let's go get some food. Linley wasn't going to try and force it. Upon reaching a bottleneck, he would first relax and then train later. Another divine sense? Linley suddenly frowned. Just now, a god-level divine sense swept over the metallic lifeform. Delia laughed. On the way over, we've encountered so many probes. Even gods dare to use their divine sense to probe us. Most likely, if they found that we are very weak, they would immediately come to attack and loot us. Forget them. Linley was irritated with these bandit groups as well. The people in this metallic lifeform had become accustomed to the divine sense probes of these bandit groups. They couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. After all, they knew that if they were to leave the metallic lifeform to attack the bandits, they probably wouldn't be able to catch that many. Today, yet another high god divine sense swept across the metallic lifeform. But the fiends inside the metallic lifeform continued to drink, to train, to chat. Nobody cared. Everyone, disperse. A youth with curly silver hair led his 100 subordinates to rush down and flee, retreating into the depths of the mountain valleys below. Whoosh! The metallic creature didn't slow down in the slightest, disappearing into the horizons. But deep within a deep gorge. Drip, drip. Water flowed through the channels of a creek. After waiting so many years, I've finally encountered you. The youth with curly silver hair stood atop the pool of water. Behind him, a muscular black-robed man was standing respectfully. Haid. The silver-haired youth said coldly. Lord. The black-robed man bowed. The silver-haired youth said seriously, immediately notify young Master Inigo, Enig. Tell him that we have discovered the squad where those two old fellows are in. As long as the young master knows that the metallic lifeform passed by our place, he will easily be able to judge the general direction it will head in next. Yes, me lord. The black-robed man nodded slightly. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the silver-haired youth, within Red Orchid City, there was a hotel that had been completely booked by a group of hundreds of people. In one of the courtyards within the hotel, there was a devilish youth with long, blood-red hair who was seated on a chair, flipping through a heavy tome. A nearby servant said respectfully, Young master, Haid is outside waiting to see you. Haid? The blood-red-haired youth frowned. Who is Haid? One of our messengers. The servant said respectfully. In the infernal realm, messages were usually carried by someone who had divine clones located in separate areas. For example, one might be in the Nightblaze Prefecture, while the other might be in the Rainbow Prefecture. Although there was a distance of billions of kilometers, since the two clones really were the same person, anything one clone knew, the other one billions of kilometers away would also know. This was a fairly normal form of communication in the infernal realm. We finally found those two old fellows? The youth immediately was overjoyed. Hurry up and have him come in. Yes. A man who looked identically to the muscular black-robed man called Hade entered the courtyard, immediately falling respectfully to one knee. Young Master Inigo, Lord Paget, Pagite, has instructed me to inform you, young master, that the metallic lifeforms carrying those two old fellows just passed by his location. Oh? Inigo was instantly overjoyed. With a flip of his hand, an enormous detailed map appeared on the table. Passed by Paget? Then it seems the squad these two fellows are traveling in will pass through this place, the Nizawan and Isawan mountain range. Since they've selected this route, then, Inigo stared at the map, a hint of a smile on his face. The web I set up has finally found those two old fellows. Inigo nodded slightly. I don't know how strong the fiends which those two old fellows have recruited are. Right. I first have to probe them. Immediately sent a message back and tell Vianaz, Wayana. Have him prepare his forces and immediately go to the area near the Bulu River. Those two old fellows will definitely pass through his area. Inigo immediately instructed his servant. Yes, young master. The servant immediately acknowledged and left. Right now, the only one left in the courtyard was Inigo. Inigo narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring, those two old fellows. They've taken all the wealth of their master's clan and run all the way to the Redbud continent. They definitely have major aims. And then, Inigo sneered coldly. But no matter what they are aiming for, once I get the astonishing wealth which those two old fellows are carrying, I will benefit tremendously. Inigo's face was all smiles. The ancient Bowie clan. How much wealth have they accumulated? Inigo's eyes were filled with intrigue. Inigo. Suddenly, an ancient voice rang out, and a silver-haired elder wearing a green robe entered the courtyard. Oh, teacher. Inigo hurriedly said. The green-robed silver-haired elder shook his head. Inigo, you've brought so many people with you and spent so much money. If you end up getting nothing, then... Teacher. Inigo said in a quiet voice. Don't worry. If I fail, then the wealth I built up over all these years will be gone, that's all. But if I succeed, teacher, the Boyd clan is finished, but those two old fellows took all of their wealth as they fled. The massive wealth accumulated by the Boyd clan over all those years. Inigo's heart trembled just thinking of it. But the green-robed elder still frowned. Inigo, think about it. If you had such an astonishing amount of wealth, why wouldn't you hide? Instead, they invited all of those fiends to escort them. It seems as though they are actually intending to return to the Jade Float continent. Inigo frowned. As for this, I'm rather curious as well. If I were in their shoes, I would have fled and disappeared long ago. Inigo laughed. However, teacher, no matter what, right now, we have already discovered their traces. As long as we kill those two old folks and seize their interspatial ring, I hope you will be successful. The green-robed elder said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 4, Strength in Numbers. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 4, Strength in Numbers. The metallic lifeform flew at a high, stable speed. Linley and Delia's room. Linley was staring outside the window at the vast world. There were many humans, and also many beastmen, magical beasts, and other races of creatures. Those are all saints. Linley was able to judge. In the infernal realm, the vast majority were still at the saint level. Countless saints were spread across every part of the infernal realm. Only, their lives had no guarantees at all. If I had entered the infernal realm when I was a saint, then, I would have been in trouble. Linley couldn't help but say to himself. That Hadun, when I was just a saint, he tried to lure me into entering the infernal realm. He definitely had bad intentions. Linley, what are you thinking about? Delia asked, puzzled. Nothing. Linley laughed and shook his head. Delia, we've been on this metallic creature for over 10 years now. Time has moved quite quickly. Right. 10 years. Most likely, in another 10 years, we'll be at Blue Maple City. I hope that before you can reach Blue Maple City, you'll have reached the god level in the elemental laws of the wind. Delia laughed. Let my divine wind clone also reach the god level? Linley himself was not certain in his ability to do so. Breaking through a bottleneck could happen very quickly, but if it happened slowly, nobody could be certain as to how long it would take. Just as Linley and Delia were chatting, Salomon and Nis were in a room together as well. Big bro, why did you want to speak to me? Nis laughed as she looked at her big brother. Salomon looked at Nis. She was currently wearing a straw hat on her head which Bibi had given her. Nis, you truly wish to be together with that Bibi? Salomon's voice was very low and very solemn as he spoke. Nis' smile slowly disappeared, and she nodded seriously. Big bro, actually, I didn't want to go to the Jadefloat continent to begin with. Only, I didn't want to part from you. When I think about those years we spent at the Jadefloat continent and those attacks we suffered, she couldn't help but clench her fists. Salomon sighed to himself, then said, I understand. Now, I want to ask about you and Bibi. What are you planning? Big bro, Bibi is a really good person. Although he occasionally likes to joke and play around, he is very sincere to others, and treats me very well. When I am with Bibi, I feel that I am very happy and carefree, without any worries at all. Nis had a smile on her face now. Sometimes, when I'm not happy, Bibi will come coax me. Big bro, don't just look at the way Bibi fools around. Bibi is actually exceedingly smart. Whenever I am even slightly unhappy, he'll immediately know. I like the feeling of being together with Bibi. Nis looked at her big brother. Big bro, I'm sorry. Salomon said in a low voice, are you no longer planning to go with me to the Jadefloat continent? I'm not going anymore. Nis shook her head. Salomon maintained his silence. He had been together with his little sister, Nis, for many years. Naturally, he couldn't bear to part from her. Big bro, I'm sorry. Nis said quietly. Salomon shook his head and laughed. The trip back to the Jadefloat continent was going to be dangerous no matter what. This is for the better. You can be with Bibi for now. Once I return to the Jadefloat continent and arrange everything, you and Bibi, when you have free time, can come to the Jadefloat continent to look for me. Nis couldn't help but feel excited. Big bro. Nis excitedly hugged her older brother. Had ha. Salomon began to laugh. It's fine, it's fine. But Nis, when you and Bibi are together, you need to be careful. I won't be by your side then. Got it, big bro? Nis hurriedly said. Don't worry. By then, we will find an ordinary escort mission. It won't be very dangerous. Look, we've been on this metallic lifeform for a dozen years now, but we haven't encountered any dangers. Bang! Suddenly, the metallic creature shuddered, and both Nis and Salomon's bodies swayed. Whoosh! The entire metallic creature shrank into a single human form, while all of the people within the creature were now hovering in mid-air. 100+ people were all rather astonished. Many fiends had been in the middle of their training, but right now, they were all startled awake. At this moment, ahead of the 100+ people, there was a large number of deities hovering in mid-air. The number was so high that the 1-star fiends and 2-star fiends like Linley were all so frightened, their faces changed. Boss, how many people are there here? Bibi stared with round eyes. It seems like there's roughly 10,000. Linley's heart clenched. Nearly 10,000 experts, and it seems all of them are at least gods, while a few are high gods. Such a large group, if they were to charge and attack all together, then the results. Linley's heart grew nervous. Bibi, afterwards, we'll come to this side. Delia, later, you use the Death God Golem. Linley hurriedly instructed. At this time, focus our efforts on preserving our lives. Let the 6-star fiend defeat the foes. Ninny, come over here. Bibi immediately called out. Bibi. Nis actually had a smile on her face. Clearly, she was rather excited at the thought of being together with Bibi. Salomon flew over as well, joining Linley's group. Salomon was somewhat worried as well. He said in a low voice, this will be trouble. So many people. Even a high god will find it dangerous to deal with the combined attacks of hundreds of gods, much less the nearly 10,000 we have here. Everyone. A sonorous voice rang out in the air. The reason you have stopped us is for the sake of money. Today, we don't want to fight with you to the death either. There's no benefit for either side in doing so. Name a price. As long as it is within our range of acceptableness, I will immediately offer it to you. Is this acceptable? The speaker of these words was the silver-haired elder with the 3 black horns. At this moment, the silver-haired elder was cursing silently to himself. This damn place, since when did it have a bandit group with 10,000 people? It even has 20 high gods. I've never even heard of this group. Ha ha. The leader of the bandit brigade, a red-robed man, laughed loudly. It seems you are rather straightforward. Then I won't make things difficult for you either. We have a total of 10,000 brothers here. How about this? We won't ask for too much. Just give us 10 billion inkstones. What do you say? 10 billion inkstones. This figure shocked the silver-haired elder upon hearing it. 10 billion inkstones? The silver-haired elder stared somewhat disbelievingly at the red-robed man. 10 billion? BB muttered. This asking price is really steep. Linley, upon hearing this figure, thought back to how he himself had 100 million inkstones. They immediately asked for 10 billion inkstones. It seems the amount of wealth I have is nothing. My friend, 10 billion inkstones is a bit too high, isn't it? The silver-haired elder's tone of voice became slightly harder. 10 billion inkstones, I cannot accept this price. How about we lower it a bit? The silver-haired elder stared at the red-robed man. The red-robed man had long, fiery red hair. Unacceptable to accept it? The red-robed man glanced around himself, laughing loudly. Brothers, did you hear that? Ha! Many experts began to laugh. The red-haired man suddenly shouted ferociously, "Kill them! Kill! 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 Kill!" The bandits simultaneously called out, while at the same time. Whoosh! 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 10,000 experts almost simultaneously launched their attacks, either using formless soul attacks or all sorts of material attacks. The entire sky was densely filled with countless swords images, saber images, elemental beasts, and more. Covering the entire sky, these attacks charged towards Linley's group. The faces of all the fiends couldn't help but change. Even someone as powerful as the 6-star fiend, Learmonth, couldn't take the combined attacks of 10,000 gods head-on at the same time. He was only able to protect himself and a few people around him. Retreat! Linley growled, while at the same time he, Delia, BB, Nis, and Solomon shot downwards at high speed. Although they retreated at high speed, the speed of the attacks was astonishingly fast. In almost an instant, the material attacks and soul attacks arrived. Linley's group relied on their dodging abilities to avoid, but the attacks were too numerous, too dense, and too fast. Swoosh! The Death God Golem emerged, blocking in front of Linley's group. Two sword energy attacks smashed viciously on the Death God Golem's body, and the superficial layer of skin and flesh on the Death God Golem split open, revealing the metallic body underneath it, which wasn't damaged at all. However, multiple soul attacks completely bypassed the Death God Golem, easily going straight through its body. Delia! Linley directly interposed his own body in front of Delia's, and a soul attack struck into Linley's body. Ninny! BB did the same for Nis. Nis, for a moment, was completely stunned. The first wave of attacks passed. Linley, are you alright? Delia was somewhat worried. Linley turned and laughed towards her. Delia, don't you know how powerful I am yet? Linley was specialized in soul defense. How could a soul attack launched from so far away harm him? BB. Nis was frantic with worry, and her eyes even began to tear up. BB, are you alright? Nis was at the point of tears. Although she and BB had known each other for a long time, they had never faced any threats, and so she didn't know how powerful BB was. All she knew was that BB was just a god. BB just grabbed her by the waist. Let's run. Stop blabbering. He charged downwards, while a look of delight instantly appeared on Nis' face. That kid. Solomon nodded slightly in approval. It seems I can entrust him with my sister. All of the fiends had scattered. Ha, not one of you will escape. Kill, kill. The red-robed man bellowed. Several high gods took command over several units, running in each direction as they began their pursuit and slaughter of the fiends. As for the 10 or so other high gods, they led nearly 5,000 other gods, heading towards that silver-haired elder who was the employer for this mission. Actually, the employer wasn't just that silver-haired, black-horned elder. There was another white-horned, silver-haired elder. The two silver-haired elders glanced at each other. Mr. Learmonth, the Edwards brothers, will be relying on you. The black-horned silver-haired elder said. Don't worry. Learmonth said calmly, while the three Edwards brothers were supremely confident as well. Linley, Delia, BB, Nis, and Solomon formed into a 5-person party. They were currently being pursued by hundreds of gods. They want to chase us? Linley, holding Delia by the hand, suddenly accelerated dramatically. It must be understood that at present, Linley had already reached a bottleneck in the fast and slow profound mysteries. He was very close to the level of mastery. His speed was far faster than that of these ordinary gods. BB's speed was astonishing as well. He was also holding Nis by the hand. As for Solomon, as a high god, he naturally caught up easily. Soon, they threw off the hundreds of gods chasing after them. Being outnumbered really is a pain. Solomon laughed sourly. Hundreds of gods, if he were to fight them, he might indeed be capable of killing all of those gods, but it was also possible that he himself would be the one to be killed. After all, there were simply too many gods. For example, if 10 soul attacks hit him at the same time, although he was powerful, he would still die. BB. Nis' little face was red as she looked at BB. Thanks. BB immediately began to laugh. Ninny, why thank me? With the relationship we have, is thanks necessary? Nis, seeing the look of teasing laughter on BB's face, couldn't help but intentionally let out a snort. Watching this nearby, Linley, Delia, and Solomon all revealed hints of a smile on their faces. Another group of gods. Let's hurry up and leave. Linley immediately shouted through his divine sense. There were simply too many gods here. They had just avoided one squad of hundreds of gods, but now another one had noticed them. Linley's group immediately began to flee again. In terms of speed, they were still at a huge advantage. Suddenly, rumble, the entire world began to shake, and invisible spatial ripples spread out, causing the trees and stones that were hit by the ripples to directly turn into powder. Linley's group stared in midair in astonishment. Not just Linley, all of the luckily surviving fiends on the battlefield as well as the 10,000 bandits all raised their heads. Learmonth was there in midair, sweeping his sword across. 10+ high god corpses fell down from the sky at same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Of those 10+ high god corpses, 8 divine clones suddenly emerged from within them and began to flee in every which way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 5, Sword Intent. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 5, Sword Intent. Instantly, the entire battlefield fell silent. Over 10 high gods had actually been killed in a single blow. This was simply inconceivable. How is this possible? Linley stared with wide eyes. Even if it was a soul attack, he would at most be able to hit one person. How could 10 high gods simultaneously fall from the skies? What happened just now? Linley now regretted it. Regretted not having seen that sword attack. Flee! Flee! The divine clones that had emerged from 8 of those high god corpses began fleeing in terror in every which way. After having witnessed the power of that sword, none of them had any courage to fight again. Too powerful. Too frightening. These high gods now truly had the fear of death in them. Fleeing? Learmonth watched calmly as those 8 divine clones fled, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, he drew his sword. In that instant, 8 rays of black sword shadows sliced through the air simultaneously, attacking in 8 different directions towards those 8 fleeing divine clones. Those 8 divine clones continued to move forward, but their bodies were bisected, then fell down from the skies. Blood splashed everywhere in the air. That sword. Linley's pupils shrank, and in his mind, he frantically began to think about that sword. That terrifying, nearly invincible sword. In Linley's mind, the image of that sword flashed through as fast as lightning. That sort of extremely fast sword which had the intent of an exploding volcano. In the instant the sword had been drawn, the power of the technique had been completely, explosively released. It was utterly unblockable. Wherever the sword's shadow passed, destruction came with it. Is this the way of destruction? Linley hurriedly shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. It seemed like... In his mind, Linley was frantically trying to deconstruct that attack on a deeper level. The more he analyzed it, with each minor insight Linley gained, the more questions he had as well. By now, the leader of this bandit group, that muscular, red-robed man, had fled long ago. Just now, he had been calling out for combat and killing, but he only had his subordinates attack. He himself stayed in the back, not charging forward to attack at all. When he saw that destructive sword, he had immediately chosen to flee. What a terrifying fellow. That sword was capable of simultaneously killing 10+ high gods. The red-robed man's heart was filled with terror. If I had been slightly slower, most likely I would have been killed by that frightening fiend as well. How could these 2 old fellows have invited such a powerful fiend? The red-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly. This fiend is so formidable. It seems that this time, we'll need to invite the young master's teacher, Mr. Awind, to personally get involved. Humph! The red-robed man glanced backwards. These idiots. Did they think the money of me, Vianaz, was so easily earned? They were able to make money, but they weren't able to spend it. Unfortunately, the 12 high gods that the young master gave me as subordinates all died as well. The red-robed man was Vianaz, one of Inigo's subordinates. As for the bandit army, Vianaz had spent money to invite several major bandit organizations to form a single group. After all, Vianaz had led 12 high gods, while the other bandit organizations all combined only had 7 or 8 high gods. In particular, Vianaz had given them an enormous sum of money. These bandit groups naturally had joined up. In recent days, they had joined forces to waylay quite a few groups. I need to hurry back to let the kid immediately inform the young master. Vianaz immediately flew back towards his own residence. With 2 divine clones being in 2 locations, communications naturally were quite fast. Inigo was thus easily kept abreast of the situation regarding Linley's metallic lifeform. After the leaders of the bandit group were slaughtered, and especially after Learmont's sword attack, all of the bandits lost their willpower and they began to flee in every direction. Instantly, not a single bandit group was now left. They really ran quite quickly. BB snorted. This Learmont, even Salomon was shocked by Learmont, standing in midair. Learmont's face was cold and calm, as though nothing had happened. Indeed, to Learmont, this sort of small battle was nothing at all. Linley? Delia called out softly. But currently, Linley was completely lost in his own world as he pondered on that astonishing sword attack. How could he notice Delia's call? Hey, what's going on with the boss? BB noticed that Linley seemed strange as well. The nearby Nis laughed. BB, could it be that your boss was scared silly by that sword of Learmont's? Nis teased intentionally. BB gave her a stare. What do you know? My boss probably had some insight. At this moment, Linley returned to wakefulness. Linley, are you alright? Delia felt that the look on Linley's face was rather odd. I'm fine. Linley shook his head and laughed. Just now, I was thinking about a few things. I actually thought that I was about to make a breakthrough, but I was wrong. Linley glanced at the distant Learmont, his eyes filled with astonishment and puzzlement. That sword. Linley was also a sword wielder, and his soul was shaped as a sword. With regards to the concept of a sword's intent, he had his own thoughts as well. I've only just mastered the basics of the essence of fire, and haven't even become a deity. Most likely, I guessed wrongly. Linley was still lingering over those lightning-fast 8 sword attacks. At his current level of power, Linley was not capable of seeing through the profound truths of that sword. The nearby Salomon laughed and said, Linley, are you shocked by Learmont's sword? Indeed, the sword attack by Learmont just now was definitely at an extremely high level of the Way of Destruction, but... Way of Destruction? Linley raised an eyebrow. What, weren't you able to sense the aura of the Way of Destruction? Salomon asked. I sensed it. Linley said, but didn't follow up. If Linley sensed it, why is he surprised? Salomon was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't speak it aloud. Immediately, the lucky, surviving fiends all headed towards Learmont and the black-horned silver-haired elder. Soon, more than 50 fiends gathered around them. The black-horned, silver-haired elder and the white-horned, silver-haired elder looked at each other, a hint of worry in their eyes. They had already begun to guess the reason why so many bandits had come to waylay them. It must be understood that generally speaking, when a bandit group discovered so many fiends, they wouldn't attack. The black-haired elder said loudly, Everyone, I didn't expect that we would encounter so many bandit attacks on this trip. I truly am sorry. In such a short time, more than 60 fiends have died. Thankfully, Mr. Learmont as well as Edwards and his brothers were here. When we reach Blue Maple City, we will add additional money to your compensation. The black-horned elder said, and then a golden light flashed as the metallic lifeform once more formed in midair. However, the metallic lifeform was now clearly smaller in size. The fiends once more filled it, entering the metallic lifeform. Soon, the metallic lifeform headed out once more. Fiends lived a life on the bloody edge of a blade to begin with. These fiends who had lived for countless years only wanted their lives to be more exciting and to reach the peak of power in the infernal realm. To them, life and death. Right, death was something they didn't wish to face, and when they encountered any dangers they weren't able to resist, the fiends would flee. But when death truly came, they wouldn't be in terror. After all, ever since they became fiends, every single one of them had become mentally prepared for that possibility. The black-horned elder has a bit of a conscience. He knows he should increase our compensation. BB snorted. I keep on having the feeling that this escort mission isn't simple. Linley nodded as well. Right. Only, when we took on the mission, the only thing we noticed was that more than 100 1-star fiends and 2-star fiends had been recruited. Who would have imagined that there were 4-star fiends, 5-star fiends, and even a 6-star fiend taking part as well? Linley understood that this sort of group mission was divided into different parts. It was much like the battle at Moon Lake Castle. Linley's group was responsible for dealing with gold-robed guards, while the powerful High God fiends were responsible for dealing with black-robed guards as well as the castle's master. This mission, with a 6-star fiend involved, wasn't a simple one either. Everyone is already on board. What is there to think about? Salomon shook his head. If just now, when facing the attack of the bandits, taking the chance to flee would have been one thing. But right now, we are already aboard the metallic creature. If we want to leave and retreat now, once this gets out, we'll lose face. Spineless, fearful cowards. They would definitely become a laughingstock. Everyone, calmly train. Linley said seriously. No matter what, even if we encounter enemies, the primary target isn't us. It is the Black Horned Elder and the White Horned Elder. We just need to work hard to protect ourselves. Linley didn't have any intention of protecting their employers. After all, those two elders were both high gods, while Linley himself was just a god. Right. Everyone nodded, and then scattered towards their own rooms to begin training. In this room, only Linley and Delia were left. I wonder why those two old fellows chose us, these gods, to participate in the mission. Linley was still filled with confusion. Forget it. Protecting Delia and Bibi is enough. Linley looked at Delia, and then closed his eyes and began to train. I hope that in a short period of time, I'll be able to quickly break through this bottleneck in the profound truths of velocity. That way, I'll be able to protect us better. Linley chanted to himself quietly. Red Orchid City. Within a courtyard in a hotel. Inigo received the news that had been delivered from his subordinate, Vianaz. He couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect that those two old fellows actually invited such a powerful fiend. To have trained to such a level in the way of destruction means that he is most likely a 5-star fiend or a 6-star fiend. Inigo didn't dare imagine that it would be a 7-star fiend. This was because 7-star fiends were ultimate experts with their own titles. They didn't lack for money, and they were at the top of the rankings as fiends. They generally wouldn't take on missions. Inigo. The green-robed elder suddenly appeared in the courtyard again. Inigo, seeing this person, immediately stood up and said respectfully, Teacher, the results of Vianaz's mission is already known. Inigo immediately told the results of that battle in detail to his teacher. The green-robed elder frowned. Oh? Trains in the way of destruction and killed 10 high gods with one sword? Power like this is indeed hard to oppose. The green-robed elder, although somewhat worried about the power of this opponent, didn't feel that things were hopeless. Teacher, do you feel confident? Inigo said softly. The green-robed elder said in a low voice, since he's accepted a mission, then this fiend shouldn't be a 7-star fiend. Since he is a 6-star fiend, I should be able to defeat him. However, based on the power of that sword attack you described, the attack of that fiend is simply too powerful. I still can't take it on head-on. No need to take him head-on, teacher. You only need to kill those two old fellows. Inigo said hurriedly. The green-robed elder nodded slightly. If that's the case, then I am confident. I just need to separate the fiends from them for a time. Then I'll entrust everything to you, teacher. The green-robed elder laughed calmly. Linley, in his room, continued to train for nearly a year. Huh? Linley opened his eyes. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? For some reason, Linley suddenly felt some restlessness in his heart. Linley immediately took a deep breath, letting himself calm down. Delia opened her eyes as well. Linley, what is it? Through the window, Linley looked at the outside. Nothing. Only, while I was training, I felt my mind grow uneasy for some reason. Right now, the area below the metallic lifeform was a boundless desert. The wild wind howled and desert sand filled the skies. The metallic lifeform continued to fly at high speed. You felt it also? Delia said in surprise. I felt some unease as well. At this moment, the metallic lifeform was completely covered by yellow sands. Originally, the metallic lifeform's fiends didn't care about the sand, but, for that instant the metallic lifeform was covered by sand, the entire metallic lifeform suddenly, in the blink of an eye. Boom, blew apart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 6, The Ancient Castle of Sand. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 6, The Ancient Castle of Sand. The metallic lifeform had completely exploded, and the fiends that had been inside instantly became surrounded by the boundless sands. Each grain of yellow sand seemed to weigh 1,000,000 kilograms, and Linley was completely surrounded by sand, completely unable to move. Delia! Linley couldn't help but try to grab Delia's hand. Linley! Delia also wanted to grab Linley's hand. Whoosh! Boundless amounts of yellow sand swirled over. Linley was completely unable to control himself. What is this? Linley wanted to break free of the constricting binds of the yellow sand, but Linley was completely unable to resist that strange, unusual binding energy. In an instant, boom! Linley was thrown to the ground. Linley immediately stood up, staring around him. What is this? Linley's heart was filled with questions and puzzlement. This was a massive, ancient-looking structure formed completely from yellow sand. Linley, when raising his head, was only able to see the enormous roof formed from yellow sand, and was unable to see the sky at all. This was an enormous edifice made completely from yellow sand, which Linley was now trapped within. What astonished Linley the most was, nobody. There's nobody around me. Where is everyone? Linley stared around himself. But within this edifice of sand, not a single person could be seen. Linley spread out his divine sense, but was shocked to find, how is this possible? My divine sense, even in the infernal realm, can cover an area of 100 meters. But why is it that in this damn place, it only spread to 10 meters? Linley was shocked. My divine sense is being affected. Linley began to understand. Can it be that this sand construct is a space of its own? Although Linley had discovered that nobody was here, he was still able to sense one person, Bibi. Bibi and Linley's souls were linked. No matter how far away they would still be able to sense the other's existence. Boss, how are you doing? I'm in a sand-formed building. I can't see anyone. Everyone seems to have disappeared. Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Their two souls were connected. They didn't have to speak using divine sense, they could speak through their souls. Linley, hearing Bibi's words, began to understand. Bibi, my situation is the same as yours. This is an ancient structure completely made out of sand. I can't see a single person within. Bibi, be careful, I have the feeling that we are in a special dimension. Right, got it. Bibi replied. Boss, I'm going to start heading in your direction. All right. Linley could sense Bibi as well. The two would always be able to sense the general direction of the other. Naturally, they could draw closer to each other, even if they weren't able to see each other. This sand structure? With a flip of his hand, Linley withdrew Blood Violet. Swoosh! Linley flew into the air, the Blood Violet in his hand suddenly moving at a high speed. A ray of violet light flashed, and the roof of the sand structure rumbled, and a small pile of yellow sand was smashed and fell down. However, the yellow sand roof only trembled, then quickly returned to its normal calm. Linley's face changed. His profound truths of velocity had already reached a bottleneck. This most powerful physical attack in his possession, the Dimensional Decapitator, was now many times more powerful than it had been when he was in the Yulan continent. But it hadn't been able to budge this castle of sand at all. What a bizarre power. Linley frowned. A strange energy has completely infused this yellow sand. This strange place, Linley didn't waste any more time, immediately drawing closer to Bibi. Boss, this damn place is too weird. I have no way of getting over. There are no paths in front of me, and the walls are too weird. I can't break them apart at all. Whenever I break them apart slightly, the yellow sand will move back. Bibi said frantically. Linley couldn't help but feel surprised. Bibi, wait. Linley continued to move in Bibi's direction as well. The enormous sand structure had many openings and many corridors. It was like an enormous maze. Linley, after walking a while, discovered that there was a dead end in front of him, a wall formed from yellow sand. Linley could clearly sense that Bibi was right there, but he was unable to cross over. Bibi, my path has also been blocked by a wall. Linley frowned, turning to stare at his surroundings. So many roads and passages? Linley couldn't help but think back to the Yulan continent and a type of entertainment he had seen there, mazes. In mazes, there were many corridors and avenues. However, there was only a single true pathway. If one took a single wrong step, one wouldn't be able to exit the maze. Could it be that this structure made out of sand is a maze? Linley guessed to himself. No other choices. For now, let's just treat it as a maze. Linley immediately began to walk along other roads. While walking, he thought back to the previous pathways he had taken. Given Linley's visualization abilities, if he knew the rough locations of the corridors, he would be able to eventually extrapolate the correct pathway. Bibi, this strange place is most likely a maze. Linley said to Bibi mentally. Maze? Bibi was greatly shocked. Right. Think of a way to draw closer to me from a roundabout way. Linley continued to memorize every single corridor. If he went down a wrong pathway, he would immediately turn back. So it's a maze, fine, I'll definitely find the right path. Bibi was very frantic as well. Both him and Linley had people they were worried about. Linley was worried about Delia, while Bibi was worried about Nis. 20 or so people were together, with the leader being Inigo and his teacher. Teacher, for you to reach such a level in the elemental laws of the wind, most likely, there's only a few people in the entire infernal realm who can do this. Inigo's face was all smiles, and he spoke respectfully. The green-robed elder laughed calmly. Stop flattering me. This is the one and only ultimate technique that I have. In terms of pure power, that fiend is perhaps still somewhat more powerful than me. Phew, he really is powerful. He broke open the walls of my castle of the winds in a single sword blow. So what if he broke them open? You can change the walls as you please, teacher. Inigo knew well how powerful this technique of his master's was. 7 powerful elemental laws, and 4 edicts. Of them, the elemental laws of the wind had the most connection to space. In particular, when several of the profound mysteries were fused, the mastery over space would become even greater. They think this is a maze? The green-robed elder knew exactly what was happening within this castle of the wind. He discovered that many fiends were beginning to search for an exit in accordance with the rules for dealing with a maze. Right, it is a maze, but it is a maze that I can change whenever I want to. The green-robed elder laughed calmly. Inigo, lead your men and begin the attack. I will work with you. Yes, teacher. Inigo immediately led his men out. Inigo and 20+ high gods easily entered. Even if they encountered walls, when they drew near, the walls would naturally separate, revealing a corridor. For Linley, it was the opposite, and so, Inigo's group had no impediments within the castle at all. In addition, they even had the guidance and cooperation of the green-robed elder. Linley was walking at high speed, while the map of the maze in his mind was growing more and more clear. Linley couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile on his lips. It seems I'm almost about to make it out of this maze. Linley felt very confident. But suddenly, Linley's fast footsteps came to a halt. How is that possible? Linley stared at the wall in front of him, his face instantly changing dramatically. No, there shouldn't be a wall here. I just walked past here a while ago. This place should have a corridor, and there was a pillar here. Linley immediately turned to look. There was indeed a pillar. The pillar is still here, but the corridor? Can I have remembered wrongly? Impossible. Linley shut his eyes, that clear map appearing within his mind. These were all places he had walked past. Impossible. I couldn't have taken a wrong route. Linley immediately headed back towards another direction. There should be a corridor with an opening up this way. I just passed it. Linley murmured. But as Linley reached the place where there should have been an opening, Linley was stunned. In front of him. There was indeed a large corridor, but there were no openings. What is going on? I can't have remembered wrongly. Linley couldn't help but rub his head, constantly pondering the routes he had just taken. I can't have remembered wrongly, but these places are all. Linley's face suddenly turned pale. This ancient maze, can it be that it is changing? Linley had a sudden feeling of hopelessness. A maze would have a chance for one to leave it, but if the maze was constantly changing, what was one to do? Boss, I'm at the place you just were. Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. I don't know what's going on. Just as I reached a dead end, the wall suddenly disappeared and a corridor appeared. Boss, hurry over. I don't know where I should go right now. Linley, staring at the now disappeared gap, laughed bitterly. Bibi, I won't be able to get back to my original location. Delia. Linley's heart was filled with worry, but he had no options. As Linley and the other fiends were all frantically searching for an escape route, Inigo's forces stealthily took their lives one at a time. This damn place, how am I supposed to leave? Suede, was a 4-star fiend who had taken on this mission, an expert who was at the high god level. When he had seen the 6-star fiend, Learmonth, as well as the 3 Edwards brothers, he had been overjoyed. He had believed that he wouldn't be in any danger. However, right now, there was nobody nearby he could rely on. He could only rely on himself. It isn't a maze. It should be something created by an extremely powerful expert of the elemental laws of the wind. Suede's heart was shivering. To be able to reach such a level in the elemental laws of the wind, he must have fused at least half of the 9 profound mysteries of the elemental laws of the wind. Suede knew that an expert on that level was definitely not someone he could overcome. Suddenly, the yellow, sandy wall next to Suede suddenly cracked open, and 2 figures scurried in, charging towards him. A wave of heat surged towards him, as well as an icy aura that attacked his body. Not good. Suede's face changed dramatically. At the same time, a human figure in the yellow sand next to Suede suddenly emerged, and a narrow sword pierced straight towards Suede. 3 high gods had joined forces to kill Suede. In addition, this was a sneak attack. Suede was only just barely able to recover in time to block the 2 enemies in front of him, but the third person easily stabbed him with the sword. In the blink of an eye. Prepare to attack the next one. Oh. Be careful. There's 2 up ahead. One is a high god, while the other is a god. The 2 of them actually ran into each other. You 3, head towards the tunnel up ahead, the green-robed elder's voice rang out in the ears of the 3. Although this castle of the winds was very strange, it had taken in quite a few fiends, so it was normal for 1 or 2 of them to occasionally meet up. These 3 high gods glanced at each other. They laughed. With the help of this castle of the winds, killing was utterly effortless. In particular, they had the advantage of numbers and of stealth. The green-robed elder walked forward. The wealth of the Boyd clan? It seems it is about to fall into my hands. The green-robed elder knew exactly where those 2 employers were located. With but a single step, the green-robed elder entered the sand. The black-horned elder was currently hovering in midair cautiously. There's actually an expert of such a level. The Blackhorn knew exactly what this castle was. Naturally, he didn't dare to draw near to the ground or to the walls. Otherwise, once the enemy ambushed him suddenly from the ground, he wouldn't even have the time to react. It seems this time, we are in trouble. HRM? The black-robed elder suddenly turned his head to stare towards a distant corridor. He saw Linley, dressed in that earthen yellow robe, carefully moving forward. It is him. He seems to be called Linley. The black-robed elder was somewhat surprised. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 7, To Choose. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 7, To Choose. Linley walked in the middle of this changing castle, exceedingly worried. This damn place is constantly changing. There's no way I can find the exit. In addition, there are enemies attacking and ambushing from within. Linley clearly remembered seeing the corpse of a fiend earlier. Upon seeing the corpse, Linley immediately understood that this ancient castle wasn't just meant for trapping people. There were people lying in ambush here. Actually, Linley should have understood this long ago. Only, he didn't dare to think about it. Ambush? Assassinate? BB and I are a bit better off. I have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, while BB has treasures bestowed upon him by Lord Beirut. He shouldn't have any problems staying alive. But Delia, alas. I shouldn't have been in such a rush. I should have let Delia reach the high god level first before heading out. Linley was filled with regret. If Delia were to be killed, Thinking of this, Linley grew even more worried. In truth, Delia trained in the elemental laws of the wind, and had already mastered 6 of the profound mysteries, and had a death god golem with her. Although her abilities at staying alive were inferior to that of Linley and BB's, she still had some degree of ability. Only, Linley himself remained worried. The enemy is definitely extraordinary, to be able to create this bizarre castle. Everything else aside, Delia hasn't reached the high god level yet. Linley carefully yet speedily moved through the castle, hoping that he would run into Delia within. But suddenly, Linley reached an opening, then out of the corner of his eye, saw someone hovering in midair. The black-horned elder? Linley immediately recognized him. That black-haired elder clearly had seen Linley as well, as he looked over towards him. But right at this moment, the gentle wind suddenly took solid form, transforming into a green-robed elder. The green-robed elder had a hint of a smile on his face. He glanced sideways at Linley, not worried at all. A god actually ran here as well. To the green-robed elder, a god was someone he could kill in an instant. Given his status and stature, he couldn't be bothered to care about Linley at all. You are. The black-horned elder saw the green-robed elder appear out of thin area, and his face changed dramatically. The green-robed elder glanced calmly at the black-horned elder before him. You truly are bold. For you and your brother to abscond with the enormous fortune of the Boyd clan is one thing, but I didn't expect that after so many years, you two would dare to turn back. What, you wish to return to the Jade Float continent? The black-horned elder's face changed, and then he chuckled in a relieved manner. That year, my big brother and I fled from the Jade Float continent. We thought that no one had detected us. This time, we only invited so many fiends out of an abundance of caution, but I wouldn't have expected that you would come. The green-robed elder let out a disdainful snort. You want to acquire the fortune of the Boyd clan? Ha ha. The black-horned elder suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, then stared at the green-robed elder. Keep dreaming. For us two brothers to dare come on this trip means that we naturally came fully prepared. Even if you kill both of us, you won't be able to obtain the treasures of the Boyd clan. You will never get it. The green-robed elder's face suddenly sank. He had followed his student, Inigo, from the Jade Float continent through the Star Mist Seas to the Redbud continent. It was all for the sake of the fortune of the Boyd clan. Hoof. Once I kill you, I'll know. The green-robed elder, with a wave of his hand, summoned forth a longsword that looked like a silver thread. This was a flexible sword, but compared to Linley's blood-violet sword, it was even thinner and even lighter. Prepare to die. The green-robed elder, confident of his status, would usually notify his opponent before killing them. As soon as the black-horned elder had seen the Castle of the Winds, he had understood how powerful the opponent was. Although he himself was also a high god, compared to the person in front of him, the difference was considerable. You want to kill me? I will make you pay a price. The black-horned elder had already made up his mind to die here. Bellowing, he made a black heavy sword appear in his hands. Instantly, the air around the black heavy sword began to twist, and a black light shot out in every direction. Linley, seeing these two high gods about to battle, couldn't help but feel startled. I'd better run. If I get involved in this, I'll be finished. Linley didn't hesitate at all, immediately running towards the direction of one of the other corridors. Although he was moving quickly. Bang! The first clash by these two high gods caused the black-horned elder's body to be sent flying towards Linley's direction at high speed. Ha! Linley couldn't help but feel stunned. Raising his head, he watched as the body flew towards him. But with a flip, the black-horned elder righted himself, standing up. Just now, one of the divine clones of the black-horned elder was killed. You want to kill me? The black-horned elder was now fully aware of how great their difference in power was. One of his clones had just been destroyed, and he now only had this one left. Clan Master, your old servant didn't let you down. Only, in the future, your old servant won't be able to toil on behalf of the young master any longer. Bang, dot. The black-horned elder's long blade, carrying an earth-splitting force, transformed into a black blade shadow, causing space to distort and leaving behind nothing more than a faint blur. Ha, you just had one of your divine clones die. I want to see how many you have left. The green-robed elder laughed wildly, and then Linley only noticed a hint of a beautiful silver flash. Wherever those rays of silver light flashed past, space itself began to form extremely tiny cracks. Linley was shocked. Cracks? Cracks in space in the infernal realm? Linley found it hard to believe. Boom! The black-horned elder was only able to block a single silver ray of light. Afterwards, his entire body was crisscrossed by the multiple remaining rays of silver light. His body was chopped into multiple parts which fell down from the skies. In particular, the interspatial ring on his left hand was sent flying downwards. At this moment. Interspatial ring? Linley had a thought. He absolutely could collect this interspatial ring for himself. Can I take it? The black-horned elder's interspatial ring definitely had an enormous fortune within it. Linley was certain of this. As one of their employers, a person capable of inviting a 6-star fiend, the amount of wealth this black-horned elder had was definitely staggering. Only, was he able to collect it? Linley looked at the distant green-robed elder, then without hesitating at all, immediately fled. I wouldn't be alive to spend it. Linley fled at high speed, quickly traversing thousands of meters, disappearing from the green-robed elder's field of vision. Only, every location within this castle was under the control of this green-robed elder. Naturally, he knew exactly where Linley had gone. The green-robed elder chuckled. This god didn't let greed cloud his judgment, but if Linley had stolen that interspatial ring, even if the green-robed elder originally would have had disdained killing Linley, a god, the green-robed elder would have personally intervened to retrieve the ring. At that point, Linley would have had no chance at all. What does he have inside? The green-robed elder landed, then collected his interspatial ring while binding it with blood. The green-robed elder's face changed greatly. HRM? Only 30 billion inkstones. How is that possible? As little as that? The green-robed elder couldn't believe it. Impossible. The fortune of the Boyd clan was built up over countless years. Even the tiniest part of it would exceed this amount. Perhaps to Linley or to ordinary high gods, 30 billion inkstones was an enormous fortune. But to the green-robed elder and other such experts, it was nothing more than a small sum of money. If you were to compare these 30 billion inkstones to the entire fortune of the Boyd clan, that would be like a single hair on the bodies of 9 bulls. It must be understood that within a city, a single hotel was worth tens of billions of inkstones. How could the fortune of the Boyd clan be compared to a single hotel? No. There's also that white-horned elder. The green-robed elder's eyes were cold. The wealth is definitely on him. But when he sensed the location of that white-horned elder, his face changed dramatically. Not good, that fiend is about to draw close to the white-horned elder. Learmont's face was cold and callous. Wielding his long sword, he walked calmly through the castle as though he was just taking a stroll in his own garden. When he encountered any yellow sand walls, he would still walk straight through them, completely ignoring the walls in front of him. His sword would flash. Crunch! The yellow sand walls were all directly destroyed. Learmont himself moved like an illusion, passing through the empty hole, while the yellow sand wall immediately recovered afterwards. Hoof! Learmont turned to look coldly towards the side. Swish! Like a bolt lightning, his sword chopped out towards the distant yellow sand wall. Instantly, fresh blood exploded out from the yellow sand wall, and a corpse fell down from within the wall. The eyes of the corpse were filled with shock, as though he couldn't believe that Learmont had noticed him. Learmont continued forward. Nobody could block his advance. I know you can hear me, Learmont said while walking. You might as well come out. Do you believe that I am unable to break through your spatial castle? Crunch! Yet another sword chop flashed out against the impediment in front of him, and Learmont's body swayed yet again, appearing on the opposite side of that way. Ah, Mr. Learmont! The white-horned elder stared in astonishment and joy at Learmont, whose face revealed a rare hint of a smile. I was a step behind. The green-robed elder was hidden only a few hundred meters away from the white-horned elder, in a room. This one named Learmont? His attack power is truly frightening. With but a casual attack, he is able to generate such power. If he were to truly explode forth. The green-robed elder had extraordinary experience. Of course he could tell that Learmont had yet to use his ultimate attack. Generally speaking, extremely powerful experts like them would stake their lives on their ultimate attacks, which usually consumed a great deal of spiritual energy and divine power. Thus, unless a critical moment came, these ultimate experts generally wouldn't want to use their ultimate attacks. That damnable fellow. The green-robed elder immediately came to a decision. Right now, all I can do is find more high gods and have them attack the white-horned elder, while I personally go entangle that Learmont for a while. The green-robed elder understood that there was no way the other high gods could entangle Learmont. But to kill the white-horned elder, only a few high gods needed to join forces and sneak attack him. That was all that would be needed. As the battles continued unabated within the castle of sand, the number of high gods grew lower and lower. Salomon stood calmly in mid-air. I hope Nis is fine. Salomon was still worried in his heart. Swoosh! Suddenly, from the nearby wall, 2 figures appeared who shot straight towards Salomon, their wild releases of energy causing space to shudder. Humph! Salomon, with a flip of his hand, emitted multiple rays of black light. Those 2 figures let out miserable screams. One of them suddenly smashed against the floor, never to move again, while the other fled into the yellow sand walls, disappearing. Want to kill me? Salomon chuckled. The battles continued, and one high god fiend after another fell. Aside from that terrifying fiend, there are 4 high gods that are hard to deal with. Inigo heard the reports from his subordinates and began to frown. He didn't know that those 4 extremely hard to deal with high god fiends were the Edwards brothers and Salomon. Star rank didn't necessarily, completely testify as to one's strength. For example, a powerful fiend might only be a 1-star fiend as he might have just taken the fiend trials. But that didn't mean his power was only at the 1-star level. Salomon was a good example. On the surface, he was only a 4-star fiend. But his true power? Not all fiends could be judged by their star rank. No need to deal with those high gods. There's no profit from them. Inigo gave the order. His real goal was just those 2 old fellows. There was no need to kill all of the high god fiends. For now, no need to join forces. Attack as you please. Deal with all of the god-level fiends. For high gods to kill gods, naturally there was no need for them to join forces. Yes, young master. the high gods disappeared into the yellow sand. With this order being given, the god-level fiends within the castle fell into grave danger, including Linley, Bibi, Delia, Nis. A crisis had descended. Linley carefully walked through the yellow sand, his hands, legs, neck, and head all covered with an earthen yellow membrane. He looked as though he were a metal warrior. Linley had already used his pulseguard armor to protect every part of his body. Swoosh! An explosive sword shadow suddenly descended upon Linley from the side. Linley only felt as though suddenly he had transformed into a tiny boat that was currently being rocked by the wild waves of the ocean. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 8, Many Dangers. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 8, Many Dangers. A High God. Linley glided away like a bird in flight, gliding away alongside that explosive burst of sword energy while at the same time, the adamant heavy sword appeared in his hand. Wielding it as though it were weightless, he sent it slamming over, and a multiple-meter-long earthen yellow sword shadow chopped out. Pulsating Essence Attack. This was a type of material attack developed after fusing the essence of the earth and the throbbing pulse of the world. It was primarily reliant upon the essence of the earth, with the throbbing pulse of the world supporting it. Compared to the Voidwave Sword, it was the opposite. The Voidwave Sword was primarily reliant on the throbbing pulse of the world, while the essence of the earth supported it. Bang! The two forces collided, and the wild explosive force backlashed onto both. Linley borrowed that backlash force to flee, while the golden-haired youth also took a few steps back. He stared in astonishment at Linley. What a powerful sword! A god actually has such strength. This gold-haired youth was not angry, he was instead delighted. These high gods didn't have much interest in killing god-level fiends, but now this high god did. Just based on that sword alone, Linley was qualified to have him treat this fight seriously. Swoosh! Launching himself upwards, the high god shot out like an arrow, piercing through the air at high speed in pursuit of Linley. Linley, fleeing in front of him, had already begun moving at his maximum speed early on, but the enemy behind him continued to draw closer. This high god is so fast, and also, it seems he is a wind-style high god as well. From the opponent's previous attack, he could essentially sense that the opponent was a wind-style high god. Flee? The gold-haired youth pursued at high speed while reaching out with his left hand, clawing at the air. What's this? While fleeing, Linley's face changed dramatically. His body seemed to have been bound by countless thin threads. Although Linley was still able to flee, a restrictive force seemed to act upon him. Even his speed fell down by half. This is the profound mysteries of dimensional space. Linley instantly realized what this was. He had seen Delia often use this technique against others. But now, Linley was the one who had been hit. Terrible. Linley's heart was filled with worry. The power of this high god in using this technique is much greater than Delia's. Linley knew that the strength of an attack was connected to one's divine power. The same type of profound mystery at different levels of divine power had different strength levels. In the blink of an eye, the gold-haired youth reached a distance of less than 10 meters from Linley. You won't be able to run. A loud laugh rang out, and a strange ripple spread over Linley. Linley's speed dropped yet again, and in his heart, he was shocked. The god realm of a high god. Linley knew long ago that facing a high god was extremely dangerous. Although there was a chance for victory, he only had a tiny chance. In terms of profound mysteries, this gold-haired youth is a high god who knows all 9 profound mysteries of the elemental laws of the wind. I can only hope that he hasn't fused any of the profound mysteries. Linley knew that the only chance of success he had was a soul attack. The Voidwave Sword must not fail. Linley had continuously fled upon meeting this gold-haired youth. He didn't use his Voidwave Sword at all. Linley didn't dare to rashly unleash it, he had to seize the best opportunity to kill the opponent in one blow. Otherwise, given the difference between him and his opponent, the opponent could easily rely on his speed to use a material attack to kill Linley. Thus, it was one thing to not unleash his ultimate attack, but if he was to unleash it, he had to succeed. Either you die or I die. Linley continued to grit his teeth, constantly thinking up new ways to flee. However, now that he was bound by the dimensional wind and the god realm, and given that Linley's speed was lower to begin with and was now only a third of his normal speed, the difference between them was so great, that unless something unexpected were to happen, the outcome of this battle was predetermined. Swish! Linley's body suddenly came to a halt. His face changed dramatically as he stared in front of himself. In front of Linley, behind him, and above him, there were 10 gold-haired youths. This gold-haired youth had actually created nearly 40 doppelgangers, completely encircling Linley. The situation just got worse. Linley was frantic. The 40 doppelgangers, which one is the real one? DB isn't present. I'm unable to determine which one is real. What should I do? Linley gripped the adamantine heavy sword, looking cautiously about him. The gold-haired youth had transformed into nearly 40 doppelgangers to encircle Linley. Ha, in front of me, you still want to run? Your speed is too slow, too slow. The gold-haired youth chuckled. Linley warily watched his opponent. Ha, die. The gold-haired youth chuckled, and then the nearly 40 doppelgangers almost simultaneously struck out. Instantly, Linley was completely covered by knife-edge palm attacks. Linley was completely unable to dodge, his only choice was to take the attacks head-on. He looks down on me. Linley, seeing this, was laughing coldly in his heart. Doppelganger was one of the 9 profound mysteries of the elemental laws of the wind. This doppelganger technique created bodies that had the aura of the original body. Generally speaking, others would find it very hard to tell the true body from the false bodies. This was an exceptional technique for fleeing. But as for attacking, it was weak. The doppelganger technique was meant for fleeing or to be used against weak experts. After all, the strength of each doppelganger was far inferior to that of the main body. The doppelgangers of high gods, in terms of strength, wouldn't be much stronger than that of gods. Poof. A single doppelganger's attack might not be strong, but the combined attacks of 30-plus doppelgangers are considerable in power. In addition, my main body's knife-edge palm attack is included as well. The gold-haired youth was completely confident. This fellow is just a god. Bang! 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 Dot! In an instant, the many knife-edge palms landed on Linley's body. Linley in total was hit by 28 palm blows, and had been only able to dodge 10 of them. Of the 28 palm blows, 27 of them landed on Linley's pulse-guard armor and collapsed, while leaving Linley's pulse-guard armor completely unharmed. But the 28th palm blow landed directly on Linley's body. Crunch! The pulse-guard armor cracked open, and Linley's chest was struck by a vicious blow that all but went through his chest. Blood splattered outside, while his shattered white bones were revealed as well. This blow that split apart the pulse-guard armor had been launched by the gold-haired youth's real body. The gold-haired youth was surprised. Linley's pulse-guard armor was simply astonishing. A defensive high god artifact? The gold-haired youth chuckled. Unfortunately, you are a god. A defensive high god artifact in your hands won't be used to maximum effect. The gold-haired youth was disdainful. Crackle, Linley's divine power in his body bubbled out, immediately healing his wound. At the same time, the pulse-guard armor on his body once more reformed. As long as his divine power remained, this pulse-guard armor could instantly recover. A defensive artifact? Linley, in his heart, was disdainful. So this is the true body. From that attack just now, Linley was instantly able to tell which of the bodies in front of him was the true body. Already healed? The gold-haired youth was astonished. He immediately realized that Linley wasn't using a defensive artifact, but rather a material defense. Ha, your material attack isn't bad, and your material defenses aren't bad either. The 40 gold-haired youths circling Linley all spoke out. A pity. After speaking, the nearly 40 gold-haired youths instantly moved as one. Right now, whether the youth attacked as one or en masse didn't make much of a difference to Linley. From that exchange just now, Linley was already certain as to which one was the real body. The gold-haired youth's speed was far greater than Linley's. He easily and continuously changed directions as he drew near Linley. This brown-haired kid has a powerful material attack and defense. It seems I'll have to kill him with a soul attack. The gold-haired youth made up his mind. I refuse to believe that the soul defense of a god can be very powerful. Death take you. The gold-haired youth calmly lashed out with a sword blow, causing tiny tremors to appear in the air as well as a low humming sound. Linley's eyes narrowed. My only chance. Rumble, Linley's adamantine heavy sword struck out as well with his most powerful attack, the Voidwave sword. Clang. Linley's face suddenly changed. His Voidwave sword had met no opposition at all as it struck into the enemy's head. The enemy's attack, in turn, didn't carry any soul power at all. What? Linley suddenly had a bad feeling. Vibrations. A strange sort of vibration directly entered Linley's brain. This strange vibration first clashed against that soul-protecting sovereign artifact, the translucent scaly membrane around his soul, then shattered and dispersed. Linley had managed to withstand the attack, but the enemy. The high god's entire body swayed, a low growl emitting from his lips. Although this high god had become a high god on his own, and had an extremely pure soul and strong defense. In the face of Linley's Voidwave sword, created from the fusion of two profound mysteries, his soul still trembled and a large amount of spiritual energy immediately collapsed. He immediately became woozy. Die! Howling angrily, Linley followed up with another sword blow. The adamantine heavy sword struck directly onto the dazed gold-haired youth. Bang! The gold-haired youth's soul was no longer able to withstand it, and it directly collapsed. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared from within the gold-haired youth's corpse. Another one? Linley's eyes turned wide, but as if by reflex, he lashed out yet again. Once again, the Voidwave sword. Bang! That figure collapsed as well. Only now did Linley sit down. Having executed 3 Voidwave sword attacks in a row, Linley's spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted. Actually, when he executed the 3rd Voidwave sword, Linley had already begun to feel his head split. I was too nervous. The divine clone of that gold-haired youth was just a demigod clone. It wasn't worth me using the Voidwave sword at all. Linley glanced at the divine clone, then laughed inwardly at himself. Fortunately, that fellow finally died. Linley directly collected the gold-haired youth's interspatial ring, divine spark, and divine artifact. And then, Linley ran a few hundred meters away, enduring the pain in his head. He found an unassuming location and immediately retrieved an amethyst. The Voidwave sword uses up far too much spiritual energy. Linley stored the amethyst into his coiling dragon ring, which immediately refined it, causing surges of golden fog energy to enter Linley's consciousness. The dry, parched sea of consciousness once more began to throb with spiritual strength. Phew! The head-splitting pain began to subside, and Linley let out a long breath. Facing a high god really is dangerous. Linley, thinking back to that battle, said to himself, if that gold-haired youth had instead relied on his speed and material attacks to come at me repeatedly, he absolutely would have killed me. Linley quickly came to a conclusion based on the results of that battle. Those who become deities on their own will have their souls nurtured and transformed repeatedly by the natural laws, and so will have exceedingly strong soul defenses as well. Just gold-haired youth just now was able to take a hit from my Voidwave sword without dying. It seems as though in the future, I must be careful. Linley became all the more cautious. Linley had narrowly escaped the last attack, but the other fiends wouldn't be so lucky. How could it be easy for a god to overcome a high god? Linley was someone who had fused 2 profound mysteries of a law, which was extremely rare amongst gods. And more importantly, Linley had a damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact which negated the gold-haired youth's attack. Otherwise, how could Linley's soul have withstood it? Big Bro isn't here, and BB isn't here either. Nis was filled with panic. She took one careful step after another through this castle of sand. Just now, she had discovered the corpse of a fiend. Clearly, this castle of sand was filled with life-threatening dangers. Soundlessly, a skinny, callous male figure suddenly appeared from the wall behind Anissy. This little girl isn't bad. I'll kill her first. The callous man said quietly to himself. Just now, he had killed 3 god-level fiends. In front of him, god-level fiends weren't able to fight back at all. Looking at Nis in front of him, the callous man laughed to himself. Let me end your life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 9, Blue Water Drop. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 9, Blue Water Drop. As danger had descended upon her, Nis' heart suddenly trembled, and she couldn't help but turn to look. Ah! Nis was so terrified, her face turned as white as parchment, while at the same time, in her terror, she raised her speed to the limit, fleeing forward. You want to run? A hint of disdain was in the eyes of the callous-looking man. He immediately activated his god realm, and Nis, who had been moving at high speed, instantly became restricted and slowed down. Nis was only a god, and in her heart, she began to feel terror. BB, Big Bro, where are you? As she faced death, her thoughts were of BB and Salomon. At this moment, Nis was right in the middle of a corridor opening. BB. Nis' eyes immediately lit up. To her right, roughly 100 meters away, a figure appeared. It was BB, wearing his straw hat, his face filled with delight. But when he saw Nis suddenly appear, he also saw that behind her, there was a high god. BB's facial expression instantly turned to that one of terror. A pity. I won't make it in time. Nis could already sense the cold air of the sword energy behind her. Her eyes were filled with a hint of unwillingness and regret. BB, actually, right now, I just want to say a few words to you and hear your voice. In this castle of sand, gods were only able to stretch their divine sense out for less than 10 meters. How would they speak through divine sense? BB's eyes were filled with terror, but... No! BB cried out in a fierce voice. They were 100 meters away, and he was extremely fast, but that high god wasn't any slower than him. More importantly, the high god was too close to Nis. Ninny, no! BB was filled with rage and regret. In the same instant BB saw Nis. Linley was making his way alone through the castle of sand, which was filled with danger everywhere. Linley had just undergone a vicious battle. After a short recovery time, his strength had returned to peak condition. Suddenly, a look of delight appeared in Linley's eyes. BB. You aren't too far away from me. Right in front of me, there is a road heading close to your direction. It's possible that we will meet. I have a corridor in front of me as well. Boss, I'll head over as well. BB was extremely excited. Linley didn't imagine that although at first, when he had intentionally tried to meet with BB, he was unable to, after that vicious battle, just by casually walking around, he would draw closer to BB. Swoosh! Linley began to move quickly. Passing through curved hallways, he entered a corridor which headed straight towards BB. Ah, BB. Linley already saw the familiar figure wearing a straw hat at the end of the corridor. It was BB. Linley and BB were roughly 300 meters or so away from each other. They were each at the opposite ends of the corridor. As for this 300-meter-long corridor, it had 3 or 4 exits and branching corridors as well. Ah, boss, I see you. BB said, his face excited. I see you too. Linley's heart was filled with excitement. He couldn't help but unconsciously speed up even faster. Please don't let another wall suddenly appear in the center of this corridor. This was what Linley was worrying about. He had to come together with BB. That way, he wouldn't be separated from BB again. Swoosh! Roughly 10 meters ahead of Linley, a figure suddenly appeared from a branching corridor. Whoa, that scared me. What Linley feared the most was that a wall would appear, blocking him off from BB. She is? Linley's face instantly changed dramatically. It was Nis, who was being pursued and attacked. Nis saw that to her right, 100 meters away, BB was present. But she didn't realize that to her left was Linley. BB had been lost in his excitement at the coming reunion with Linley, but when he suddenly saw Nis being pursued, his heart instantly turned ice cold. His excited, lively eyes suddenly became filled with terror. No! A fierce cry rang out. It had been so many years. BB had never fallen for a girl. This was the first time he had. Although BB liked to joke around, in his heart, he had sworn that he would accompany this adorable girl for his entire life. It was a very simple, pure thought. But BB had always kept it in his heart. BB wasn't able to rescue her in time. But Linley was. Hi God! Linley saw that a few meters behind Nis, there was the figure of a skinny, cruel man. Instantly, his face changed. After the last battle he had undergone with a high god, Linley knew very well that although he had fused 2 profound mysteries and a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, when fighting with a high god, his chance of victory was less than 50%. If the enemy was cautious, the chances of Linley dying would be extremely high. If he was to save her, he would have to use his ultimate attack. Acting so hastily, it would be very hard for him to kill the opponent. Once the opponent saw Linley using his ultimate attack, he would definitely grow cautious, and most likely Linley himself would be finished. But if he didn't save her, Linley might be able to find a better opportunity to kill the man in one blow. No! Linley could completely sense BB's terror, sense BB's soul shudder. His soul and BB's soul were linked. Linley could clearly sense the trembling of BB's soul. He didn't hesitate at all. Kill! A fierce look suddenly flashed in Linley's eyes, and the adamant heavy sword in his hand slashed out in a perfect arcing line, and then a semi-translucent sword shadow that was a faint yellow color flew out of the adamant heavy sword, striking directly towards the skinny, cruel-looking man. Soul attack, Void Wave Sword. As Linley attacked the enemy without any hesitation, the terrified BB also let out a fierce howl, while at the same time, an enormous illusion of a God-Eater rat appeared behind him. The mouth of the illusory God-Eater rat opened as it stared coldly at the skinny, cruel man. Innate divine ability, God-Eater. The skinny, cruel man had been chopping down with his sword towards Nis, but Linley was very close to him, and the Void Wave sword attack instantly struck towards him. Not good. The skinny, cruel man's downward chopping sword blow instantly transformed into a blocking scrape. As he didn't know how strong the opponent was, the skinny, cruel man immediately used his own most powerful soul attack, and an illusion of a green, electric serpent appeared, flying out from his sword. The Void Wave sword and the illusory electric serpent clashed. Bang! The illusory electric serpent vanished, while the voidwave sword trembled twice, then vanished as well. So powerful. The skinny, cruel man's heart shook. The opponent's soul attack was actually on a level comparable to his own. To be precise, it was actually slightly more powerful. If this illusory sword attack had truly struck his soul, he probably would have had his soul dissipated. Right as he was feeling stunned, a strange ripple suddenly encapsulated his entire body. This was the innate divine ability, God Eater. The skinny cruel man's body went stiff for a moment, but a moment later, he broke free. Ugh! The distant BB spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale as well. He only had the power of a god, but he wanted to use the God Eater ability against a high god? There was only one possible outcome. This God Eater ability was very unique. If it succeeded, it would devour and take away the opponent's divine spark, and the opponent wouldn't be able to resist at all. But if it failed, the opponent wouldn't be harmed at all. In addition, the amount of spiritual energy this technique consumed was quite astonishing. There are two of them. Only now did the skinny, callous man notice BB. What an unusual attack. The skinny, callous man immediately began to treat Linley and BB as major foes. However, in the skinny, callous man's heart, the one he was concerned about the most was Linley. This was because Linley's Voidwave sword was already at a level of power which could threaten his life. BB used the God Eater ability? Linley immediately ignored all else. Gritting his teeth, he took the opportunity to once more strike out with his adamantine heavy sword, launching his most powerful attack, the Voidwave sword, once more. But unfortunately, the impact of BB's God Eater ability on a high god was too minuscule. The skinny callous man's sword once more emitted an illusory electric serpent, clashing once more with Linley's Voidwave sword. This spectacle was virtually identical to the one earlier. The two soul attacks once more cancelled out. Crackle! From the body of the skinny, cruel man emerged 4 deep green lightning dragons. The 4 lightning dragons pounced straight towards Linley. Although the size of each lightning dragon wasn't too massive, with all 4 charging over at the same time, Linley was completely unable to dodge. Die! The callous, grim man watched this calmly. This is my most powerful lightning-type attack. Bang! The pulse-guard armor on Linley's body only resisted for an instant, then directly collapsed. Linley was sent smashing far away, with blood, flesh, and bones flying everywhere. His entire body had lost half of its mass as those lightning dragons had attacked Linley, trying to destroy him. BB had just been delighted, but then upon seeing Linley immediately face death, he grew terrified anew. Boss! BB's eyes were filled with concern. Not good. As Linley's pulse-guard armor was shattered, his body had immediately transformed. The Divine Earth clone and his main body immediately swapped, but despite swapping out quickly, Linley's Divine Earth clone still only had half its body and a head left. In the recent battles, Linley had used the Divine Earth clone. After all, the Divine Earth clone was the most powerful, and when using it to use attacks dependent on the laws of the Earth, using his Earth clone meant the attacks would be most powerful. In this situation, Linley had to choose to switch bodies. After all, if his Divine Earth clone continued to take blows like these, the Divine Earth clone would most likely be shattered. I'll have to see how strong my Dragon form's defense is. Linley's original body was dragon formed. Boom! The 4 lightning dragons finally dispersed. Linley collapsed where he stood from the explosion, the azure gold draconic scales covering his body broken and battered, and multiple spikes on his back shattered as well. His left arm had been completely blown off, while his waist had almost been blown through as well. What astonishing defense! The skinny man couldn't help but be amazed. Actually, the attack he had used just now had used up nearly half of its strength in breaking through the pulse-guard armor. At the critical moment, Linley had swapped out his body, using his main body in dragon form to take it head-on. Although it was very difficult, the defense in dragon form was indeed exceedingly great, just slightly inferior to the pulse-guard armor. He was badly injured, but at least he had saved his life. What a talent! The skinny cruel man sighed to himself. Linley's sole attack in his defense, despite being just a god, the skinny, cruel man understood that if Linley was born into a major clan, he would definitely be one of their most highly valued talents to be cultivated. Unfortunately, you'll die in my hands. The skinny man said to himself calmly. Am I about to die? Linley's badly wounded body lay there on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a surge of helplessness. There was indeed a great difference between himself and a high god. Once the opponent noticed his Voidwave sword, then he probably would be finished. Crackle! Right at this moment, Linley sensed that from within the coiling dragon ring, surges of unique energy began to fill his body. Linley's body instantly was repaired, and the draconic scales and spikes on his back were all healed as well. At the same time, that unique energy filled his draconic scales, spikes, and every other part of his body, strengthening the power of Linley's draconic scales. On the surface of Linley's draconic scales, a layer of azure light was shining. What is this? Linley immediately filled the coiling dragon ring with his spiritual energy. The 3 blue drops of water? When Linley had become a deity, the coiling dragon ring had a single golden drop of liquid as well as 3 blue drops of water within it. At that time, the golden liquid had transformed Linley's dragon form, while Linley had yet to find a use for the 3 blue drops of water. But now, one of the 3 blue drops of water was emitting an azure energy that was filling Linley's body, strengthening Linley's dragon form. Ha! The skinny cruel man saw that Linley's body had instantly healed. His face couldn't help but change. Poof! The skinny cruel man let out a cold sneer. His hands stretched out like claws, and 6 lightning dragons pounced towards Linley. No! The frantic, furious BB had already charged next to the skinny, cruel man, but he wasn't going to make it in time to save Linley. BB's heart was filled with regret and self-hate. If Linley were to have died due to saving Nis, BB would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. You can die together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 10, Meeting. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 10, Meeting. I feel so powerful. In a short amount of time, one of the 3 blue drops of water completely converted into energy, fusing with Linley's original body, repeatedly strengthening Linley's draconic scales. Linley's scales' defensive power was rising at an absolutely stupefying speed. The 3 blue drops of water had now become just 2. Ha! Linley suddenly was startled into wakefulness. 6 lightning dragons? Linley was shocked and frightened. 6 flashing lightning dragons bellowed and attacked Linley. Before this, the attack of just 4 flashing lightning dragons had not only shattered the pulse guard armor but also had caused serious injury to Linley. Now there were 6 of them. Linley wasn't able to form the pulse guard armor in time. The only thing he could do was swoosh. Linley flew backwards, trying to dodge. But how could a person's movement speed compare to the speed of an attack? Bang! The 6 bellowing lightning dragons all smashed against Linley, and even the nearby walls of sand exploded from the collision. Boss! BB, seeing Linley being struck by those 6 lightning dragons which exploded against his body, was terrified to the point of losing his mind. Don't die. The distant Nis's heart was filled with terror as well. She didn't know what to do. If BB's boss dies, BB will definitely be miserable. His boss did this only for the sake of saving me. Nis could only stand there in the distance. She didn't have any ability to interfere. This sense of helplessness filled Nis's heart with guilt. BB, because Linley had been attacked, had lost his wits for a moment, but when experts were battling, how could they possibly lose their focus? Daydreaming in a battle? The skinny man's lightning-like sword flashed down viciously, striking against BB. BB's body was sent flying away, while at the same time, an illusory electric serpent ignored BB's defense, directly entering BB's body. A soul attack. Ha! The skinny man suddenly turned to look back. After the explosion of the 6 lightning dragons, Linley was just standing there, azure light flowing atop his azure golden draconic scales. Surges of power emanated from his draconic scales. The strength of his aura caused even the skinny man to feel terror in his heart. What is this aura? The skinny man couldn't believe it. He was certain that what he feared right now wasn't Linley himself, but rather it was the aura coming off of the draconic scales. Linley's cold, dark golden eyes stared at the skinny man. His lips curved upward slightly, and this skinny man was completely unable to ascertain if Linley was smiling or not. I have to thank you, Linley said calmly. The skinny man was stunned. Thank him. Linley knew very clearly that if it hadn't been for the skinny man nearly destroying his original body, which caused this blue water drop to suddenly send its energy into his body and transform it, there is no way that Linley would have been able to utilize this blue water drop. Currently, he had used up one of them, but Linley was still overjoyed. This was because he could clearly sense that currently in dragon form, he possessed incomparable, boundless strength. Absolute strength. Physical strength of the body. Boss. BB's delighted voice rang out. What? The skinny man turned to look and was astonished. BB had suffered his soul attack, but hadn't died. How is this possible? A mere god who suffered my soul attack didn't die? The skinny man was completely unable to accept this, but instantly, he had a thought. Can it be that he has a soul-protecting divine artifact? Impossible. How can that be? The skinny man couldn't believe this conjecture. Soul-protecting divine artifacts were very special. They weren't like ordinary swords, sabers, armor, and other artifacts which were easy to forge. In the entire infernal realm, there were exceedingly few people capable of forging soul-protecting divine artifacts, and many high gods didn't have that sort of ability. The damnedest thing was, there were no soul-protecting divine artifacts for sale. Linley's group, upon arriving in the infernal realm, had yet to find a single soul-protecting divine artifact for sale. If there were, Linley would have bought one for Delia long ago. This was because once a person was killed, his soul-protecting divine artifact would definitely be damaged as well. A damaged soul-protecting divine artifact was generally useless. Also, there was more to it than that. Soul-protecting divine artifacts weren't made from special ores, they were forged from spiritual energy. For example, for Linley to repair his soul-protecting sovereign artifact, he had to use his spiritual energy to repair it. This was because soul-protecting divine artifacts were made out of spiritual energy to begin with. Only, they had a rather special structure. Because they were made out of spiritual energy, soul-protecting artifacts couldn't be easily tamed and commanded just through blood binding. There were many profound mysteries that were involved in these things. Only the original creator of the soul-protecting divine artifact, by using some special methods, could allow for his soul-protecting divine artifact to be used by others. Thus, anyone who had a soul-protecting divine artifact had definitely received permission from the creator of the artifact. And every single creator of a soul-protecting divine artifact was, without a doubt, one of the ultimate experts of the infernal realm. Every single one was extremely accomplished in understanding the soul, and had reached terrifying heights. This kid with a straw hat, he has a major figure backing him up? The skinny man came to this judgment. And that draconian. The aura coming off from his body is so terrifying. The skinny man's heart quivered. What is going on? One has a soul-protecting divine artifact, while the other has such terrifying defense. Right now, the distant Nis was overjoyed. BB's boss didn't die. BB's also fine. Wonderful, wonderful. Ah, boss, let's kill this bastard together. BB said through their souls. Fine. Linley was exceedingly happy as well. The powerful strength he felt in his dragon form caused Linley want to let loose. Swoosh. BB's dagger shot out like lightning towards the skinny man. Whoosh. Linley launched himself from the ground. Linley shot out like an arrow, exploding forward and moving so quickly that his body turned into a blur. Linley's right leg danced out like a saber, chopping down with a fierce, azure golden light towards the neck of that skinny man. The speed was too fast. Who cares who you are? Kill. The skinny man was angry now as well. Clang. The long sword in his hand collided head-on with the draconic scales on Linley's right leg, creating a metallic ringing sound. After having absorbed a drop of that blue drop of water and having been strengthened to a terrifying degree, Linley's draconic scales were not one whit inferior to a high god artifact. Linley's body landed. How is that possible? The skinny man's face changed dramatically. Today, he had been shocked too many times. BB came howling forth as well. You have a soul-protecting divine artifact. Then, I shall use a material attack. The skinny man's body once more emitted those 4 lightning dragons towards BB, who didn't dodge at all, instead charging at high speed towards those 4 lightning dragons. Boom! The 4 lightning dragons landed directly on BB, then dispersed, but BB wasn't hurt at all. Die! BB's eyes were filled with murder. How is this possible? The skinny man's mind was in utter chaos. Linley's freakishly strong draconic scale defense, BB's soul-protecting divine artifact, and now, BB used his terrifying physical defense to blast through one lightning dragon after another. The skinny man was at the verge of insanity. Who are you guys? Swish. A metallic tail slapped over lightning fast. Clang. The sword and the iron whip-like draconic tail clashed. The skinny man borrowed that force to retreat backwards. Ignoring all else, what he decided he needed to do was to flee. Freaks. 2 freaks. The skinny man cursed angrily. Such freakishly strong defense, and a soul-protecting divine artifact as well. Can they be 2 young masters from a major clan? But how can the young masters of a large clan come wandering around at the god level, without a single protector? The skinny man knew very well. The infernal realm had existed for a long time, and within it, there were extremely ancient, great clans. Those great clans were able to exist for countless years. Naturally, they had power to rely on and special abilities. For the young masters of these clans to possess soul-protecting artifacts was very normal. Linley and Bibi's performances were very much similar to that of those young masters of those clans. Only, why would high and noble young masters get involved with this sort of escort mission? Big bro, kill him. Nis's voice suddenly rang out. Ha! The skinny man was suddenly startled into wakefulness. However, a ray of black light flashed past his eyes. The skinny man didn't even have a chance to react before the dark black light entered his body. The skinny man immediately collapsed. Humph! Salomon stared coldly at the corpse on the ground. Big bro. Nis immediately ran over, throwing herself into Salomon's arms and beginning to cry. Big bro, just now I almost was killed by him. Sob, after having experienced the terror of a near-death experience, then being worried for Linley and Bibi, she finally was no longer able to hold back her tears upon seeing her big brother. Don't cry. Salomon comforted her. Big bro, just now, if it wasn't for Linley, I would be dead already. Nis lifted her head to look at her big brother. Just now, Nis immediately explained everything. Salomon, hearing his sister's explanation, immediately turned to look at Linley. Upon seeing Linley's dragon form, Salomon was slightly surprised. However, his experience was much greater than his little sister's, and he immediately bowed and said thankfully, Linley, thank you. You saved my little sister's life. I, Salomon Boyd, will never forget this. Salomon Boyd. This surname one which Linley didn't particularly understand the importance of. Boyd was a clan name which Linley had never heard of. Big bro, Nis stared in astonishment at her big brother, Salomon. Her big brother wouldn't easily reveal his identity. Why did he do so now? For the sake of Bibi, even if I had to risk death, I would rescue Nis. Linley said. At the same time, he returned to his divine earth clone, his body once more becoming covered with the pulse guard armor. Boss. Bibi and Linley exchanged a glance. Let's hurry up and go. Linley said hurriedly. I don't know what the situation is with Delia. Linley was worried about Delia. Immediately, Linley, Bibi, Salomon, and Nis began to traverse the sandcastle. After having absorbed that blue drop of water, his dragon form had quickly raised in power to yet another monstrous level. Linley had already made his decision. My main body's dragon form has an exceedingly strong material defense, while it also has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. It has sufficient material and spiritual defense. In the future, if I face an ordinary high god, I am capable of killing them head-on. However, the soul-protecting sovereign artifact is damaged. Linley was still somewhat worried. Ordinary high gods using a soul attack aren't able to use it to seek out a weak spot. But in Moonlake Castle, when I was hit by the soul poison of the Godslayer arrow, the soul poison was actually able to search for the weak point in my damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact to attack my soul. Linley understood. It was just that the opponents he had encountered thus far weren't very powerful. If his enemy was a powerful high god, a high god would be able to use his soul attack to seek out the weak points, then attack the gap. Thus, in the end, I can't completely reveal this trump card. Unless it was critical, Linley wouldn't easily reveal the secret of him being able to dragon form. After all, only a trump card that remained hidden would be effective. Besides, his pulse guard armor wasn't weak either. Linley and the other three walked shoulder by shoulder, but were unable to find Delia. Strange. Why has the sandcastle stopped transforming? Bibi muttered. Linley had noticed this as well. Perhaps, the person who set up the castle of sand is currently busy battling, and so he has no energy to deal with changing the castle. Salomon guessed. Salomon's words were correct. At this moment, the green-robed elder, Mr. Awind, was currently battling with Learmonth. Bang, dot. A terrifying explosion occurred, while at the same time, the entire castle of sand seemed to have lost its controller. With a rustle and rumble, the sand began to flow down, and the entire castle of sand in the blink of an eye transformed into boundless amounts of sand dunes. The castle of sand was gone. The destruction of the castle of sand allowed everyone to see the sky, to see the blood sun. There were quite a few corpses lying about the sand. Many of the fiends had died miserable deaths, while the lucky survivors were in the midst of the desert. All of them seemed to be astonished, including Inigo and his subordinates. What is going on? Inigo didn't understand. How did the castle of sand which his teacher controlled suddenly collapse? Linley was staring at his surroundings. Immediately, he saw from afar the ashen-faced Delia, who had the death god golem by her side. Delia! Linley immediately rushed over, overjoyed. Linley! Delia's eyes were immediately filled with joy as well, and she too rushed over towards Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 11, Secret. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 11, Secret. In the middle of the empty desert, there were dozens of broken, blood-stained corpses. Both the forces of the fiends as well as the forces of Inigo came to a halt in their attacks, while Linley and Delia tightly embraced each other. Delia. Only now did Linley settle down. Ever since they had been trapped into the castle of sand, Linley had been feeling a sense of terror deep in his heart. He was terrified of Delia dying. Linley would forever remember how Delia had been when she was young and at the Ernst Institute with him. And then, their reunion meeting at the O'Brien Empire. Decades had passed in what seemed like moments, and Delia had become the other half of Linley's life. When he saw her, Linley's heart grew calm. And didn't Delia feel just the way Linley did? Thank you, heavens. Delia said softly in Linley's arms. Linley, just now, it was so dangerous. I almost got killed by that high god, but I didn't want to die, I wanted to see you. Delia, thinking back to the near-death struggle she had just undergone, felt her heart tremble. In the face of great danger, Delia had really gone all out, using both the death god golem as well as her profound mysteries of the elemental laws of the wind. Fortunately, she also knew the doppelganger technique, and was also proficient at the dimensional wind. This allowed her to be lucky enough to escape. I won't let you be in any danger ever again. Linley held Delia by the hand. Holding his loved one's hand, Linley felt that his life and his soul were incomparably rich and filling. Just as Linley and Delia were absorbed in the joy of meeting again. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded out in mid-air. A ray of green light and a ray of black light clashed multiple times, each time causing the world to shake. And then, the two rays of light landed on the desert sands, transforming into the green-robed elder and a black-robed Learmonth. The green-robed elder's face was ashen. He stared at Learmonth, his heart filled with extreme terror. This Learmonth's power is even more frightening than I had anticipated. His sword techniques and the ways of destruction have reached such a terrifying level. Prior to this, the green-robed elder had only wanted to tie Learmonth up for a while. Unfortunately, Learmonth's power was far greater than he had imagined. This had resulted in the green-robed elder being the one to fall into peril instead. He didn't even dare to allow himself to be distracted by controlling the castle of sand. Thus, he voluntarily released the castle of sand, focusing entirely on this terrifying opponent, Learmonth. Learmonth held his longsword in his hand, looking calmly at the green-robed elder, a faint hint of a smile playing at his lips. Your power is not bad. You are worthy of receiving my most powerful sword attack. The green-robed elder's face instantly changed dramatically. What? Most powerful attack? The green-robed elder's heart turned cold. Before this, he had been able to stay alive, but he had to use all his strength to do so. The experts who were watching, upon hearing Learmonth's words, were all astonished. Delia, let's move backwards a little bit. Linley held Delia by the hand, retreating to where Salomon and Beatty were, watching these experts battle from a safe distance. I really rather look forward to seeing what their attacks look like. Prior to this, when they encountered that bandit ambush, Learmonth's sword attack had stunned Linley. This chance in front of him was all the more precious. Those two old fellows plague me. Inigo cursed to himself. He glanced towards Salomon. There's no mistake about it, but we don't have any more chances. It seems as though teacher is unable to hold on any longer. It's best if I leave. Inigo immediately, stealthily merged his entire body into the sands, disappearing. Right now, everyone's attention was on those two ultimate experts, and nobody was paying attention to Inigo. In addition, on the side of the fiends, the only one who knew Inigo was that luckily surviving white-horned elder, but the white-horned elder hadn't noticed the distant Inigo at all. Boom! Learmonth's entire body exploded forth with a terrifyingly powerful sword intent. Learmonth's body actually emitted an enormous illusory sword that radiated the way of destruction. Learmonth seemed to have transformed into the nucleus of that enormous illusory sword, and a fierce, sharp sword energy was swirling around it. The power of the sword intent was rapidly rising. Crackle, the sword intent actually caused space to shudder. Everyone seeing this had their faces change. The infernal realm was one of the higher planes, and its stability was far greater than that of a material planes. The sword energy hadn't even been released yet, and yet it already possessed such power. At what sort of level then would Learmonth's most powerful sword attack be at? Madman. He's truly a madman. The green-robed elder's heart was cold. Learmonth's power had already caused him to feel dread. Hoof. So what if you are powerful? The elemental laws of the wind are the best for fleeing. The green-robed elder, faced with Learmonth, had already been awed and frightened by him. Suddenly, he transformed into hundreds of doppelgangers, dispersing in every direction. One of the 9 profound mysteries of the wind, doppelganger. So many doppelgangers? Delia was shocked, and Linley let out a surprised breath as well. When Delia used the doppelganger technique, she was only capable of 9 doppelgangers. This green-robed elder, however, had transformed into hundreds of them. The same profound mystery, doppelganger, when used by people of different levels of ability would have tremendously great differences in power. The doppelganger technique is indeed an excellent fleeing method. Hundreds of doppelgangers, all of whom are hard to tell apart by their aura. Learmonth will find it hard to catch the right one, Linley said to himself. However, Linley continued to watch Learmonth, waiting to see what his reaction would be. Fleeing? How disappointing. Learmonth's voice rang out. At the same time. Rumble. In an area of 1,000 meters surrounding Learmonth, out of nowhere, countless surges of sword energy appeared. The hundreds of fleeing doppelgangers were smashed into powder by the sword energy. In the blink of an eye, all of the hundreds of doppelgangers were annihilated, leaving behind only a single green-robed elder. How is this possible? The green-robed elder's face changed dramatically. Learmonth flew towards him at high speed, striking out like a viperous dragon. Wherever his body passed, many ripples in space appeared. The speed of Learmonth wasn't lower than the green-robed elder at all. I won't be able to flee. The green-robed elder instantly understood this upon witnessing the other person's speed. The green-robed elder retreated backwards, while at the same time, a silver, string-like sword appeared in his hands. Since I can't flee, then I'll go all out. The green-robed elder's eyes were now filled with a ferocious killing intent as well, and green energy swirled around his body, forming into what appeared to be a solid dragon. Gruel! The massive green dragon bellowed. Watching the battle, Linley felt astonished. Essence of the wind and the profound mysteries of music. Linley could immediately tell how powerful this attack by the green-robed elder was. That enormous green dragon is not only capable of protecting his body, it is also capable of creating musical attacks to affect the enemy. This was a support ability. Starpoint explosions. The normally calm, emotionless Learmonth was now revealing his wild side. Laughing madly, the long sword in his hand shot out. The long sword pierced through the air. As it did, in midair, a black hole appeared as the longsword twisted through the cracks of reality. Wherever the longsword passed, tears in space constantly appeared, and everything around it was transformed into nothingness. Facing Learmonth's most powerful attack, the green-robed elder slowly brandished out that silver thread-like sword. Rumble. The silver sword was even longer and even narrower than blood violet. It lashed out like a whip. Crack! Under the lashing of that silver sword, space itself split apart, creating an extremely narrow spatial tear, as a strange music rang out. The entire desert was utterly silent. Linley and the others were all utterly astonished by these two sword attacks. One was a terrifying sword that contained within it the way of destruction, while the other used the sharpness of the elemental laws of the wind. Boom! The silver sword, moving in a strange way, struck down upon the edge of Learmonth's longsword. Bang! The silver sword suddenly exploded, transforming into countless silver shards which flew everywhere. Swish! The tip of the longsword almost instantly pierced through the green-robed elder's forehead. It was so fast that the green-robed elder wasn't able to dodge at all. His eyes were filled with shock, and fresh blood slowly flowed down from his forehead. Bang! The green-robed elder's corpse fell down. That soft sword, that simple whipping and chopping motion, Linley's heart suddenly grew agitated. It was as though something had come to his mind, and he immediately shut his eyes quietly. In the desert. Everyone else was still watching those two experts. But Linley was lost in meditating and in his insights. Indeed. The green-robed elder's power was slightly weaker than Learmonth's. But as far as his insights into the elemental laws of the wind went, he had already fused quite a few profound mysteries. That simple whipping motion included multiple profound mysteries. Recently, Linley had been stuck in a bottleneck with regards to the profound truths of velocity. He had been pondering on how to break through this bottleneck and completely fuse the fast and slow profound mysteries. After the life and death struggle within the desert castle, as well the fluctuating feelings of worry and then calm, and now after seeing the green-robed elder's most powerful attack, Linley had already begun to create cracks in the bottleneck of the profound truths of velocity. The green-robed elder's corpse lay there on the ground. Learmonth let out a sigh. This sigh contained within it a hint of disappointment. Learmonth glanced at the corpse of the green-robed elder. You both use flexible swords, but your power is far too weak when compared to the Blood Violet Fiend. Your time seems to have been all spent in defense and in trapping people. With regards to offense, too weak. Learmonth said softly. A person suddenly appeared from within the green-robed elder's corpse. It was the divine clone of the green-robed elder. Only, this divine clone was a mere god. Learmonth. You speak the truth. The green-robed elder said astringently. Only, in the future, I'll never be able to train in the elemental laws of the wind again. The green-robed elder didn't try to flee. His divine clone was only at the god level. How could he flee? Mr. Learmonth, please kill him. The white-horned elder walked over, his eyes filled with hatred. He's already killed my brother. I hope you will kill him, or allow me to personally deal with him. The white-horned elder's heart was filled with hate. Him and his elder brother, the black-horned elder, had been together for many years. Although they had known that this return trip to the Jadefloat continent would be dangerous, when his elder brother had died, the white-horned elder's heart was still filled with rage and hate. No need for you to personally act. Learmonth said. In Learmonth's mind, although the green-robed elder only had a god-level divine clone left, he was once an extremely powerful expert. Experts would not tolerate being humiliated. The green-robed elder glanced at him, then said to Learmonth, Learmonth, I accept my loss to you. If you are willing to let me live, I will tell you a secret. What are you doing? The white-horned elder immediately grew frantic. The green-robed elder laughed coldly. Are you afraid? Swoosh. The white-horned elder immediately flew forward, his eyes filled with a killing intent. Only, a sword flash suddenly struck out upon the white-horned elder, knocking him flying back. Mr. Learmonth, you. The white-horned elder. Learmonth let out a calm laugh. I'm a little curious as to what this secret is. As he spoke, Learmonth looked at the green-robed elder. The white-horned elder was frantic. The green-robed elder glanced disdainfully at the white-horned elder, then nodded and said, Fine, I'll tell you. In truth, this employer who you have been escorting on this mission is in reality an old servant of the Boyd clan of the Coldcom prefecture of the Jadefloat continent. You, the white-horned elder, was utterly frantic. Learmonth, you, how can you? Learmonth glanced at him coldly. Shut your mouth. The green-robed elder's face immediately had a hint of a smile appear on it. He continued, after the Boyd clan was destroyed, these two old fellows took the vast fortune which the Boyd clan had accumulated over countless years and fled. Learmonth, I think you too can imagine how astonishing the amount of wealth which a powerful clan accumulated over countless years is. The white-horned elder's face was ashen. At this time, next to Bibi, Nis's face was filled with rage as well. But Salomon only watched coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 12, A Breakthrough in Wind. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 12, A Breakthrough in Wind. Boyd clan? Bibi had a thought, and he couldn't help but glance towards the nearby Salomon. Although Bibi was rather rambunctious, he was very smart and insightful. When Linley had saved Nis, Salomon had, for whatever reason, revealed his true name when thanking Linley, Salomon Boyd. At that time, Bibi hadn't paid much attention. But now that he heard it again, Bibi began to grow puzzled. Nis has been with me for so long, but she's never been willing to tell me what her surname is. Bibi began to suspect. Since that's the case, the surname must be very important. Salomon only recently told my boss. Since his family name is Boyd. Can this Boyd be the same Boyd as the clan this green-robed elder is referring to? Bibi mused secretly, while at the same time looking towards Linley. Only 3 people had been present when Salomon had said his surname, Linley, Bibi, and Nis. Boss actually closed his eyes and began to meditate? Bibi couldn't help but find himself caught between laughter and tears. Next, Bibi turned to look towards the distant Learmonth, the green-robed elder, and the white-horned elder. It seems as though the situation is about to change. Will Learmonth attack out of greed? Bibi mused to himself. Indeed, right now, the situation had just become very terrible for the white-horned elder. He hadn't anticipated that the green-robed elder would actually voluntarily reveal this. The white-horned elder understood that his power was far inferior to Learmonth's. If Learmonth wanted to attack, then, even if the young master helped out, we wouldn't be able to deal with Learmonth. The white-horned elder understood. In addition, it won't just be Learmonth alone who will turn red-eyed with greed upon learning this secret. The Edwards brothers are here as well. The Edwards brothers had also escorted them on the mission, and had yet to reveal any startling abilities. However, not a single one of them had died. This gave testament to their strength. No matter what, even if I die, I cannot reveal the young master's identity. The white-horned elder made up his mind. Oh, you said Boyd clan? Learmonth raised an eyebrow. The Boyd clan of the Jadefloat continent's Coldcom prefecture is indeed an ancient clan. Even though I am here in the Redbud continent, I've heard of the fame of the Boyd clan. The green-robed elder said, of course. You can imagine how wealthy the Boyd clan is, Learmonth. The Edwards brothers looked at each other, secretly speaking through divine sense. Oh ho, things are getting messy. BB looked at the distant Edwards brothers, then looked at Learmonth, before finally looking at the weakest actor, the white-horned elder. This old fellow is almost certainly going to die. There's too many people who would be greedy for this treasure. The white-horned elder said furiously, Mr. Learmonth, I'm your employer, you. Shut your mouth. Learmonth glanced at him calmly. The green-robed elder couldn't help but laugh, while at the same time saying, Learmonth, I'll leave now. As he spoke, the green-robed elder prepared to leave. Swish! A black sword energy pierced through the green-robed elder's skull. The green-robed elder's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and then he fell to the ground. The final remaining god-level divine clone of this green-robed elder died, just like that. This. The white-horned elder, Edwards, and the others were all shocked. Learmonth glanced calmly at the green-robed elder. I only told you to tell me the secret. I never agreed to spare you in exchange. You killed one of my employers. How could I not kill you? And then Learmonth turned to look at the white-horned elder. The white-horned elder's face instantly turned ashen. Fine. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Having seen Learmonth's power, the white-horned elder didn't try to resist at all. He said coldly, since you were willing to kill Mr. Wind, I am content. The white-horned elder was already prepared for death. He murmured to himself, young master, you'll have to rely on yourself now. If I kill you, who will pay me my escort fee? Learmonth asked. The white-horned elder was astonished. And then, Learmonth walked away while saying calmly, hurry up and prepare the metallic lifeform. We are going to head out. He isn't going to kill me? The white-horned elder was unable to believe it. The 10+ lucky survivors amongst the fiends stared towards Learmonth in astonishment as well. It must be understood anyone who cared about money at all would find it hard not to grow greedy for the wealth of the vast fortune of a massive clan. In addition, killing the white-robed elder would have been very easy. What is going on with this Learmonth? The three Edwards brothers looked at each other. Learmonth's reaction had caused the Edwards brothers to be unable to implement their plan. Big brother, let's just endure for now. Learmonth was able to refrain from being greedy, but the three Edwards brothers were not. This was the massive fortune of an ancient clan. The fame of the Boyd clan was so great, it echoed like thunder. Wait a while before heading out. Salamon's voice rang out. My friend here is currently training. Learmonth, the three Edwards brothers, the white-horned elder, and the luckily surviving remnants of the fiends all looked over. Linley was standing there right there in the sands, his body surrounded by a faint swirl of wind. Indeed, he was training. This sight caused everyone to be extremely surprised. He started training, just like that? The lucky survivors amongst the fiends were all shocked. To immediately begin training having just concluded a life and death struggle, that truly was crazy. Waiting for him alone? Wake him up. The second of the three Edwards brothers said with a frown. Him, a 5-star fiend, wait for a god? He didn't have that sort of patience. BB, hearing this, couldn't help but frown. Intriguing, intriguing. Learmonth looked at Linley, a hint of a smile on his face. We aren't in any rush to leave. Let's wait a while. Since Learmonth had made his decision, the three Edwards brothers wouldn't say anything now. Immediately, the surviving fiends took up temporary residence within the desert. After this great battle, the high gods only numbered Learmonth, the three Edwards brothers, and Salomon, while for the gods, including Linley's group, only 13 survived. Time passed on. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The fiends were very patient, and didn't care about these 3 days at all. How long will the boss be training for? BB, seeing Linley remain in his meditative state, was growing frantic. The fiends aren't impatient yet, but if too much time passes, they definitely will grow impatient. But disturbing the boss when he is training will have a major impact on him. BB understood that Linley's sudden decision to meditate must have meant that he had a sudden insight. This sort of opportunity was very precious. Once interrupted, it would be hard for him to once more enter this state. Rumble. A surge of unique ripples of law descended from the heavens, encapsulating Linley. He made a breakthrough. Everyone, including Learmonth, immediately opened their eyes to look towards Linley. They all understood that this descent of the natural laws was the sign of someone breaking through to become a deity naturally. Linley hovered in the air, while at the same time, his divine wind clone came out from his body, a light green-robed Linley. Rumble! A divine spark which emanated a green light emerged from Linley's head, hovering there in the air above him. A large amount of wind elemental essence, under the guidance of the natural laws, directly converged upon the divine spark, which slowly began to transform. Moments later, that demigod-level divine wind spark had transformed into a god-level divine wind spark. The ripples of the natural laws subsided, and Linley opened his eyes. Linley, having made the breakthrough, now saw that a large group of people were around him, staring. Congratulations, Linley! You now have another god-level divine clone. Salomon said with a laugh. Learmonth nodded slightly as well. He looked towards Linley with an appraising gaze. Very nicely done. You even gained insights during a life and death crisis, thought. Learmonth very much appreciated this sort of person, who could make a breakthrough even during a life and death crisis. He himself loved combat and challenges. As for money? As Learmonth saw it, having enough money to spend was sufficient. The so-called fortune of the Boyd clan was something which Learmonth didn't care about at all. Learmonth's goal was to become a 7-star fiend, then challenge an Azura. Become one of the 108 Azuras of the infernal realm. The three Edwards brothers glanced at Linley. They only chuckled. A mere god. What was there to be proud of? The Edwards brothers didn't hold Linley in any particular regard at all. They immediately looked at the white-horned elder. Hey, that kid has made his breakthrough. Let's head out. All right. Head out. The white-horned elder immediately said. Head out? Only now did Linley come to the realization that all the other fiends had been forced to wait here for him when he had suddenly begun to meditate. Bibi, how long did I meditate for? Linley asked through his spirit. 3 days. Boss, you really are amazing. Your divine wind clone has reached the god level as well. Bibi was boundlessly delighted for Linley. Linley secretly let out a sigh of relief. Not too bad. Just 3 days. If he had been training for half a year with the others all accompanying him, Linley would have felt extremely embarrassed. The Infernal Realm. A desolate mountain range within the Redbud continent. Inigo stood there beneath a waterfall, 2 high gods behind him. I didn't expect that the Boyd clan actually has a successor. Inigo said to himself. Although that fellow was only allowed to enter the Boyd clan's estate a single time before being sent out, luckily enough, I remembered him. Salomon's identity, even within the Boyd clan, was a major secret. As he had entered the clan's estate only a single time before being sent out caused there to be very few people who knew who Salomon was. There were very few people who knew that Salomon had a connection to the Boyd clan. But Inigo, thanks to a stroke of luck, had found out by accident. And this time, when Inigo saw Salomon, he instantly understood. No wonder those 2 old fellows fled to the Redbud continent, then tried to go back. Inigo said to himself. However, since I now know, then. Young master, what shall we do? The 2 subordinates behind him looked at him. Inigo said emotionlessly, we head out. As he spoke, Inigo flew at high speed towards the north, and the 2 high gods behind him immediately followed. The metallic lifeform was constantly pressing forward. It had shrunk yet again. After all, there were very few people inside it now. Within the metallic lifeform. Linley and Delia's room. The fast and slow aspects of the profound truths of velocity have been completely fused. Only the sword attack that is both hard and soft is the sharpest, most powerful sword attack. Linley understood now why experts of the elemental laws of the wind found flexible swords to be so suited for them. Flexible swords allowed one to bring out the full strength of the profound mysteries. After having seen the green-robed elder and Learmonth's sword intense, Linley had some new thoughts regarding his usage of the sword as well. Unpredictable and fierce. This represents the most powerful attack of the profound truths of velocity. Linley continued to visualize them in his head. He was hard at working trying to make the attacks of the profound truths of velocity more powerful and to apply it better. This attack primarily relied on the profound truths of velocity. Naturally, it was a material attack. If I combine this material attack with my dragon form, Linley mused to himself. The dragon-formed body is incomparably tough, and in terms of both strength and speed, it has reached a very high level. If I take the strength I have in dragon form, then combine it with the profound truths of velocity, then put it all on display through blood violet, the power will definitely be substantial. The same profound mystery, when used by a high god, would be far more powerful than when a god used it. This was because the mystery would be exerted through the divine power of a high god. After dragon forming, however, Linley's strength, defense, and speed were even more monstrous than most ordinary high gods. This was a body that was as tough as a divine artifact. Linley was also beginning to gain a clearer and clearer understanding of the power of his most powerful sword attack. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Unfortunately, there's no place to test it out within the metallic lifeform, Linley said to himself. His sword attack was now able to easily chop apart this metallic lifeform. If they truly were to fight here, most likely the White-Horned Elder and the other fiends would be enraged. Linley! Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, Salomon, it's you. Linley saw that Salomon was outside his door. Upon seeing Salomon, Linley thought about what Bibi had told him regarding the proceedings when he was training. He hadn't heard the green-robed elder discuss the Boyd clan, but upon returning to the metallic lifeform, of course Bibi had told him everything. This Salomon, can he be the master of this clan? Linley wondered to himself. Salomon said with a laugh, Linley, there's something I wish to discuss with you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 13, Re-employment. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 13, Re-employment. Linley had a thought. Why had this Salomon suddenly come looking for him? Salomon, my wife, Delia, is inside training right now. How about this? Let's chat outside. Linley said with a smile. Salomon's face was very friendly. Fine. As he spoke, he walked out of the room alongside Linley. Linley guessed to himself, Salomon's name is Salomon Boyd. Bibi told me as well that when those people were trying to kill the Black-Horned Elder and the White-Horned Elder, it was because those two were the old servants of the Boyd clan and carried the fortune of the Boyd clan with them. But from the looks of it, the treasure is probably carried by Salomon. However, if this Salomon truly is a member of the Boyd clan, he should keep the secret. Why did he reveal his identity to me? Linley didn't understand. The two stepped into another room. Salomon immediately spread out his god realm, preventing sound from leaking out. Please sit. Salomon said courteously, and then he sat down as well. Linley spoke out. Salomon, why have you sought me out? As he spoke, Linley looked at Salomon. Salomon's face was very sour. He let out a low sigh. Linley, I think you've probably guessed part of it. Salomon sighed as he spoke. Linley didn't deny it either. He nodded. Right. Before he died, I heard the green-robed elder say something about the Boyd clan? Can it be that the Boyd clan truly is your? Salomon nodded. Right. I am indeed a member of the Boyd clan. The heir to the Boyd clan. Linley's heart was startled. Indeed. And this Salomon wasn't an ordinary clan member, he was actually the heir and successor. The Boyd clan truly is a large clan. Salomon said slowly. In Coldcom Prefecture, it is one of the top 10 large clans, but of course it is difficult for even an enormous clan to exist forever and never decay. Under the secret machinations of our opponents, my Boyd clan was finally brought down and destroyed. My father was the clan leader of the Boyd clan. Salomon said softly. Linley nodded slightly. In fact, I was only conceived by happenstance, when my father was touring the infernal realm and met my mother. I was just an illegitimate child. Salomon snorted. In the Boyd clan, it would be very hard for someone of my status to become the heir. Linley now understood. He said to himself, I didn't expect that this sort of thing happens in the infernal realm as well. It seems the Salomon's life in the Boyd clan wasn't very good. Although Linley had never experienced this himself, he had heard of it. The status of a bastard was far inferior to that of someone in the direct line of descent. That year, Nis and I went on a visit to the Jadefloat continent. But on that trip, Salomon's face grew ugly. We were directly kicked out. Linley was slightly startled. Kicked out, I only stayed at the Boyd clan for a single day before being forced to leave. Salomon laughed bitterly. I returned to the Redbud continent. Only afterwards did I learn that it was my father, the clan leader, who had arranged for myself and my sister to be expelled. Father had discovered long ago that the clan was facing a terrible danger. At that time, when I returned to the Redbud continent, it was father who sent me to my teacher to study from him. Salomon said with a sigh. Linley just stood there, listening. Indeed, Salomon said heavily. The Boyd clan was finished. Some of its businesses in the 10 great cities of Koldcom Prefecture were swallowed and taken over. However, the vast fortune accumulated over countless years by our Boyd clan was hidden away. Those 2 faithful old servants of our clan took it and headed to the Redbud continent to give it to me. Linley said helplessly, Salomon, why are you telling me this? Although telling him this sort of secret was a form of trust, it was also a source of pressure for Linley. Salomon looked at Linley. Calmly, he said, I trust you. At the same time, I don't want Bibi and my sister Nis to have any misunderstandings between them, so it's best to explain things clearly. Linley couldn't help but take a close look at Boyd. He then nodded slightly. Something like this could indeed cause Bibi's suspicions to be raised. If it wasn't made clear, there would always be a hint of reservations between Bibi and Nis. This Salomon is worth befriending. Linley nodded to himself. This fortune, he himself of course viewed money as something being the more the better, but there was no way he would rob and kill a friend for the sake of money. Salomon continued to speak. A long time passed after I acquired this fortune. When I felt my power had reached a certain level, I led my 2 servants and my little sister back towards the Jadefloat continent. I didn't expect that after so many years, there still were people waiting here for us. Salomon sighed. Linley laughed calmly. Salomon, the fortune of an entire clan will cause greed in many. So what if they wait 10 million years? To an expert who could live for hundreds of millions of years, waiting 10,000 years really was nothing. Fair enough. Salomon continued. Linley, today, I have told you these things because first of all, I want for there to be no misunderstandings between the 2 of us. After all, my little sister is going to be together with your little brother. This was how Linley introduced Bibi, as his little brother. And in truth, the relationship between the 2 really was like that of 2 siblings. Secondly, Linley, I hope that in the future, you will help take care of my little sister. Salomon said bitterly. Even once I return to the Jadefloat continent, I will still be beset by difficulties. My little sister, if she goes with you, will probably be better off. I only have a single little sister, I don't want her to be in danger. It's fine. Don't worry about this. Linley didn't hesitate at all. As long as I, Linley, do not die, I will definitely protect your sister. In the infernal realm, the people Linley cared about were, without question, Bibi and his wife Delia. Even if it were only for Bibi's sake, Linley would protect Nis. That makes me relieved. Salomon nodded and laughed. Linley, since that's the case, I won't disturb you further. You can go be busy. Linley left Salomon's residence. After Linley left, Salomon's face, previously all smiles, instantly turned gloomy, his gaze turning fierce. I told him so many things, but Linley continues to conceal his secrets from me. Humph, does he think that I don't know? A core member of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Salomon knew very well what the history of the 4 Divine Beasts clan was. The 4 Divine Beasts clan once shook the 4 higher realms with their fame. Although they have decayed, they are still outstanding figures within the infernal realm. Salomon murmured. After transforming, his draconic scales are azure gold, and his aura is so frightening. He is definitely a core member. Within the castle of sand, Linley's dragon form had absorbed that drop of blue water, and then he had attacked that high god. Salomon had appeared and had seen Linley's transformation form. Salomon, as the heir to the Boyd clan, had been secretly trained by some reclusive experts at his father's request. Naturally, he knew many of the secrets of the infernal realm. Salomon had previously told Linley his name precisely because he had the intention of befriending Linley. Boyd clan? Forget about now, even when they were at the heights of their power, they could only be considered a major clan within the Koldcom prefecture. Compared to the 4 Divine Beasts clan, they were far inferior. Which of the ultimate experts within the infernal realm hadn't heard of the great fame of the 4 Divine Beasts clan? And this was with the 4 Divine Beasts clan being in a decayed state. When the 4 Divine Beasts clan had been at the full heights of their power, their influence reached throughout the 4 higher planes. In Salomon's mind, Linley was definitely hiding secrets from him. How could he know that Linley actually only knew just the tiniest bit about the 4 Divine Beasts clan? The metallic lifeform pressed onwards. In the blink of an eye, it flew for yet another 3 months. This truly has been boring. Linley sighed to himself. With regards to executing the sword attack with the profound truths of velocity, I already have some confidence. Only, without practical experience, I can't be certain. But within this metallic creature, there's no way I can casually test it out. What Linley wanted to do right now was to find an empty space and to test things out. He wanted to ascertain the strength of this attack with the profound truths of velocity. Everyone, please come to the main hall. Suddenly, a voice rang out. To the main hall? Linley couldn't help but be puzzled. Judging from the sound, it should be the voice of that white-horned elder. Delia, who had been fusing with her divine spark, was startled into wakefulness. Linley, did that white-horned elder ask for us to all go to the main hall? Linley took Delia by the hand and laughed. How should I know what is going on? Let's go take a look. As he spoke, the two left their room. Within the main hall of the metallic lifeform, a group of fiends stood together, all of them looking towards the white-horned elder. The white-horned elder said in a bright voice, Everyone, we will soon arrive at Elan City. We will stop outside of Elan City. Everyone can take a rest within the metallic lifeform. After 2 crises, many fiends have died, and our 2 chefs have died as well. This time, I will go into the city to invite some new chefs to come, and also employ a few more fiends from the fiend castle. Employ fiends? The fiends in the main hall didn't object. This trip was fairly dangerous, but how could an escort mission be without danger? If there was no danger, why would there be a need for fiends to escort them? The fiends actually welcomed more fiends joining in. I've been bored to death recently. It'll be good to enter the city. We can relax. Immediately, some fiends began to laugh. Boss, when we go inside Elan City, we'll be able to have some good food in the restaurants in the city. BB smacked his lips as he spoke. Ever since those 2 chefs were killed during that bandit attack, a long time has passed since I had any good food. Everyone was discussing this amongst themselves. The white-horned elder said loudly, at the same time, I would like to ask everyone to remain within the metallic creature and not to enter Elan City. These words instantly caused dissatisfaction. Why not? A fiend spoke out. The white-horned elder said calmly, I hope everyone can understand. After the battle at the Castle of Sand, I imagine all of you know about the Boyd clan's affairs. I don't want for this information to spread out. Thus, even if you don't stay inside the metallic lifeform, at the very least, you cannot enter the city. Indeed, amongst the fiends present, there were some who wanted to leak this news out. The secret of the Boyd clan? Linley nodded to himself. It was true. If someone spread this secret, everyone would probably meet with danger on the way. I understand this logic. The eldest of the 3 Edwards brothers said calmly. Please don't worry. Since we've accepted this mission, we naturally won't reveal it. Even if we were only doing it for our own sakes, we wouldn't reveal it. All of us will stay outside the city and not enter it. Mr. Learmonth, what say you? Learmonth nodded. Nobody is permitted to enter the city, nor chat casually with outsiders, until this mission is completed. The white-horned elder was overjoyed. Thank you, the 4 of you. With the 3 Edwards brothers and Learmonth having spoken out, the other fiends wouldn't raise any other objections. Moments later, through the window, they all saw the city drawing nearer. The metallic lifeform came to a halt at a wide, empty expanse of wild grass roughly 10 kilometers outside of the city. The white-horned elder headed by himself through the city gates, while the others left the metallic lifeform as well. They rested in the area around the metallic lifeform. I hope everyone will act wisely. The eldest of the 3 Edwards brothers, the handsome man, said emotionlessly. If someone interacts with outsiders, don't blame us for being merciless. Poof. So boring. BB snorted softly. We're at a city, but we can't go inside. Linley's face was all smiles. This is good. I will have the chance to test the sword technique now. Linley walked to an empty area, then drew Blood Violet and began to test his sword technique. As he was worried that someone might recognize Blood Violet, Linley had intentionally changed Blood Violet's appearance slightly. Actually, there were many Violet long swords, and the number of people who had personally met the Blood Violet fiend could be counted on one hand. After Linley's modifications, even the aura of Blood Violet had changed. Who would possibly be able to recognize Blood Violet? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 14, The Scorching Volcano. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 14, The Scorching Volcano. Linley's group remained outside of Elan City, while nearly 100 million kilometers east of Elan City, there was an enormous chain of volcanoes. The massive volcano chain took up thousands of kilometers of space. Within these 1,000 kilometers was an area of volcanoes, and the entire place was a dim red color. Crackle, a white mist emitted from the center of the mountain range. A dense smell of sulfur could be smelled from far away, and many skeletons of humans, beastmen, and others lay throughout the mountain range. There was no life here, not a single blade of grass. This was a famously lethal region in the infernal realm. The Bis volcano range. Dozens of human figures were flying in the air above the Bis volcano range. Judging from their appearances, they seemed rather ragged. The infernal realm really is chaotic. It's impossible to find a peaceful place to live. The leader cursed angrily. Big brother, let's hurry up and find a place where we can find our footing. A muscular man behind him said softly. Let's try to find an out-of-the-way place where we can build our power, and then we can worry about other things. In the infernal realm, there are too many dangers. Right. The leader nodded. But right at that moment. Boom. 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 From the surface of the Bis volcano range, thousands of stones, carrying scorching flames, began to rise into the air at a terrifying speed. Instantly, those dozens of figures began to flee in terror, but those thousands of stones were capable of altering their trajectory. Crunch! Crunch! In the blink of an eye, dozens of deities had their heads smashed in. Their divine sparks flew out and their souls dispersed. All of them fell down from mid-air. Their corpses landed at the ground level of the volcano. Crackle, the volcano range was like a living thing, swallowing up the corpses, interspatial rings, divine sparks, and divine artifacts. The Bis volcano range was as peaceful as ever before. Aside from the fact that the surface of the volcano range now had a few more corpses, nothing had changed at all. The Bis volcano range was a dangerous area, but for the many people who had never read any books regarding it or who had no experience, how would they know that this was a dangerous area? For example, Lindley's group only knew about some of the dangerous areas because they had bought some books. And also, many dangerous areas in the infernal realm were newly formed and not recorded in any books. Dangerous areas littered the world. This was the infernal realm. A metallic lifeform was flying at high speed towards the Bis volcano range. Roughly a few dozen kilometers away from the Bis volcano range, the metallic lifeform landed on the ground. From within it, 3 figures disembarked. It was Inigo and 2 of his subordinates. Young master, we're coming to a halt now? Why don't we fly into the volcano range? One of them, a high god, asked questioningly. Inigo glanced sideways at him coldly. Into the volcano range? You are asking for death. The Bis volcano range is one of the lethally dangerous areas of the infernal realm. It isn't as simple as you imagine it to be. Follow me. As he spoke, Inigo strode forward at high speed towards the volcano range. How dangerous is this Bis volcano range, exactly? The 2 high gods behind him both wondered. They were high gods. There were very few areas which could pose a threat to them. If you don't want to die, then don't run about wildly. Inigo snorted. In this place, I'm not able to protect you. Although Inigo was walking on the ground, he traversed the dozens of kilometers in a very short period of time. Inigo led his 2 subordinates to the outer reaches of the Bis volcano range. Looking at the white steam and the barren, lifeless landscape, the volcano range covered with the odor of sulfur, Inigo couldn't help but clear his throat. Lord Elquin, Alikoyan, I am second young master Inigo of the Bayfield, Bayferda, clan of the Coldcom prefecture. I would like to request that Lord Elquin graces me with a meeting. Inigo bowed respectfully as he spoke. After speaking, Inigo remained in the bowing position, quietly awaiting for a response. Someone lives within this volcano range? The 2 high gods behind Inigo both felt surprised. They too had heard that the Bis volcano range was a dangerous area, but they had never heard that the Bis volcano range had people within it. The Bayfield clan? A deep voice rang out from within the volcano range, causing the entire volcano range to rumble slightly. Enter, then. And then, a tunnel suddenly appeared from a crack on the surface of the volcano range. Inigo took a deep breath, then walked towards the corridor. The 2 high gods behind him both felt astonished. Hurry up and follow. Inigo barked. Yes, young master. The 2 immediately followed Inigo in, stepping into the corridor. According to the rules of the infernal realm, once one became a 7-star fiend, one had the right to challenge the Asuras. Only by defeating an Asura would one receive the position. The former Asura would either die in battle, or survive and relinquish their position. After countless challenges and struggles, the infernal realm naturally now had many reclusive experts. These reclusive experts might be former Asuras, or they might be 7-star fiends, or perhaps even those extremely powerful experts who weren't interested in fighting for the position of Asura. Without question, however, they all possessed terrifying power. The common people of the infernal realm had no idea they existed, but some of the ancient clans knew about some of the reclusive experts who couldn't be offended. The two subordinates of Inigo immediately understood. Most likely, this volcano range has an ultimate expert residing within. In the dark corridor, the three continuously advanced deeper into the ground. Suddenly, crackle, the stone wall at the side of the corridor suddenly splintered into countless pebbles which suddenly moved forwards. Ah! Ah! The two high gods were pierced through by those countless flying pebbles, and even their divine sparks were struck numerous times. Their souls were immediately dispersed. But Inigo's face didn't change. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that after so many years, that pet of Lord Elquin's behaves just as father said. Poof. These two fellows served as food for Lord Elquin's pet. Moments later, Inigo walked to the end of the corridor, where a river of lava was flowing. Inigo had arrived at the heart of the volcano range now. This core region was an extremely vast, empty cave. In the center of the cave, there was a scorching hot pond of golden magma. I didn't expect that there was such a strange thing underground. Inigo's face changed. Drip, drip, the golden magma continued to boil and flow. The muscles on Inigo's face clenched twice, and then he left through another corridor, arriving at a large, lavish, empty underground palace. Deep within the underground palace, black-robed figure was currently seated in the official position, while within his arms there was a golden kitten. Inigo immediately bowed and said, Inigo Bayfield pays his respects to Lord Elquin, and also brings the well wishes of my father. The black-robed figure responded calmly. Inigo, I've heard your father speak of you. Why have you come to me? A hint of a smile appeared on Inigo's face. Lord Elquin, actually, I spent a very long period of time and led over 100 high gods in preparation for a major event, but in the end, despite spending a large amount of money, most of my subordinates died and we still failed. Whatever it is that you want, speak clearly. The black-robed figure snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Inigo hurriedly said, yes, I'll speak clearly. Not long ago, the Boyd clan was destroyed, but two servants of their clan took the vast fortune accumulated by the Boyd clan over countless years and fled with it. I have been searching for them this entire time, and chased them here from the Jade Float continent. In the end, I discovered them. Boyd clan? The black-robed figure was finally startled. Are you referring to the Boyd clan which was as famous as your Bayfield clan? Yes. Inigo said. The black-robed figure let out a few insidious chuckles. Ha, Inigo, the fortune of the Boyd clan is an astonishing sum. You've actually come to notify me about such a fortunate event? Why didn't you go seek out other members of your Bayfield clan? I have to question what your intentions are. Inigo said hurriedly, Lord Elquin, there are two major reasons why I didn't go to my clan for help. First of all, if I were to look for the experts within the clan, I would have to at least head back to the Coldcom prefecture of the Jade Float continent. The distance is simply too vast, and it's hard to say if some variables would occur which would cause me to lose track of them. Inigo said hurriedly. As for the second reason, I'm afraid Lord Elquin will laugh at me. Inigo laughed self-mockingly, Lord Elquin, you should know that my big brother is the eldest son of the clan chief. In the future, he will be the one to inherit the position of clan chief. As for me, in the future, I will most likely be sent off to some distant area. My power will probably be far inferior to even my current level, but... The black-robed figure let out two insidious chuckles. You are a smart kid. Right. Speak a bit more regarding the fortune of the Boyd clan. If I can acquire this fortune, I naturally won't mistreat you. Although he was extremely powerful, this vast fortune of an enormous clan had been enough to make him greedy. Inigo mumbled. The black-robed figure chuckled, Kid, do you think I can't tell what you are thinking? Fine, then. You and I can make a contract by the over gods. If I acquire the fortune of the Boyd clan, I will give you 10%. What do you say? The power of a contract was extremely great. It was like the bond of equals or master-servant bond between a man and a magical beast. When metallic lifeforms were under the control of others, it was also because of this sort of bond. As for the overgod contract, it was an extremely serious type of bond. All right. Inigo was instantly overjoyed. 10% of the fortune. If he had given this information to his clan, the clan would heavily reward him, but how much would he get? This was the entire fortune of the Boyd clan. If his own clan gave him even 1%, that would be quite good. How could they give him 10%? Inigo and the black-robed man immediately set up an overgod contract. Crackle! Two rays of black light flew out from Inigo and the black-robed man's foreheads, piercing into their divine sparks. Inigo was now completely at ease. He immediately laughed. Lord Elquins, on this trip, on the surface, those two servants have employed a group of fiends, with one of the servants having died and only one remaining. So the fortune is on those two old servants? The black-robed figure said. Inigo instead said, not necessarily. Lord Elquins, I saw someone within the group of fiends who is very likely to be a member of the Boyd clan. I suspect that the fortune is currently on him, but he joined the fiends? The black-robed figure nodded slightly. Lord Elquins, don't worry. When the time comes, I will follow you and immediately point him out. The black-robed figure said calmly, how about this? Inigo, you arrange for everything. All you need to do is notify me. Inigo bowed respectfully, then retreated. After Inigo left, the black-robed figure immediately stood up. His ashen, pale face was only now revealed. A hint of a smile was at the corner of Elquin's lips. Since we have made an overgod contract, this kid won't dare lie to me. It is worth a trip. Elquin was also worried that Inigo might play some tricks, but now, there was no need. Fusro, Puesaluo, let's prepare to head out. Elquins petted the golden fur on the kitten in his hands. Meow. The little golden kitten called out. Outside Elon City, the metallic lifeform remained halted outside the city. The three Edwards brothers and the other fiends waited quietly outside the city. That kid really is hard-working. He's always training. Most likely it is because he encountered so many dangers. He's afraid of death. The three Edwards brothers chatted and laughed quietly amongst themselves, while at the same time glancing sideways into the distance at Linley, who was experimenting with his sword techniques time and time again. Linley had already been experimenting non-stop for 18 full days. Over the course of these 18 days, Linley had continuously trained while also correcting and improving the technique. Theory and practice were not the same. There were always some differences. Linley once more struck out with Blood Violet. As it chopped out, instantly, the sword's shadow became blurred, as though it had reached the limits of speed as well as the limits of sloth. This sort of feeling was extremely disorienting. As his sword flashed past, sharp ripples in space appeared. Crackle, the earth split open. This was caused by those spatial ripples alone. There we go. Linley's eyes lit up. For experimentation, Linley only used 1/10 of his full power, but the strength of this attack remained astonishing. A smile appeared on Linley's face. That's about it. This bewildering shadow attack has finally been completed. If I were to attack using it at full strength, especially when matching it with the massive strength and speed of my dragon form, the power of this attack will be dozens of times greater than it was just now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 15, News of Olivier. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 15, News of Olivier. After spending 18 days of time, Linley had finally completed this technique which he had been pondering for so long. This bewildering shadow was Linley's most powerful material attack now. After having developed the bewildering shadow, Linley began to accompany Delia and Bibi with a relaxed mind. After the metallic life had waited outside Elon City for a month or so, the White-Horned Elder finally returned with a group of hired fiends. Soon, nearly 100 fiends had followed the White-Horned Elder over. So there are fiends here already. The hired fiends, upon seeing Linley's group, couldn't help but begin to laugh and chat. But there's so few people. There's less than 20 people, all combined. Most likely this mission really will be as dangerous as claimed. Dangerous? If they died during the mission, all that can be said was that they were useless. Hearing this discourse, the three Edwards brothers, Learmonth, and those original fiends were all laughing coldly in their hearts. So few? How would you know that when we first started, we had over 100 fiends as well? Useless? Let's see how many of you will survive. Linley and the others felt as though they could already see the sight of these fiends being killed. The White-Horned Elder laughed. Everyone has been waiting for quite some time now. Let's go in. We're heading out now. Immediately, the bustling array of people all filled the metallic creature, with Linley, Delia, Bibi, Nis, and Salomon walking together. Hired so many? Bibi mumbled. 110 fiends, 100 at the god level, with the other 10 being high gods. Why invite so many gods? To serve as cannon fodder? Hearing Bibi's words, Linley actually mused to himself, cannon fodder? No, most likely, with more fiends present, it will be easier to hide Salomon's identity. Linley suddenly thought back to that original conversation he had with Salomon early on. During that conversation, Salomon had intentionally acted mysteriously and said that this escort mission was very risky, and that the origin point for this mission actually wasn't Royal Wing City. He had said that if this mission ran into any danger, Linley should immediately flee and try to preserve himself. At that time, Linley had felt grateful towards Salomon. But afterwards, Linley had learned that this escort mission's primary figure was actually Salomon. Most likely, he intentionally spread that rumor as well. Linley said to himself. When danger came, if the fiends scattered everywhere, he would most likely have a chance to flee as well. By then, with so many people fleeing and him amongst them, others would only pay attention to the white-horned elder. Nobody would go deal with him. Linley had to admit that Salomon truly did think far ahead. Hiring more fiends was just done for obscuring the truth. It's best to be somewhat cautious when dealing with someone like him. Otherwise, I'll probably be taken advantage of by him without even realizing it. Linley couldn't help but feel more guarded towards Salomon. The metallic lifeform had remained outside of Elon City for roughly a month, and now it was once more heading off. Currently, the metallic lifeform had once more transformed to the size it had been at when leaving Royal Wing City. The interior of the metallic lifeform once more appeared to be bustling. The metallic lifeform. Linley and Delia's room. Delia was frowning as though thinking about something. She then turned to look at Linley and spoke. Linley, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Linley turned his head to look at Delia. Judging from her expression, it seemed to be rather important. Delia frowned. Linley, at first, when we accepted this mission, we thought that it would help us move along the way in our journey. But I keep on having the feeling that this mission is too dangerous. Don't you know who we are escorting? One of the ancient clans of the Infernal Realm and the massive wealth they have accumulated over countless years. We've been attacked twice already. I'm worried there will be a third attack. Most likely, the third attack will be even more dangerous than the first two. Although we do need to face some challenges in the Infernal Realm, but we don't need to put ourselves in such danger. We could die at any moment. Linley nodded. During this journey, they had first suffered the bandit attack, which had only been a probe. The second attack within the Castle of Sand had been filled with danger. If there was a third attack, how dangerous would it be? Linley reached out with his arm, taking Delia into his embrace. In a gentle voice, he said, Delia, I know. However, we've already accepted this mission. What are we supposed to do? Withdraw from it? Look at those other surviving fiends. Do you see any of them withdrawing? If they had taken the chance to flee during a chaotic battle, they would at least have an excuse and say that they fled in terror and got separated. But actively withdrawing. Once this was recorded down into the mission records of the fiend castles, once it spread out, they would have lost all face. In the Infernal Realm, courage was reverenced while cowardice was reviled. In addition, the Infernal Realm was dangerous to begin with. Everyone was psychologically prepared for the danger. That's not what I meant. Delia said hurriedly. I understand that we can't withdraw. Once that spreads to the Indigo Prefecture and your ancestors find out, we can't lose face like that. All I wanted to say was that once we arrive at the Rainbow Prefecture's Blue Maple City, we need to do a better job of selecting missions. An easier one. I understand. Linley nodded, then comforted her, don't worry. We're halfway through the journey now. Wait a bit longer. Delia doesn't like danger. Linley said to himself quietly. In truth, only when teetering at the brink of death, when fighting for his life at the edge of the blade, when encountering danger, did Linley feel his blood pumping. He wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, Linley felt as though he were back in the mountain range of magical beasts as a youth. This was a very exciting feeling. Kriok. He shut the door, then headed towards the main hall. Because there were many fiends, the main hall within the metallic lifeform seemed quite crowded. There were 7 or 8 people seated there drinking and chatting, 2 of whom Linley recognized. Months had passed since they had left Elon City, and Linley had gotten to know these fiends. Oi, Linley! Immediately, a fiend greeted Linley from afar. Linley grinned and waved back, then sat down by himself at a round table. He casually ordered 2 dishes and some wine, then began to drink by himself. At this time, a muscular, 2-meter-tall man with golden hair walked over, somewhat surprised. He looked at Linley curiously, then said softly, You are Linley? Puzzled, Linley looked up and glanced at him. Right. I am Linley. You are Linley Baruch? The golden-haired man suddenly asked. Linley was greatly shocked. Someone knew his full name. You are? The golden-haired man, seeing the look on Linley's face, laughed and sat down. Linley, don't be nervous. I've just heard of you before, that's all. Heard of me before? Linley didn't understand. In the infernal realm, he didn't have much of a reputation. How could a stranger recognize him? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Bachelor, Bachele. As for why I know your name, Olivier, you know him, yes? The man laughed. Linley was shocked. Bachelor, you know Olivier? After having been in the infernal realm for so long, upon suddenly hearing the name Olivier, Linley's heart was filled with a strange feeling. After all, this was someone from his homeland of the Yulon Plain. Of course I know him. Bachelor held a goblet of wine, laughing. Olivier and I have a bit of a history together. We arrived in the same batch of people to the infernal realm, and then were tossed out by the Redbud army together, so we took up residence in a nearby tribe. Linley nodded to himself. This was essentially his experience as well. At that time, I was already a god, while Olivier was only a demigod. However, his training speed was very fast. After roughly 50 years, he reached the god level in the laws of light. Bachelor sighed. And then, we came together to Elon City to take part in the fiend trials. We both succeeded in becoming one-star fiends. Linley had a hint of a smile on his face. It seemed as though Bachelor and Olivier's relationship truly wasn't just a superficial one. Then where is Olivier himself? Linley asked. Bachelor shook his head helplessly. After becoming one-star fiends, we took on a 2-star mission. However, we encountered some danger in that mission. Unable to deal with it, we all fled in every direction. I fled with some of my friends back to Elon City. As for Olivier, I haven't been able to find him. Linley frowned. Perhaps Olivier is still alive. Who knows? Bachelor raised his head, gulping down the wine in his goblet, then put it back down and sighed. Fiend missions are filled with danger to begin with. If you die, you die. Linley nodded slightly. In the infernal realm, death was all too common. Everyone was mentally prepared. When Olivier and I were in the tribe together, he mentioned you to me before. You gave him a very deep, lasting impression. Bachelor sighed. When I praised him for having been so quick to become a god, he said that you probably had reached this level as well. And it seems this is indeed the case. Linley let out a long, drawn breath. While they were in the Yulon continent, he and Olivier had often been viewed as equals and discussed in the same breath by others. The two were acclaimed as the two greatest talents the Yulon continent had seen in over 10,000 years. However, within the boundless infernal realm, Linley and Olivier were very unremarkable figures. I hope that Olivier is still alive. Linley quietly prayed for his compatriot. I was able to run into two talents who come from the same material plane. This is a form of karmic destiny. Come, cheers. Bachelor grinned as he spoke. Linley had good impression of Bachelor as well, and so he laughed and raised his own goblet as well. Linley began to casually chat while drinking with Bachelor. When Linley mentioned the battle at Moonlake Castle, Bachelor shared his own experiences during his own fiend trial. However, at this time, neither Linley nor Bachelor noticed that the metallic lifeform was currently flying through a volcanic region. Based on the map, it should be an ordinary mountain range beneath us. Why did it transform into a volcano range? The two fiends by the window chatted together. Indeed, this volcano range had moved here not long ago. Linley and Bachelor were still chatting happily. Linley, you have no idea. Even I thought that I was dead for sure. At that second, with a slash sound, Olivier suddenly appeared behind the enemy, then stabbed him straight through the back of his head, killing him with a single blow. That's the only reason why I managed to survive. Bachelor said excitedly. But right at that moment. Whoosh! 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 A dense array of sounds suddenly pierced through the skies, while at the same time, the metallic lifeform exploded apart with a boom sound. Countless red boulders were smashing towards all of the fiends within the metallic creature. Everything immediately became a scene of utter chaos. Boom! A fiend who was drinking in the main hall not too far away from them was struck by one of those fiery red boulders. His body was smashed into a pulp, and his head was shattered open, his divine spark falling down from mid-air. An enormous fiery boulder came smashing towards Linley, who immediately dodged, but the fiery red boulder suddenly arced in mid-air. Bang! It smashed hard onto Linley's body. Linley's body trembled violently, and the pulse-guard armor on his body trembled as well. Fortunately, this pulse-guard armor was defensively strong enough. Linley secretly celebrated. Not good. Delia. Linley immediately wanted to fly towards Delia. But a large number of fiery boulders continued to smash around him. Linley discovered that Bachelor was currently facing the attack of a fiery red boulder. Bachelor roared angrily, chopping down with the greatsword in his hands, and a surge of fierce power struck viciously against that fiery boulder, which was immediately cleft in two. However, the two cleft halves actually continued to fly towards Bachelor. Bachelor's face changed dramatically. Whoosh! An illusory, blurry violet sword shadow suddenly appeared. The violet sword shadow was lightning fast, but it also gave a slow, plodding feeling. Wherever the sword shadow passed by, space itself trembled. The violet sword shadow struck towards those two boulders, which immediately shattered apart, transforming into a large amount of pebbles. Bachelor immediately let out a breath, glancing sideways towards Linley with a hint of thankfulness in his eyes. Careful! Linley's face changed dramatically. Boom! A nearby fiery boulder that had been attacking someone else suddenly changed direction, smashing directly towards Bachelor's head. Bang! Bachelor's head exploded, and a divine spark fell down from midair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 16, Golden Magma. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 16, Golden Magma. Rumble, Linley didn't have the time to think about other things. He saw countless boulders everywhere, with so many above them that they blocked out the sun. All of the fiery boulders pressed down towards the fiends, surrounding them. Linley himself was collected in by those countless boulders, rendering him unable to move. Crackle! All of the fiery red boulders began to move bizarrely. If someone was watching from the outside, that person would have discovered that within the volcano range, a fiery mountain peak had suddenly appeared. This mountain peak was formed from those countless fiery boulders. Linley and the surviving fiends, as well as the corpses of the dead fiends, were within the mountain peak. What is going on? Linley stared in astonishment. The boulders that had been surrounding him were all moved away, and in front of him was a narrow corridor. Linley followed through this narrow corridor for roughly 10 meters, at which point he discovered an awesome spectacle. In front of him, there was a tunnel that led directly upwards and downwards. At this time, one surviving fiend after another was gathering in this vertical tunnel, coming out from their own narrow corridors. The group of them just floated there within the vertical tunnel. Delia? Linley frantically looked for her towards each corridor. The vast majority of the fiends who had survived to come out of the tunnel were high gods, while a few gods were amongst them. The sudden attack just now had caused many gods to lose their lives. Boss! A voice suddenly rang out. Linley immediately turned. He saw Delia and Bibi emerge from within a distant corridor. Delia, Bibi. Overjoyed, Linley immediately went over. Bibi and Delia's eyes were filled with joy as well. Linley carefully looked at Delia, his heart delighted. It was all thanks to Bibi just now. Delia sighed emotionally. That attack came too suddenly, and there were many of those giant boulders. Fortunately, I was able to use the Death God Golem to take one of them head-on. Afterwards, it was only thanks to Bibi's help that I was able to safely pass through those terrifying waves of attacks. Bibi quirked his lips. I just stood there. When the metallic creature was shattered, I was only a few meters away from Delia, so it was easy for me to help out. Although he spoke casually, within Bibi's eyes, there was still a hint of urgency. Linley understood that Bibi was worried about Nis. Where's Nis? Wasn't she with you at the time? Linley suddenly asked. Bibi squeezed out a smile. At that time, Nini went to her brother's place. Salomon is a high god. He should have been able to protect Nini. Bibi. A voice rang out from afar. Bibi immediately turned his head, and a look of delight appeared on his face. Nini. Nis and Salomon immediately flew over. After suffering this attack but not dying, everyone finally was able to smile. Suddenly. Everyone, let's break open the mountain walls and go out. Suddenly, someone called out. Bang! An explosion immediately followed. By the time Linley and the others turned their heads, all they saw was a shattered corpse falling downwards. What's going on? Linley's group was somewhat mystified. Everyone, what should we do right now? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone, including Linley, turned to look. The speaker was a high god. Linley had heard of his name before. His name was Sperry. He had a rather high reputation amongst the group of fiends who had been hired from Elon City, and his strength was most likely that of a 4-star fiend or a 5-star fiend. This Sperry had long, slightly wavy brown hair. With a flip of his hand, a black blade shadow suddenly appeared. Space shuddered as the blade shadow flashed past the mountain wall, carving out a half-meter deep hole, but the rocks carved out from the hole all shot out at high speed towards Sperry. Countless blade shadows flashed, and those shattered rocks transformed into dust. The strange thing was, the powdered rocks actually reformed, flying back to the half-meter deep hole in the mountain walls, completely filling it up. And then, the stone powder moved about, transforming to a very polished state without any hint of a blade scar. Everyone saw that, right? Sperry swept everyone with his gaze. Many of the fiends present were highly experienced. Seeing this, they were able to hypothesize what the situation was. This should be a volcano titan. Immediately, someone spoke out. The most important part of a volcano titan is their energy nucleus. As long as the nucleus doesn't shatter, they are able to control countless amounts of rocks to once more reform their enormous bodies. Most likely, this entire volcano range is just part of the enormous body of the volcano titan. Volcano titan? Linley was shocked, and he couldn't help but exchange glances with Bibi. Linley thought of a type of creature. The strange thing he had encountered on the 6th floor of the necropolis of the gods, the flame tyrant. At that time, that creature was also a mountain-sized giant. The first time, they had managed to destroy it, but a semi-translucent stone had formed as the center for the recreation of its body. Afterwards, Linley had relied on the throbbing pulse of the world to shake the energy nucleus to pieces, killing the creature. Can it be that this is also a flame tyrant? Or, to be precise, the high god variant of a flame tyrant? Linley wondered to himself. This volcano titan was definitely a high god. If it was only a god, how could it have so easily killed so many gods? I didn't expect that we would end up inside the body of a creature. And this volcano range is a creature. BB muttered. Everyone knows the situation. Now, what should we do? Sperry said, and then he looked towards the white-horned elder. What thoughts do you have? You have hired us for this mission, after all. The white-horned elder said sincerely, how could I have any thoughts on this? Everyone, you decide. We only have 7 high god fiends here. Another person said clearly. That ambush attack was dangerous to gods, but not to most high gods. Also, neither the Edwards brothers nor Learmonth are here. I refuse to believe that they would die. Thus, I imagine that the surviving fiends have most likely been divided into 2 or 3 segments. Everyone nodded slightly. The 3 Edwards brothers and Learmonth were all extremely powerful experts in this mission. No one believed that the attack just now was capable of killing them. However, Learmonth and the others weren't here. Perhaps they are in another part of the volcano titan's body. Sperry said calmly. However, this volcano titan truly is bold, to allow us to enter his body. As long as we can find his energy nucleus and shatter it, he will die for certain. Come. We have no other choices. Let's go downwards. Perry led them in flying downwards, and immediately, all the other fiends immediately followed. Linley and the others flew downwards as well. Soon afterwards, they landed on the ground. This place was covered with boiling rivers of lava, which had passageways and corridors to each side. Within a palace that was hidden away deep within the volcano range, Elquin was seated on a chair, dressed in a black robe, holding that little golden kitten in his arms. Inigo, appearing rather respectful, was standing next to him. Fusro, how goes it? Elquin gently petted the little golden kitten in his arms, smiling as he spoke. Meow. Master, I've already separated the fiends apart, and the more powerful fiends are now in a different area. That powerful fiend named Learmonth which Inigo described has been placed in a separate area, blocked off from everyone else. For now, he won't be able to interfere with our plans. Meow. The little golden kitten spoke in human tongues. Elquin nodded slightly. Meow. Master, that white-horned elder and that man whom Inigo said is probably a member of the Boy clan have been placed by me in the same location. Right now, they have reached the gold flame pool. Meow. The little golden kitten said silkily. Elquin smiled in satisfaction. It's about time. Let's move. Drip, drip. In the center of this cave, there was a pool of golden lava that was constantly boiling and hurtling about. The air on top of the magma pool was twisted and distorted from the high temperature. By the time Linley and the other fiends arrived here, some of the fiends, upon seeing the pool of magma, had changed looks on their faces. They unconsciously backed away slightly from that golden magma. As for Linley and Bibi, who were rather inexperienced, they didn't know how terrifying that golden magma was. Liquefied gold flame? Salomon said softly. What's a gold flame? Linley, Bibi, and Delia didn't understand. Salomon said in a low voice, this is a very monstrous toy. Its corrosiveness and temperature is extremely high. Forget about you, even a high god that falls in will be in trouble. Don't go too close to it. Liquefied gold flame? Although Linley was over 10 meters away from that golden magma pool, he could still sense those waves of heat assaulting his body. If a saint from a material plane was to come here, most likely within just a few meters of this golden magma pool, the saint would immediately combust and burn to nothingness due to the temperature. The group of fiends all intentionally stayed a distance away from the golden magma pool, not daring to draw too near. Rumble, quite bizarrely, the stone floor around the magma pool began to move like waves of water. All of the fiends were caught off guard and immediately flew into the air. Swish! 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 A large number of boulders from the cave walls suddenly fell down, while at the same time shooting towards Linley's group of fiends at astonishing speed. The densely clustered boulders shot over, and Linley and the others were forced to use their strength to block. Linley, Delia, Bibi, Nis, and Salomon were all together. Bang! A boulder slammed into him. Although his defense was powerful, Linley was still knocked flying by dozens of meters, and moved all the way over to the air above the golden magma. Drip, drip. The magma in the golden magma pool suddenly transformed into an enormous golden liquid hand, reaching out to grasp Linley. Swish! Linley immediately activated the profound truths of velocity, using it to maximum effect. He transformed into a surge of blue smoke, twisting strangely in the air and avoiding that clutch, then flying back to Delia and Bibi's side. Ah! Linley had managed to avoid disaster, but another person had also been knocked to the air above the magma pool and had been grabbed by that golden liquid hand, then dragged into the golden magma pool. Upon being dragged in, he never came out again. Only a few bubbles could be seen. Everyone, be careful. Don't let yourself be knocked into that golden magma pool. Linley could still taste his fear. Linley, you be careful too. Salomon had the easiest time of their group. Whenever boulders drew near, a black light would flash in his hands and those boulders would immediately transform into smithereens. Delia was prepared now, and the Death God Golem was constantly smashing apart one boulder after another in front of her. Death God Golems were incomparably tough, far tougher than these boulders, and it sheared through them now. Ah! Yet another person was knocked into the air above the golden magma pool, and two enormous liquid golden hands reached out, dragging him down. He, too, never appeared again. This sight caused those experts who were suffering the attacks of those many boulders to be terrified. Not only is this golden magma pool itself terrifying, the main issue is that this blazing titan is secretly using techniques against us. Even a high god who falls in that place will find it hard to survive. Salomon sent mentally to Linley and the others. Everyone, be careful. Don't fall in. Linley, Delia, and Bibi were all on maximum vigilance, smashing one boulder after another aside. Most of those who fell into the golden magma pool and died were gods. As for their employer, that white-horned elder, he had a fairly easy time of it. He was wielding a staff in his hands, which danced and whirled like a viper, deflecting the boulders which attacked him towards each side, with the boulders being unable to harm him at all. But right at this moment, from another corridor that also led to this cave, three figures walked out. It was the three Edwards brothers. When they had been in the metallic lifeform, they had shared a single room. After the metallic lifeform had exploded and shattered and those boulders had sought to crush them, the three brothers had still been together. There's actually liquefied gold flame here. The three Edwards brothers carefully inspected the scene. Ah, that Learmonth isn't present. The eyes of the third Edwards brother shone. Big brother, second brother, this is a good chance. That white-horned old man is right there. The three Edwards brothers were beginning to grow rather excited. They didn't consider how this opportunity had suddenly came. Learmonth wasn't here, what did the three of them have to be afraid of? Upon killing that white-horned elder, they would receive the astonishing wealth accumulated over countless years by the Boyd clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 17, The Fight Over the Priceless Treasure. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 17, The Fight Over the Priceless Treasure. Drip, drip, the golden magma pool was continuing to bubble and boil. The many fiery boulders shooting at them finally came to a halt. Only now did Linley and the others let out sighs of relief. Suddenly, the shattered stones that had been broken into dozens of pieces on the ground floated into the air. Everyone grew cautious, prepared to block at any moment. But these levitating stones just flew back towards the walls on each side, merging into those deep holes. After a vibration, the walls of the cave once more returned to normal. It was as though those attacking boulders had been nothing more than a dream. Phew! Linley's group let out sighs of relief. The survivors are fewer in number again, Delia said softly. Everyone in the cave sensed a sort of pressure. Just now, those shooting boulders had been nothing more than an appetizer. The main course hadn't arrived yet. However, less than 10 gods were surviving. The high god fiend, Sperry, said brightly, everyone, Bang! Very suddenly, 3 thick electric serpents suddenly snaked across from the distant tunnel entrance, rapidly striking towards the white-horned elder. The strange thing was, the heads of the 3 electric serpents were flashing were saber light. HRM. Salamon's forehead creased slightly. The white-horned elder immediately grew solemn. His body swayed, and suddenly, one doppelganger after another filled the cave, floating in the air above it. There was an awe-inspiring sight of over 300 doppelgangers, each one emitting the same soul aura. For the moment, there was no way to tell which one was the real one. With loud, wild laughter, the 3 electric serpents coiled and twisted, transforming into 3 people. It was the 3 Edward brothers. The Edward brothers. What are you doing? The white-horned elder's angry shouts simultaneously came out from the mouths of the 300-plus doppelgangers, reverberating throughout the cave. What are you doing? What are you doing? The angry sound continued to cascade and echo throughout the cave, carrying with it a hint of an unusual vibration. Linley and the other gods couldn't help but feel their heads grow slightly dizzy. Profound mysteries of music? Linley couldn't help but be startled. The 3 Edward brothers had separated long ago. They were standing in front of the 3 exits from the cave, preventing the white-horned elder from fleeing. What are we doing? The eldest of the 3 Edward brothers laughed coldly, then opened his mouth wide. Roar air. With this furious, earth-shaking roar, countless bolts of electric light spread out, covering the entire cave. And then, the electric bolts suddenly split apart, heading to 2 different ends. The electric light condensed around the 2 ends, then shot out electricity in each direction. Crackle, dot. Between each end was a strange electric radiation area, with the 300-plus doppelgangers caught within the field. But it wasn't just the 300 doppelgangers that were caught here, Linley and the others were also caught within it, causing them to suffer as well. Linley, BB, this is a sort of material attack of the laws of lightning. However, it is a rather unique type of material attack. Protect yourselves. Salomon shouted to them through divine sense. At the same time, Salomon's hands spread out, and 2 rays of black light flashed out, ensconcing Delia and Nis. A material attack. BB's body was unbelievably tough. Naturally, he wouldn't fear it. Thank you, Linley said towards Salomon through divine sense. It was already very good of him to be willing to protect Delia. In the next instant, Linley sensed an astonishing, unique electric force trying to break through his pulse guard armor. Not only did it attack from in front, it also attacked from behind. However, the pulse guard armor's defensive power was quite astonishing indeed. Linley was able to take it head-on. Bang! 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 One doppelganger after another exploded, while at the same time, of those god-level fiends, aside from Linley and his group, only 2 managed to survive. The other gods all perished. Second brother, third brother, you help out as well. The other 2 Edward brothers all opened their mouths as well. With 2 angry roars erupting, even more electricity spewed forth into the air. Countless flashes of electricity condensed around those 2 ends, and instantly the penetrative power of the electric field multiplied. Those 2 luckily surviving god-level fiends let out miserable cries, and then were burnt by the electricity to ash, leaving behind only their divine sparks. Harg! Salomon let out a low growl, and the black light surrounding Nis and Delia also intensified, with his own expression becoming fiercer. Mother Fastris Kerr, those 3 bastards have gone crazy. Salomon growled in a low voice. BB's body was extremely durable. Even though the penetrative power of the electric bolts had increased, he was still able to take it head-on. As for Linley, however, the pulse guard armor around his body was beginning to shudder. Not good. Linley could clearly sense how innumerable tiny needle-like electric sparks were piercing through his pulse guard armor. The pulse guard armor shook violently, and at this point, Linley no longer hit anything. He immediately switched to his original form. The 3 Edwards brothers were greatly shocked. They couldn't help but look at Linley. The azure golden draconic scales covered his entire body, with a faint blue light swirling above the scales. An ancient, powerful aura emanated out from Linley's dragon form. Even high gods couldn't help but to turn and look. The powerful dragon-formed body didn't fear the penetrative power of those electric sparks at all. He is The three Edwards brothers exchanged glances, coming to the same hypothesis. With his body so incredibly endurable, there was no way Linley was one of those common draconians. In addition, that aura he carried was also astonishing. It doesn't matter who he is. Our target is only that white-horned old man. Brothers, let's do it. The three Edward brothers leapt forward at virtually the same instant, each wielding a thin knife, with faint electric light crackling on the surface. The white-horned elder let out an angry shout, and the long staff in his hand came smashing down. Crackle, space began to crack and split open. The old fellow was pretending to be weak all along. The three Edward brothers had savage looks on their faces, with the eldest of them using his knife to smash against the longstaff. Bang! Like echoing thunder, the white-horned elder's longstaff in his hands began to crackle with electricity, and he couldn't help but shudder slightly for a moment. At this time, the other two Edward brothers simultaneously shot in this direction like arrows, moving so quickly that even Linley and the others could only feel astonished. Absolutely trampled. Linley frowned. He couldn't help but to glance at Salomon. This was the old servant of Salomon. But Salomon didn't move at all. He just watched quietly. Clearly, Salomon didn't want to intervene at all, or perhaps, he didn't have enough strength to intervene. Alas, this old fellow is doomed to die. Linley sighed to himself. Growl, the roar of a dragon could be heard as an enormous electric dragon opened its mouth, bellowing and chomping down towards the white-horned elder. Facing death, the white-horned elder let out a wild, savage cry, and a deep explosion could be heard. As the lightning dragon dispersed, the corpse of the white-horned elder fell to the ground as well. The eldest of the three Edward brothers immediately grabbed the interspatial ring, and smiles appeared on their faces as well. We finally got it. The three Edward brothers were incomparably excited. The boiling, bubbling lava's golden light shot out towards that interspatial ring, which was so dazzling to behold. But right now, Linley's attention was on Salomon and Nis. Salomon was still very calm, but Nis' eyes were beginning to fill with tears. This Salomon definitely is unwilling to reveal his identity. The two old fellows are dead. Precisely speaking, this escort mission has lost its employers. Linley said to himself, and then Linley glanced at the wildly celebrating Edward brothers. Linley knew very well that the actual priceless treasure lay with Salomon. Suddenly, a cold, sinister laugh echoed within the cave. Everyone, including the three Edward brothers, turned their heads to look. From another tunnel in the cave, a person appeared, completely covered in a black robe. The black-robed man's face was utterly pale, and in his hands, he held a golden kitten. He calmly said, "Do you three brothers think that you'll be able to acquire the treasure of the Boyd clan?" These words instantly caused the looks on the faces of the three Edward brothers to change. "Be good boys and put down the interspatial ring, and I can spare your lives and permit you to depart this place." The black-robed man, Elquin, said coldly. Linley and the others very wisely withdrew to the corners of the cave. It seems things are going to become increasingly exciting. BB's eyes were shining. Linley's attention was still on the nearby Salomon, who had a hint of a cold laugh on his face. Clearly, the coming disaster for the three Edward brothers was a source of pleasure for him. However, Linley was still puzzled. Isn't Salomon worried that the black-robed man will act against him as well? The priceless treasures of the Boyd clan. In your dreams. The eldest of the three Edward brothers shouted angrily. Bang! The three simultaneously transformed into three enormous electric serpents, snaking towards Elquin. Elquin continued to hold the kitten with his left hand. He stretched out his right hand, which was covered with a translucent glove. Through the glove, one could see the details of his right hand clearly. This was a hand which was slightly black and had a yellow tint to it. A deathly aura. The right hand stretched out and slapped towards the air in the direction of the three attackers. The three attacking electric serpents bizarrely began to break apart inch by inch, suddenly transforming back into the three Edward brothers. The three Edward brothers were extremely shocked and frightened. Without hesitating, they chose to flee. Swoosh! 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 The three went flying towards the three different exits. After having exchanged blows, the three Edward brothers had discovered very clearly that they weren't even close to being a match for the black-robed man. Their difference in power was simply too great. He is at least a 7-star fiend, and he might even be a retired Azura. The three brothers were terrified. Fleeing? Elquin laughed calmly. Fusro. Meow. The kitten in his arms let out a meow. Suddenly, the three corridors immediately closed, with this cave now being completely sealed off from the outside. Seeing this, the three Edward brothers were completely stunned. They all turned and looked at each other, then their leader, the eldest, hurriedly said respectfully, "My lord, we three brothers no longer desire the priceless treasure. We offer it to you, my lord, and hope that just like you said earlier, you can spare our lives, my lord." "Oh. You don't want it anymore?" Elquin laughed. The three Edward brothers hurriedly nodded. "Unfortunately, I'll only give someone a single chance." Just now, you didn't take that chance. As he spoke, Elquin suddenly transformed into hundreds of doppelgangers, surrounding the three Edward brothers. Shadow-shaped doppelganger technique. Bibi stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. Elquin's usage of it was clearly far superior to Bibi's, whether in terms of speed or in the number of doppelgangers. The three Edward brothers were momentarily unable to determine which one was the real body. With a sudden boom, Elquin's palm came slamming down towards the youngest of the three Edward brothers, and his head immediately exploded apart. Third brother. The eyes of the eldest brother and second brother of the three Edwards brothers instantly turned red, while at the same time, they hurriedly began to dodge. The shadow shape technique was very terrifying, because the true body could constantly fluctuate between every single shadow. They could dodge a single shadow, but could they dodge so many? "Soon, it will be your turn." Elquin's voice rang out. Bang! Yet another palm suddenly caused a man's head to shatter. Second brother. Only one remained. Bang! Another black shadow flashed by, and a right hand covered by a translucent glove smashed in the skull of the eldest of the three Edward brothers. Immediately afterwards, all of the shadows reformed into a single form. The black-robed man was still holding the golden kitten. Within the cave, Linley and the others didn't dare to so much as breathe too loudly. Too terrifying. Can it be that he is a 7-star fiend? Or even a former Azura? Linley couldn't help but make this guess. Linley could tell that this Elquin's speed was very terrifying. The three Edward brothers weren't able to react to a single palm attack. In addition, his strength was formidable as well. The combined attack of the three Edward brothers had been dispersed with a single palm slap. Those three idiots wanted to acquire the treasures of the Boyd clan, but they didn't even know who the real owner of the treasure is. Esquison snickered. When these words came out, the muscles on Salamon's face began to twitch. Elquin turned to look at Salamon. With a calm laugh, he said, "Child of the Boyd clan, did you think that by hiding amongst the other fiends that I wouldn't be able to recognize you? Hand over the fortune of your clan to me. I will give you one chance as well. Give me the treasure, and I will let you leave." Salamon's face instantly turned ashen, without any hint of blood at all. Salamon turned his head, staring hatefully at Linley. His eyes were filled with venom. The only person he had told his identity to was Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 18, Salamon's Rage. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 18, Salamon's Rage. Salamon's face was savage, and the fury in his heart was roaring. He, Salamon, was only an illegitimate child of the Boyd clan. He had been kicked out of the household after entering it for only a single day. Alone and without any support, he had been escorted to his teacher's place, a reclusive expert who had only accepted him as a disciple for his father's sake. However, his teacher was a person with an extremely perverted disposition. I endured the humiliation of being expelled from the clan, and the life of torment I lived with teacher I endured as well. I dreamed of one day standing at the pinnacle of the infernal realm, and trample down upon those bastards who looked down on me. Everything was for the sake of this. Salamon thought back to all of the past years. He had been enduring this entire time. After receiving the news from the two servants that the Boyd clan had been destroyed, and that the only remaining person with the blood of the Boyd clan remaining was him, he hadn't been heartbroken. Instead, he had been wildly jubilant. If they died, good. Those bastards deserved to die. His chance had come. Because those two servants had brought an enormous fortune with them, in accordance with the plans his father had laid prior to dying, Salamon had remained hidden with his teacher for a long period of time. After achieving success, he led the two servants and his ignorant little sister out towards the Jadefloat continent. On this trip, Salamon was planning to spread his wings and become without peer. His plans had been very perfect. The two servants had been two chess pieces he had been prepared to sacrifice to begin with. When he first saw Linley transform, Salamon had guessed Linley's identity. For the sake of drawing a closer relationship with Linley, he had revealed his own name. At that time, he had thought that Linley wouldn't immediately know his true identity. After all, it was just a single character. Salamon had thought that in the future, after Linley learned more about the affairs of the Boyd clan, he would feel Salamon had behaved very sincerely to him. Salomon had been in such danger, and yet had still revealed his identity. This action was a bit risky, but in order to win Linley's trust, it was worth it. More importantly, first, he felt that Linley wouldn't immediately know about the affairs of the Boyd clan. Second, he could tell what sort of a person Linley was, especially from the way Linley had risked his own life to rescue Salomon's little sister. This let him understand that Linley shouldn't be the sort of person who would lust after a friend's wealth. After all, Linley had been willing to risk his own life for Salomon's little sister. Would he care about a little money? Salomon's calculations had been very clear. However, who would have imagined that the affair at the Castle of Sand had caused the Boyd clan's affairs to be revealed? Linley and Bibi couldn't help but suspect who Salomon was. In order to reduce their suspicions, Salomon had told Linley his true identity. As Salomon saw it, Linley shouldn't have been able to reveal it. First of all, Linley's character. He shouldn't have been the type to reveal it. Secondly, Linley remained within the metallic lifeform. He shouldn't have had a chance to reveal it. But now, this black-robed man had immediately been able to recognize him. The Boyd clan was destroyed, and those two old servants died as well. Who else in the entire infernal realm knows who I am? It must be Linley. Right. It was Linley. It was Linley who must have sent a message with someone else at Elon City through divine sense and revealed my secrets. That must be it. Salomon was absolutely enraged. That bastard, Linley. He really puts on quite an act. Even I was tricked by him. I was wrong about him. Salomon's mind was filled with hatred. As he stared at Linley, his eyes betrayed his desire to devour Linley and tear his life away. His dreams. His goals for which he had struggled towards for countless years. It was very likely that it was Linley who caused them to all come to naught. How could he not hate Linley? Linley was currently flabbergasted. Salomon was staring at him viperously, but he hadn't revealed Salomon's identity. Linley, you are impressive. Salomon ground his teeth, his eyes turning red. Linley felt completely wronged. He could guess that this Salomon definitely believed that it was he, Linley, who had revealed the secret. But he had never spoken of it. Salomon. Linley wanted to speak. You don't need to say anything. Salomon's gaze was viperous. By his side, even Nis, so familiar with him, felt her heart quiver. Was this her warm, friendly big brother? Salomon, why are you staring at my boss like that? What sort of look is that? What sort of attitude is that? Bibi shouted angrily. In Bibi's mind, Linley was like his parent or older brother. He wouldn't permit anyone to treat Linley like this, even if the person was the big brother of the girl he liked. Within the cave, the golden magma continued to bubble and boil. But the aura now seemed very strange. Child of the Boyd clan, stop wasting time. My patience has limits. The black-robed Elquin, carrying the golden kitten, laughed calmly as he spoke. Salomon immediately turned his head to stare at him. You want the fortunes of my Boyd clan? I'll tell you this, Salomon's face was savage. I don't have it. The smile on Elquin's pale face vanished, leaving behind only a cold, emotionless look. He stared coldly at Salomon. It seems you want to die. Even if you kill me, I still don't have it. Salomon raised his head. Poof. Elquin sneered coldly, and then he suddenly seemed to have teleported as a black blur appeared in front of them. Elquin himself appeared right in front of Salomon, casually slapping towards Salomon with a palm. It was still that sallow, yellow hand which was covered by a translucent glove. Salomon's eyes were savage. He retreated at high speed, while at the same time, an explosive, gloomy black light burst forth from his hands. Rumble, the air shuddered, and the gloomy black light shot directly towards that seemingly slow but actually incredibly fast right hand. Bang! A very gentle sound. Elquin's right hand trembled, then he hurriedly retracted it. His right hand remained that sallow yellow color, and he hadn't been harmed at all. This is. Tell me, who is your teacher? Elquin gave Salomon a surprised glance. Salomon, who had retreated to the distant edges of the cave, snickered. Why ask about my teacher? Can it be that you are already afraid after I used just a minor technique like this? A hint of anger appeared within Elquin's ashen face. He let out a cold snort. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Elquin's right hand stretched out slowly, and it gradually began to turn blood red, and it swelled in size as well. The entire right hand was now even larger than an ordinary person's head, and it was as scarlet red as a drop of blood. Elquin placed the golden kitten in his arms down, then turned to stare at Salomon. Did you think that you would be able to threaten me with those little tricks? As soon as he spoke, Elquin suddenly transformed into hundreds of shadows, filling virtually the entire cave. Elemental laws of darkness, shadow-shaped doppelganger technique. Am I really going to be forced to use that technique? Salomon hesitated. Suddenly, a fan-sized blood-red hand came slapping down towards his head. The air around the blood-red hand was twisting and distorting like a vortex, while at the same time the vortex of space was faintly swirling with a black smoke. Salomon's face changed dramatically, and then turned savage. He actually shot out with his own twin hands, a black light covering his right hand which clashed directly with that blood-red palm. Bang! The cave itself trembled. Salomon was knocked backwards like a bag of sand from the blow. Crunch! The bones of his arms were shattered, revealing red flesh and blood as well as white chunks of bone that went flying everywhere. Salomon himself was smashed into the wall, and he spewed out fresh blood from his lips, then slid down to the ground. Big brother! Nis called out in alarm. Linley, Delia, and Bibi all frowned. Linley, why did Salomon act that way towards you? Can it be that it is because of his identity, that he thinks you revealed it? Delia asked through her divine sense. Linley felt sourness in his heart, and he sent back, it should be, but I know. Of course Delia knew that Linley wasn't the person to reveal it. After all, in the infernal realm, how many people did Linley even know? Even if wanted to send someone a message, he didn't have the ability to. Linley looked at the heavily wounded Salomon. All he could do was to secretly shake his head. Most likely, no matter what he said, Salomon wouldn't believe him. Don't kill me. Salomon stood up and hurriedly shouted. Oh, you don't want to die now? The black-robed Elquin snickered, while at the same time, with a wave of his hand, that little golden kitten returned to his arms while the blood-red color in his right hand returned to his normal dark color. What, are you now prepared to give me the wealth of the Boyd clan? Elquin was worried as well. Worried that Salomon wasn't actually carrying the treasure on him. This was why Elquin didn't want to directly kill Salomon either. My teacher's name is Electra, Ilikutila. Salomon said hurriedly. Elquin frowned, a look of detestation appearing on his face. So it really is that freak, Electra. When I saw the destructive light you generated, I knew it. Child of the Boyd clan, for you to be his disciple means that you really have quite the capacity for endurance. Elquin let out 2 chuckles. Salomon's face was gloomy. He thought back to the time he had spent by his teacher's side, which was indeed extremely painful. The fortune of the Boyd clan? Where is it? Elquin continued. Salomon's face turned rigid. Just now, he had been hoping that upon hearing the name of his teacher, this person would give up. However, it seemed as though this person didn't care too much about his teacher. Elquin, seeing the look on Salomon's face, understood. Letting out a cold laugh, he said, What, did you think that just because you reported your teacher's name, I would be afraid? First of all, given your teacher's temperament, even if you died, he wouldn't come out to avenge you. In addition, even if your teacher did come, I, Elquin, wouldn't be afraid of him, that old freak. Salomon hesitated a moment. Seeing that Elquin's face was slowly growing more sinister, he hurriedly said, Mr. Elquin, please give me a little time. Fine. Elquin nodded slightly. He didn't want to force Salomon too much either. After all, who knew if Salomon had put the treasure somewhere else? Right now, within the cave, aside from Linley's group, there were several other High God fiends who were maintaining their silence. These High God fiends, upon hearing the dialogue between Salomon and the Elquin, could guess now what the treasure they were escorting on this mission was. So this fellow is actually a member of the Boyd clan. Those High God fiends all looked towards Salomon. But Salomon himself was staring at Linley. In a low voice, he said, Linley, do you know how many years I have waited for this day? Salomon, I didn't. No need to speak. Salomon shouted in a cold voice, and the gaze which he swept towards Linley carried within it a hint of viperous fury. Linley, for this day, I have trained for over 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Do you know how long a period of time that is? In addition, I had to endure the torments of that old freak Electra. Elquin's eyes contained a hint of amusement within them. 1,000,000 years? This little fellow's endurance really is pretty strong. Salomon's eyes were glowing red. I've been enduring this entire time. Waiting. The final hope of the Boyd clan, the final hope of myself, Salomon. I, Salomon, trusted you and told you my identity. But, I didn't expect that you would actually reveal it. You, Linley, actually destroyed my one and only hope. I misjudged you. Salomon ground his teeth. You greedy, ravenous wolf, I misjudged you. Salomon turned to stare at Elquin. Mr. Elquin, I truly am amazed that you were able to insert a spy like Linley into the escort squad of fiends. I truly admire you. I admire you so much I could kowtow to you. Every single word of Salamon's contained boundless anger. Elquin raised an eyebrow, then laughed. He didn't deny it. Elquin's laughter, as Salamon saw it, was a self-delighted laugh. He became all the more enraged. Big brother Linley, it really was you? Only now did Nis begin to understand. She stared at Linley in disbelief. You actually belong to this Elquin side? It was you who revealed my big brother's status? Nis hadn't understood how the other side had come to know of her brother's identity. But now, she understood. Linley felt misery in his heart. He spoke out, Salamon, Nis, if I told you that it wasn't me who revealed it, would you believe it? Ninny. Bibi's handsome, delicate face was filled with rage. My boss said he didn't reveal it, and that means he definitely didn't reveal it. In addition, we don't even know this black-robed guy. I can vouch for it with my life. Ninny, can it be that you don't even trust me? But, my big brother, Nis knew very well how hard her big brother had been striving. Once he succeeded in this venture, her big brother would rise to the heavens in a single bound. Bullshit. Salamon glanced coldly at Bibi. Ninny, can't you tell that this Bibi grew close to you, most likely as part of a pre-planned plot? Upon hearing this, Nis's face couldn't help but turn white. After speaking, Salamon turned to look at Elquin. Mr. Elquin, I know that Linley belongs to your side, but I hope that you will kill him. Otherwise, don't even think about acquiring the treasures of my clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 19, Kiss. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 19, Kiss. When these words came out, Linley's face couldn't help but change. If it weren't because Salamon was worried about Elquin, he would have killed Linley long ago. After all, as Salamon saw it, Linley was someone who should have been on Elquin's side. Naturally, he wouldn't easily offend Elquin. Salamon, you as *hole. Bibi immediately bellowed in fury. I told you, my boss definitely did not reveal your secret. Why are you so convinced that it was my boss who did it? And you want to kill him? You are a mother *king as *hole, and as *hole. Bibi actually wanted to kill Salamon right now, but his strength was far inferior to Salamon's. Salamon, on this entire way over, Linley remained within the metallic creature. How could he have had the opportunity to reveal your secret? Delia was frantic as well. She was afraid of Linley being killed. Linley just stared at Salamon silently. By now, Linley knew exactly what sort of person this Salamon was. He was the type of person who would pretend to be an extremely good person and to feign kindness for the sake of his goal, in a way which others would not be able to notice at all. However, once he failed in his goals, a type of person like him would reveal his true, ferocious side. Far more terrifying and terrible than ordinary people. Die. You will die. Not just you, Linley. Also, your wife. And your brother, Bibi. All of you will die. Salamon seemed to have gone insane, as he pointed at Linley, Delia, and Bibi. Hearing that her big brother wanted to kill even Bibi, Nis immediately grew frantic. Big brother, Bibi, Nis said frantically. Nis! Salamon shouted. Haven't you seen the true faces of these three yet? Bibi didn't have any good intentions when he made friends with you. Nis couldn't help but to turn and look towards Bibi. Bibi's gaze was as ice, and he stared coldly at Salamon. Salamon, I hate being slandered by others. Not only do you slander me, you want to kill my boss and Delia. Then you, Bibi glanced at the nearby Nis. Nis, don't blame me for what I am going to do. Bibi, what are you going to do? Linley could sense that Bibi was behaving differently. Bibi's face was like ice. From within his hands appeared that black dagger, the dagger which Beirut had given him. This is, Elquin's eyes lit up, and he glanced at Bibi in surprise. Bibi then opened his lips wide, and a round black pearl floated out from within his lips. This pitch-black pearl actually flew into the handle of the dagger, fitting itself into an opening there which it was perfectly fitted for. And then, the surface of the dagger began to be covered with a blue aura. Crackle, space trembled. Even though the dagger hadn't moved, the blue aura was powerful enough to cause space to tremble. What is this? Salamon, Nis, and the other surviving high gods including Sperry all were shocked. They could clearly sense the threat which this dagger posed to them. Not a single one of them dared to take on that dagger head-on. Linley and Delia were both puzzled as well. Even they hadn't known that Bibi had been hiding this trump card, but the terrifying aura which emanated out from the dagger after the pearl entered it could be sensed clearly. Too terrifying. That aura, most likely not even a high god can take it. Linley had believed all along that given how much Beirut cared about Bibi, he definitely would have given Bibi a trump card for preserving his life. And now, it seemed as though this was it. Bibi, don't. Nis said hurriedly. Bibi just stared coldly at Salaman. In an icy voice, he said, Salaman, die. The dagger in his hand suddenly flew out. Swish! A black light flashed, and a hole was easily torn in space, as though the space of the infernal realm was just a piece of paper. The power of this attack was simply astonishing and unheard of. Salaman's face changed as well, but the speed of that black light was simply too fast. He wasn't able to dodge. Suddenly, an enormous scarlet blood-red hand appeared, and space began to twist into a vortex. Bang! The black light and the scarlet blood-red hand collided. The black light immediately flew back into Bibi's hand. Bibi's face had turned somewhat pale, and he stared in astonishment at Elquin. Elquin was sent moving backwards by dozens of meters as well, and he stared in astonishment at the dagger in Bibi's hands. He said to himself in shock, as I thought. I didn't expect that Beirut would actually give a treasure as precious as this to him. This little fellow and Beirut definitely have an extraordinary relationship. Elquin was secretly shocked. Elquin knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful Beirut was. Immediately, his thoughts turned, and Elquin made up his mind. Since this treasure is in this little fellow's hands, I cannot kill this little fellow. Otherwise, Beirut will definitely learn of it, and once he has me on his mind, I'll be in for trouble. Linley and the others, including the high god fiends and Salaman, were all greatly shocked. They all knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful Elquin was. The three Edward brothers weren't able to resist at all when they had fought. But that queer dagger of Bibi's had actually forced him backwards. But how could they have known? Bibi, that technique of yours. Linley was greatly surprised. Bibi sent through divine sense, I'm not that powerful. The person who forced that fellow to retreat was the power of Grandpa Beirut, which had been contained within that spirit pearl. It can be said that it was Grandpa Beirut who defeated him. Bibi, in truth, just followed the instructions in activating it. Elquin glanced at Bibi, then turned to look at Salaman. Salaman, in order to protect you, I lost a high god artifact which I have been using for 1 trillion years. Only now did Linley and the others realize that the translucent glove which had been on Elquin's right hand had been torn apart. Beirut really lives up to his reputation. Elquin's heart shuddered. Although he was a reclusive expert, there was still a great gap when compared to the legendary and mighty figure, Beirut, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere to prominence. Elquin's heart was filled with anger, and he stared at Salaman. A high god artifact which he had been nurturing for over 1 trillion years was incredibly precious to its user. After all, how could a purchased high god artifact compare to a high god artifact which you had been personally nurturing? I told you. That Delia and that Bibi all have to die. Salaman growled. I cannot kill that Bibi. The others can die. Salaman, don't test my patience further. Elquin said calmly. Fine. Salaman nodded. That little rascal can be spared. In his heart, Salaman still hated Linley the most. Fusro, handle it. Elquin said calmly. Meow. The golden kitten meowed gently. It was extremely strange. The stone walls of the entire cavern suddenly came pressing down, and the space within the cave immediately shrank in size. The faces of Linley and the others changed dramatically. They saw the stone walls constantly press down towards them, and the other high god fiends immediately began to bellow with rage and strike at the stone walls. Bang! Bang! Explosions could be heard non-stop, but their full-strength blows could at most chop out a half-meter-long hole which would immediately heal. In but a few moments, the space of this cavern had shrunk to less than 30%. The mountain walls continued to press them towards that golden magma pool. In other words, every person within the cave no longer had enough space to stand. They had to hover in the air, hover above that golden magma pool. Even Elquin and Salaman were hovering there. Delia. Hurry up and use your death god golem to block below you. Linley was worried that Delia would be dragged into the golden magma pool. Right. Delia nodded gently, and then glanced at Linley. Lord Elquin, Salaman, we didn't interfere. Release us. Sperry and the other 5 Hyads said hurriedly. Salaman, his heart currently filled with fury, glanced at them coldly. Poof. All of you can die. Fusro. Elquin said calmly. Meow, the golden kitten purred, a hint of joy seemingly contained within his voice. Instantly, the previously calm and quiet golden magma pool beneath them suddenly transformed into a large number of giant liquid golden hands which snatched at the fiends above. Dozens of enormous hands had erupted forth from this golden magma pool. Swoosh! All of the fiends immediately tried to rely on their speed to dodge. The air above the golden magma pool was filled with countless figures as everyone frantically tried to dodge. Only Elquin, Salaman, Nis, and Bibi weren't being attacked by any of the giant liquid golden hands. Bibi, you and Delia, stay together. Linley shouted mentally. Got it, boss. Bibi immediately drew closer to Delia. Indeed, those giant liquid golden hands tried to avoid Bibi and moved away from him. However, those giant liquid golden hands would still move in an arcing route to try and snatch Delia. By being next to Bibi, though, Delia was in less danger now. If this continues, it won't end well. Linley had a terrible feeling, because he knew that there were no corridors nearby. They could dodge for a time, but they couldn't dodge forever. Eventually, they would be caught. Suddenly, a high god was seized by one of the giant liquid golden hands. Upon one giant liquid golden hand grabbing the high god, immediately, the many other giant liquid golden hands surrounded him, then dragged him directly into the golden magma pool. This scene caused the faces of Linley and the others to change. Boss! Bibi's frantic voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley turned to look. It was Delia who was now surrounded by the giant liquid golden hands. Although Delia had Bibi helping out, her own power was simply too weak. In the end, she was still caught by that giant liquid golden hand, and once she was caught, there was no way she could break free. Crackle! Delia was dragged directly into the golden magma pool. Her feet first entered the pool, and Delia continued to stare upwards towards Linley. Linley seemed to have been gone dumb. Linley! Take care of yourself. Delia's divine sense echoed in Linley's mind. Delia! Linley's eyes instantly turned scarlet red. He shot down like an arrow, ignoring all else as he charged towards Delia. Linley stared at Delia, and Delia stared at Linley. In this moment, only Delia's head remained above the surface of the magma pool. The two were only 10 meters apart from each other. Given Linley's speed, that distance could be traversed in but the blink of an eye. But in that instant, one scene after another of the two being together flashed through Linley's mind, as fast as lightning. In his youth, the two had been classed together at the Institute. 10 years of parting, then their reunion. The anarchic lands, their marriage, their child. Their arrival in the infernal realm. Delia had followed him here without reservations, and they had adventured through the infernal realm. Silently, noiselessly, Delia had become the other half of his life. Neither of them could be without the other. In the instant she was dragged down into the magma pool, seeing how Linley ignored everything else and immediately charged down, Delia's tears began to fall. Boom! Magma sprayed everywhere. Linley burrowed into the magma, clutching Delia's already submerging body. The earthen aura surrounding Linley immediately covered Delia as well, as a pulseguard armor formed on Delia's body. Only, the corrosive power of that golden magma was simply too great. The pulseguard armor couldn't help but begin to tremble and melt. Linley frantically used the divine power of his divine earth clone to maintain the pulseguard armor. Within the magma pool, the yellow earthen aura covered Linley and Delia, and a strange type of spiritual energy slowly circled around Linley and Delia's consciousness. That strange energy was actually able to locate the flaw in Linley's damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact and easily slip through. Linley and Delia both begin to grow woozy. Linley! You are such a fool. Delia's eyes were filled with tears. We roamed the infernal realm together. Even if we die together. Delia was on the verge of losing consciousness, but she still managed to smile. Linley! I feel very satisfied with the life I have lived. And then, she struggled hard to raise her head and kiss Linley on the lips, and Linley kissed Delia back. In the last moment before Linley lost all consciousness, one scene after another from his youth until now flashed through his mind like lightning. His meeting with Grandpa Doring. Killing the king of the kingdom of Finlay. His fame shaking the world in the O'Brien Empire. The founding of the Baruch Empire. The adventure in the necropolis of the gods. The destruction of the Radiant Church. And then their adventuring in the infernal realm, where his wife had accompanied him until death. When they had arrived in the infernal realm, Linley had been mentally prepared to die. After all, in the constant slaughter field that was the infernal realm, anybody could die. Even if he died, he would die happy. He was dying alongside his beloved. Me too. I am very satisfied with my life. And then, His consciousness was gone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 20, Talisman. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 20, Talisman. Drip, drip. The golden magma pool continued to bubble and boil. Those giant liquid golden hands now tried to snatch the 3 remaining high gods. Only 3 lucky survivors were left. Salomon, that bastard. Even if we die, we need to make him die with us. Sperry sent a message with divine sense to the other 2. They could already feel that dodging was very difficult. Right. Make him die with us. The fiends of the infernal realm were all mentally prepared for death. Only, they didn't want to die, and even if they were to die, they wouldn't let their enemies get off lightly. Swoosh. 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 The 3 high god fiends simultaneously charged towards Salomon, but before they even drew near him, that sallow, charred yellow hand once again came slapping towards them. Bang! One of the high god fiends' skull was smashed and exploded apart. Elquin! The other 2 high god fiends were shocked. Clearly, this Elquin wouldn't permit them to kill Salomon. Kill his little sister. Sperry and the other high god fiend, knowing that death was nigh, in their fury decided that they would kill whoever they could lay their hands on. The 2 fiends just barely dodged those giant liquid golden hands, then charged straight towards Nis, hovering there in midair. At this moment, BB was hovering there in midair, unmoving. When he saw Linley and Delia be dragged into the magma pool, he was stunned. But then... Boss isn't dead. BB's eyes were filled with surprised joy. I can still sense the boss's soul. The 2 were connected spiritually. As long as Linley was alive, BB would naturally be able to sense him. The golden magma pool was only so big. Given the speed of these high god fiends, Nis was only able to move slightly before the high god fiends arrived in front of her. A blurry, indistinct blade shadow came chopping down, and Nis' face instantly turned white. Clang! A metallic sound could be heard. Nis felt that she was being tightly embraced, and she opened her eyes in shock. BB. It was BB who had embraced her and had taken this attack for her. Ah! Because of the counterforce from his chopping attack, that high god fiend was caught by those giant liquid golden hands. Although he frantically struggled, in the end, he was still dragged down by those giant liquid golden hands into the golden magma pool, and not a hint of life was left after that. Crackle! The many giant liquid golden hands spread out like the petals of a floor, directly swallowing the final high god fiend, Sperry, then pulling him into the golden magma pool. BB, are you alright? Nis said, worried. But as soon as she spoke out, she immediately came to her senses. She realized that Linley had very possibly revealed her big brother's secret, and that this BB had most likely intentionally made friends with her. I'm fine. That bastard actually even used a soul attack. BB's face was somewhat ashen, but then he was stunned as well. He noticed Nis' expression. BB let out a bitter laugh, then gently released Nis. As Nis left his embrace, for some reason, she felt her heart ache. BB rubbed his nose. I was wrong to think my love was reciprocated. Nis, hearing this, felt a miserable feeling in her heart, but this information about the secret being revealed was like a thorn in her heart. But wait, if BB had truly lied to me, he wouldn't have risked his own life to save me just now. Take care of yourself, Ninny. The sound rang out next to her ears, and then, splash. Only now did Nis realize that BB had already jumped into the magma pool. Nis was instantly stunned. In her mind, she could still clearly see that rowdy, playful, but towards her always considerate straw hat-wearing youth. BB, died? Nis felt as though her heart was being ripped apart. Nis, what are you doing? Salomon shouted, while at the same time he flew to Nis' side. Big brother, BB, Nis' eyes were beginning to be covered with a layer of mist. Salomon shouted, what are you thinking? That BB did it on purpose. His body is tough, so he knew he would be able to take that blow. He did that on purpose, because it wouldn't pose any threat to him. You need to remember, Linley is our enemy. It's a good thing that he died, because otherwise... Salomon's heart was still filled with hatred. But if BB didn't care about me, he didn't have to save me. Nis argued. That's exactly what he wanted you to think. Salomon said coldly. Nis, that BB is extremely crafty and sly. With a rumbling sound, the four walls of the stone cave once more spread out, and the space of the cave expanded once more. Elquin, holding that little golden kitten, landed on the flat ground, and Salomon pulled his little sister to fly over as well. At the bottom of the golden magma pool, There was a place where the magma had naturally split open, forming a true, empty space. Linley and Delia were currently embracing each other there. What's going on? Linley and Delia both woke up. Delia immediately used her divine power to repair her body while staring at Linley. Linley shook his head as well. I don't know either. And then, Linley and Delia both began to laugh. Linley. I thought I was dead. Delia said gently. Me too. I thought I was going to die. Linley felt a warm feeling in his heart. With a wife like this in his life, what more could he ask for? After truly having walked on the fine line between life and death, this time, Linley had truly believed he was dead. But who would have imagined that he would survive? This sort of feeling truly was astonishing and shook his soul. Linley. In Linley's arms, Delia looked up towards Linley. After this experience, my heart is calm. Linley, although the infernal realm has many dangers, as long as you are by my side, I won't be afraid no matter where I go. Linley held Delia, his heart filled with joy and bliss. He didn't say a word. You two, husband and wife, are really enjoying yourselves. A deep voice rang out in the mind of Linley and Delia. Linley and Delia were both shocked. You are. Linley spoke. Everyone else who entered this liquefied pool of gold flame is dead, aside from you two. Even the high gods are dead. The deep voice continued. Linley and Delia instantly understood who this person was. You are the volcano titan? Linley said. Right. You may address me as Fusro. The deep voice said. Fusro? Linley thought back to how the black-robed Elquin had held that golden kitten in his arms. Elquin seemed to have addressed the kitten as Fusro. You are a member of the Four Divine Beasts clan, but more importantly, the relationship between you and that BB is quite deep. Thus, Master ordered me to spare your lives when pulling you into the liquefied pool of gold flame, so as to temporarily fool that Salomon. You can wait right here for now. I won't claim your little lives. I imagine that you know that I can kill you at any time. Don't go out. And then, the voice disappeared. Linley and Delia exchanged a glance, then laughed. Delia said, Linley, before this, I saw that Elquin was afraid to do anything to BB. He wanted to spare BB. I was wondering, why didn't he spare us? So actually, that was this Elquin's plan all along. Linley laughed as well. Indeed, everyone else who had entered the golden magma pool had died, so as to give Salomon a false impression that anyone who entered the golden magma pool would die. Actually, the golden magma pool was under the control of Fusro. If he didn't want someone to die, of course that person wouldn't die. This Fusro's power truly is terrifying. Linley was secretly shocked. That spiritual energy had gone straight through the flaw in his soul defense. Linley had known all along that powerful high gods were capable of this. But now, he had actually encountered it. Plunk! Suddenly, a figure charged down at high speed through the pool, then straight towards him. Linley could clearly sense the ripples of that soul. BB, what are you doing here? BB quickly charged down into this area of land. Boss, so you really are alright. BB saw Linley and Delia, and was instantly overjoyed. You guys really are a pain. Fusro's voice rang out once more in the minds of the three. Who is he? BB's face changed. Linley explained, he's the volcano titan, Fusro. Fusro? Can it be that he's the kitten? BB's eyes lit up. Don't mention kittens. Fusro's voice exploded in fury. Enough. The three of you, obediently stay here and don't go out. The sound from outside will carry in here. Don't worry, though, your voices won't be able to transmit out. Linley, Delia, and BB were at the bottom of the golden magma pool. Indeed, they could hear the voices from outside. Elquin, holding the golden kitten, laughed calmly as he looked at Salomon. Salomon, all of them are dead now. I've given you face. You should give me the treasures of your clan to me now, right? Is it on you, or is it somewhere else? Nis appeared quite nervous. Salomon laughed calmly. Right. I admit that I am a member of the Boyd clan, but Mr. Elquin, I have to tell you something. Speak. Elquin frowned. He felt as though something was amiss. The amount of wealth I have on me, and in fact even including all the wealth I have in other places, amounts to less than 10 billion inkstones. Salomon laughed calmly. 10 billion inkstones, to ordinary high gods, was an enormous figure. But to Elquin, it was nothing at all. To the Boyd clan, it was comparable to a single hair on the body of 9 bulls. You are playing me for a fool? Elquin's face changed. Salomon hurriedly said, No, I'm not playing you. To tell you the truth, those two old servants of mine did in fact bring a vast fortune to me, but I've already offered the fortune to someone else. To who? Elquin frowned. You'd best not lie to me. To Lord Aiken, I can. Salomon replied. Elquin's face changed. Aiken? Elquin couldn't help but feel angered, and he shouted angrily, Salomon, Lord Aiken is indeed powerful, and I, Elquin, don't dare irritate him, but do you think that just because you randomly report a name to me, that I will give up? Why don't you say Beirut? Why don't you go ahead and say that you gave it to the almighty sovereign, the Redbud ruler? Anybody can name names. With a flip of his hand, Salomon revealed a black talisman which was covered with complicated runes. You should recognize this talisman. Salomon said. HRM? Elquin's face changed, and he was instantly speechless. He could recognize it. This was indeed Lord Aiken's talisman. Since Salomon had this talisman, then the relationship between himself and Aiken must be extraordinary, or perhaps Aiken had ordered him to carry out something. Aiken, without question, was one of if not the most powerful figure in the Redbud continent. Some even suspected that he had reached the level of being a paragon. He had previously been an Azura, but then he had voluntarily stepped down and allowed another 7-star fiend to take over. Nobody believed that it was because Aiken wasn't strong enough. Everyone knew exactly how terrifying Aiken was. Although he was not an Azura, his power was far greater than that of most Azuras. Aiken of the Redbud continent. Beirut of the Bloodridge continent. They were all dazzling, legendary figures. Drip, drip, the golden magma in the cave continued to bubble and hiss. Other than that, it was silent. Inigo, what say you? What should we do? Elquin turned to stare behind him. Suddenly, a tunnel appeared in the stone wall, and a person came out. It was Inigo. Inigo stepped out. He had been listening all along. Although this Salomon has the talisman of Lord Aiken, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have the wealth of his clan on him. Inigo said. You are, Salomon, and Anisi stared at him. I saw you before at the Castle of Sand. Nis called out in surprise. Inigo was slightly startled. Right. When the Castle of Sand had collapsed, Inigo and the others had indeed been seen. Inigo then smiled slightly. Right. Salomon, I am the person who was pursuing and attacking you. What of it? That time? Salomon began to understand. Right. It was I who told Lord Elquin of your identity. Inigo let out a chuckle. Hoof. When you were at the Coldcom prefecture, you were kicked out by your Boyd clan. Although that was a minor matter, at that time, I just so happened to notice. Salomon was stunned. Pity that kid named Linley. He really was wrongly accused by you. Inigo began to laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.